Chapter 1. F-Class Beastmaster Tianlong Cat. F-Class Beastmaster Tianlong Cat. The boy on the stage gazed at the text displayed on the electronic virtual screen, yet he merely smiled nonchalantly. The Tianlong cat in his arms stirred slightly, and he gently caressed its head. In the Tianlong continent, upon reaching the age of 18, individuals are able to communicate with the myriad beasts of the world as long as their mental strength reaches the state of a droplet, thus acquiring a pet that is most suited to them. The myriad beast realm is a world teeming with pets, a small world that fused with the Tianlong continent at the dawn of its formation, akin to a secret realm. The Tianlong cat nestled in the boy's embrace is the pet he obtained from this myriad beast realm, and it is indeed the most suitable companion for him. The Tianlong cat lifted its head to gaze at the boy before a hint of fatigue was evident in the boy's brow, clearly a sign of excessive cultivation and insufficient sleep. Chunlan, Apprentice Beastmaster. Tianlong cat, F-Class Evolution Route. Beside the electronic virtual screen, a young girl recited the information displayed, letting out a helpless sigh. Upon hearing the words of the Beastmaster Guild worker, a stir arose among the crowd, and the gazes of his classmates shifted from anticipation and admiration to ridicule and disdain. Chunlan could only shake his head in resignation. F-Class Beast, how laughable! Our once genius of mental cultivation now possesses such a pitiful pet. It's truly absurd. With only one evolution route, the Tianlong cat is worthless no matter how many resources it consumes. Once the most esteemed individual in the Beastmaster Academy, a prodigy poised to break through to a junior Beastmaster without relying on a pet, now faced a drastic change in status. To ascend to the rank of junior Beastmaster, one must depend on the nourishment provided by their pet to complete a critical step. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. They never contemplated the worst outcome, but instead hoped for the best. Hearing the derisive laughter from the crowd below, the Tianlong cat shrank its head, acutely aware of the malice in their gazes directed at the duo. Sensing the tremor in his arms, Chunlan bent down and tenderly stroked the Tianlong cat's head, and the moment he raised his head, he coldly regarded his classmates below. Enough. Our pets are our partners, not your fodder for mockery. Chunlan's gaze swept across the assembly, his sharp reprimand resonating with authority. As a former genius of the Beastmaster Academy, his commanding presence had not diminished. The crowd fell into an abrupt silence, some gazing at Chunlan in shock. The unnameable pressure he exuded rendered them speechless. A joke. What is there to boast about a Tianlong cat, which is found everywhere in the Tianlong continent? Li Kangyi stepped out from the crowd, confronting Chunlan without a hint of politeness. His own contracted pet was a B-class moon wolf, and he had aspirations of ultimately breaking through to a king-level beastmaster. Several of his lackeys emerged alongside him, ready to openly deride Chunlan. They finally had the opportunity to openly mock the once great prodigy. As the eldest son of the Li family, his talents were self-evident, yet he could not accept being overshadowed by someone of humble origins. While he could brush off the pressure from other prominent families, this particular individual was someone Li Kangyi had long awaited the chance to confront. Li dog, why are you barking in broad daylight? Shall we have a practice match later? A rather plump youth emerged from the crowd, accompanied by an arrogant Tyrannosaurus beast, feasting on the beast meat offered by Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue, as the eldest son of the Wang family, had contracted a Tyrannosaurus beast with an A-class evolution route, possessing both mechanical and dragon attributes. Get lost, you fatso. Who doesn't know you and Chunlan are inseparable? Li Kangyi grumbled at Wang Fugue. Feeling annoyed, had it not been for this fellow, he would have chastised Chunlan long ago, not waiting several days to finally vent his frustrations. Enough. Stop talking, the principal is here. A cold voice rang out from the crowd, belonging to Su Qiubai, the eldest daughter of the Su family, who was rumored to have significant connections to the Su family of the Wild City. Her contracted pet was the ice crystal bird perched on her shoulder, said to possess the bloodline of an ice phoenix. Upon witnessing this, Li Kangyi merely scoffed and retreated. He knew he could not provoke Su Qiubai. Even if the rumors were unfounded, it was enough to warrant caution from their families. Just as Chunlan was about to descend the stage with the Tianlong cat in his arms, A large hand landed on his shoulder, halting him on the platform. Fellow students, it seems you have all obtained the pet best suited to you from the myriad beast realm. Regardless of your pet's evolution route or talent, it is the most suitable companion for you. I hope everyone understands this. Pets are not mere servants, they are partners. This statement was directed at Chunlan, yet it resonated with all present. Yang Yin also tacitly endorsed Chunlan's assertion. Initially, he had observed these young individuals communicating with the myriad beast realm to obtain their pets, feeling nostalgic for their youth. Yet he realized that everything was gradually slipping away. Today's beast masters increasingly prioritize the so-called evolution routes. Pets lacking sufficient evolution paths were scorned. Some individuals even resorted to killing their initially contracted pets to re-establish contracts with new ones. Was it the world that had changed, or was it the hearts of the people? In times past, before the evolution routes were discovered, beast masters relied on their bonds with their pets to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Yet, everything was slowly transforming due to the progress of the times. Upon hearing Chunlan's proclamation, Yang Yin felt reassured about the child's character. Perhaps others shared this sentiment, but only Chunlan had voiced and acted upon it. Now, let us proceed with the pet contracts. Students who successfully contract their pets may participate in the Novice Secret Realm at the Beastmaster Guild tomorrow, Yang Yin announced with a smile, nodding towards Chunlan. The entire Beastmaster Plaza fell into an unusual silence as everyone placed their hands upon their pets' heads, yet none rushed to contract them, as if waiting for something. Yang Yin, witnessing this scene, shook his head in resignation. He knew precisely what they awaited in equal contract. Beast contracts were divided into 3 types, the lowest being the white contract, also known as the servant contract, which involved exerting powerful mental strength to control the pet in battle. Above this was the equal contract, where the pet and beastmaster shared a mutual connection, fighting together, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Under certain emotional cultivation, this was generally achievable. The most crucial aspect was that the equal contract had to be mutually agreed upon by both the pet and the beastmaster and could not be forcibly imposed. However, desiring an equal contract from the outset was nearly impossible unless there existed an extraordinary bond, akin to sharing the same pair of trousers. The ideal scenario was the golden contract, also known as the fate contract. Yet for these children, such a feat was entirely unattainable. Sigh, it appears this is futile. Just as sighs echoed through the crowd, a beam of green light shot skyward, signifying that someone had established an equal contract. Chapter 2. Fate Contract. The source of irradiance was Su Kyubai's position, where a faint white glow enveloped her and a chilling storm swirled around her, causing those nearby to retreat. A green magic array appeared above the ice crystal bird, simultaneously manifesting on the back of Su Kyubai's hand. The two interwove and fused completely. Like a ring of destiny, they intertwined in the depths of darkness, forming a unique connection. Bloodline awakening? It seems the rumors hold true. Yang Yin contemplated the scene before him, recalling the tales of the Su family, which was indeed a branch of the renowned Ice Emperor Su family from the Wild City. The reason for their presence in the remote city of Linjiang remained a mystery. At the same time, 2 other beams of green light soared into the sky from the crowd, one originating from Wang Fuguei and the other from Li Kangyi, though the latter's contract magic array was tinged with a hint of dark energy that quickly dissipated. Among the 4 great families, apart from the Wu family, which has joined the military, the other 3 have achieved equal contracts. This realization seemed to be expected by Yang Yin. The 4 great families, aside from the military Wu family, had all risen through commerce and possessed various treasures acquired from secret realms. Even newly obtained pets had a certain probability of forming equal contracts, primarily depending on the compatibility of the treasures with the pets. Well done, Tyrannosaurus beast. You'll have all the good food and drink from now on, Wang Fuguei exclaimed as he embraced the proud Tyrannosaurus beast, almost suffocating it with his corpulence. Roar, let go of me. The Tyrannosaurus beast growled softly, as if on the verge of losing breath. Yet Wang Fuguei received the creature's message in time. In truth, Wang Fugui's contract was not established through treasures, but rather through food, just as Yang Yin had said shared tastes compatible personalities. Upon forming a contract with their pets, beast masters could comprehend the messages conveyed by their pets and inquire about their skills and abilities. Our brilliant Chun, why haven't you begun to establish your contract? Are you afraid of being laughed at? Trash a pet is trash, unable to even forge a contract. Do you think you might become the first in history to fail a contract? Li Kangyi stepped forward with his moon song wolf, calmly stating, as my father anticipated, utilizing that item indeed allows for the establishment of an equal contract. The spectators below exhibited expressions of amusement, for what was once past remains just that one should not conflate the past with the present. Our poor genius Chun, not only is he burdened with a useless pet, but he also fails to forge a contract. Oh dear, unlike our young Master Yi, who emerges with an equal contract, one of Li Kangyi's subordinates chimed in without restraint, beginning to belittle Chunlan. Chunlan cast a cold glance at Li Kangyi and his companions, choosing to ignore them. Instead, he gently placed the trembling Tianlan cat on the ground. The appearance of the Tianlan cat resembled that of a ginger and white feline, standing upright with a white belly adorned with blue droplet patterns, while the rest of its body was orange. Its tail curled, resembling a snail shell, and a faint golden mark graced its forehead. The recent scene had instilled a sense of discomfort in the Tianlan cat, which anxiously surveyed its surroundings, displaying evident fear. Witnessing this, Chunlan seemed to recall something, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. He then spoke soothingly, "It's all right, little one. I will protect you, trust me. Will you?" Extending his hand before the Tianlan cat, it responded with a soft meow, as if attempting to convey something. The Tianlan cat reached out with its short paw, grasping Chunlan's arm and placing it atop its head. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, soaring towards the heavens. A colossal contract formation materialized in the air, causing the clouds to part and revealing a cerulean sky. Simultaneously, a golden formation appeared on the back of Chunlan's hand, illuminating each other. The two contract formations intertwined, creating a flawless fate contract, and in that moment, the bond was irrevocably sealed. Fate contract? How could this be possible? Damn it! Yang Yin exclaimed in disbelief, rushing forward to seize Chunlan's right hand, staring at the golden patterns on its back, still struggling to accept that Chunlan had taken this monumental step. At the same time, Chunlan's consciousness seemed to plunge into darkness as a magnificent golden pathway unfurled before him, leading to a golden portal, standing resolutely amidst the sea of stars, radiating with brilliance. The Tianlan cat also appeared within this realm, standing upon the steps of the golden pathway, its forehead emanating an increasingly blinding divine light, as if awakening, unleashing boundless radiance, causing the starry sea to ripple. Suddenly, Chunlan felt a sharp pain in his mind within the void. 9 droplets floated, slowly merging into a single puddle. In that moment, his mental prowess underwent a breakthrough, transitioning from an apprentice beastmaster to a novice beastmaster, marking the reciprocal gift of the pet contract. The formation of the contract signified the intrinsic connection between the pet and the beastmaster, fostering mutual growth towards the pinnacle of beast mastery. That is breakthrough? After months of cultivation, have I been wasting my time? Chunlan reflected on his relentless training of mental prowess, aimed at achieving the novice rank before the contract, to enhance his chances of entering the Beastmaster Academy. To discover that the breakthrough was so effortless felt like a squander of his recent efforts. At that moment, the Tianlan cat slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Chunlan with a proud smile. Chunlan, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you willing to believe in me?" Fate's contract at its inception is ideally one of equality, yet the current circumstances have utterly upended the course of history. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. A tender voice echoed within Chunlan's mind. Meow sees a kindred spirit in you. A reflection of solitude. This utterance struck Chunlan like a thunderclap, transporting his thoughts back to a rainy night from years past, when he was but a child, discarded like refuse in a garbage bin. Perhaps it was the demise of that child that afforded him the chance to traverse into this realm. In his moments of wailing, a beam of light pierced through the gloom, a light that belonged to Kin. Chunlan stepped forward, embracing Tianlan Cat, his eyes brimming with tears, and declared loudly, "I shall protect you with all my might." "Meow. As you say, we are partners," Tianlan Cat replied softly, lowering its gaze. Chunlan's consciousness returned to the present. Startled by the throngs of people encircling him, their gazes akin to those fixated on a rare specimen, as if they might dissect him at any moment. "What do you intend to do?" "Surely, you aren't planning to dissect me." Yang Yin, sensing the aura of mental energy emanating from Chunlan, unleashed a formidable psychic force to probe further, confirming his advancement. "Goodness, you've already reached the level of a novice beast master." I had to endure the trials of the novice secret realm and consume spiritual herbs to achieve such a rank. Chapter 3. The evolution path of Tianlan Cat. Yang Yin, astounded, grasped Chunlan's shoulders, his face a mask of disbelief. For someone as formidable as Yang Yin, it was indeed shocking. Most had ascended gradually through the secret realms. Even those prodigies from illustrious families would struggle to reach such heights without sufficient innate talent. During their apprenticeship as beast masters, the human psychic sea was still quite fragile, and the potent spiritual plants contained an overwhelming intensity of mental energy that could easily shatter the human psyche, rendering them in a vegetative state. Thus, the emphasis lay heavily on the innate talent of mental energy. Only the most exceptional geniuses could break through at the moment of contract formation through the nurturing of their beasts and the meager supply of psychic herbs. Nonetheless, it could also be attributed to the benefits of fate's contract. After all, it was the first step towards the path of an emperor. Yang Yin collected his thoughts. These were his private musings, not meant for the ears of the crowd. For these newly contracted youngsters, the path to becoming an emperor was still a distant dream. Wang Fugue approached, throwing his arms around Chunlan's neck with a hearty laugh. "Ah, you've done splendidly, my boy. I knew I'd chosen wisely." Chunlan smiled faintly at the rotund figure of Wang Fugue, his childhood companion, the legitimate heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Lingjiang City, while he himself was a nameless youth from the slums. Yet, after a fateful encounter, their destinies became intertwined. Xiu Qiubai stepped forward, extending a hand coolly, declaring, "Chunlan, I shall surpass you." Chunlan was momentarily taken aback by Xiu Qiubai's challenge. Yet he grasped her hand, responding with a smile. "I await your challenge." Xiu Qiubai offered a slight smile before turning away, the ice crystal bird alighting on her shoulder as the crowd parted to make way for the aloof beauty. Hearts aflame with admiration. "Kill Lan Dog. Return my Xiu Qiubai." Li Kangyi glared at Chunlan, his fists clenched tightly, seething with envy as he watched the adoration showered upon Chunlan. With a snort, he turned away, leading his lackeys from the Beastmaster Square. "Chunlan, is it, when the demon lord descends, all that is yours shall belong to me, including your very life?" Yang Yin, feeling the encirclement growing tighter, wore a stern expression and bellowed, "You lot, hurry and complete your contracts, then scram. Tomorrow, you must participate in the novice trials." The crowd, sensing the amiable yet authoritative demeanor of the Yang family master, dispersed swiftly, resuming their unfinished contracts. However, the results were not as Yang Yin had anticipated. Only one individual achieved an equal contract, while the others settled for the most basic servant contracts. "Hey, let go. I can hardly breathe," Chunlan exclaimed, tugging at Wang Fugue's arm, utterly overwhelmed by his corpulence, nearly gasping for air. The Tyrannosaurus beast nearby cast a sympathetic glance, recalling its own near suffocation moments prior, realizing yet another soul burdened by fate. Wang Fugue, noticing the distress, promptly released his grip, meeting Yang Yan's icy gaze, causing a chill to run down his spine. He quickly seized a claw of the Tyrannosaurus beast and dashed away, surprisingly swift for his hefty frame. "Wait, that is not right." Wang Fugue suddenly turned back, calling out to Chunlan from a distance, "I'll be dining out tonight. Remember to prepare my meal." With that, he scurried off. Yang Yin erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself, then pointed at Wang Fugue, looking at Chunlan with amusement. "Has he always been like this?" Who would have thought that someone as formidable as Wang Zhantian would father such a whimsical child? His wife seems quite refined. How did this happen? Nevertheless, with a good beast contracted, this lad will likely traverse a path far exceeding that of Wang Zhantian. The Tyrannosaurus beast, possessing both mechanical and draconic attributes, could evolve in dual directions. With the Wang family's resources invested wholeheartedly, the future would see a royal beast master reigning over the Wang family. Only growing stronger, as the last individual completed their contract and departed. Yang Yan's demeanor shifted back to his usual self, gazing at Qianlan with an almost infatuated expression, as if he wished to strip him bare of all pretense. "Uncle Yang, please, let us discuss this in your office," Qianlan said, feeling a chill creep up his spine, recalling Yang Yan's similar expression during his own rapid assembly of psychic energy droplets to become a novice beast master. I could see that moment. Tianlan Cat transformed into a beam of light, darting from Qianlan's hand, aiming to slap Yang Yan, but was promptly halted by Qianlan's intervention. No, no, no. This is my master. Upon contracting a beast master could establish a rudimentary beast space within the contract. The higher the contract level, the larger and more adaptable the beast space became, resembling a fragment of a miniature world. Let us head to the office. There are matters I need to discuss with you. Yang Yan's smile vanished, restoring his aloof demeanor. Though his heart brimmed with elation, he hadn't anticipated returning to Lingjiang City only to gain such a talented pupil, though he lamented the fate of the beast. Inside the office, simplicity reigned. One side was lined with bookshelves brimming with tomes, while the other housed an array of weaponry, swords, spears, and staves, all within reach. Yang Yan meticulously searched the shelves until he procured an ancient volume titled Origins of Beast Mastery. Some concepts were best conveyed through original texts. Since the cosmic battles among the deities commenced, the earth shattered, and countless stars were obliterated, a colossal meteor plummeted to the planet, bringing devastation that I end this dire moment. The god of beast masters wielded his divine power to reverse the calamity, merging worlds and giving rise to endless secret realms and the emergence of diverse races. The god of beast masters exerted his might to suppress these creatures, constructing a vast wall of flesh and bone to instill fear in them, that he disseminated the laws of beast mastery and the cultivation of mental energy before vanishing from this land. In later generations, to honor the god of beast masters, the continent was renamed Tianlan Continent after his esteemed beast, Tianlan Cat. Qianlan was taken aback, pondering why the tales he had heard depicted the god of beast masters riding a dragon instead of a Tianlan Cat. He promptly voiced his confusion to Yang Yan. "This is the crux of what I wish to convey to you. Tianlan Cat is the most promising of beasts, yet also the most challenging to evolve." As Yang Yan articulated, the initial evolution of Tianlan Cat was at the royal level, transcending 4 tiers in one leap. The ranks of beasts are classified as ordinary, elite, general, royal, imperial, and divine. Each level signifies a transformation in the beast form. In Tianlan Cat's direct ascent to royal level explains the rarity of beast masters achieving such elevated mental prowess. Chapter 4. The mysterious pickaxe. The rank of a beast master is intricately linked to that of their beast. As a beast master ascends to the royal level, their beast will similarly evolve. However, prior to this, the elevation of a beast master relies solely on personal cultivation to enhance their mental power. Take Wang Fugue's Tyrannosaurus beast, for instance. Upon reaching level 30, it could opt for evolution, simultaneously offering a nurturing effect. This is the advantage of an evolutionary path. Each subsequent level brings a degree of enhancement until the royal tier is achieved. You must have sensed the nurturing effects of mental energy. Relying solely on personal cultivation could take an eternity. The best option remains the nurturing from one's beast. The ranks of beast tamers are categorized into apprentice beast tamer, junior beast tamer, intermediate beast tamer, senior beast tamer, and king-level beast tamer. However, according to the findings of the beast evolutionist, each beast can evolve at least once, with the potential for numerous evolutions, contingent upon the individual beast's capabilities. The Tianlan Cat was once a highly sought-after entity, but it gradually lost its allure upon the revelation that it could not evolve before reaching the king-leveled attain the king level. A beast must reach level 50, possess sufficient evolution materials, and be paired with a king-level beast tamer. The arduousness of this path is well known to all, and since the Tianlan cat's ascension to king, no alternative evolutionary routes have been discovered. Thus, with no forward path and a severed retreat, this is the reason why it is classified as an F-level beast. Yang Yan's expression turned grave as he spoke, promptly opening his spatial ring, a storage space developed by the Beast Tamer Guild based on the uniqueness of beast space, albeit limited to inanimate objects. Nearby, the Tianlan cat was eagerly eyeing a large black pickaxe beside the weapon rack, its size vastly surpassing that of the Tianlan cat, and it instinctively reached out to touch it. This was a spiritual artifact belonging to the king of Tianlan cats, capable of aiding in its evolution, a relic from earlier explorations. Yang Yan searched diligently and found a spiritual artifact left behind from the exploration of a hidden realm in the corner. As for the other evolution materials, you will have to seek them out yourself. The core item has been provided, and the future path lies in your own hands. Yang Yan could indeed gather all the materials, being the lord of the mansion, but he felt it essential for Chunlan to undergo trials independently, rather than relying on him. The bond between beast and tamer must undergo continuous refinement to unleash greater power. Even the most diminutive creatures possess the potential to slay gods. Illustrating the boundless possibilities between beast tamers and their beasts, the power of their connection is formidable, capable of breaking all constraints, including fate. My destiny is mine to shape. Uncle Yang, I am profoundly moved. You have finally returned to your former self. Chunlan quickly shut his mouth after speaking, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, since Chunlan began his studies at the Beast Tamer Academy. Yang Yin had taken him to various places, leaving no corner of the world unexplored. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin coughed lightly and replied nonchalantly, "The road of a beast tamer is long and arduous. Your master awaits you. When I become the god of beast tamers, I will certainly look after you. You can go wherever you wish for your spa treatments," Chunlan said, hands on his hips. Smiling, Yang Yan's face darkened at his words. Realizing he should not have taken this boy around so freely, a loud crash drew their attention, and turning around, they discovered the Tianlan cat had knocked the pickaxe to the ground. Chunlan hurried over to pick it up but found it utterly immovable. "What on earth is this? Why is it so heavy?" Chunlan exclaimed, astonished, feeling a bit dazed. After all, he'd been working out for 6 years, yet could not lift a mere pickaxe. That is a weapon for beasts. It would be strange if a human could lift it, Yang Yin said with a wry smile. Using a pickaxe as a weapon is quite innovative. Which beast is so formidable? Chunlan mused, staring at the black pickaxe, momentarily astonished. The Tianlan cat. Hearing Yang Yan's response, Chunlan was taken aback. The combination of a Tianlan cat and a pickaxe seemed peculiar. Suddenly, Chunlan remembered that he had yet to check the attributes of the Tianlan cat. He focused his mental energy, and a golden template slowly emerged in his mind. Name: Tianlan cat level. 1 boundary level. Ordinary special talent. Golden miner, gold, beast skills. None. A brilliant golden light appeared in Chunlan's sea of mental energy. What on earth is a golden talent? He pondered, recalling that special talent levels were categorized as red, orange, yellow, and blue. What could gold possibly signify? Golden miner. Gold, there's nothing I cannot carve. What I produce will inevitably be of gold quality. Chunlan glanced at the detailed explanation, his lips twitching slightly. The explanation was rather simplistic, but what difference did it make for enhancing combat power? Should he send the Tianlan cat to work in a mine? The Tianlan cat sensed the gaze from behind and felt a chill. Looking back to see it was Chunlan, who curiously asked, "What's wrong? Do you like this pickaxe?" The Tianlan cat nodded vigorously. As Chunlan turned around, he caught sight of Yang Yan's resentful expression, akin to that of a jealous partner, gazing at him. Before Chunlan could speak, Yang Yan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Take it, consider it a gift for your first meeting." "Thank you, Uncle Yang. You are the best. Next time, I will take the blame," Chunlan replied earnestly. Yang Yan not only shared the history of the Tianlan cat with him, but also provided the core evolution materials and a weapon. And this gratitude came from the heart. As for taking the blame, that would depend on who captured him. The Tianlan cat hoisted the pickaxe onto its shoulder and swaggered out, with Chunlan following closely behind. Make sure to conquer the novice hidden realm tomorrow. Don't bring shame to your Uncle Yang. Yang Yin called out to the departing duo. Where shall this little one venture tonight? No. First, I must gather resources. Yang Yin quickly accessed the Beast Tamer wristband, locating the contact information of one individual, and dialed. Laughing heartily, Mayor Lin, our academy has produced a fake contract and 4 equal contracts. What do you think about these resources? Within the City Lord's mansion, Lin Tian's expression twitched upon hearing Yang Yan's words. You, a half-step king-level beast tamer, are asking me for resources. That is truly excessive. However, recalling past events, he sighed and said, write me a resource list, and I will send someone to deliver it to you. Wait, what did you just say? A fake contract. Lin Tian suddenly reacted, realizing he had indeed heard the term fake contract. Yes, a fake contract. My student is involved. So you better not steal him. Yang Yin warned, recalling the notorious exploits of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Then he smiled and replied, I certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Am I that kind of person? He then hung up the phone. Bring me Chun Lan's information and request a copy of the contract information from the Beast Tamer Guild. Humph. Once I snatch him away, Yang Yin will surely cry. By the way, tomorrow is the Novice Hidden Realm trial. I must prioritize that over other matters and go see my precious student. A fake contract. The plan might allow him to participate. I wonder how those prodigies will react upon encountering someone with a fake contract. Chapter 5. A sure win, little brother. Chun Lan and the Tianlan cat walked back to the slums on foot. Initially, he intended to return the Tianlan cat to the beast space, but it seemed this creature preferred not to stay in there. Instead, carrying a pickaxe and walking alongside him, occasionally engaging in conversation to strengthen their bond. Tianlan cat, tomorrow we'll venture into the hidden realm to battle monsters and level up. Are you excited? Chun Lan said with enthusiasm, as he had long heard tales of the hidden realms, but had never had the opportunity to enter one. The Tianlan cat patted its chest, its face radiating confidence. As if to say, a sure win, little brother. Welcome back, my dear. It seems you have become a beast tamer, exclaimed a voice. Congratulations. Would you like to come over for dinner at Grandma's tonight? Most residents of the slums were elderly scavengers. Nestled close to the city walls and near the Linjiang city gate, with a monster beast forest just beyond. However, the protection around Linjiang city was stringent, especially near the city's edge, so no one wished to leave. Even those capable of moving into the city chose to remain, for this place had become their true home, where they could find joy. Life in the city often felt isolating and lonely. Chun Lan greeted everyone as he walked by. He had grown up eating the food of many families, and all the residents recognized him, having watched him grow up, approaching a simple dwelling adorned with some meat plants and flowers swaying joyfully in the sunset. He called out, Grandma, Grandpa, I'm back. Shortly, an elderly man emerged carrying a fish, looking kindly at Chun Lan. Little Lan is back. Today, I caught a big fish just for you, Zhang Wenyuan said with a beaming smile. Clearly delighted, the Tianlan cat's eyes sparkled at the sight of the large fish, eagerly rubbing its paws, ready to pounce, but was promptly restrained by Chun Lan. We'll eat it once it's cooked. That will taste better, Chun Lan said, helplessly watching the little creature, knowing that eating raw fish was indeed not an issue for beasts. The Tianlan cat tilted its head in frustration, but with its fate held in Chun Lan's grip. It could only float helplessly in the AI, or did I s this the Tianlan cat? Zhang Wenyuan retrieved his glasses from his pocket, bringing them closer for a meticulous examination. Chun Lan nodded in acknowledgement, and just then, a voice emerged from behind. The newcomers were none other than Wang Fuguwei, the habitual freeloader, accompanied by his beloved Tyrannosaurus. Lanwei, I'm here. The meal isn't ready yet, is it? Wang Fuguwei exclaimed with palpable excitement, ever since he had tasted the culinary delights prepared by Granny Kai. The meals at home had lost their appeal, prompting his daily visits for free food and drink. Fuguwei, you're here. Just wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. The voice of Granny Kai echoed from within. Old man, bring in the fish, along with those few small ones. Zhang Wenyuan entered the house with the fish in hand, allowing Chun Lan and Wang Fuguwei to converse. Meanwhile, Tianlan cat followed the trail of fish into the house. For nothing was more enticing to it than fish. Wang Fuguwei settled himself on the stone bench outside, took a hearty swig of water, and let out a satisfied belch. He then produced a ring from his Beastmaster ring and handed it to Qianlan. Inside this spatial ring are the details regarding Tianlan Cat and the basic evolution materials .as for the core items. You'll have to procure those yourself. Also, I've already added you on the Beastmaster bracelet for contact. Wang Fugui stated earnestly while shaking his wrist adorned with the bracelet. Qianlan was about to refuse, but was met with Wang Fugui's serious gaze, compelling him to reluctantly accept it. That's more like it. We're brothers. This is nothing. Consider it my investment in you, as you are my faithful contract partner. To ease Qianlan's discomfort, he hastily concocted some unrelated excuses, for in his eyes, these items held little value. A warm feeling enveloped Qianlan's heart. Combined with the core evolution materials provided by Yang Yin, he now had a full set for Tianlan Cat's evolution. All that remained was to reach level 50. But first, he needed to become a king-level Beastmaster. Otherwise, his mental strength would shatter. Thanks, Fatty. What are your plans for your Tyrannosaurus? Are you leaning toward a mechanical path or a pure-blood dragon lineage? Qianlan inquired curiously, observing the Tyrannosaurus devouring meat nearby. Well, to be honest, I can't afford either. They're too expensive. One requires a mechanical core, and the other a dragon core. Where could I possibly acquire those? I can only pin my hopes on the secret realms, hoping to find some core materials there, which would alleviate my worries. Wang Fugui sighed. Oh my, you have no idea how exorbitantly priced those items are. And the market is scarce. Thankfully, evolution isn't urgently required at the moment. Otherwise, I would go mad. Qianlan stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded in agreement, all the while considering the importance of these two resources for the future. Fugui, Xiaolan, come in for dinner. Granny has prepared braised fish today, called out a voice from within. The two exchanged smiles, and Wang Fugui sprang to his feet, heading eagerly into the house. Granny, I'm here. I'm starving. He bellowed cheerfully as Qianlan stepped inside. He spotted Tianlan Cat perched on the dining table, its eyes sparkling as it fixated on the braised fish at the center. Luckily, Granny Kai seemed to have anticipated Tianlan Cat's desires and had prepared additional fish. Placing them right in front of the feline. Go ahead. Little one, I can see how eager you are, Granny Kai said affectionately, patting Tianlan Cat's head. The group then gathered around the table, commencing a delightful meal. The Tyrannosaurus gazed at the beast meat in its grasp, and then at the hot dishes on the table, suddenly losing its appetite. It too longed to partake in the feast. Tianlan Cat promptly devoured an entire fish, savoring every bite with a blissful expression, letting out a cheerful meow that brought smiles to everyone. As night quietly descended, enveloping the sky in darkness. The full moon shone like jade upon the earth, harmonizing with the surrounding stars as if engaged in a pleasant conversation. Qianlan was engrossed in the information regarding the secret realms displayed on his beast master bracelet, while Tianlan Cat lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The beast master bracelet not only facilitated communication, but also boasted a marketplace and various functions, proving to be quite comprehensive. Qianlan was keen to delve deeper into the novice secret realm, considering this was his inaugural venture into such an enigmatic domain. Dad, Mom, I've become a beast master. Where are you? Qianlan clutched the golden diamond crystal around his neck, engraved with the character Lan. This was the sole remnant left by his parents, and it was from this that his name was derived. That I will find you, and together with Tianlan Cat, we shall become the most formidable beast masters in the Tianlan continent. Meow. Tianlan Cat seemed to respond in agreement. Qianlan gazed up at the moon, and before he realized it, he slipped into slumber, the golden diamond crystal radiating a gentle glow, as if safeguarding him. Chapter 6. The Novice Secret Realm. Monster Beast Forest. Qianlan gathered some basic essentials, including a bow and arrows, as well as a machete that his grandfather had used for hunting, which Granny Kai had insisted on packing into his backpack. Fugui, give it your all. This novice secret realm is manageable. Just keep me away from the spider cave. It's far too revolting, Qianlan remarked. The mere thought of a place swarming with spiders sent a chill down Wang Fugui's spine. He genuinely feared those eight-legged creatures. As Qianlan approached the entrance to the secret realm, a wave of nervousness washed over him, yet he bravely stepped inside. The novice secret realm was an isolated dimension primarily for trials, with each individual's world being distinctly separated, which was quite a fascinating aspect. Furthermore, the locations they entered varied. There were 3 novice secret realms: Spider Cave, Monster Beast Forest, and Flame Mountain. Welcome to the Monster Beast Forest. Trial task: defeat the Wolf King at the center of the forest. Task duration: unlimited. Note: the Wolf King's strength is at ordinary level 5, and it can summon a pack of wolves. Please do not give it the chance to summon them. Good luck, Beastmaster. As Chunlon glanced at the blue virtual screen that materialized before him, he felt as though he had stepped into a game world. However, everything around him felt utterly real, akin to another realm altogether. The dense forest, towering trees, flowers swaying in the breeze, and a giant eagle soaring overhead. Wait, a giant eagle. Chunlon was momentarily taken aback and quickly crouched down, attempting to conceal himself within the underbrush. The giant eagle circled above for a while, and upon detecting no prey, it departed. Just as Chunlon stood up, he spotted a rabbit, equally wary of the eagle. The moment the rabbit caught sight of Chunlon, its eyes turned red, and brandishing a small knife, it charged at him. Tianlon Cat, witnessing this, swiftly swung its pickaxe, sending the rabbit flying. "What in the world?" Chunlon exclaimed, startled, and fell onto the ground. Fortunately, Tianlon Cat's intervention had saved him, and a blue template appeared before him. Name: Killer Rabbit Growth Level. Level 1 Realm Level. Ordinary Beast Skill. None. The killer rabbit charged at him again, and Tianlon Cat wasted no time, engaging it in battle. After an intense exchange, it seized the opportunity and struck the rabbit's head with its pickaxe, sending it to its demise. That it then posed with its hands on its hips, seemingly awaiting praise from Chunlon. "Impressive, my cat." The scent of blood from the killer rabbit quickly permeated the air, and more crimson eyes began to appear around them. Chunlon swiftly retrieved his bow and arrows, urging Tianlon Cat to escape with him to a more open area, pursued by several killer rabbits. Goodness, did I just disturb a rabbit's nest? Is it really necessary for this to happen? Chunlon found a clear spot, drew his bow, and aimed at the rustling bushes. As a killer rabbit emerged, he released a well-aimed arrow that pierced its heart. The remaining rabbits, armed with their makeshift knives, charged at him frantically. Tianlon Cat positioned itself in front of Chunlon, leaping into the horde of rabbits and sweeping them aside with ease. That it then leapt into the air, crashing down onto one of the killer rabbits, causing a splatter of guts, while another rabbit attempted a sneak attack, only to be shot through by Chunlan's arrow. The duo worked in tandem, swiftly dispatching the wave of killer rabbits. At that moment, a glimmer of golden light enveloped Tianlon Cat, prompting Chunlon to hastily check the pet template. Name: Tianlon Cat. Growth Level. Level 2 Realm Level. Ordinary Special Talent. Golden Miner. Golden. Beast Skill. None. Has it leveled up? Level 2, while the Wolf King is at level 5. Chunlon mused, remembering the warning from when he first entered the secret realm. However, with the wolf pack, level 6 seemed the most prudent choice. The lifeless body of the killer rabbit lay on the ground, and a small dagger fell from it. Chunlon picked up the dagger to inspect its details. Item: tetanus dagger. Item description: a broken and decayed dagger with some infectious properties, capable of inducing spasms and weakness in the target. Chunlon couldn't help but twitch at the description. This secret realm certainly had its quirks. It was akin to the symptoms of tetanus infection. Afterward, he retrieved his arrows and placed them back into his quiver, mindful to conserve his ammunition. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Victory is assured, my brother. As Chunlon observed the Tianlon Cat flaunting its posture with its paws on its hips, a smile crept upon his face. Perhaps, the moment it appeared, his life had already begun to transform. He retrieved a small fish jerky from his storage ring and tossed it towards the Tianlon Cat, which promptly caught it in its gaping mouth. Subsequently, the duo continued their exploration of the monster beast forest. Occasionally, colossal eagles soared overhead, compelling them to momentarily evade their brilliance, as they were mere flying monsters, and their current strength was insufficient to confront such foes. Before long, they arrived at a cavern, its inky darkness momentarily startling Chunlon. He ignited a torch and hurled it inside. The torch remained lit, indicating an ample supply of air within, and he cautiously stepped inside. Ever vigilant of his surroundings, that moment, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by several green goblins dashing out, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Chunlan and the Tianlan cat. Name: Goblin Growth Level. Level 2 Boundary Level. Ordinary monster skills. Nun Shinlan swiftly retreated, drawing his bow and aiming for one goblin's eye. The arrow flew forth, striking true. The goblin cried out in agony, yanking the arrow from its flesh and glaring at Chunlan with a menacing snarl. As if consumed by rage, saliva dripped grotesquely from its mouth as it moved. Tianlan cat, Chunlan shouted, and the Tianlan cat positioned itself before him, wielding its black pickaxe to strike at the goblin's knee, instantly rendering it incapable of further attack. But a wooden club swung toward them, but the Tianlan cat parried the blow, retaliating with a swing that sent the goblin's jagged teeth flying, crashing against the wall, leaving Chunlan in a state of bewilderment. My goodness, is this truly a cat? It fights like a human. Chunlan marveled, astounded by the Tianlan cat's diverse combat prowess, as it seemed to wield the pickaxe with innate skill, forcing the goblins into retreat. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the shadows, and Chunlan instinctively drew his bow to intercept it before it struck the Tianlan cat. He then retrieved a firebrand from his backpack and tossed it into the darkness, where a goblin archer coldly regarded them. Be careful. I'll deal with the one armed with the bow. The Tianlan cat nodded in agreement, and Chunlan promptly employed a recently acquired spoils, a rusty dagger. Binding it to an arrow that he released it, and it struck true. The goblin archer collapsed, its body convulsing, evidently succumbing to the effects of the rusty dagger. Chapter 7. If humans can contract beasts, why can't demons contract humans? Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Li Kangyi had also entered the monster beast forest but found himself isolated. Yet, instead of engaging in combat to level up, he gazed intently at a black jade pendant in his hand, as if awaiting something that's done. Now make your way to the secret realm's endpoint. I can temporarily merge all secret realms into a confined space. With an ordinary level 8 demonized Moon Song Wolf, I can easily eliminate this new generation. A deep voice emanated from the pendant, imbued with an alluring quality that enticed the listener. That Su Qiubai cannot be killed. She is mine, as is the life contract with Chunlan. I want him to witness Su Qiubai and the Tianlan cat perish before his very eyes. Ha ha ha! Li Kangyi's expression twisted into a lewd grin as he descended into madness. Humph, madman, do not forget what you promised me. My blood pool has long been in need of replenishment. The voice from the jade pendant sounded again, as if warning Li Kangyi. He snorted coldly and began to sprint toward the secret realm's endpoint. Does he not realize who the true madman is? That is the only exit from the secret realm. Completing the secret realm's tasks allows one to exit. Failing to do so does not prevent it either. If humans can contract beasts, why can't demons contract humans? The voice from the pendant brimmed with a hint of insanity, yet it was remarkably rational, as though a successful experiment had been conducted. Chunlan drew the machete at his waist and joined the Tianlan cat in battle. Though his skills were limited, he had learned some hunting techniques from his grandfather. Target the weak points, strike to kill, and ensure the foe is dead. The Tianlan cat wielded its pickaxe with tremendous force, sending a goblin warrior flying, and Chunlan followed closely behind, thrusting his machete into its heart. Confirming its lack of breath, he then drove the blade into its brain, cleaving it in twain. After several minutes of combat, 5 goblin warriors and 1 goblin archer lay slain at the hands of Chunlan and the Tianlan cat. Their luck had been rather poor, as no loot had dropped. However, they were grateful to have survived. Chunlan affectionately patted the Tianlan cat on the head, smiling softly, and then took a cloth to wipe the blood from its fur. Let us proceed and uncover what lies within, Chunlan declared, brandishing his machete, slinging the bow across his back, and igniting a wooden torch as he ventured deeper into the cavern. The further he traversed, the more he sensed the cavern's unfathomable depths. Upon entering another chamber, he perceived the sound of dripping water. As he entered a cave, the scenery suddenly opened up before him. Beneath the glow emitted by the stones, the entire cavern radiated a sacred aura. Item: centuries-old stalactite cluster. Item description: The liquid produced by stalactites can accelerate the cultivation of mental strength and replenish any deficiency thereof. What a marvelous find! Fortunately, I brought some vials. They are perfect for collection. Chunlan extracted a small bottle from his storage ring, prepared by Wang Fuge. As if anticipating its potential utility, he carefully stored the liquid within the vial, ensuring no waste occurred, even licking the stone bowl clean to savor the essence of the stalactite liquid, feeling his mental strength invigorate. Beside him, the Tianlan cat, growing bored, yawned and turned its gaze to the stone wall, then struck it with its pickaxe that a thunderous crash reverberated through the cavern, startling Chunlan, who was in the midst of savoring the stalactite liquid. Fortunately, the cave did not collapse. Chunlan stared at the gaping hole created by the Tianlan cat. Momentarily stunned, he leaned in to peer inside and discovered an empty cavern, seemingly leading to another exit. Meow. The Tianlan cat tugged at Chunlan's pant leg, pointing inside, and Chunlan instantly grasped its intent. He took the torch and led the way, soon arriving at a clearing adorned with grass mats, as though it were a resting place for some weary traveler. In the center stood an altar-like structure, upon which rested a red crystal. Item: Goblin Elder's Spirit Crystal. Item description: an upgrade item for beasts, capable of providing immense energy. Chunlan picked up the spirit crystal and presented it before the Tianlan cat, which immediately erupted in joyous celebration. Swallowing the crystal whole, a radiant golden light enveloped it, elevating its level to ordinary level 3. Is this the effect of the golden miner? Digging always yields gold, Chunlan mused, stroking his chin. The duo then retraced their steps through the cavern, finding it largely devoid of any further treasures. However, they emerged from another passage, evidently the route from which the goblins had fled. I wonder how Wang Fugue is faring. I hope he hasn't stumbled into a spider cave, Chunlan remarked with a chuckle, recalling how this fellow feared arachnids, having once fainted in terror during childhood. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue sat bewildered at the entrance of cave, alongside his Tyrannosaurus beast. Damn it! What rotten luck! Why did I draw this spider cave? Although the monsters within the spider cave were not particularly strong, the sheer number of tiny spiders hatching from their eggs was enough to terrify Wang Fugue into submission. Roar! Shall we retreat? I, too, fear spiders. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugue felt his world crashing down. While retreating was an option, the endpoint lay on the other side of the spider cave. Go, Tyrannosaurus beast, it's all up to you. Charge! Wang Fugue shouted, hurling the Tyrannosaurus beast into the cave. The beast, caught in the wind, was utterly bewildered by its sudden flight. As if sensing an intruder, the spider cave erupted with the sound of cracking shells, and countless spiders surged forth, rushing toward the Tyrannosaurus beast. Go for it, Tyrannosaurus beast. Wang Fugue stood by, waving a flag and shouting encouragement for the Tyrannosaurus beast. The Tyrannosaurus beast struggled to conquer its inner fears, yet upon witnessing the swarm of spiders, it could not help but retreat. Numerous spiders lunged directly at the Tyrannosaurus beast, frantically biting at everything in sight, while the beast's claws effortlessly sliced through its foes, cleaving them in two. Observing the besieged Tyrannosaurus beast, Wang Fugue suppressed his own trepidation and charged forward, drawing the D-grade battle knife gifted by his father. He closed his eyes and wildly slashed at the spiders. Die! You wretched spiders! Do not dare harm my Tyrannosaurus beast! Countless spiders perished beneath the sharp blade, while some attempted to climb onto Wang Fugue, only to find themselves incapable of inflicting any damage. This was due to the D-grade armor he donned, which rendered him impervious to attacks from ordinary creatures below level 5. The spiders lamented. Cursed capitalism! Oh, my pitiful mandibles! Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus beast could not help but shed tears of gratitude, realizing that its beast master had finally matured and bravely stepped forth. If Wang Fugue had heard this sentiment, he would undoubtedly have retorted, "Reverse the heavens." Chapter 8. Wolf King Griffin. Overwhelmed, Wang Fugue and the Tyrannosaurus beast cleared the oncoming spiders, and the Tyrannosaurus beast promptly advanced to ordinary level 2. Name: Tyrannosaurus beast. Growth level: level 2. Realm level: ordinary. Special talent: Heart of the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Red. Beast skills: none. Wang Fugue collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the Tyrannosaurus beast beside him, a smile creeping onto his face as he embraced it. Initially, the Tyrannosaurus beast reveled in the affection, but soon felt increasingly suffocated, struggling to break free with frantic kicks. "Roar, let go of me. I'm going to be smothered." Embarrassed, Wang Fugue released the Tyrannosaurus beast, which crossed its arms and shot him a resentful glance. "Let us continue onward and annihilate this horde of spiders," Wang Fugue commanded, rising to his feet, brandishing the D-grade battle knife as a shield in front of the Tyrannosaurus beast. With the protection of his D-grade armor, Wang Fugue stood like an impregnable fortress, while the Tyrannosaurus beast's retaliation swiftly followed, dispatching all remaining spiders. As they approached the boss, Wang Fugue contemplated grinding for a bit longer. He pondered the fate of Lan Wazi, worried about the combat prowess of the Tianlan cat. Little did he know that, at that very moment, the Tianlan cat wielded its black pickaxe, dispatching one beast after another. The duo, a human and a cat, frolicked joyfully through the jungle, honing their synergy to achieve perfect kills. Chunlan released an arrow that struck a wolf's leg, followed closely by the leaping Tianlan cat, who brought down the black wolf with a crushing blow from its pickaxe. "Well done, Tianlan cat," Chunlan praised. The Tianlan cat placed the pickaxe on the ground, beaming with pride as it placed its hands on its hips, nonchalantly wiping its nose, as if to say, "Victory is assured, my friend." A golden light emanated from the Tianlan cat, signaling its ascension to ordinary level 4, with level 5 imminent. The novice secret realm was indeed favorable, teeming with low-level beasts and magical creatures. The true beast forest, however, was a place where lives could be lost. Chunlan recalled the beast forest adjacent to Linjiang City, where fatalities and injuries occurred daily. Every few years, the beasts would amass power and unleash a surge, attacking Linjiang City in an attempt to consume its inhabitants and bolster their own strength. Fortunately, the Beast King had yet to appear, and thus the beast waves had been repelled, though each assault seemed to test the limits of Linjiang City's true elite. Suddenly, a blood-red-eyed killer rabbit burst forth from the underbrush, and the Tianlan cat dashed forward, swiftly overpowering the creature at its current ordinary level 4. The Tianlan cat effortlessly dispatched the killer rabbit, which posed no challenge. As its level increased, the Tianlan cat required a substantial number of beasts to achieve further growth. Yet it remained far from Chunlan's objective that in the secret realm. Everyone was fiercely hunting beasts, yet one individual had already reached the end point. Gazing at the portal before him, he wore a maniacal grin. "The rest is in your hands. Let me witness your performance." Beside him, the Moonsong wolf radiated a terrifying aura, its strength at an alarming ordinary level 8, with dark magic coursing through its form. "This is simple. Just place the jade pendant upon it. You have ample time to torment them slowly. However, if you are discovered, I can only fend them off for a minute." The jade pendant emitted a chilling, sinister cackle, releasing a wave of black mist that enveloped the portal, causing the entire secret realm to tremble violently as countless portals appeared, gradually converging into one, even as Wang Fugue battled within the spider lair. The scenery before him began to shift, transitioning into the map of the beast forest. What in the world is the secret realm overlapping? Wang Fugue pondered, scratching his head in bewilderment. Overlapping secret realms were not unprecedented. Each independent realm was rooted in the original beast forest, where individuals underwent separate trials, a fact that led the Beastmaster Guild to designate it as a novice secret realm. Meanwhile, Chunlan had reached the heart of the forest, where the Wolf King Griffin was devouring a massive bull. Chunlan exchanged a knowing glance with the Tianlan cat, both understanding each other's intentions. The Tianlan cat brandished its black pickaxe in response, while Chunlan readied his bow, knocking an arrow aimed at the Wolf King ZY. As the Wolf King savored its meal, an arrow shot forth at blinding speed, embedding itself in the creature's eye, causing blood to splatter. "Go, Tianlan cat," Chunlan urged. The Tianlan cat surged forward, swiftly reaching the Wolf King Griffin and swinging its pickaxe down upon it. The Griffin roared in fury, but was sent sprawling by the force of the blow. "Do not grant it a moment's respite. Finish it off." Just then, another arrow followed, striking the Wolf King's abdomen, causing it to unleash a tremendous force that flung the Tianlong cat backward, yanking the arrow from its eye. The Wolf King Griffin howled. Its anguished cries echoed throughout the forest, provoking a chorus of wolf howls in response, as the woods stirred with activity, closing in towards the center. This is bad. We must conclude this swiftly. If the wolf pack surrounds us, escape will be nearly impossible, especially with the Wolf King still standing. Chunlan resolved, placing his bow on the ground and seizing 2 rusty knives. Charging at the Wolf King, the Tianlong cat led the charge, drawing the Wolf King's attention. Yet being 1 level lower, its strength was insufficient. Chunlan leaped, driving one of the rusty knives into the newly inflicted wound on the Wolf King. Roar the Wolf King Griffin, infuriated by the audacity of a human, retaliated, sending Chunlan crashing to the ground, its claws shredding Chunlan's shirt, leaving crimson marks across his chest. Meow, the Tianlong cat, witnessing Chunlan's plight, erupted in rage. The rusty knife activated, paralyzing the Wolf King Griffin momentarily, rendering it momentarily vulnerable. The approaching wolf pack, however, caught sight of the fallen Chunlan, baring their sharp teeth, intent on devouring him. Die, you wretches. Chapter 9. Completing the novice task. An unexpected return. The Tianlong cat raised its mysterious black pickaxe, delivering a devastating blow. The pickaxe glimmered with an eerie light, as if activated, upon striking the Wolf King Griffin's skull. It shattered, blood spraying forth as the beast succumbed beneath the weight of the black pickaxe. Roar the surrounding wolves regarded the Tianlong cat with caution, its form drenched in blood, emanating an aura of terror, causing them to slowly retreat. Yet one wolf, drawn by the sight of the injured Chunlan, could not resist the urge to feast, but was abruptly crushed by the incoming black pickaxe, its skull bursting, blood gushing forth, causing the wolf pack to scatter in fear. Meow. Are you all right, Meow? The celestial feline, Tianlong cat, anxiously approached Chunlan, gazing up at her with concern. Chunlan gently stroked the cat's head, smiling tenderly as she reassured. It's all right, little one. This time, you protected me, and you are simply the best. She joyfully lifted the Tianlong cat, exclaiming in delight, while the feline waved its paws in apparent happiness. Congratulations on completing the novice secret realm task. You have received the following rewards. 1 spirit crystal from the beast, and 100-year-old honeysuckle herb that a notice announced, visible to all, that the formidable boss, Wolf King Griffin, in the heart of the beast forest had been defeated. It was astonishing that someone had managed to slay Griffin ahead of the rest, as the secret realm merged. Their novice task transformed into the mission of defeating the Wolf King, yet they found themselves with nothing to show for it. The description for the honeysuckle herb read, grinding honeysuckle into powder can heal external wounds. The higher the herb's level, the better the recovery. Chunlan tossed the spirit crystal to Tianlong cat, which leapt up and devoured it, caressing its smooth face with a look of satisfaction. Chunlan then made her way to Griffin's location, where she discovered the beast's head had been severely damaged, yet a faint glimmer remained. Indeed, the records were accurate. Defeating the central boss would yield spirit crystals. She extracted the crystal with a machete, wary of using her smaller knife, lest she inadvertently sedate the Tianlong cat. Collecting the crystals was essential, as they represented the best means for the low-level Tianlong cat to enhance its abilities. However, she knew better than to overindulge. Elevating its level without improving its combat prowess and synergy could lead to dire consequences against more skilled opponents. Tianlong cat, let us proceed to the ultimate gate, Chunlan declared, stowing away her bow and arrows, and together they walked towards the gate, their silhouettes elongated by the setting sun, exuding a warm and comforting atmosphere. The ultimate gate, Li Kangyi's 2 subordinates, Wang Mao and Zhang Sun, had already arrived, though the beasts they faced were only of ordinary level 3, indicating they had not slain many before concluding their tasks. Boss, what brings you here? Were you waiting for us? Wang Mao exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise and admiration for having such an extraordinary leader. Li Kangyi chuckled darkly, his gaze shifting to the two with a chilling smile. Yes, I was indeed waiting for you, to become my formidable allies. Moon Howling Wolf, attack. A demonic moon howling wolf, with blood-red eyes, lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Wang Mao's neck. In an instant, the smile faded from Wang Mao's face, replaced by terror. Please no. Don't. Yet the moon-howling wolf showed no mercy. Tearing into Wang Mao's throat, black demonic liquid surging into his veins. Under the waning sun, Wang Mao's form grotesquely transformed from human to a half-beast monstrosity, releasing a chilling roar. Zhang's son, witnessing this horror, stumbled backward in fright, only to be pursued by the moon-howling wolf. He hastily summoned his pet, a hedgehog mouse, but it was swiftly devoured, transformed into pure energy. Zhang's son, too, succumbed to the demonic transformation. Adorned with bizarre, beastly markings, yet they retained their sanity. Go. Eliminate every human in the beast forest. Li Kangyi commanded frantically, a confident smile crossing his face. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Beast Tamer Guild monitored the situation, puzzled by the lack of returning individuals despite the realm being cleared. Lin Tian entered with the secretary, scanning the area for any sign of students, assuming the novice realm had yet to conclude. Is the novice realm still ongoing? The secretary inquired curiously of the guild's staff, who happened to be the same young woman who had previously recorded Shenlong and her companion's pet qualifications. Now, her attire accentuated her alluring figure. Greetings, Secretary Wang. Wang Xiaoqian stammered, visibly nervous, as Secretary Wang was known to be the personal aide of the City Lord Lin and a high-ranking beast tamer, destined to become a royal-tier beast tamer in the future. The realm has concluded, but we are uncertain why no one has emerged yet, Wang Xiaoqian explained, to which Secretary Wang nodded, expressing gratitude before whispering something to Lin Tian. Let us wait a little longer. There is always time for geniuses, Lin Tian remarked nonchalantly, his aura prompting those nearby to distance themselves, wary of inciting the City Lord's wrath. You rascal, I knew you were up to no good. Trying to lure my disciple away. A voice interjected, belonging to Yang Yin, the head of the Beast Tamer Academy, who regarded Lin Tian with disdain, clearly displeased by his actions. Isn't your disciple mine as well? We are one the same. After all, Lin Tian laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Yang Yin's shoulder. Observers were taken aback, quickly recognizing Yang Yin as one of the top 3 combatants in Linjiang City and a half-step royal-tier beast tamer, who had previously retired from a top-tier beast tamer squad for reasons unknown. Outside the realm, harmony reigned, yet inside, chaos unfolded as Zhang's son and Wang Mao, now half-beasts, relentlessly hunted their classmates. Zhang's son, you too? Finally found someone from our class, a male classmate exclaimed, only to be pounced upon by Zhang's son, who sank his teeth into the boy's neck. Moments later, sharp spikes and beastly ears began to sprout, transforming him into a half-beast. Kill! 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 Li Kangyi observed the tumult in the beast forest, his expression contorting into a frenzied grimace. Slay them all. Leave no survivors. I cannot afford to dirty my hands. The moon-howling wolf cast a wary glance at Li Kangyi before quietly settling down, gnawing on an enormous bone, an item not typically possessed by beasts. Meanwhile, Wang Fugua, after defeating yet another beast alongside his Tyrannosaurus, had successfully reached ordinary level 4. Wow, Tyrannosaurus, you did great. When Lan sees this, she'll be utterly astonished. Wang Fugua exclaimed proudly, tossing some jerky to the dinosaur, which devoured it eagerly. Suddenly, rustling from the nearby bushes caught his attention, and he cautiously retreated, eyes fixed on the disturbance. Emerging from the thicket was none other than Zhang's son, gazing at Wang Fugua with pleading eyes. Finally, I found someone from our class. I've been relentlessly pursued by beasts. Wang Fugua scoffed at the sight. That aren't you with Li Kangyi? Why come crawling back to me? You ungrateful lapdog? Why aren't you seeking your esteemed masterly? Haven't you been his devoted follower? Wang Fugua taunted, his tone laced with scorn. Such words are too harsh. Wang Fugua. Zhang Sen's eyes grew cold as he turned to the Tyrannosaurus, aware that it was the sole reason he refrained from attacking. What of it? What can you do to me? A lapdog is still a lapdog, and you expect me to give you face. That's a joke. Enraged by Wang Fugua's derision, Zhang's son transformed into a half-beast before Wang Fugua's astonished gaze. Roaring in fury, you've joined the Demon Heart sect. It appears Li Kangyi is not such a virtuous character after all. Wang Fugua's expression turned frigid, for the members of the Demon Heart sect were detestable. Ever since the group of lunatics had founded the sect, collaborating with the demon race to create half-beasts, they had sought to forcibly elevate human strength, even experimenting with ways to control humanity to turn them into pets. With each onslaught of beastly hordes upon the city, the shadow of the demon heart sect is ever present. Yet, these fiends resemble the vermin of the underworld, emerging solely from the depths of darkness, seemingly inexhaustible, always poised to spring back to life at the slightest hint of favorable winds. What difference does it make if they join? All I know is that I have acquired boundless power, so what right do you have to bark at me? Today, I shall unveil my true strength and demonstrate who truly reigns supreme. Zhang Sun arched his body, a malevolent aura radiating outward as his crimson eyes fixated fiercely upon Wang Fuguei, lunging forward with the intent to shred him into pieces. Just as Wang Fuguei prepared to engage, a sharp arrow whizzed past his ear, striking Zhang Sun's head and sending him reeling. How could such a splendid spectacle unfold without my presence? Fuguei, have you gained weight again? Initially overjoyed to hear Chen Lan's voice, Wang Fuguei's mood soured upon hearing the remark about his weight. He had been terrified into thinness. How could he possibly have gained weight? Lan, I knew you were fine, leaving your father to fret needlessly. Indeed, though my son may be wretched, his life is as enduring as a tortoise. Chunlan instantly felt a wave of frustration and retorted swiftly, Get lost. Why are you still laughing around here? What gives you such confidence? Zhang Sun yanked the arrow from his head, snapped it in two, and discarded it on the ground. Amidst the rustling of the surrounding grass, an increasing number of infected half-orcs began to encircle them. This was the signal Zhang Sun had just sent. Their true forms depended on Li Kangyi, and upon sensing Chunlan's presence, he immediately commanded all half-orcs to converge, break their limbs, and bring them back. Kill the beasts on sight. The half-orcs swiftly encircled Chunlan and Wang Fuguei, trapping them in the center. Lan, who would have thought our reunion would be under such tense circumstances? Are you frightened? Of course not. Slaying demons and banishing evil is our duty. Indeed, slaying demons and banishing evil is our solemn responsibility. The Tianlan cat, Tyrannosaurus beast, and Wang Fuguei shouted in unison as their beasts charged forth. The Tianlan cat wielded a mysterious black pickaxe, dispatching one small karami with each strike, while the Tyrannosaurus beast, with its razor-sharp claws, pierced through the bodies of the half-orcs. These half-orcs were not particularly formidable, at least not compared to Qinlan and his companions. Most were of ordinary level 3, having been infected while relaxing under false pretenses. Chunlan wielded a machete to fend off the half-orcs' assaults, unable to fully utilize his Beastmaster abilities due to insufficient mental energy, forcing him to defend himself. Thankfully, the Tianlan cat and Tyrannosaurus beast were powerful enough, quickly clearing out the half-orcs, leaving only a trembling Zhang Sr. Tianlan cat, hold on a moment, I can tee this command. The Tianlan cat decisively set down its large black pickaxe. Chunlan approached Zhang Sun and calmly inquired, Where's that fellow Li Kangyi? How many half-orcs remain? Zhang Sun responded with a sinister smile, then crazily declared, None of you will escape. You will all accompany me to the grave. AS for the half-orcs? R&T, we all half-orcs now. Chunlan slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, then swiftly swung his knife, slicing Zhang Sun's throat. If that is your choice, then I shall eradicate every last half-orc, including Li Kangyi. Chunlan speculated that Li Kangyi was likely waiting for them at the ultimate portal. The secret realm had already been cleared, and with no one having exited for an extended period, the Beastmaster Guild would surely suspect something was amiss. The key now was to unite the other stragglers, as they would need to confront Li Kangyi that if he was so confident in waiting for them at the finish line, he must have a trump card. Fuguei, do you have the signal flares? The ones we used for our group mission before. Chunlan suddenly recalled, and asked Wang Fuguei. Previously, Yang Yin had taken him a trial in a low-level secret realm, where they had to locate beacons buried deep in the mountains and woods, considering teamwork to ultimately gather together to complete the task. Yes, we still have some left from last time. Wang Dezhu produced a signal flare from his storage ring and shot it skyward, instantly illuminating the sky with brilliant fireworks. Meanwhile, Su Qiubai gazed at the girl before him, now transformed into a half-orc, kneeling pitifully and appearing utterly forlorn. Though his expression was cold, his heart remained unmoved. "Please save me. I do not wish to become a monster. Do not kill me. I beg you." Chapter 11. The Compassionate Maiden and the Devil's Whisper. Zhang Yunji's once fair cheeks were now covered in scales, the crimson fish scales appearing grotesque. She touched her face, weeping bitterly, as if unwilling to accept this grim reality. As Yu Qiubai slowly raised his ice attribute spirit sword, his gaze toward Zhang Yun devoid of warmth, as if he were observing a corpse. "You cannot be so heartless. You are a genius of the Beastmaster Academy. Take me away. The Beastmaster Guild will surely have a way." Zhang Yun pleaded desperately with Su Qiubai. Anyone might find it difficult to let go of a former classmate transformed into this half-human, half-beast abomination, yet Su Qiubai's sword remained unwavering. The ice crystal bird hovered above Zhang Yun's head, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. "Why? Why must you force me? Why must it be like this?" The angelic visage belied a heart of malice. Zhang Yun let out a fierce roar, her eyes filled with disbelief, questioning why the figure before her showed no mercy. "Die! All of you die!" Before Zhang Yun could launch an attack on Su Qiubai, a blade-like diamond-shaped spike pierced through her chest. Su Qiubai slowly approached Zhang Yun, positioning his sword at her neck, the icy blade perpetually agitating her nerves, sending shivers down her spine. "Did you think I was an exant, to be moved by your plight and grant you mercy?" Before Su Qiubai arrived, he had witnessed a similar scene from afar. Zhang Yun kneeling before Gao Exan, her pitiful demeanor eliciting sympathy. Yet in the moment Gao Exan relaxed, her claws had pierced through his throat, silencing him forever. Yu Qiubai had intended to join them, but at that moment he was utterly stunned, unable to believe what unfolded before him. It was all too real. Zhang Yun, upon seeing Su Qiubai arrive, feigned ignorance, claiming that an Xian had been killed by half-orcs, and that she too had been infected and transformed into a monster. An Xian was the only one among them to have entered a contract of equal standing. Yet due to his kindness, he lost his life. Nonsense. That guy merely wanted to save me, yet he was thoroughly disgusted by me. Just because I became a half-orc, must I be scorned by all? Zhang Yun seemed provoked, angrily shouting at Su Qiubai. As Yu Qiubai shook his head in response, his cold eyes flickering with a hint of life as he calmly stated, "Once you forsake the dignity of being human, all that you were ceases to belong to humanity." Before Zhang Yun could retort, the chilling sword sliced through her neck, and a headless, beastly corpse crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "You may rest in peace," Su Qiubai softly uttered, as a gentle breeze swept by, scattering glimmers of gold around him before soaring into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Not far away, fireworks suddenly erupted in the sky. Su Qiubai recognized them as the gathering signal flares previously purchased by Wang Fugue, and he decided to head over to regroup, as being alone was inherently unsafe. The appearance of one half-orc implied the imminent arrival of countless others. The ultimate portal. Li Kangyi gazed at the signal flare without a trace of concern, for he was accompanied by a level 7 moon wolf, and the power of a magically transformed moon wolf had significantly increased. "Come forth, converge together. Let me ensnare you all." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, members of the Beastmaster Guild had begun to emerge, though it was only those from the Leaf family. The Beastmaster Guild inquired about the situation, and upon learning of the secret realm's overlap, they felt reassured as they believed the others were still leveling up inside. Yang Yin, however, furrowed his brow. Why did such events unfold so fortuitously in the novice secret realm? Nonetheless, the life sign monitoring soul lamp he left for Chunlan showed no anomalies. Otherwise, Yang Yin would have rushed in immediately. Within the secret realm, countless students swiftly converged at the center to reunite with Chunlan and Wang Fugue. What on earth happened? I saw many corpses of beasts on the way here. Corpses of beasts? I was chased by half-orcs for half a day. If it weren't for Chunlan, I'd be dead by now. By the way, among us, there wouldn't be any disguised half-orcs, would there? As the individual spoke. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, with everyone fixated on one another, fearful of a sudden ambush that could threaten their very lives. You are all truly foolish, Wang Dachui exclaimed with exasperation. Chunlan, equally disheartened, stepped forward to clarify. Half-orcs cannot form contracts with beasts. Those without pets are simply ordinary individuals. The crowd collectively gasped, a dawning realization washing over them as they recalled the teachings of their instructor. I do not recognize this group of individuals. Just then, the ice crystal bird emerged from the underbrush, circling around the gathered crowd before returning to its original position, revealing the arrival of Su Qiubai. Throughout her journey, she had encountered countless slain beasts, her fury reaching a boiling point, particularly upon witnessing the headless corpses. Who knows how many souls still survived in Linjiang City? We must move swiftly. The longer we delay, the more perilous our situation becomes. We need to inform those outside that the novice secret realm is in jeopardy. Chunlan assessed the situation and concluded that those who had not yet arrived were unlikely to join them now. The group followed Chunlan towards the location of the ultimate gate. During the wait, Chunlan, alongside Tianlan Cat, had vanquished several monsters and rescued classmates being pursued by half-orcs. He now possessed a spirit crystal from the Wolf King Griffin, while Tianlan Cat had reached at least level 6 of the ordinary rank. Along the way, Chunlan also learned of the levels of the others. Most were at levels 3 or 4 of the ordinary rank. Under normal circumstances, defeating the central boss would have allowed them to level up, but alas, the only Wolf King Griffin had fallen to Chunlan's hand. Even Wang Dachui and Su Qiubai's beasts were at level 5, a level attained only after recently consuming spirit crystals. The support from their esteemed families had its merits, but their focus lay in enhancing their combat prowess. The rapid increase in strength through spirit crystals ultimately felt superficial. Yet the unknown challenges ahead remained daunting, prompting the duo to strive for further advancement. Upon reaching the clearing before the ultimate gate, Li Kangyi stood alone beside the entrance, surrounded by a multitude of headless corpses casually strewn about, displaying a complete disregard for the scene. Come forth, my little ones. Our grand feast awaits. With a flourish of his hands, 7 or 8 half-orcs emerged from either side, Wang Mao included, who was certainly no fool like Zhang Sun. Seeking to provoke formidable foes, the numbers were now evenly matched. It appeared that apart from Chunlan's group, the rest of the denizens of the monster forest had been utterly annihilated. Ladies and gentlemen, we have awaited your arrival. The grand spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 12. Bloodshed and brutal combat. The sanguine twilight began to rise, the azure sky obscured by dark clouds, as a chilling wind swept through. Reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, the moon-howling wolf let out a thunderous roar, an ill-timed blood moon hanging ominously in the sky, pulsating with malevolent energy. The show is about to begin. Chunlan observed the trembling figures behind him. Although he too felt the weight of anxiety, he clenched his fists firmly, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Meow. Tianlan Cat stood resolutely beside Chunlan, its gaze reflecting unwavering determination, while the Tyrannosaurus and Ice Crystal Bird joined in solidarity. Ready to confront the moon-howling wolf, Chunlan promptly directed the remaining individuals to intercept the other half-orcs, while the trio focused their combined strength on the moon-howling wolf if an opportunity arose. They must convey their plight to the outside world. Now, let us showcase our prowess. Charge forth, Tyrannosaurus, Ice Crystal Bird. Wang Fu Gui and Su Qiubai simultaneously raised their hands, their beast contracts radiating brilliance. As they synchronized with their pets, go, Tianlan Cat. Chunlan's contract glimmered with exceptional light, mirroring the aura emanating from Tianlan Cat's forehead. With the enigmatic black pickaxe resting on its shoulder, it surged forward to attack the moon-howling wolf. The Tyrannosaurus's claws lunged at the moon-howling wolf, only to be countered by the wolf's own strike. The Ice Crystal Bird followed swiftly, causing the wolf to stagger, and seizing the chance, the Tyrannosaurus unleashed a powerful claw strike. Forcing the wolf back, before the beast could recover, Tianlan Cat leapt into the air, wielding the massive black pickaxe to strike down, but the Wolf King evaded with remarkable speed. Moon-howling wolf, show them the true might of a Wolf King, Li Kangyi remarked, his smile dripping with disdain, as though he looked down upon the trio. The magic energy surrounding the moon-howling wolf erupted violently, transforming into a bloodied shadow that instantly appeared before the Tyrannosaurus. Sending it flying, Tyrannosaurus, I'm unscathed, The Tyrannosaurus charged forward once more, with Cat taking the lead in the assault, the Tyrannosaurus feigning attacks, and the ice crystal bird providing aerial support, leaving no openings for the moon howling wolf to exploit. Seizing a moment, Cat's pickaxe expanded in size, crashing down upon the moon howling wolf, this time landing a decisive blow that crippled its front paw. Witnessing this, covered his face, revealing a twisted grin. Before bellowing, "Moon howling wolf, cease your games and finish them off quickly." The wolf's magic surged, rapidly mending the injury to its paw as if it had never been wounded, its aura now radiating at the level of ordinary rank 7. Ordinary rank 7? How is this possible? Are you on drugs? Yet why does your aura seem so solid? Wang Fu Gue gasped in astonishment. To achieve such a rapid elevation, one would need to consume spirit crystals like candy. Just yesterday, they had formed contracts. Had it not been for the abundance of beasts in the novice secret realm, their power could not have escalated so quickly. What do you know? This is a gift from the great demon god. A power beyond your mortal comprehension. Li Kangyi cackled madly, feeling the immense energy surging within him. Chunlan's expression grew serious at these words, and he retrieved a spirit crystal from his storage ring. Tossing it towards Cat. Cat, catch! The feline leapt up, swallowing the incoming spirit crystal, a golden light flashing forth as it ascended to ordinary rank SIX. Name. Cat growth level. 6 realm level. Ordinary rank special talent. Golden minor, golden, beast skills. None so. The Wolf King Griffin at the center of the monster forest was slain by you, the pure spirit crystal. It truly allows for such consumption without adverse effects. But what of it? What right does a mere level 6 have to challenge my moon howling wolf? The moon howling wolf suddenly turned and lunged back, as if controlled, sinking its teeth into Li Kangyi's neck, their auras slowly merging into a colossal humanoid demon wolf. This is the pinnacle of the Magic Heart Sex research. Allowing you to witness true powered, Li Kangyi underwent a dramatic transformation. His hands morphed into wolf claws, his form adopting that of a wolf, with blood-red skin, crimson eyes, a cold visage, and a wolf's tail gradually extending from his rear. Transformed into a half-orc, Li Kangyi's strength surged, nearing ordinary rank 8. Yet, Chunlan and the others could only muster their courage to confront him, as the ultimate gate still loomed behind Li Kangyi. Chunlan approached Su Qiubai, whispering something before moving to Wang Fu Gue, who appeared bewildered, yet it seemed to be the best course of action. Cat and the two beasts charged once more, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Li Kangyi, yet they were all absorbed by his blood-red shield, inflicting minimal damage. Li Kangyi regarded the trio with diminishing interest before swiping his claws, sending the three beasts hurtling away. Cat, meow! Cat, wielding the massive pickaxe, surged forward again, aiming to strike Li Kangyi's AR. That moment, a blue phantom darted past both beast and human, racing towards the ultimate gate. Attempting to flee? Impossible. That Li Kangyi extended his enormous hand toward the ice crystal bird. But midway, a Tyrannosaurus beast appeared, intercepting the claws with its own body, only to be swiftly knocked aside, as his hand slowly reached for the wings of the ice crystal bird. Just as he was about to grasp it, a sharp arrow struck, diverting his aim, yet still making contact with the bird's wing. The ice crystal bird let out a pained cry, but nonetheless flapped its wings and struggled to ascend. Escaping from the novice secret realm. Tisish, bothersome creatures, I shall deal with you first. Li Kangyi swung the claws in his hand, sending the Cat flying, then swiftly darted in front of the three individuals, sending them sprawling. Su Qiubai and Wang Fu Gue, encased in their battle armor, suffered severe injuries and fell unconscious, while Chunlan found himself on the brink of death. A massive wound had obliterated his chest, revealing glimpses of his internal organs. In a daze, Chunlan managed to shove a healing herb from his storage ring into his mouth, warmth coursing through him as it began to mend his wounds. At that moment, the secret realm trembled, as if it were on the verge of collapse, a tremendous force surging inward. Who dares to harm my disciple? I shall tear him to shreds. Chapter 13. The gears of fate turn. Outside the secret realm, Yang Yin, upon witnessing the injured ice crystal bird, was instantly engulfed in fury, crimson blood seeping from his hands, his aura erupting with overwhelming power, a field of energy enveloping the entire Beast Tamer Guild. Disciples of the Leaf family, is this what you call nothing happening? A colossal pressure descended upon Leaf Foam, causing him to kneel, his shoulders twisting under the weight, unable to lift his head. Divine fire would ape. Tear open this secret realm for me. Anyone who dares to touch my disciple shall meet their end. The golden contract in Yang Yan's hand radiated blinding light, as a massive crimson magic circle materialized from the sky, revealing a monkey wielding a spiritual staff, its fiery red fur accompanied by 6 fireballs trailing behind. Upon hearing Yang Yan's command, the monkey grinned, its staff vanishing in an instant as it approached the secret realm, thrusting its hands inside, unleashing a surge of power in an attempt to rip the fissure wide open. Under the threat of such immense force, the fissure began to expand, poised to fully open after a brief interval. As the Leaf family disciples witnessed this scene and contemplated fleeing the Beast Tamer Guild, an overwhelming pressure struck again, and upon raising their heads, they met Lin Tian's terrifying gaze. Who allowed you to leave? Lin Tian spoke coolly, a colossal clawed eagle materializing behind him, coldly surveying the crowd. Sensing Lin Tian's fury and pinning the group down with its claws, observing the injuries on the ice crystal bird's wings. Lin Tian's face reflected concern. He then retrieved a small jade vial from his storage ring, dropping a single drop of green liquid onto the wound, which gradually healed and scabbed over, needing only a period of rest to return to its original state. Within the secret realm, Li Kangyi gazed at the fissure in the sky, his cold eyes fixated on everything. The black jade pendant took flight once more, hovering near the fissure, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. The pendant's power lasts but a minute. If it cannot be dealt with in that time, you shall surely perish, Li Kangyi scoffed, replying nonchalantly, that will suffice, as long as I eliminate everyone, it will be enough. Afterward, he would simply need a half-beast to take the blame, sustaining only minor injuries himself. After all, the half-beast would obey him unconditionally. The Tianlan cat slowly rose, eyeing the unconscious Chunlan, and as it attempted to rush forward, Li Kangyi stomped it into the ground, relentlessly rubbing its skin. That I almost forgot about you, worthless creature. An F rank is still an F rank, even if it breaks through to level 7 of the ordinary rank. It remains trash. The immense force continued to crush the Tianlan cat, eliciting pained cries, yet its paws crawled desperately toward the unconscious Chunlan. Meow, Chunlan, in a daze, heard the Tianlan cat's voice, his mind gradually clearing as his injuries mended significantly under the effects of the honeysuckle. Tianlan cat, release it. Whatever you have, bring it at me. What is the point of bullying a pet beast? Chunlan shouted angrily at the sight of the Tianlan cat pinned down. That Li Kangyi, witnessing this scene, was exceedingly pleased. This fool finally seemed urgent. Wasn't he formidable before? What has happened now? Oh, how touching. Don't worry. Once I kill it, you will be next. Li Kangyi's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his foot, dense demonic energy coalescing upon it, aimed at the Tianlan cat. The Tianlan cat, seeing the imminent attack, wished to escape but found itself devoid of strength, its gaze fixed on the distant figure, trying to reach for Chunlan. Die. No. The Tianlan cat slowly opened its eyes, raising its head to see Chunlan's face. Fresh blood dripping onto the Tianlan cat's fur, sensing the rhythm of Chunlan's heartbeat. Meow, the Tianlan cat let out a cry, tears streaming from its eyes, witnessing the painful scene helplessly. I promised. I will protect you. Chunlan smiled at the Tianlan cat, attempting to wipe away its tears, but collapsing weakly atop the creature. Meow, meow, meow. No. The Tianlan cat cried out frantically. Annoying pests, then I shall send you both to death. Li Kangyi, seeing the Tianlan cat remain alive, swiftly conjured a black magic sphere, containing terrifying energy, and hurled it toward Chunlan and the Tianlan cat. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. Lanner has failed you. Chunlan embraced the Tianlan cat, determined to shield it with his own body, just as the moment hung in the balance. The golden crystal necklace around Chunlan's neck exploded with dazzling light, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both him and the cat. The magic sphere rebounded upon impact, striking Li Kangyi and sending him flying, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The black mist in the sky began to dissipate slowly, likely unable to hold out much longer, as crimson flames ravaged the air, painting the entire horizon in fiery hues. "If you dare to harm Qianlan, I will slaughter your entire family." The roar echoed throughout the beast forest. The voice belonging to Yang Yin, who sensed the faint trace of Qianlan's soul stone and deduced he was gravely endangered, igniting his fury. I could see that moment. Qianlan began to rise gradually, his body enveloped in golden light as the golden crystal on his neck shattered, a wondrous power surging into him, awakening the talent. Echo of fate, unique, name, Qianlan race, human level, junior beast tamer, beast taming talent. Echo of fate, unique, beast taming skills. None. A golden magic circle materialized behind Qianlan, his injuries instantly healing as if time were rewinding, restoring him to his initial state, and even the Tianlan cat was bathed in golden light, emanating an extraordinary glow as its injuries were fully mended. Fate exchange. The pet beast directly evolves one level, with future evolutions occurring randomly, following the guidance of fate or relying on one's own strength to alter destiny. The principles of fate lie within. Everyone attack. Ruthlessly obliterate him. Li Kangyi, upon witnessing the golden light, felt an inexplicable tremor within his soul, as if fearing something that, in a panic, he commanded all the half-beasts to assault the Tianlan cat. Qianlan slowly opened his eyes, his golden gaze fixed on Li Kangyi, resembling a master of fate gazing down upon all beings. Then let fate take its course. Qianlan drew forth his storage ring and hurled it toward the Tianlan cat, unleashing a torrent of evolution materials that cascaded to the ground. Evolve, Tianlan cat. Chapter 14. Evolve, Tianlan cat king. The golden contract in Qianlan's hand erupted into a dazzling brilliance, forming a golden magical array upon the ground. A beam of golden light soared into the heavens, encircling the Tianlan cat's evolutionary materials as its body slowly ascended into the air. Countless half-beast warriors charged forth, but upon contact with the golden magical array, their claws were instantly dissolved by the golden radiance, vanishing into nothingness, merging into the array. The body of the Tianlan cat was engulfed by the golden light, and a colossal paw emerged, pressing down upon the ground. As its entire head gradually popped out, that a golden contract adorned its forehead, and its fur shimmered in hues of orange and white, dancing in the air. Its ears perked up, fiercely glaring at the approaching half-beast warriors, releasing a roar of fury. Its tail bore several strands of red fur, appearing as if folded, exuding an air of striking elegance. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy surged through Qianlan's mind, causing him to kneel on the ground. He opened the bottle in his right hand, which contained the coveted liquid from a century-old stalactite. He had anticipated that his mental energy might be insufficient, leading to complications. Thus, he had preemptively consumed a bottle of the liquid. However, to his dismay, it proved inadequate, prompting him to hastily down the last bottle, alleviating his headache somewhat. How could this be? A monster! It is undoubtedly a monster. Li Kangyi recoiled in terror as he beheld the advancing Tianlan cat king, only to be swiftly struck down by a single paw, his body cleaved into several pieces. The remaining half-beast warriors immediately broke free from their control, attempting to flee, but a golden realm swiftly enveloped them, transforming them into crimson mist, dissolving into nothingness. Qianlan plummeted from the sky, but did not crash to the ground. Instead, he landed upon the plush back of the Tianlan cat king, who was gradually dissipating in the golden light, reverting to an ordinary Tianlan cat. Both fell unconscious beside one another, with the cat's eyes still displaying a dazed expression, rendering it somewhat adorable. At that moment, a fiery red claw tore open a rift in the secret realm, allowing the divine firewood ape to enter, causing the entire realm to tremble as if unable to withstand the searing power. Yang Yin stood upon the shoulders of the divine firewood ape, and the king-level domain unfurled instantaneously. Swiftly locating Qianlan and the others, he leapt down, supporting Qianlan, and upon confirming his safety, he breathed a sigh of relief, with one hand grasping Qianlan and the other clutching the Tianlan cat. The rest were seized by the massive hand of the divine firewood ape, all being escorted out of the secret realm. The demon heart sect, we shall settle this score in due time. The moment Yang Yin sensed the demonic aura and the half-beast warriors he had just witnessed, his keen instincts alerted him to the intrusion of the demon heart sect, a force that rivaled his own. Had it not been for his limited strength, the delay in their advance would have been far greater. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, Li Yaobin furiously hurled the cup in his hand, glaring wrathfully at the figure in the black robe beside him. "Don't look at me. Your son brought this upon himself. Besides, who could have predicted that Yang Yin would be there today? You know how reckless he can be." The shadow concealed beneath the black robe replied in a cold, indifferent tone, seemingly unconcerned that be why the way. "Your son still owes me something. Remember to toss it into the blood pool. And a word of caution, anyone below king level is but an ant. It would be wise not to act too impulsively." The black-robed figure approached Li Yaobin, speaking with an air of detachment, before striding away from the Li family estate, vanishing into a plume of black mist, leaving no trace of his destination. Yaobin clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, a fierce glint in his eyes as he seethed. "Once I break through to king level, whether it be Yang Yin or you will pay for what you've done to my son." For now, he needed the black-robed figure's assistance to ascend to king-level beastmaster, refraining from open conflict and opting instead to summon his subordinates, issuing a series of commands, prompting immediate action throughout the Li estate. None within this circle were innocent. All were acutely aware of the dire consequences of exposure, being trampled underfoot by countless powerful foes. Within the Beastmaster Guild, Yang Yin gathered all the students, only to discover some still hidden within the caverns, reluctant to emerge. Despite the signal flares having been launched, the Li family's descendants were restrained nearby. Although Li Kangyi had perished, it was evident he had ties to this individual, as he emanated a distinct demonic aura. "Administer these healing elixirs to them," Lin Tian commanded, conjuring several vials filled with various precious healing liquids, all acquired over years of diligent collection. "Your Majesty, come take a look. Something seems amiss with Chunlan." Yang Yin poured his mental energy into Chunlan's body only to behold a desolate sea of consciousness, parched and fragmented, on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian hurried to Chunlan's side, similarly channeling his mental energy, and his expression shifted dramatically. "The sea of consciousness is depleted. How could this be? What on earth transpired?" Lin Tian murmured in disbelief, realizing that Chunlan's mental energy had been drained to a critical level. Without a millennium's worth of spiritual medicine, recovery would be impossible, yet such rare elixirs were few and fiercely guarded by formidable beasts. Yang Yan's expression darkened, a wave of unease washing over him as he hastily retrieved a pristine, flawless flower from a storage ring, its petals ethereal and seemingly on the verge of taking human form. "The spirit flower? No, this won't do. We haven't yet located the other primary ingredients, and your injuries." Lin Tian attempted to interject, but was met with Yang Yan's unwavering gaze, perhaps out of concern for his old friend's feelings. He spoke slowly. "I've been enduring this injury for many years. I've searched long for these elixirs, and it's time to let go. Moreover, I regard this individual as my own child. How could I possibly turn a blind eye?" With a sigh, Lin Tian withdrew additional spiritual recovery elixirs from his storage ring. Albeit they were mere supplements to the primary spirit flower, he was not only a city lord but also a beast physician. "Thank you, your majesty, we're brothers. There's no need for such formality. If the elixirs are gone, we can always seek more. I will assist you." Yang Yin offered a wry smile, remaining silent as they both combined their mental energies to catalyze the elixirs, merging them into a potent fluid. Just then, an inappropriate tremor shook the surroundings, and a colossal figure barreled into the Beastmaster Guild, causing all present to hastily retreat. "My son, where are you?" Chapter 15. "Oh, my poor son, how could you have died?" Wang Zhantian, towering at 2 meters and 2 centimeters, stumbled in, rushing towards the unconscious Wang Fuge, cradling him in his arms, tears streaming down his face that, "Oh, my poor son, how could you have died?" Wang's secretary, standing nearby, grimaced in disbelief, wondering who had spread such absurd rumors that Wang Fu-Gue had perished. Master Wang Fu-Gue is fine. He merely fainted upon hearing this. Wang Zhantian checked Wang Fu-Gue's pulse, relieved to find him alive, and inwardly chastised the vendor he had spoken to earlier for deceiving him into thinking his son was dead, prompting his frantic rush over. At that moment, Wang Fu-Gue slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by the formidable visage of Wang Zhantian, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Dad, are you dead too? Is this the world of the dead? Why does it look just like reality?" Wang Fu-Gue's unexpected statement left the Beastmaster Guild's members dumbfounded, and the previously jubilant Wang Zhantian's expression darkened, his fists clenching as he ruffled Wang Fu-Gue's hair in frustration. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could your father ever die? If you were dead, I would never perish, understand?" Yang Yan's lips twitched as he realized where Wang Fu-Gue had inherited his peculiarities from. It was truly a rare sight to behold. The once stern Wang Zhantian had transformed into this. "Dad, that's not quite right. Once I become a king-level Beastmaster, I will definitely outlive you." "Indeed, living father," Wang's secretary thought helplessly, though the heavy atmosphere had lightened considerably at that moment. The spiritual elixir synthesized by Yang Yan and Lin Tian was completed, and they carefully infused it into Chun Lan's body, a soft, radiant glow enveloping him. The previously desolate sea of consciousness began to mend slowly, with an abundance of spiritual liquid coalescing within, gradually restoring it to its original state. Wait, 2 seas of consciousness. How is that possible? After Lin Tian's investigation, he was astonished to discover the emergence of 2 water puddles. Instantly, he scratched his head in confusion. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. What on earth was this? The apprentice Beastmaster was at the drip stage, where their spiritual energy coalesced into droplets suspended in the air. The increasing number of droplets signified the enhancement of their spiritual power. The junior Beastmaster. At the pit stage could be referred to as the water puddle stage, where droplets gradually coalesce to form puddles, indicating a breakthrough in spiritual energy. Beyond that lay the pool stage and the pond stage, with each realm corresponding to a level of Beastmasterhood, of course. After reaching the king level, things would differ at that moment. Chun Lan's spiritual sea manifested 2 puddles, which did not interfere with or affect each other. To ascend to the intermediate Beastmaster level, one's spiritual energy must reach the pool stage, which requires the continuous expansion of the puddles, making them larger and deeper to truly be considered a pool stage. What was happening? Yang Yan observed the changes on Lin Tian's face and anxiously inquired. How to articulate this? One could neither deem it wholly good nor bad. However, the resources required for future breakthroughs would undoubtedly increase. Yet the advancement of a Beastmaster's rank necessitated a certain level of nurturing from their beasts. Would these 2 spiritual seas truly provide that nurturing? At that moment, a question surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. Chun Lan's puddles, under the influence of the millennia-old spiritual flower, had grown significantly. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the intermediate Beastmaster level, with her spiritual energy reaching the pool stage. However, conversely, Chun Lan's spiritual power would become exceedingly formidable, making the practice of spiritual techniques considerably easier. The attacks she could unleash would far surpass those of an ordinary Beastmaster. What was this? Lin Tian gazed at the 2 bottles in Yang Yan's hands, took one, and sniffed it. His expression shifting dramatically, he finally understood why Chun Lan's spiritual sea was in turmoil. This was a century-old stalactite liquid. For Chun Lan, just a drop or 2 would suffice for her cultivation. But now it seemed she had consumed 2 entire bottles of century-old stalactite liquid in one go. What could possibly require such an excessive amount, even leading to the depletion of her spiritual sea? Various scenarios flashed through Lin Tian's mind, the most plausible being the evolution of a beast. However, Chun Lan had only just become a Beastmaster yesterday. How could she possibly evolve today? Furthermore, this was a Tianlan cat. There was no possibility of progression below the king level, and no one had deciphered the method for the early stage evolution of the Tianlan cat. Only upon reaching the king-level Beastmaster could one evolve directly into a king. Perhaps the depletion of spiritual energy was too severe. Chunlan remained unconscious, while Su Qiubai and the others gradually regained consciousness. Fortunate that their injuries were not too grave, the massive black eagle circled above the Beastmaster Guild as an elegant middle-aged man hurriedly entered. Anxiety etched upon his face. Upon seeing that Su Qiubai was unharmed, he sighed in relief, but when he glanced around at the others, he was startled. Lord Lin, Lord Yang, you are here too. Su Junshan raised his hand in greeting, acknowledging them before nodding at Wang Zhantian, with whom he shared a cordial past. I shall take my daughter back first. Su Qiubai had just awakened, likely waiting for Su Junshan's arrival, as she remained in place. Her gaze fixed on Chunlan. Dad, it was Chunlan who saved us, she said softly, tugging at Su Junshan's arm as Su Junshan was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed his usually aloof daughter, showing such initiative. It seemed like a miracle had occurred. However, with Qiubai awakening her ice attribute bloodline, it was clear she would not remain here, but would venture to one of the 8 great cities. Where is this place? Chunlan murmured, her head pounding, as she groped about and touched a furry paw, the paw of a Tianlan cat. A smile emerging on her face. They had been saved. Xiaolan, you're awake. Is there anything discomforting? Yang Yin grasped Chunlan's hand anxiously. As she slowly opened her eyes and saw Yang Yin, she slightly parted her lips. Uncle Yang, you're here. I thought I would never see you again. Don't say such foolish things, child. With your Uncle Yang here, you are certainly safe, Yang Yin replied, a smile breaking across his face, feeling completely relieved upon seeing Chunlan awake. What about the fat one? How is he? Chunlan inquired, the pain in her head preventing her from sitting up to see the others. Wang Fuge, upon hearing Chunlan call out, leaned in closer, remnants of fried chicken scattered on his face. Seeing Wang Fugue like this, Chunlan understood that he was undoubtedly fine. Chunlan, thank you for saving my daughter. If you ever need anything, the Su family will always remember this favor, Su Junshan said, producing a storage ring filled with spiritual herbs suitable for Chunlan's cultivation as a token of gratitude. Yang Yin took the storage ring and placed it in Chunlan's hand. Everyone was already aware of the happenings within the secret realm, yet the Li family had not shown their face, likely fearing that their appearance would provoke the fury of several families. Chunlan, this is a small token from our family. The other families also presented their tokens of appreciation, each varying in significance. Without Chunlan, their children might have remained trapped here. Material possessions paled in comparison to their children's lives. Xiaolan, from now on, you shall be regarded as my second son, Wang Zhantian. Whatever you lack, the Wang family will provide. Dad, am I older? Or is he older? Of course, you are the younger one. Chapter 16. Though small, the home is warm. Wang Fuge was left astounded, having already established a camaraderie with Chen Eliand. It was inconsequential for his father to adopt a godson. However, why was he the younger one? He was no less than Chunlan, except in one regard. Chunlan coughed a few times, nearly bursting into laughter, but thankfully the cough stifled it, averting an awkward moment. Uncle Wang, let us skip the godfather talk. Fatty and I are good brothers. And that is sufficient. Wang Fugue immediately embraced Chunlan, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. This was not the first time Chunlan had saved him. It was the second. The first time was when Wang Fugue had a cramp while playing in the river, and Chunlan had jumped in to rescue him. Otherwise he would have drowned. Ahem, Fatty, let go. I can't breathe. Chunlan felt as though she might fall apart under the pressure of his embrace. As he remained oblivious to his own strength, Wang Fugue quickly released her, allowing Chunlan to catch her breath. The Tyrannosaurus beast beside them burst into laughter at the scene, prompting everyone to glance over, causing the Tyrannosaurus beast to stop laughing immediately. Why did you stop laughing? Soon after, everyone began to inquire about what had transpired within the novice secret realm. After all, Wang Fugue and the others had fainted after being struck by Li Kangyi, leaving only the possibility that something significant had occurred with Chunlan. Chunlan recounted the events in detail, yet she concealed the evolution of the Tianlan cat and the unique talent of fate resonance, merely explaining that Li Kangyi had suddenly erupted with demonic energy, inflating like a balloon before exploding and vanishing. The other half-beasts, having lost control, also experienced issues. The experiments of that demonic cult are truly repulsive, Wang Zhantian remarked, his expression darkening. indicating that what Chunlan described had occurred before. There had been multiple cases of experimental subjects exploding in Linjiang City, and Li Kangyi was not an isolated incident. It seems the Li family might also have some issues, Wang Zhantian said, a smirk on his face, already formulating his thoughts, as Hu Junshan remained silent. Aside from the Wu family, a military family, Linjiang City was essentially divided among their three families, with the Wu family receiving only a small share. Yang Yin and Lin Tian exchanged knowing smiles, both aware that Chunlan was withholding the truth, yet they made no effort to expose it. They understood that there were matters he wished to keep private, and as long as Chunlan was alive, that was all that mattered. Meow, the Tianlan cat called out, then stretched out its paw to rub its eyes. Upon spotting Chunlan beside it, it immediately pounced, tears streaming down its face. Woo woo woo, it's all over now. Chunlan embraced Tianlan cat, gently patting its back. The bond between the two, having endured the trials of life and death, had grown even stronger, moving everyone who witnessed their reunion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the crowd departed from the Beastmaster Guild, yet Lin Tian remained behind to attend to some matters, especially since Yang Tianyue had ventured to the 8 great cities and was temporarily absent. He also intended to inquire at the Li family about the situation. Originally, Yang Yin was supposed to accompany him, but Lin Tian had asked Yang Yin to escort Chunlan home, fearing that Yang Yin's volatile temper might lead to a confrontation with the Li family, given that he was also a half-step king-level individual. On the surface, the 3 foremost powers in Linjiang City were the city lord Lin Tian, the head of the Beast Academy Yang Yin, and the president of the Beastmaster Guild Yang Tianyue. However, Linjiang City harbored many formidable individuals, and none of the leaders of the 4 great families were weak. They simply chose not to reveal their strengths for commercial reasons, even when incidents arose. They preferred to let their subordinates handle them. Aside from a few beast tides, these individuals had concealed themselves deeply, the reasons for which remained unclear. Nevertheless, they had played a crucial role in repelling the beast tides. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to personally investigate the matter concerning Li Kangyi. After all, as the lord of the city, if the Li family truly conspired with the Demon Heart sect, he would mobilize the entire city to encircle and annihilate them. Uncle Yang, Chunlan began, glancing at Yang Yin, but was interrupted by him. He understood what Chunlan wished to convey. Earlier, they had been surrounded by many people, but now it was just the 2 of them. Xiaolan, everyone has their own secrets. Just protect yours well. Yang Yan's smile warmed Chunlan's heart. He then affectionately ruffled Chunlan's hair as they entered the impoverished district. Upon seeing Yang Yan, the residents greeted him warmly, recognizing him as the head of the Beast Academy. After all, their own children might one day attend his institution. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back, Chunlan exclaimed as he reached the doorstep. Eliciting smiles from the elderly busy inside, they quickly removed their aprons and stepped out, their joy evident upon seeing Chunlan and Tianlan cat. The novice secret realm has concluded. You weren't hurt, were you? Just as Chunlan was about to respond negatively, Tianlan cat leapt forward, dropping its iron pickaxe and launching a series of playful punches, then posed with its hands on its hips. Eagerly awaiting praise, Grandma applauded, then scooped up Tianlan cat, smiling as she said, Our Tianlan cat is the strongest. Grandma will cook fish for you tonight. Meow. Oh. Tianlan cat displayed a delighted expression and planted a kiss on Grandma, making her beam with joy. Both Chunlan and Yang Yin smiled at the scene. Upon seeing Yang Yin, Grandma promptly set down Tianlan cat and, wiping her hands on her clothes, said with a smile, Master Yang, please come in and have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Aunt Kai, I've told you to call me Xiao Yin. I am merely a junior in your presence, Yang Yin softly replied, a hint of reproach in his tone. All right, Xiao Yin, your Uncle Zhang will be back soon. Make sure to enjoy a few drinks with him. He has mentioned you several times that I shall certainly indulge. Tonight, we shall not return until we are drunk. Yang Yin laughed heartily as Zhang Wenyuan approached from behind, carrying several large fish. Knowing that Chunlan had participated in the novice secret realm today, he had intentionally gone to the riverbank and, to his surprise, caught a bountiful haul. Xiao Yin, you've arrived. Come, sit down. I bought some peanuts and rice wine. Shall we enjoy a drink tonight? Zhang Wenyuan cheerfully exclaimed upon seeing Yang Yin. He had planned to savor the fish with some peanuts and wine, so having a drinking companion was fortuitous. Uncle Zhang, allow me to carry those. Chunlan offered. I also have a bottle of peach blossom brew. Let us drink in secret tonight. Yang Yin whispered to Zhang Wenyuan, unnoticed by the others, but Aunt Kai was well aware. She took the fish inside to prepare. Tianlan Cat followed her into the kitchen. Watching as the large fish transformed into a delicious meal, occasionally tossing it into the pot, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the braised fish. Tianlan Cat. Chapter 17. The Li Family Stance. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone soon, the meal was ready, and the group gathered around a stone table, enjoying their feast. Tianlan Cat plopped down on a stone bench, salivating at the sight of the steamed fish, which Grandma had specially prepared in various styles for it. Tianlan Cat. After a satisfying meal, Yang Yin continued drinking with Grandpa Zhang, while Chunlan retreated to a small room with Tianlan Cat. Before long, exhaustion overtook them, and they fell into a deep slumber. Outside, the occasional chirping of birds mingled with Grandpa Zhang's boisterous laughter, yet it did not disturb their peaceful sleep. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon them, and the autumn breeze outside was not particularly chilly as the boy and cat snuggled closely, drifting into dreams. Meow, Tianlan Cat nestled into Chunlan's embrace, perhaps finding warmth in his hold. Burying its head within, swaying gently that a quiet night passed, and as morning sunlight streamed onto Chunlan's face, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the soft warmth in his arms that a slight smile crept onto his face as he noticed the gray blanket, likely draped over him by Grandma Kai during the night to prevent him from catching a chill. Lon boy, are you awake? Come greet your father. Wang Dachui's voice boomed from outside, lacking the demeanor of a respectable son and instead resembling that of a rogue. Chunlan rubbed his eyes and got up. Tianlan Cat, momentarily at a loss for what to do, began to fumble around until it found Chunlan's pillow, its face lighting up with a blissful smile. Meow. Chunlan quickly changed into a fresh set of clothes and stepped outside, only to find Wang Fugue standing at the door, seemingly eavesdropping. Upon seeing Chunlan, he immediately whistled and feigned innocence. What are you up to this early? You seem rather spirited, Chunlan remarked, shaking his head as he walked over to the well, scooping some water into a basin for his morning wash. Today, the Li family is publicly executing a demon clan spy, and many people have gathered to witness it. I thought I'd invite you to join the excitement. Wang Fugue nudged Chunlan with his shoulder, grinning. Even he had not anticipated that the Li family would take such a bold step. Either they had no ties to the demon clan, or the entire family was complicit with them. Well, it seems the head of the Li family is quite a ruthless character. His own son perished in the secret realm. It has remained so restrained, Chunlan muttered while brushing his teeth. Disbelief etched across his face. After all, his son had died at his hands. How could the Li family head be oblivious to the demon clan spies? Everyone with a modicum of intelligence understood what the Li family was up to, yet there was no tangible evidence to dismantle their deception. Nonetheless, most people would likely set aside their biases against the Li family under Li Yaobin's impassioned speech. However, these were merely Chunlan's thoughts. How the situation would unfold depended on the Li family head's performance. After a quick wash, Tianlan Cat awakened, rubbing its eyes as it emerged. Grandma Kai came over to wash its face. Let us go, Lon boy. It's the perfect opportunity to try out your new gear. The floating skateboard, a new invention from the Beastmaster Guild, allows us to experience the thrill of flight even without flying beasts. Wang Fugue declared, producing 2 skateboards, a red one and a blue one. From a storage ring, he handed the red one to Chunlan and stepped on his skateboard, nearly flattening it with his weight. Fatty, you really should consider shedding some weight. Even the skateboard seems to protest. Chunlan laughed, pointing at Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue rolled his eyes, then a burst of blue light flared from the skateboard. Lifting him into the air, with a gentle push from his right foot, he soared off, exclaiming, "Woohoo! This is exhilarating." Wang Fugue summoned his tyrant beast, which upon realizing it was floating in midair, clung to Wang Fugue's arm, letting out a pained roar, clearly terrified of heights. Roar. Chunlan watched as Wang Fugue flailed about in the air, his expression brimming with eagerness. He stepped onto the skateboard, nearly losing his balance, then took hold of Tianlan Cat as paw. Curious about the commotion, Tianlan Cat was soon perched on Chunlan's shoulder. With a gentle push of his right foot, a flash of red light erupted. Propelling Chunlan into the air, he flew forward, his soul lagging behind, his features contorted in the wind. After a brief period of awkward flailing, he managed to stabilize himself. "Come on, follow me. I'll take you for a joyride." Wang Fugue charged ahead, racing toward the city center. Chunlan followed closely behind, navigating through the bustling streets, filled with people heading toward the city center, most eager to witness the spectacle involving the four great families. "Mom, look, there's a superhero." The child pointed excitedly at the soaring figures of Wang Fugue and Chunlan above, a glimmer of envy flashing his eyes as he yearned for the freedom of flight. "Fatty, are you sure we won't get caught like this?" Chunlan asked, a hint of concern evident as he surveyed the bustling street below. "Don't worry, we won't," Wang Fugue reassured him. However, just as he finished speaking, a massive eagle suddenly appeared before them. Wang Fugue quickly hit the brakes, and upon recognizing the figure atop the eagle as Lord Lin, he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. "Are you not aware that flying contraptions are prohibited in the city center? Get down at once," Lin Tian said with a hint of irritation. Spotting Chunlan behind, he commanded the eagle to swoop down, seizing Chunlan's clothing and tossing him onto its back. "Shaolon. Enjoying yourself, are you? Come to witness the Li family's demon slaying?" Lin Tian remarked with a smirk. Chunlan scratched his head sheepishly, stowing away his skateboard, and respectfully called out, "Uncle Lin." A thunderous boom echoed from the city center, drawing a crowd. On a platform knelt four disciples of the Li family, their heads covered, while those administering the punishment were also from the Li clan. "Today, my Li family has unfortunately produced a traitor from the demon clan. I, preoccupied with business affairs, failed to oversee my household, allowing such calamity to transpire. Today, in front of the citizens of Linjiang City, I shall slay the demon to prove my Li family's innocence." Yaobin lamented, pounding his chest in despair, appearing deeply sorrowful, as if making a sacrifice for the prosperity of his clan. Several Li family disciples swiftly executed the demon's spy, severing his head, for which a plume of black mist erupted. Attempting to attack the crowd, only to be extinguished by Li Yaobin express my apologies. All goods from the Li family business will be sold at a 40% discount. Additionally, the Li family seeks numerous beast tamers. Those who join will receive our utmost support. Chapter 18. The Beast Tamer Competition, the King of Beasts. The crowd erupted in cheers as one of Linjiang City's three major businesses announced a significant price reduction. For these individuals, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. They had already accepted the Li family's apology. Even if a few remained skeptical, the lure of profit clouded their judgment. The Li family's offer to cultivate talented beast tamers attracted countless individuals, with many stepping forward to test their abilities, eager to earn the Li family's full backing. After all, the support of such a prominent family was enticing, especially for those who could not afford evolution materials. What a clever psychological tactic, truly a two birds with one stone approach, Lin Tian remarked, observing the scene below with a cold smile. He then glanced at the unperturbed Chunlan, curiosity piqued by his composure. The head of the Li family is indeed a cunning strategist. He doesn't even hesitate to sacrifice his own to maintain morale. Chunlan commented coolly, surprised at how closely the unfolding events mirrored his expectations. Ultimately marveling at Li Yaobin's ruthlessness, Lin Tian regarded Chunlan with newfound respect before slowly speaking. "Our head of the Li family, upon my arrival last night, executed numerous beast tamers under his kingly pressure, including a high-ranking tamer. You truly believe such a person harbors genuine emotions?" He continued. He even captured several, claiming they would be executed tomorrow as a public display to provide an explanation to the citizens of Linjiang City. Even his family members assisted in rooting out the demon spies. It is quite eye-opening. The resoluteness in Li Yaobin's demeanor seemed far from feigned. The severed heads remained displayed in the square. And Lin Tian found himself in quite a predicament as the city lord. That was merely a performance for your benefit. Otherwise, how could you leave with such peace of mind? Chunlan looked up at Lin Tian, who seemed to have long been aware of Li Yaobin's ruse, yet lacked substantial evidence to confront him directly. Lin Tian burst into hearty laughter at this, regarding Chunlan with admiration. Xiaolon, I find myself increasingly fond of you. How would you feel about becoming my disciple? I'm a true king-level beast tamer. The more convincingly Li Yaobin acted, the more it suggested he was hiding something. Therefore, after departing, Lin Tian dispatched numerous individuals to observe all of Li's activities. Any misstep would be met with merciless reprisal. You and Uncle Yang are good friends. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to steal your friend's disciple? Chunlan scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Last night, Yang Yin had regaled him with tales of Lin Tian, and they had grown up together, fully aware of each other's temperaments. Indeed, what you both said was within my expectations. I am, after all, the smartest person in Linjiang City. Wang Fugui's voice suddenly interjected, drawing their attention. He appeared as a sage, fanning himself like a recluse. Chunlan couldn't help but twitch his lips, as soon as Lin Tian lowered his hand slightly. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Wang Fugui, forcing him to the ground, though not too forcefully, allowing him to remain standing. Were it not for your father being Wang Zhantian, you would have been dead 100 times over for your provocation. Upon hearing this, Chunlan broke into a cold sweat, realizing Yang Yin had not exaggerated. Wang Fugui was indeed a scheming individual, as Yang Yin had described. Those who excelled in strategy often had dark hearts. Especially Lin Tian. Those adept at manipulation always stayed a step ahead, which explained Lin Tian's ability to manage the affairs of Linjiang City with such ease. However, he treated his family with utmost kindness. Despite his sharp tongue, he never harbored ill intentions. Well, the show is over. Let's go to have other matters to discuss with you, Lin Tian said calmly, then directed the eagle to dive downward. As Wang Fugui felt the pressure lift. He was about to take a breath when an enormous shadow loomed overhead, and a claw seized him, lifting him toward the Lord's manor. The eagle soared over the city square, passing directly above Li Yaobin, who clenched his left hand tightly, attempting to maintain composure. He plastered a smile on his face, assessing the gathered individuals for those with exceptional talent to recruit into the Li family, planning to eventually cast them into the blood pool. The Li family had suffered significant losses this time and could no longer expend their own members for the blood pool. They would have to rely on those eager to join for profit, truly invaluable assets. Lin Tian, mark my words. One day, I will trample you underfoot. Chunlan's Tianlan cat perched on his shoulder, its eyes wide with curiosity as it gazed at the breathtaking scenery above, eager to reach out to Lin Tian. Only to retreat in fright upon meeting Lin Tian's cold gaze. It's all right. He's a good person, Chunlan reassured, gently patting the trembling cat. Lin Tian smiled faintly at this, quickly masking it behind his usual icy demeanor. While the Tianlan cat dared not reveal its head again, instead observing the enchanting surroundings. My heavens, this treatment is unacceptable. Why must I float in the air? Wang Fugui exclaimed in frustration, yet he dared not move. At this height, any misstep could prove fatal. The Tyrannosaurus in his arms poked its head out, equally curious about the view. With remarkable speed, the eagle reached the Lord's manor in under a minute. It first set Wang Fugui down before gently landing and lowering its head for Lin Tian to disembark, with Chunlan following suit. Lin Tian affectionately patted the eagle's head, then retrieved a spirit crystal from his storage ring. Placing it in the eagle's mouth, that he nudged its head affectionately before leading Chunlan and the others to the conference hall, while the eagle flew up to its resting area on the manor's rooftop. Wang Fugui approached Chunlan, casting him a resentful glance, resembling a wronged spouse. The group traversed the corridor to the conference hall, where two individuals were already seated, Su Qiubai and a tall man. Their silence rendered the atmosphere quite awkward as Su Qiubai nodded to Chunlan, who returned the gesture before taking a seat. Lin Tian activated the conference's large screen, displaying the title, The Beast Tamer Competition. I have summoned you here for this, the 100 Cities Battle, the Beast Tamer Competition. This event is organized for young beast tamers, all of whom will be newly awakened, that in 2 months they will gather in the wild city to compete for the singular title of King of Beasts. Chapter 19. Support Type Beast Tamers, an outrageous panel. The so-called Ruined City is one of the 8 principal cities, collectively known as the 8 cities of heaven and earth, encompassing the vast cosmos. These cities radiate outward based on the principles of the Bagua. Constructed at the very heart of the Tianlan continent, governing the very lifeblood of the entire realm. Every decade, a grand tournament for beast tamers is held, with the venue chosen from among the 8 cities. Each city is permitted to send approximately 5 representatives to compete. However, this time, Linjiang City finds itself in a precarious situation, with very few participants able to be dispatched. Most have fallen victim to the novice secret realm, prompting the immediate summoning of Chunlan and his companions without the customary selection tournament, leading to a direct selection process for participation. The rewards for the grand tournament of beast tamers are exceedingly generous. Those who secure a position within the top 16 are entitled to receive a complete set of evolution materials. This is not only a matter of personal achievement, but also of civic pride, as resources for the smaller cities are limited and allocated based on the rankings from previous tournaments. Naturally, those who rank higher will receive a greater share of resources. That A.S. Lin Tian spoke. He cast a glance at the 4 individuals before him: Su Qiubai, Chunlan, Wang Fugue, and Wu Junlin from the Wu family, who had specifically returned from military service to partake in this grand tournament. The Wu family trains their disciples through military methods, relying solely on their own efforts to seize opportunities. That Wu Junlin emerged victorious in the martial arts trials within his family, thus qualifying for the competition as the top contender. There were initially 4 participants. However, one slot belonged to Li Kangyi, who has since passed away. The Li family, feeling unable to claim the position, allowed it to default to Chunlan. Lin City Lord, what was our ranking last time? Wang Fugue inquired, raising his hand in curiosity, lamenting that his father had never mentioned this, leaving him utterly unprepared. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression darkened, and he replied slowly, "I've only been here for a few years. When the previous city lord retired, we ranked around 99. Chunlan was taken aback. Was this not a battle among cities? Ranking 99 meant they were second to last, as Linjiang City is a remote outpost on the fringes of the western wilderness. It naturally possesses fewer promising talents, but I hope you can make a name for yourselves this time and bring back the first prize to elevate our standing." The others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Wasn't this akin to making a wish? It was simply unattainable. Chunlan, winky face Wang Fugue, Su Qiubai, winky face Wu Junlin. Oh Chunlan and the others were momentarily stunned by Wu Junlin's unexpected excitement. Surely he couldn't genuinely believe they would secure first place. Lin Tian then waved his hand, and Secretary Wang quickly entered, following which a little girl timidly stepped in, casting fearful glances at everyone. "Good heavens, Uncle Lin, are you trafficking children?" Chunlan exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the child. Lin Tian was instantly rendered speechless. This boy had clearly been influenced by Yang Yan, uttering such absurdities he resolved to have a word with Yang Yan soon. Meanwhile, Yang Yan, indulging in drinks within the manor, sneezed suddenly, rubbed his nose, and continued sipping without a care for the reason behind his sneeze. "It must be that my little Yim misses me. I shall go listen to her play tonight." Wang Fugue, equally taken aback, noted that the girl was clearly underage. Lin Tian's cold gaze swept over the two, as if to convey that further remarks would lead to dire consequences, prompting them to fall silent. "This is your final team member, Lin Miaoka, an auxiliary beast tamer with the pet Flora Fairy." Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, he elaborated, "The grand tournament of beast tamers consists of both team and individual competitions. Regardless of the format, those who reach the top 16 will receive a complete set of evolution materials, though other options are available as well. At this point, Lin Tian cast a thoughtful glance at Chunlan. Reflecting on Yang Yan's situation with an inexplicable sigh, could this group of youngsters truly contend for a top 16 position? After all, the representatives from the 8 principal cities were no weaklings. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. Shortly, someone will escort you into the beast forest for specialized training. The City Lord's Manor will also provide some resources for everyone. Wu Junlin stood up first, ready to introduce himself. "Since we will be teammates, there is no need for secrets. I am Wu Junlin, a trainee beast tamer with a pet, the Iron Bear at a standard level of 6 that I have just completed the military's novice secret realm. The Iron Bear excels in defense and possesses immense strength, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Wang Fugue, trainee beast tamer. My pet is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, also at standard level 5, that I have a dual bloodline of mechanical and dragon ancestry, offering an exceptional evolutionary path with optimal attack and decent defense. Upon hearing about the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wu Junlin's eyes lit up, not out of envy, but wonder at the presence of such a high bloodline pet in Linjiang City. Suqiu Bai, a junior beast tamer. My pet is the ice crystal bird at standard level 5 that IT possesses the bloodline of the phoenix, excelling in flight and ranged attacks that Wu Junlin felt a twinge of regret. Had there not been an issue in the novice secret realm, these two would undoubtedly be at his level, standard level 6. Alas, they were one contender short. Nevertheless, given their talents and backgrounds, they would surely catch up quickly. As Chen prepared to stand and speak, he noticed Lin Miaoka timidly opening her mouth, prompting him to halt. I am Lin Miaoka, a junior beast tamer, with a pet flora fairy at standard level 7. Belonging to the fairy lineage, endowed with healing and purification abilities. Upon hearing Lin Miaoka's introduction, the others were left agape. What was this? Standard level 7 for an auxiliary beast tamer. How could she be ranked higher than them? This was utterly absurd. Indeed, the second daughter of the Lin family in Hong City lived up to her reputation. Su Qiubai mused internally, acknowledging that the Lin family was among the most powerful clans in Hong City. However, compared to her elder sister, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, Lin Miaoka still fell short. Chen glanced at the absurd statistics of the Tianlong cat, unsure of how to respond. Last night, when he sought to inspect its special talents, he discovered an abundance of information on both his and the Tianlong cat's panels. Name: Chunlan race, human level, junior beast tamer, dual spirits C, beast taming talent, fate resonance, unique, beast taming skills, eye of destiny, king level domain, mental shock, bonding contraction. Name: Tianlong cat king, growing, growth level, 8 realm level, standard special talent, golden miner, golden, pet skills, enlargement, illusionary cat claws, king level domain, 9-fold flying blades, cross impact, bonding contraction. Chapter 20. I want to report a cheating cat. Chen took a deep breath, standing up, unsure of how to introduce himself to the group. Just then, the Tianlong cat hopped onto the conference table, hands on its hips, and meowed at the crowd. However, it was quickly scooped up by Chen, as this was not the appropriate setting for play.is that really the Tianlong cat. Wu Junlin remarked, recalling tales of a fate contract emerging from Linjiang. Yet the pet was the Tianlong cat. Both Wu Junlin and Lin Miaoka's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Tianlong cat, particularly at the golden mark upon its forehead, a symbol exclusive to fate contracts. Chen, junior beast tamer, with the pet Tianlong cat, exhibiting the strongest offense but lacking in defense, bound by a fate contract, wielding a mysterious black pickaxe as a weapon to AT the mention of the black pickaxe. Apart from Su Qiubai and Wang Fugue, puzzled expressions adorned the faces of the others. You expect a pet to wield a pickaxe in battle? What a peculiar concept. Lin Tian stroked his chin. Recalling his previous visit to the Tianlong cat's ancestral secret realm, it seemed the weapon had been brought out by Yang Yan from that realm. Being a clan weapon, there should be no issues. The Tianlong cat's exclusive weapon, the meteorite pickaxe, is possessed by each generation's inheritor. Lin Tian promptly clarified to the group, explaining that as they continued to engage with the hidden secrets of this world, they would uncover more of its mysteries. What level is the Tianlong cat? Wu Junlin asked curiously, gazing at Chen. Chen paused. Realizing he could not evade this question, he silently held up a hand to indicate the number 8, prompting Wu Junlin to leap to his feet, slamming the table. What? Level 8? What on earth? Did you give it steroids? While Chen had been a bit taken aback himself, he reasoned that since the Tianlong cat had absorbed some evolution materials, advancing by 2 levels was not entirely implausible. Wang Fugue was equally bewildered. He distinctly recalled Chunlan's Tianlong cat being at standard level 6, yet now it boasted standard level 8. Had it truly been enhanced? Chunlan's situation was somewhat unique, but did not compromise his combat capability, as he was genuinely at standard level 8, with his mental prowess being the strongest among the group. Thus, the position of team leader was temporarily bestowed upon Chen. Should anyone contest this arrangement, they could issue a challenge, which would remain valid indefinitely. Teamwork emphasizes mutual cooperation. It is essential to cultivate trust and collaboration among your beasts. This phase is indeed challenging, yet I encourage you to work through it. Upon hearing this, Wu Junlin was immediately eager to try, raising his hand to challenge. However, upon recalling that the little cat was merely an ordinary level 8, he hesitated, contemplating but not executing any further actions. That I have no objections. Lan Wazi is well suited to be the captain. Yu Qiubai nodded in agreement. Lin Miao, being a support-type beastmaster, lacks the potential for leadership. Not to mention her personality is also ill-suited for the role. I could see that moment. Tianlan Cat climbed onto the table, gazing at the eager King Kong bear opposite, brandishing a pickaxe as if to say, "Dare to challenge me, little Karami." The King Kong bear, incensed, couldn't tolerate such insolence from a mere kitten. The two, a bear and a cat, stepped outside to settle their differences, leaving Chunlan and Wu Junlin in a state of bewilderment. Whatever they wished to do was fine. This could serve as an early opportunity for them to bond. "What about you two? Care to join in?" Lin Tian inquired, directing his gaze at the Tyrannosaurus beast and the ice crystal bird. The Tyrannosaurus beast jumped down, seeking to play with Tianlan Cat, ready to cheer it on, while the ice crystal bird remained perched on Su Qiubai's shoulder, exuding an air of aloofness, quite reminiscent of Su Qiubai's own demeanor. The gathering moved to the arena below, typically a training ground for the beast masters of the Lord's estate. The sudden appearance of unfamiliar beasts drew the attention of onlookers, who paused to observe. In the center of the arena, the Tianlan Cat placed a meteorite pickaxe on the ground, puffed out its chest, and stood defiantly before the King Kong bear, showing no regard for its size. Despite the King Kong bear's significantly larger stature, the Tianlan Cat, emboldened by its recent evolution, felt confident that defeating this little Karami would be an easy feat. With a furious growl, the King Kong bear lunged at the Tianlan Cat, swiping its paw, but the agile cat deftly evaded the attack. The astonishment of the King Kong bear, the Tianlan Cat's form began to swell, growing even larger than its adversary. The bear was left dumbfounded. "What on earth is this? I must report that a cat is cheating." The bear's thoughts were overheard by Wu Junlin, who, observing the cat's impressive transformation, was equally astonished. Was this a skill of the pet? But the Tianlan Cat was only an ordinary level 8. How could it have acquired such a power? Anyone who dare belittle the Tianlan Cat would find Wu Junlin the first to defend it. "All right, Tianlan Cat, revert to your original size," Chenlan said with a hint of exasperation, realizing this creature was now using its strength to bully the bear. The Tianlan Cat let out a plaintive meow, then transformed back into its usual size in a whirlwind, extending its paw towards the bewildered King Kong bear. The bear, reciprocating, reached out its paw to grasp the Tianlan Cat's, lifting it onto its shoulder, both celebrating their newfound camaraderie. Perhaps the bond between beasts is as simple as that, unlike the intricate and ever-changing emotions of humans. This moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast trotted over, and the three beasts began to play joyfully in the arena. The ice crystal bird, observing the spirited trio, felt a twinge of desire to join in. "Go on and play," Su Qiubai encouraged softly. The ice crystal bird, upon hearing this, nuzzled Su Qiubai affectionately before soaring over to join them. After all, they were still in their juvenile stages, not yet evolved, embodying the carefree spirit of youth. As for the Tianlan Cat, Chunlan was uncertain of its condition, but seemed to have completed its evolution. Albeit its mental energy appeared insufficient for it to revert completely to its original form, I will assist you in registering for both the team and individual competitions. The outcome will depend on your efforts over the next 2 months. Rather than solely focusing on enhancing your beast strength, it is essential to consider their combat effectiveness, particularly in relation to your synergy. The bond between a beast master and their beast is of utmost importance. Achieving a mutual understanding is your first step towards reaching the royal level. The beast master competition is not merely a contest of beasts. It is also a rivalry of beast masters. The beast masters themselves are participants, not mere puppeteers standing on the sidelines. After a brief exchange, it was decided that they would commence their training at the outskirts of the monster beast forest the following day, with the Lord's estate dispatching personnel to ensure their safety, appearing only in life-threatening situations. Chenlan guided the Tianlan Cat to a small tavern in Linjiang City, known for its renowned peach blossom brew. A favorite of Yang Yin, and brought a jade gourd to prepare a batch for him. Xiaolan has arrived. 1 jug of peach blossom brew. The tavern was run by a woman named Qianya, who had established herself in Linjiang City after arriving alone, relying on her hometown's brewing skills. After Yang Yin tasted her brew, he became utterly enamored with its flavor. Qianya accepted the jade gourd. Stepping into the back room, instead of approaching the front wine barrel, revealing a smaller wine barrel adorned with the character Yin, seemingly Yang Yan's exclusive cask. Xiaolan, take care now, and remember to visit again. Is this the Tianlan cat? How adorable! Qianya exclaimed, bending down to pet the Tianlan cat's head, smiling. Most women have little resistance to fluffy creatures, especially to such a charming cat. Meow. Oh, Qianya Jia. I'm off now. Qianlan waved goodbye to Qianya, then departed with the Tianlan cat towards the Beastmaster Academy. Chapter 21. Yang Yan's old wounds within a Master's office of the Beastmaster Academy. Yang Yan was engrossed in drafting something, seemingly writing admission notices for the next batch of students. Suddenly, he clutched his head, emitting a pained cry, and soon resorted to silently groaning, attempting to suppress his voice as he curled over. Tried to contain his suffering. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as he reached for the jade gourd on his desk, only to find it empty. In a rush, he retrieved another gourd from his storage ring, this one made of wood, pouring its contents into his mouth, which slightly eased his distress, though the tension quickly returned. As if he were in excruciating pain, Yang Yin collapsed onto the floor, curling his body as he endured the torment from his mental sea, groaning against the ground until he eventually lost consciousness. I could see that moment. A knock sounded at the door, pausing briefly before resuming. Qianlan initially thought Yang Yin was absent and intended to leave the gourd on his desk. Uncle Yang, I'm coming in. Qianlan pushed the door open and immediately spotted Yang Yin sprawled on the floor. The jade gourd slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he rushed over. Anxiety etched across his face. Uncle Yang, what happened? Wake up! After a few attempts to rouse him with no response, Qianlan checked for breath. Relieved to find he was still alive, that he swiftly retrieved his communication wristband to make a call. Uncle Lin, Uncle Yang has fainted. You need to come quickly. Uncle Yang, wake up. Don't scare me. We promised to go for a bath together. At the Lord's estate, the claw hawk soared into the sky, racing towards the Beastmaster Academy. In an instant, it reached the Academy's vicinity. And Lin Tian jumped down, stabilizing his form with mental energy as he rushed into the Master's office, seeing Yang Yin collapsed on the floor and Qianlan's anxious demeanor. He promptly retrieved needles and various vials from his storage ring. Step aside. Leave this to me. Qianlan immediately stepped back, watching nervously as Lin Tian administered acupuncture. Countless silver needles pierced Yang Yan's head. And as Lin Tian channeled his mental energy, Yang Yan's brow gradually relaxed. This old ailment has flared up again, Yang Yin murmured as he slowly regained consciousness. Smiling faintly at Lin Tian, he knew this guy would always come to his aid whenever he was in trouble. However, to his surprise, Lin Tian, with a scowl, delivered a punch to his abdomen, coldly stating, "Next time, it won't just be this punch." Yang Yin smiled helplessly, understanding Lin Tian's concern, though the latter always wore a serious expression as if someone owed him a fortune. He nodded, indicating that he would be more careful in the future. Uncle Yang, you're awake. You scared me. What happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Qianlan leaned closer, anxiously gazing at Yang Yin and inquiring with urgency. Yang Yin, upon hearing her, fell silent, his eyes drifting towards the distant peach blossom brood. He then waved his hand towards Qianlan. Observing the peach blossom brew in the distance, Qianlan dashed over, retrieving the jade gourd. Yang Yin opened the gourd and took a sip, feeling an immediate sense of relief. This is invigorating. It feels much better, he remarked. Noticing Qianlan's lingering worry, he smiled and reassured her. See, I'm fine. I merely fainted for a moment. It's just a minor issue, truly. Lin Tian, with a dark expression, exited the room. He needed to step outside to calm himself. Otherwise, he might impulsively lash out at Yang Yin, who was undeniably infuriating. Despite his physical condition, Yang Yin feigned indifference, all for the sake of seeking medicinal herbs, risking his life multiple times in pursuit of restoring his strength to avenge them. After conversing with Yang Yin for a while and confirming that he was genuinely all right, Chunlan felt relieved and decided to leave. She then exited with Tianlan Cat, spotting Lin Tian in the distance. Caressing the claw eagle. Hesitating for a moment, she approached him and inquired, "Uncle Lin, could you tell me what exactly is wrong with Uncle Yang?" Chunlan had no faith in Yang Yan's childlike ruse. He was clearly hiding something. Either he didn't want to disclose the truth, or the matter was beyond Chunlan's ability to resolve. Lin Tian shook his head in response, a resigned smile crossing his face. Yang Yin had warned him that if he dared to reveal anything to Chunlan, he would sneak into the city lord's mansion at midnight to incapacitate him. "Will you just tell me, Uncle Lin?" Chunlan tugged at Lin Tian's arm, adopting a sweet demeanor, genuinely eager to understand what ailed Yang Yin. Just as Lin Tian was about to respond, Yang Yan's voice rang out, "Tian Zi, are you not leaving yet? Do you wish to stay for a drink?" Seeing Yang Yan's mischievous expression, Lin Tian clenched his fists, tempted to deliver a beating. However, he reconsidered, deciding not to argue with the patient. "If you wish to know, come with me," Lin Tian said softly, touched by Chunlan's persistence. Perhaps, through the Beastmaster tournament, there was indeed hope for Yang Yan's recovery, yet entering the top 16 would be a formidable challenge. "Xiaolan, I'll escort him back first. Next time, I might just knock your head off," Lin Tian called out as he mounted the claw eagle, eliciting a silly grin from Yang Yan. Once the claw eagle took flight, Yang Yan's smile faded, and he fell into a contemplative silence, staring at the jade gourd on the table. "Xiaolan, I truly wish to be by your side for a lifetime, watching you grow." As the sun gradually descended, the claw eagle soared freely through the sky, while Tianlan Cat scampered down, playfully raising its paw and joyfully frolicking at the eagle's head. "Why do you think Yang Yin drinks every day? Especially seeking out Qianya's peach blossom brew?" Chunlan paused, realizing that every time Yang Yin craved a drink, he would send her to Qianya's house, refusing to touch any other alcohol. Seeing Chunlan lost in thought, she continued, "It's not that he wants to drink. Rather, he has to in the past, he abstained entirely from alcohol for fear of hindering his cultivation. Once a prodigious beastmaster, the most promising candidate to break through to the emperor level, he had vanished after a single failed mission. The demonic clan launched a sudden assault on the city, and Yang Yan's team fought valiantly to defend by Shui City. Yang Yin himself had slain 2 demon kings in that battle, but bore enduring scars within his spiritual SEIT was akin to a bottle meant to hold liquid, but with a small crack at the bottom, causing the liquid to leak out continuously. From being on the verge of breaking through to Emperor-level Beastmaster, he had gradually fallen to a half-step King-level Beastmaster. The once perfect genius now relied on potent alcohol to numb his nerves and alleviate his suffering. Chapter 22. The Reason to Win. Lin Tian gazed into the distance of the setting sun, feeling a pang of sorrow as his hands trembled uncontrollably. The spirited individual he had known before parting had returned as a shell of his former self. Irreparably broken. To preserve Yang Yan's life, Lin Tian had sought numerous individuals and discovered a remedy for his mental affliction, employing various means to slow Yang Yan's mental deterioration, but at the cost of his own ability to act. Any exertion would only accelerate his decline. Moreover, to rescue Chunlan, he had summoned a fully evolved divine firewood monkey to tear open the novice secret realm, a display of power that bordered on emperor level. He even transferred the only millennium-old spiritual flower he had found into Chunlan's body, saving her withering spiritual sea. Sigh. "Uncle Lin, if I make it into the top 16 of the Beastmaster tournament, can I gather the herbs necessary to treat Uncle Yang?" Lin Tian paused at her words, turning to meet Chunlan's resolute gaze. The boy who had once been shielded by him had matured, ready to soar into the vast azure skies that I possess a mental remedy. But choosing the herbs means sacrificing a complete evolution material. Even if you desire emperor-level evolution materials, the 8 great cities can provide them. Are you truly willing to exchange that opportunity for herbs? Chunlan shook her head, a smile breaking across her face as if recalling something joyful, determination solidifying within her heart. "I do not care for evolution materials. All I desire is for Uncle Yang to be alive." Memories flooded her mind, each moment shared with Yang Yin since she first met him, every day of the past 3 years filled with joy. Yang Yin had shown her countless wonders, taking her to savor delicious food, to witness sunsets, to explore the ocean, to play, learn to swim, hike, row boats, and listen to songs in taverns. Through Yang Yin, she experienced love, an affection she had never known before. Perhaps, in her heart, she had long regarded him as a second father. The Beast Master tournament was daunting, with many prodigies hailing from the 8 great cities. Lin Tian did not wish to discourage Qianlan. It was merely a fact. Many scions of noble families possessed bloodlines, and some had ancestors who were emperor-level beast masters, creating a legacy that spanned generations. I have a compelling reason to win. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I will forge my way through. Moreover, I am not weak. I will show the prodigies of the 8 great cities what it truly means to be the child of destiny. Tianlan got. Meow. Geo. Lin Tian observed the determined youth before him, a vague figure appearing behind him, equally small yet brimming with confidence. Tianzi, watch closely. I, Yang Yin, shall become the god of beast masters. One day. I will take you and the divine wood monkey to explore the entire Tianlan continent, driving out all the demonic clan. Lin Tian silently nodded, internally acknowledging this child before him. The road ahead was long, and success might indeed be within reach. Yinzi, the child you safeguarded has grown, capable of standing on his own. The claw eagle soared towards the setting sun, heading towards the city walls of Linjiang City. The gentle breeze tousling Qianlan's hair, the flicker of destiny resonating softly, emanating a peculiar glow. How tomorrow marks the beginning of 2 months of training. Let's give it our all, young ones, as night quietly descended. The mournful cawing of crows echoed through the darkness, resembling a lament, their discordant song permeating the Li family compound, an oppressive force suddenly erupting, silencing the crows for good. Have they arrived? Li Yaobin sat at the head of the table, his gaze fixed on the black-robed figure entering through the door, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, as if he intended to swallow the figure whole. Your sacrifice has pleased the master. Speak, what is it that you desire? The black-robed figure's lips curled into a slight smirk, standing in the grand hall without taking a seat, yet exuding an overwhelming aura. Despite their differing positions, the disparity in their status was negligible. Kaluz, I want those individuals dead. Regardless of who killed Song Yi, they must pay. Li Kangyi's fierce gaze burned with a wrath that seemed capable of consuming all, his anger unresolved. The black-robed figure, named Kaluz, slowly removed his hood, revealing antlers atop his head, his face covered in green skin with white spots scattered across it. Are you dreaming? The Su family and Wang family are involved. It is impossible to strike without alerting them. Kaluz mocked Li Yaobin, asserting that to eliminate the scions of noble families, one must consider the will of those backing them. Those individuals are about to enter the monster beast forest for special training. The Beast Master tournament is about to commence. You should be aware of this. Furthermore, the rewards for hunting prodigies are considerable. Perhaps you might even earn the master's favor. Yaobin presented a compelling argument that Karuz could hardly refuse. The half-orc sought to enhance his strength and believed that acquiring the blood of formidable demon clans or monstrous beasts was essential for his continuous empowerment. Among the various shortcuts available, the most unique lay in hunting the heavenly killers, where the bounty was calculated per head, regardless of quality. Even the deceased Li Kangyi, who had fallen victim to the traps set in the novice secret realm, had inadvertently gifted Li Yaobin some astonishing gains, which elucidated the fervor behind his desire for vengeance. This proposition is highly enticing. I accept, but you must provide their locations. Afterward, I shall allocate you 30% as a reward for your intelligence. Karuz exclaimed with palpable excitement, having lingered in the realm of demonic soldiers for far too long. It was time for him to ascend to the rank of Demon General. Upon hearing this, Li Yaobin merely waved his hand dismissively. Karuz, initially perceiving this as a rejection of his offer, was about to erupt in anger when he caught sight of the wicked grin spreading across Li Yaobin's face as he gazed at him intently. I do not seek a share. I desire their suffering to be worse than death. All right, Karuz repeated thrice, realizing how unfortunate it would be for someone with such ambition to remain merely a half-orc, sacrificing their potential to become a powerful individual for the sake of being a so-called royal beast master. The allure of power derived from within oneself, is far more intoxicating than that which is vested in a pet. Can those beasts, lacking evolutionary paths, truly dictate a person's fate? Only through personal strength can one silence all dissent. That Eli Yao Bin. I eagerly await the day you succumb to darkness. That day is not far off. Karuz mused ominously to himself. Beneath the Leaf family estate lay countless cages, imprisoning innumerable souls, including newly recruited youths, some destined for the propagation of a new human race, others subjected to half-orc experiments. While some were already on the brink of death, consumed by monstrous beasts to replenish nutrients. In Linjiang City, change is imminent. Chapter 23. Beneath the starry sky, the Tianlan Cat King. Tianlan Cat, is it possible for you to evolve into the form of the Tianlan Cat King? In the humble abode of Chunlan in the slums, he curiously inquired while gently rubbing the plump face of the Tianlan Cat. Meow. Of course I can, but your spiritual power may not withstand it. And I cannot guarantee a complete evolution. The anthropomorphized Tianlan Cat replied with a shrug, looking at Chunlan with a helpless expression while meowing. Upon hearing this simplified response, Chunlan fell into contemplation. According to Yang Yin, a beastmaster could only facilitate evolution when their spiritual power reached the royal level, provided that the pet possessed the requisite materials for complete evolution. Thus, if his spiritual power were sufficiently robust, it would undoubtedly enable the Tianlan Cat to transform once more into its complete form, even if only for a fleeting moment, which would suffice as a decisive advantage. Currently, with a dual spiritual sea bestowing him double the spiritual power of the same rank, Chunlan speculated that becoming a mid-level beast master might increase the likelihood of success, yet he felt inclined to attempt it now. Tianlan Cat, give it a try. If you cannot evolve, abandon the effort immediately. Chunlan led the Tianlan Cat to an open space outside, ensuring that his grandparents were sound asleep before quietly commencing the evolution process. The golden patterns on the back of his hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light, coinciding with the contract atop the Tianlan Cat's head, as though a connection had been established. Transform, Tianlan Cat King. With a flourish of his right hand, a golden magic circle materialized beneath the Tianlan Cat's feet, which then transformed into a burst of golden light, exuding a royal aura that rapidly spread. However, at that moment, Chunlan's spiritual power was depleting swiftly. Even the two spiritual seas could not keep pace with the consumption. As the Tianlan Cat King extended a single claw, Chunlan collapsed onto the ground, and the golden light enveloping the Tianlan Cat King dissipated, reverting it to its original form. Are you all right? Meow. The Tianlan Cat hurriedly scampered to Chunlan's side, its claws shaking his arm vigorously. Chunlan slowly opened his eyes, relieved that he had recently ingested a potion to restore his spiritual power, preventing him from slipping away once more. Why once more? Had he truly, during that novice secret realm incident, without the 2 vials of century-old stalactite liquid, he might not have been able to summon anything at all. Chunlan murmured to himself, unaware that the previous evolution had already drained his spiritual power. The feedback from the royal breakthrough, coupled with the 2 vials of stalactite liquid, had not preserved his spiritual sea, let alone the current state of his spiritual power. Nevertheless, he had gained some benefits. As his spiritual sea was on the verge of collapse, it had formed 2 distinct spiritual seas that, under the catalysis of the Millennium Spiritual Flower, were rejuvenated. Lin Tian had not disclosed to Chunlan that reviving him had required Yang Yan's Soul Millennium Spiritual Flower. Thus Chunlan embarked on this blind attempt, fortunate that no grave mishap occurred. Otherwise, there would have been no second spiritual flower to save him. Let us go. It's time for bed. Chunlan scooped up the Tianlan Cat and headed back indoors, promptly falling asleep, likely due to the excessive consumption of spiritual power. After the two had succumbed to slumber, a shadow swiftly approached, ascending the city walls, where the royal spiritual power swiftly radiated, surveying the surroundings. What is going on, Your Majesty? Where does this royal aura come from? Is a demon king planning to besiege the city? Upon sensing this aura, Yang Yin was startled awake, leaping from his bed and rushing towards the source, joined by several prominent families, including the Wu clan. Lin Tian, hearing the commotion, could only shake his head in resignation. The aura had arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, and I had no inkling of its origin till a look of astonishment spread across the faces of Li Yaobin and his companions. If even Lin Tian could not discern the source of the royal aura, then Linjiang City had gained yet another mysterious presence. It could merely be the aura of some ancient elder. Everyone should return and investigate, Lin Tian suggested, gesturing to the crowd, who promptly agreed to dispatch personnel for further inquiries. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Tian and Yang Yin descended slowly onto the city walls. Yang Yin produced a bottle of aged wine and handed it to Lin Tian. The two shared a drink while conversing. Your Majesty, the impending Beast Master tournament has brought a certain liveliness to this remote city. I fear nothing. If the sky were fall, wouldn't you be there to support me? Lin Tian chuckled. You think I can only unleash my power once? I highly suspect you brought me to Linjiang City with ulterior motives. What motives could I possibly have? I simply wish to cure you. You fool. The two engaged in light banter as night deepened, their laughter resonating through the evening air. Both became slightly intoxicated, choosing not to dispel the effects of the alcohol with their spiritual powers, but rather allowing the pleasant buzz to linger. Time passed, and both succumbed to inebriation, leaning against each other as they fell asleep atop the city walls, reminiscent of their previous vigil together. Silent guardianship through day and night. Unyielding and eternal. In the small dwelling of the slums, Chun Lan and the Tianlan cat nestled together under a blanket, drifting into a deep sleep, for tomorrow would soon arrive, and all that transpired today would inevitably come to an end. Hey, I'm here. Wang Fuguei pounded frantically on Chen Lan's door, attempting to rouse him, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Lan was quietly brushing his teeth, watching Wang Fuguei's antics from behind. After a lengthy bout of knocking without a response, Wang Fuguei, puzzled, attempted to open the door to investigate, only to be startled by an eerie voice that suddenly echoed nearby. Are you looking for me? Chen Lan's words sent Wang Fuguei soaring in fright, and with a bemused expression, he retorted, Aren't we too grown up for such childish tricks? Chen Lan, bewildered by Wang Fuguei's comment, thought to himself, who had just been knocking like a child at the door for ages. Truly absurd. Roar, 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 the Tyrannosaurus beast waved its claws at Chen Lan, as if greeting him. Chen Lan affectionately patted its head and pointed towards the Tianlan cat, encouraging it to go and play. At that moment, the Tianlan cat appeared to be still half asleep, as if it had not rested enough. Hearing the approaching footsteps, it curiously turned its head to look. Roar, oh, meow, having packed his belongings into a storage ring. Chen Lan and the Tianlan cat set out together towards the gates of Linjiang City. Outside Linjiang City, 5 figures had already gathered, and alongside Su Qiubai and the others, Yang Yin and Lin Tian had also arrived, seemingly to see them off. Xiaolan, next time, don't arrive at the last minute. Chapter 24. Departure, the true beast forest. The soldiers stood in formation atop the city walls of Linjiang, gazing into the distance, ever vigilant for any movements from the monstrous beast forest. Yang Yin waved to Chen Lan, who promptly jogged over, retrieving a jade gourd from his storage ring. This was the reason for Chen Lan's timely arrival. Sister Qinya's peach blossom brew, during my absence. You'll have to rely on yourself to procure it, he said, that a glimmer of tears seemed to flicker in Chen Lan's eyes as he looked at Yang Yin. But it vanished almost immediately. He did not wish for Yang Yin to be deterred by his sentiments, especially considering the true peril of the monstrous beast forest. Yang Yin gently ruffled Chen Lan's hair, sensing that this lad had matured. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Tian, the latter departed the inner city with 5 companions. Open the city gates. The resounding commands coalesced, and in that moment, the morning gates of the city swung wide, not only ushering Chen Lan and his companions toward the monstrous beast forest, but also numerous beast taming teams, who ventured forth to hunt beasts for materials to sustain their livelihoods. Yang Yin contemplated the departing figures and glanced at the jade gourd in his hand, murmuring to himself, Xiaolan, I await your return. As soon as he uttered this, his gaze sharpened, and he surveyed the entirety of Linjiang City. A grand purging unique to Linjiang had commenced. It was time for those rodents lurking in the shadows to witness the light. Lin Tian summoned the clawing eagle, which soared in the sky, not carrying the group, but instead walking alongside them, briefing them on the circumstances of the monstrous beast forest. The forest is divided into 3 sections: the periphery, the inner area, and the core. For now, we shall only explore the periphery. The entire monstrous beast forest is vast, effectively the heart of the western wilderness, with countless cities standing on its fringes. Each city is arranged according to the 64 hexagrams, establishing tight connections among them, making trade routes easily extendable to AS for the monstrous beast forest. The beasts on the periphery possess strength ranging from ordinary beasts to beast soldiers, and beast generals exist, though they are organized in tribal forms. Ordinary beasts are akin to basic-level creatures, while beast soldiers represent elite-level pets. As you are aware, once pets surpass the comfortable zone of ordinary levels, the difficulty of upgrading significantly increases. At this juncture, it is not merely about leveling up. One must possess combat prowess to match. Upon reaching elite level 30, you will experience your first evolution. Of course, the evolution paths vary for each pet, so I want to provide extensive guidance. Rather, choose based on your own instincts. There are no useless pets, only inept beast tamers. Each pet's birth is a result of unique circumstances, if you do not believe in them. Who else will? Chun Lan and the others nodded in understanding, and as they stepped forward, Lin Tian summoned the clawing eagle down, allowing Chun Lan and the others to behold the vast expanse of the monstrous beast forest. Goodness, is it really this enormous? Chun Lan was taken aback by the seemingly endless forest stretching to the horizon, a clear indication of its immense scale. Numerous cities bordered the monstrous beast forest, and before each beast tamer competition, participants would venture into the forest for training to enhance their practical skills. You may encounter beasts, or perhaps you will not, but heed my words. You are a team, and cooperation is paramount. Do not act as lone wolves. Here, solitary actions are most ill-advised. Unless, of course, you are an emperor-level beast tamer, in which case you may roam freely without fear of opposition. Lin Tian lightened the mood with a jest, and Wu Junlin maintained an impassive demeanor. Having emerged from the military, he had long endured trials of blood and fire. The monstrous beast forest was not solely inhabited by adversarial beasts. Some were amicable towards humans, albeit in limited numbers. After all, who could resist the allure of devouring beast tamers to rapidly augment their strength? Lin Tian met the gazes of the group, intending to convey to Chun Lan that if they did not strike decisively, the beasts would do so without hesitation. Do not let compassion blind you. You can be genuinely kind, but ignorance is perilous. That is all I have to say. I will dispatch someone to follow you. For any urgent matters, contact me directly. Now, commence your trial. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Tian leapt onto the back of the clawing eagle, and with a piercing cry, he vanished from sight. He had pressing matters to attend to in the desolate city and planned to visit Hong City as well. Especially since his niece had been abducted, he ought to check in on her. Just as Lin Tian departed, the monstrous beast forest began to stir. Initially, the beasts were wary of the soaring, clawing eagle, but now they seemed to have only a few minor karami left, an enticing opportunity for them. Be cautious. Their S movement. Even Chinlan was unprepared for the sudden actions of the beasts the moment Lin Tian left. The allure of beast tamers to the beasts was evidently profound. The underbrush rustled ominously, as if something were about to emerge. The 5 of them stood ready, and Chun Lan shot a glance at Su Qiubai, who understood immediately. The ice crystal bird ascended into the sky, revealing the beast concealed within the foliage. Squeak! A rusty knife suddenly flew towards Wang Fuge, only to be swatted to the ground by the leaping Tyrannosaurus beast. Diamond Bear charged straight in. Upon hearing this, the Diamond Bear pounded its chest in fury, then used its shoulder to burst through the underbrush, scattering the murderous rabbits that were lurking within. Heavenly Lawn Cat. Attack! At Chun Lan's command, the Heavenly Lawn Cat's lethargic gaze transformed, raising its meteorite pickaxe to strike at a rabbit's head. The Tyrannosaurus beast also lunged forward with its claws, engaging in combat with the murderous rabbits. While Lin Miaoka timidly remained in place, momentarily at a loss, the Tyrannosaurus beast and the murderous rabbits fought fiercely. The Heavenly Lawn Cat had already crushed several rabbit skulls, joining the fray beside the Tyrannosaurus beast to dispatch the remaining threats. The diamond bear held the front line, disrupting the formation of the murderous rabbits, demonstrating the effectiveness of Lin Tion's strategic arrangement, with each member having their space to shine. Goodness, these murderous rabbits must be poisonous. I recall the novice realm being only ordinary level 1. Yet here they are at level 5. Wang Fuguwei exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that his expectations of the monstrous beast forest had been overly optimistic. The novice realm is truly meant for novices, and we're thrown into hard mode right from the start. Wang Fuguwei's comments did not go unheard by the others, yet to Chunlan. The rabbits appeared entirely different, as a simplistic template materialized in his vision. Species: murderous rabbit, frenzied, level. Ordinary level, 5 evolution path. Murderous rabbit king. Murderous rabbit lord. What on earth is this? A startled exclamation erupted in Chunlan's mind. Levels were one thing, but what was this evolution path? Could this be the effect of the Eye of Fate? Yet, why did it not affect Su Qiubai and the others? When Chunlan turned his gaze towards Su Qiubai, he noticed his mental energy rapidly depleting, an unsettling sensation of exposure washing over her. Su Qiubai frowned at him, only to find Chunlan staring blankly at her. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily shut off the Eye of Fate. The previous scene had been rather too explicit, certainly inappropriate for younger audiences. Name: Su Qiubai species, human level. Junior beast tamer, beast taming talent. Ice Phoenix bloodline, beast taming skill. Ice storm. The battle among the pets persisted. The diamond bear sustained numerous wounds from the murderous rabbits, but just then, the flower fairy arrived. A beam of green light enveloped the diamond bear, and its wounds began to heal gradually, as if untouched. Meow! The heavenly lawn cat's meteorite pickaxe expanded, striking down a multitude of murderous rabbits with incredible force. Under the collective effort of the pets, the horde of murderous rabbits was swiftly eradicated. Well done, heavenly lawn cat, Chunlan praised, affectionately petting its head, while the flower fairy flitted among the pets, casting a green light that enveloped the heavenly lawn cat, instantly revitalizing it, as if all fatigue had vanished. How delightful! Chunlan produced a map of the monstrous beast forest, while the ice crystal bird soared above, continuing to survey their surroundings. Currently, we're here. I suggest we first familiarize ourselves with the outer area before gradually delving deeper. Chunlan pointed at the map and spoke to the group. The configuration of their team was quite comprehensive, lacking nothing in terms of defense, offense, reconnaissance, and healing. The only shortcoming was their lack of coordination, which necessitated continuous combat. Chunlan's planned route involved engaging in battle along the outermost perimeter before gradually delving deeper inside. That I had no objections. I was eager to begin. Wu Junlin rubbed his fists in anticipation. And even the nearby diamond bear appeared to be a fervent combat enthusiast, clearly eager for battle. No wonder these two could be together. Chunlan collected several corpses of the killer rabbits and placed them in a storage ring. Then the group began to explore the periphery, with the ice crystal bird scouting ahead. This group of little creatures is surprisingly cautious. It's rare to see a team that isn't overly excited or anxious. Caution is indeed wise, far better than being caught off guard, which can lead to significant losses. Amidst the treetops, 2 middle-aged men concealed themselves, whispering to each other as they trailed behind the 5. Maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Perfectly balanced, Chunlan and the others pushed forward with ease. The beasts at the periphery were not formidable, allowing the team to test their configuration. The diamond bear led the charge, while the Tyrannosaurus beast and the Tianlon cat engaged in a coordinated assault. The ice crystal bird provided reconnaissance and aerial support, and the flower fairy was always ready to offer healing, ensuring the squad remained in prime condition. Elite-level B soldiers. Let us take them on. Wu Junlin was about to command the diamond bear to charge when Chunlan and Wang Fuguwei pulled him back. Looking at him incredulously, "Are you out of your mind? We 5 ordinary-level beings are going to take on an elite-level one. Have you lost your senses, or have I?" Chunlan then slowly activated the Eye of Fate to examine the information on the elite beast before them. Species: explosive bear level. Elite level 1 evolution path. Explosive bear. Explosive war bear. War god bear, just upgraded. Huh. Should we test our mettle? Chunlan immediately shifted his gaze to Wang Fuguwei, who, upon meeting his eyes, panicked. Lanzi, You can't be led astray by this fellow. We're outmatched. How can we know if we don't try? The exchange glances between Chunlan and Wu Junlin instantly conveyed their mutual understanding. And the diamond bear charged forth, delivering a powerful blow to the explosive bear. Hey, why are you hitting it in the face? Wang Fuguei exclaimed in confusion as the explosive bear instantly entered a state of rage. Launching a furious assault on the diamond bear, with the Tianlan cat and Tyrannosaurus beast following suit, their attacks arriving in quick succession. The ice crystal bird continued to summon ice crystals from the air. Disrupting the explosive bear's spell casting, Tianlan cat used giant form. With Chunlan's command, the Tianlan cat transformed into a whirlwind, growing larger with each rotation until it reached the height of a small building. This sudden change caused nearby beasts to panic, fleeing in terror. It was akin to the emergence of a colossal creature. Am I the elite, or are you? The explosive bear was momentarily dazed by the sight of the towering Tianlan cat. But seizing the opportunity, the Tyrannosaurus beast struck the explosive bear's foot with its meteorite pickaxe, inflicting pain and causing it to lose its balance. The massive paw of the Tianlan cat followed, sending the explosive bear flying, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Tianlan cat, use phantom claw. Chunlan shouted again, and the Tianlan cat swung its claws, resembling countless phantoms, relentlessly attacking the explosive bear, leaving it no chance to breathe until it was slain. Meow. The Tianlan cat struck a triumphant pose, looking at everyone with a grin, as if to say, "Victory is assured, my little brothers." Chunlan approached the corpse of the explosive bear, extracting the spirit crystal from its brow with a dagger, and walked over to the others. Why do I feel like we're not on the same level as Lanzi? Wang Fuguei glanced doubtfully at his Tyrannosaurus beast, while Wu Junlin nodded vigorously in agreement, sharing the sentiment that I still suspect that Tianlan cat is on steroids. It's just too monstrous. Chunlan, puzzled by their strange expressions, watched as the Tianlan cat swiftly shrank and scampered to him, opening its mouth and pointing its paw towards it, as if waiting for a treat. Feed it. We have plenty of spirit crystals. Yes, my father prepared 30 spirit crystals for me, saying I could feed them to my pet as long as it felt appropriate. Chunlan glanced at Lin Miaoka and Su Qiubai, suddenly realizing they seemed to have much larger backgrounds, making him feel comparatively impoverished. Damn, I disdain the wealthy. Chapter 26. Encountering injustice, drawing the sword to assist. Although Wu Junlin did not have many resources at his disposal, he represented the entire Linjiang Wu family in the Beastmaster Championship, so he was adequately supplied with resources, including spirit crystals for his pet's upgrade. At least until the diamond bear broke through to the martial general level, those spirit crystals would suffice, allowing it to choose its own evolution path without restrictions. Chunlan tossed a spirit crystal to the Tianlan cat, which, after consuming it, displayed a look of satisfaction, patting its belly in delight. After a brief search, the group also discovered a century-old spirit herb and took it with them. Isn't the Tianlan cat a bit overpowered? It's not even at the elite level, yet it possesses so many skills. Don't tell me it was born with them. Since witnessing the Tianlan cat's prowess, the group grew increasingly bold, venturing deeper into the periphery of the beast forest, where the levels of surrounding beasts began to rise exponentially, confirming that the survival of the fittest law prevailed even in the beast forest. The weak could only cling to survival at the outskirts, attacking incoming beast masters for survival, while the strong drove the weak away, monopolizing the inner regions of the beast forest to guard the growth of precious resources. Evolving through consumption, perhaps this is the essence of beastling nature. Chunlan, should we take a break? We're nearing the inner perimeter, Su Qiubai cautioned as the group pressed on, though the outer circle of the inner perimeter also housed elite-level beasts. Their levels were vastly superior, even housing evolved martial general-level beasts that posed a threat beyond their current capabilities. Chunlan, who had been charging ahead, paused slightly, taking in the predatory gazes around him. He inhaled deeply, then turned back to the group and said, "Let us continue hunting in this vicinity. No need to venture further in. What do you think you're running? You little brat, hand over the family head's token. Since your father has vanished and your grandfather is gone, you might as well relinquish the head position." Chunlan's heart chilled upon hearing this, and he soon spotted an injured youth emerging from the woods. Clutching a hamster-like beast, presumably his pet. Blood trickled from his forehead, and his arm bore a gash from sharp blade, his clothing tattered and worn. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the woods, armed with swords and knives, their beasts pursuing the youth as if intent on ending his life. "Hey, are you here to meddle? Do you know who we are?" one of them sneered. "Ever heard of the Han family from Bishui City? Bow your heads now, and I'll let you go. How about that?" "Huh, the second young master speaks well. Some people should understand their place as subordinates." Chunlan's face darkened with icy fury. They hadn't even spoken. Yet this group had the audacity to insult them. What a farce. Miauka, heal him. Lin Miauka immediately sent the flower fairy flying over, following closely behind. Green light enveloped the youth and his hamster, gradually healing their external wounds. After examining the youth, Lin Miauka discovered he had internal injuries as well, promptly producing a healing elixir and placing it in his mouth. The youth looked at Lin Miauka with gratitude, wanting to say something. But she smiled and shook her head. "You're a patient now. I'm a doctor, and no need for thanks." Lin Miauka was surprisingly serious when treating patients, losing the initial nervousness of their earlier conversation. Perhaps this was her professional demeanor as a healer. The youth gazed at Lin Miauka's gentle smile and softly replied, "Thank you." The four pursuers suddenly turned pale, realizing someone dared to intervene and that they were not intimidated by the Han family's reputation. "Who allowed you to treat him? Did I give you permission? Why do you think you can treat him?" "Simply because I'm a healer and I can treat whomever I choose. It's none of your business." Lin Miauka observed the aggressive demeanor of several individuals, and even her usual good temper was tested by their scornful taunts and insults. She retorted sharply, "Humph, if that's the case, then I shall deal with all of you together. You two girls are not without merit in appearance, especially that aloof one. A group of worthless individuals. If you were to perish, it would matter little in this era. There are still those who keep a Tianlong cat as a companion beast. It is truly laughable." Upon realizing that the leader of the beast tamer team was Chunlan, and that his companion beast was a Tianlong cat, her pride swelled even further. The worthless companion beast can still form a contract. "If it were me, I would have discarded it long ago. Even a wild beast would be a better choice than a Tianlong cat." The group continued to exchange barbs, hardly acknowledging Chunlan and his companions, even going so far as to mock Su Qiubai, seemingly oblivious to the folly of their actions. "Junlin," Chunlan's voice cut through the air coldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Junlin's face instantly brightened with a smile as the diamond bear leaped forward, standing defiantly before the group and roaring fiercely at them. Han Junyan, caught at the forefront, winced as the bear's saliva splattered across his face. "I've been itching to deal with you. If not for Lan Ji's good nature, I would have dealt with you long ago." Wu Junlin approached and draped an arm over Chunlan's shoulder, only to be struck by the terrifying aura emanating from him, prompting him to quickly step back. "Back in the beast tide of Bishui City, was it really worth saving you worthless creatures? What a waste of Uncle Yang's efforts," Chunlan scolded sharply. The battle that left Yang Yin gravely injured was fought to protect Bishui City, ultimately ending in the annihilation of the beast tamer team, with Yang Yin left unconscious. Thankfully, the higher-ups of the human race arrived just in time to save him. I wonder if Uncle Yang would choose to retreat upon witnessing this scene. No, he would likely stay. After all, he fights for all the people of Bishui City, not for these foolish infants before me. Chunlan murmured to himself. The group fell silent for a moment, having heard bits and pieces about the matter concerning the Yang family from their own households. The battle of that year had been too brutal, and the ones saved were these pathetic individuals. The Tianlong cat need not be killed, merely injure it. A sinister smile crept onto Chunlan's icy visage. The Tianlong cat sprang onto the shoulder of the diamond bear and soared into the air, its meteorite pickaxe growing in size as it charged toward the group, fueled by the fury Chunlan felt within. "Dare to bully my brother. You are courting death, meow." The Tyrannosaurus beast followed closely behind, and the ice crystal bird launched an aerial assault, instantly engulfing the scene in chaos as the companion beasts clashed fiercely. Without Lin Miauka to heal, it became a classic 4v4 battle, or rather, a free-for-all. The enemy's 4 companion beasts included the jadebone wolf, the green fire snake, the dreamweaver spider, and the auxiliary blue water frog, all ranging from levels 7 to 9, with the weakest being the blue water frog, which could provide bubble-like defenses but had minimal healing effects that, in contrast, all of Chunlan's beasts were offensive types. With the exception of a defensive diamond bear, the rest were extraordinarily aggressive. Moreover, the Tianlan cat had already advanced to the elite level. Although only at level 10, the breakthrough in realm added some starry patterns to the Tianlan cat, enhancing its mysterious aura. Darn it, this Tianlan cat's level is off. Use all the explosive spirit pills. Han Junshan exclaimed anxiously, retrieving the pills from a storage ring and tossing them to the beasts. Instantly, their strength surged by 1 or 2 levels, with even ordinary level 9 Jadebone Wolf reaching level 10, though it could not break through further as this enhancement was merely due to the pills and not genuine growth. Roar! After consuming the explosive spirit pills, the pressure shifted toward Chunlan's side. While they too had their share of pressure, this pill was a mere drain on the beast's potential. It was better to avoid using it if possible. Yet they resorted to it in this situation, perhaps fearing defeat. You can't win, can you? Just because you've reached elite level doesn't change the fact that a worthless companion beast remains just that. Once I defeat you all, I'll feed you to the beasts. Even Han Feng will meet the same fate. The position of family head will be mine. Chunlan sneered at the oblivious Han Junshan, momentarily forgetting whether they would actually lose. Even if they did, the guardians behind them were no joke. Several families had half-step king-level warriors backing them, and Lin Tian was a king-level fighter himself. IT was truly foolish to utter such words. Moreover, they did not need to call for help, as they would not lose that a strange smile crept onto Chunlan's face, sending chills down Wang Fugui's spine. Tianlan cat, some dare to look down on you. What shall we do? Eliminate him, meow. The Tianlan cat placed the meteorite pickaxe on the ground and transformed into a whirlwind, drawing in energy from its surroundings. As it spun, its body grew larger, towering over the others and eclipsing the forest, casting a massive shadow that enveloped everyone. What the hell is this? How could the Tianlan cat be like this? Han Junshan shouted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how one person could achieve what so many could not. The Tianlan cat unleashed its phantom claw, striking like an illusion, sending several companion beasts flying and crushing Han Junshan under immense pressure. You worthless creatures, get up quickly, as Han Junshan berated the beasts. A cold expression spread across the faces of his companions. Beasts are beasts. There is no hierarchy of nobility or inferiority among them. Their status is not diminished simply because they are contracted companion beasts. In fact, the status of companion beasts often surpasses that of their beast tamers. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Han Junshan hurriedly shoved his underlings forward and attempted to flee. However, as he turned to run, an arrow struck a nearby tree, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Oh dear, I accidentally missed. Can you dodge the next arrow? Chunlan's voice came from behind him, and Han Junshan did not believe it was a mere accident. Rather, it was a threat that, if he dared to flee, it would surely mean his demise. Meanwhile, the Tianlan cat did not attack Han Junshan's companions, but instead gathered them together, tossing them alongside their companion beasts. Come on, hand over your storage rings. I love robbing the children of noble families. Wang Fugui rubbed his hands together excitedly. As a fellow noble descendant, he knew all too well how valuable their storage rings were. Sharpening his metaphorical knife for the slaughter, this moment, Han Feng had also risen after a brief rest, his pet hamster joyfully bouncing in his arms, munching on the nuts Han Feng had just provided, devouring them as if hoarding food, and no need to store any more. We won't be running anymore. Han Feng gently stroked the fate mouse in his arms. During Han Feng's most perilous moment, the fate mouse had dug out the last of its nuts to feed him. This venture was merely a conspiracy aimed at targeting Han Feng. Due to the mysterious disappearance of the current head of the Han family, the rightful heir should have been Han Feng, the eldest son. However, certain individuals conspired to seize power, taking advantage of the situation. Now, without the protection of the Han family, Han Feng found himself beset on all sides. Thank you, Chunlan. Han Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. Having just inquired with Lin Miaoka about the identities of these individuals, he was not as foolish as Han Junshan, who recklessly revealed his identity while pursuing others. The backgrounds of those before him were far too intimidating. Su Qiubai from the Su family's branch in the desolate city, Lin Miaoka, the second daughter of the Lin family from Hancheng, Wu Junlin, a candidate from the renowned Wu family, and most terrifying of all, Chunlan. According to what was previously mentioned, the so-called Uncle Yang and the war of your must refer to Yang Yin, known as the Flame King, given Chunlan's recent display of anger. It was clear that he shared a deep connection with Yang Yin. What he did not realize was that Chunlan's backing was not limited to the Flame King Yang Yin. He also had Lin Tian, the city lord of Lingjiang, behind him, an undeniable king-level force, more formidable than any mere intimidation. It's nothing, just a small act of kindness. Chunlan turned around with a smile. And upon seeing the hamster in Han Feng's arms, the eye of fate in her gaze involuntarily activated. That moment, the hamster's eyes transformed into a golden hue, as if it had been drawn into the realm of destiny. The hamster stood frozen for a while, soon returning to normal, its eyes brimming with excitement. Chunlan also emerged from the trance induced by the eye of fate, feeling as though her power had suddenly been attracted and subsequently unleashed, as if it were blooming for the benefit of those who would follow, guiding them along the path of uncertainty. A truly peculiar sensation. Thank you, esteemed Lord of Fate. My realm of destiny has finally been completed. Although the hamster did not vocalize its gratitude, the appreciation in its eyes was palpable. However, communication with the Lord of Fate was not possible at this moment, so it could only bow repeatedly in thanks, leaving Han Feng momentarily stunned, mistakenly believing the hamster was merely overcome with emotion, given its timid nature. Typically relying on the assessment of fortune and misfortune to determine its path, the hamster was adept at seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Though lacking in combat prowess, it was destined to experience a significant surge in strength after its growth phase, possessing the enigmatic powers of destiny, making it exceedingly formidable. The previous head of the Han family had utilized this ability to locate the treasures of the demon clan, leading to the catastrophic battle of Bai Shui Yuan. Chapter 28. The guardian of the Han family struck away. Name: Fate Hamster Growth Level. Level 8 Realm Level. Ordinary Special Talent. Destiny Realm completed. Red. Pet Skills. Calculation. Wang Fugui toyed with the collected storage rings in his hands, glancing at the attire of the four individuals, causing them to retreat in fright, hastily pleading for mercy if they were stripped of their clothing. Their image would be utterly ruined. No, no, no. Heroes, we were wrong. Please spare us. I was just being foolish. Please do not take it to heart, esteemed sirs. Observing their expressions, Wang Fugui scoffed. Who would even desire their clothes? It was merely a scare tactic. His own attire was worth far more than theirs. Why would he bother with them? Everyone, you have gone too far. After all, these are my kin. A sudden, aged voice echoed unexpectedly, bringing joy to Han Junshan and the others, who even shouted, Old Mountain, quickly bind this group. I want to punish each one of them. Han Junshan's demeanor appeared comical to onlookers, having just been on his knees pleading for mercy. Now standing tall, due to the support of another, it was a pity he was not performing the face-changing art of Linjiang, beating the young, now the old. How unimaginative. Can we not introduce some novelty? Chunlan remarked indifferently, unperturbed by the fact that there were those behind Han Junshan who dared to attack them. Just because he had support did not imply they were without their own. You dare speak to me so insolently? At that moment, a blazing fire wolf surged forth, its body enveloped in flames, adorned with a fiery mark upon its forehead, filling the battlefield with an intense heat. However, before the fire wolf could leap down, a colossal bear clad in golden armor charged from the opposite side, delivering a powerful punch that sent the fire wolf flying, then landing solidly on the ground. Interfering with the affairs of the young ones, truly pathetic, a voice laced with disdain emerged, tinged with mockery. The fire wolf rose, letting out a furious roar directed at the golden bear, their eyes locked in a fierce contest of wills. Let us take this battle elsewhere. You coward. I despise those who prey on the weak. Wu Lan shouted at the forest on the other side, while those beside him shook their heads in resignation. appearing remarkably calm. Just as the two beasts were about to clash, an instantaneous attack ensued, leading to a fierce skirmish. The tremendous force of the conflict forced Chunlan and her companions to retreat, while Wu Junlin's eyes gleamed with excitement. My goodness, that golden bear is astonishingly cool. One of the evolution paths for the golden bear was indeed the golden battle bear, and both it and Wu Junlin were exhilarated by the unfolding battle scene, momentarily forgetting to dodge. Who dares to bully my nephew? Who do you think you are? As the words fell, a tiger descended from the heavens, landing in the center of the fray and simultaneously sending both beasts flying. Its half-step king-level strength instantly suppressed the entire area, pressing down upon all present, particularly targeting Han Shan and Wu Lan, the guardian of Chunlan. Uncle Zhang, that golden battle bear is here to assist me. Han Feng shouted against the wind, and in an instant, the pressure on Wu Lan dissipated. However, he was quickly led away by those beside him, and the golden battle bear vanished from the scene as well. The arbiter of justice has arrived. We may withdraw now, someone whispered beside Wu Lan, who nodded in agreement. They maintained a safe distance, though not too I ask this how you all venture into the beast forest for training? Oppressing your kin and murdering the young master. Who gave you the audacity? With Han Zheng's voice resounding, a tremendous king-level pressure descended, forcing Han Junshan and his companions to their knees, unable to rise. The overwhelming weight distorted their features, their knees sinking toward the ground, their spines seemingly on the verge of collapse. Han Zheng, this was all a conspiracy. It has nothing to do with the second young master. Han Shan could only bravely step forward to take the blame, knowing that even if he did not, he would still face death upon returning home in the Han family. Killing one's kin was a death sentence if discovered. Upon hearing this, a cold, indifferent gaze from Han Zheng bore down upon Han Shan, the pressure instantly forcing him to the ground, face pressed against the earth. The cloud departure tiger lion lunged forward, slamming Han Shan's fire wolf to the ground, suppressing it firmly. Did I permit you to speak? What gives you the courage? Young Master Han Feng, the Han family guard Han Zheng has arrived late. Please forgive me. Han Zheng leapt down and approached Han Feng, covering his chest with one hand, bowing slightly. However, he was promptly interrupted by Han Feng. Leaning in close to Han Zheng, Han Feng whispered something, the surprise evident on Han Zheng's face as he burst into laughter. Truly, the cycles of heaven are remarkable. I knew the young master would realize his slip of the tongue, he thought, silently sealing his lips. Gazing at Han Junshan and the others, Han Zheng's eyes filled with murderous intent. Once Han Feng returned to inherit the family head position, this group would meet their demise, including the second young master. Violators of family rules must be punished. Han Zheng commanded the Cloud Departure Tiger Lion to seize them, swiftly capturing the group and relieving Han Shan of several storage rings, inspecting their contents and discarding the useless items on the spot. He then retrieved some elite-grade items from his own storage ring. What the hell, a tiger with wings? What on earth is this? Wang Fugue exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement upon seeing the Cloud Departure Tiger Lion. Ever since he was captured by Lin Tian, he had fantasized about when the Tyrannosaurus beast would sprout wings, eagerly awaiting revenge. These are but small tokens of my esteem. I hope you do not find them lacking. Han Zheng said with a smile, handing the storage ring to Wang Fugue, who accepted it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Han Feng approached Chunlan, gently placing the fate hamster down. The two bowed deeply to Chunlan, as if expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, Chunlan. One day, I shall repay you in full. Though he was still quite weak and unable to make grand promises, he vowed that in the future, he, Han Feng, would do his utmost to present Chunlan with a generous gift. "It's nothing," Chunlan replied, nodding and waving her hand dismissively. Though slightly bewildered, she quickly spoke up. Han Feng did not linger, mounting the back of the Cloud Departure Tiger Lion and waving farewell to Chunlan once more. "See you at the 100 Cities battle. See you at the 100 Cities battle," Han Zheng remarked excitedly to Han Feng. Now, even if those old geezers wish to intervene, it will be futile. A bunch of stubborn fools. I wonder what goes on in their minds. Since the Fate Hamster's realm has been completed, the position of family head should rightfully belong to me. Chapter 29. The Rat in the Gutter, the City of Linjiang. cloaked in darkness, took on an air of mystery, the subtle drizzle adding to its enchantment that a figure draped in a black cloak darted through the streets, seemingly evading something. Phew, they should be unable to catch up now. This individual, oblivious to the chaos left in their wake, continued their desperate flight, having already taken numerous lives, yet still thirsting for more blood. The figure cloaked in black gasped, his breath coming in rapid bursts as the thought of the underground chapel, filled with corpses, sent chills down his spine. Just as he resolved to flee the city, a metallic sound slicing through the ground echoed ominously, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits, prompting him to run once more to a middle-aged man, draped in a raincoat and wielding a golden staff adorned with intricate, lifelike patterns, stood before him. The staff, known as the Qiankuan stick, sparked against the ground, producing a metallic resonance that deepened the black-cloaked man's dread. "Please, spare me. I truly regret my actions. They deceived me. I never intended to join the cult of malevolence," he pleaded, removing his hood to reveal a pig-like visage, half kneeling in desperation, a pitiful sight marred by the blood staining his hands. Traitors to humanity must face death. The golden staff elongated instantaneously, piercing the heart of the half-beast. The ground soon awash with his crimson lifeblood, which swiftly washed away in the downpour. Yang Yin slowly removed his hood and ascended to the highest point in the heart of Linjiang City. Surveying the expanse below, his mental prowess radiating outward. This marked the second layer he had dismantled that day. Once Yang Yin departed, soldiers promptly arrived to retrieve the half-beast's corpse, erasing all traces of the event as if nothing had transpired. Let this torrential rain cleanse Linjiang City of its sins, Yang Yin mused, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide. Welcoming the rain's baptism, his spirit momentarily at ease, a bolt of lightning descended with a thunderous roar, striking toward Yang Yin, yet his Qiankuan stick glimmered with golden light, dispersing the electric fury, a portion of it seemingly absorbed into the staff. With a sharp gaze, he tilted his head and smiled faintly. His figure vanishing instantaneously, leaving no trace of his whereabouts, the golden flash of lightning streaked across the western sky, the ground erupting with the emergence of countless half-beasts, soon engulfed by a single swift silhouette. The golden lightning wreaked havoc, illuminating the darkness and banishing all evil that a cacophony of wails echoed, intermingled with agony and terror, as they gradually dissolved into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Quickly, follow. Another big catch awaits. A chorus of voices surged toward the western part of the city, eager to cleanse the remnants of the half-beasts left behind by Yang Yin and cover their tracks. Given the stormy night, the residents remained largely oblivious to the tumult. Only the four great clans were aware of the flickering golden lightning in the sky, the indistinct figure, and the overwhelming power that had rendered Linjiang City submissive. What madness is this? Why has he suddenly turned against the cult of malevolence? Li Yaobin bellowed, his expression darkened. The half-beast stronghold had been well hidden, yet tonight, as unfortunate timing had led to an encounter with Yang Yin. He pondered how many strongholds would survive this onslaught, all of which represented his painstaking efforts. Yang Wang, it's been a while. Care for some company while you unleash your fury tonight? Yang Yin turned slowly at the sound of the voice. Having sensed someone approaching, surprised to find the old man seeking a chat. An elderly figure sat atop a magnificent stag, radiating an otherworldly glow, exuding an aura of profound wisdom as he nodded gently at Yang Yin. "Ah, President Yang, you've returned. Did you find what you were seeking on your journey?" Yang Yin greeted, recognizing the visitor as Yang Tianyue, the president of the Beastmaster Guild and a half-step king-level Beastmaster. "Ah, I didn't find much, but I did come across some core evolution materials. Perhaps they'll extend my life a bit longer. Then I wish you a swift ascension to king level." The two exchanged pleasantries. Yang Yin genuinely delighted to hear of Yang Tianyue's impending breakthrough, knowing it would bolster Linjiang City's strength. "I must take my leave now. Perhaps we shall feast together later." Yang Wang. Yang Tianyue bowed respectfully, acknowledging the strength that Yang Yin commanded, which had already made him renowned across the western wilderness. After Yang Tianyue departed, Yang Yin resumed his search within Linjiang City, but after a lengthy pursuit yielded no results. He found himself perplexed. Well, I shall capture them tomorrow, as long as Xiaolan is around. I shall pursue you relentlessly. He produced a jade gourd gifted by Chunlan, uncorked it, and took a sip. Feeling rejuvenated as the Qian Kuan stick dissipated in his grasp, meandering through the rain-soaked night. Drinking and listening to the rain, he wandered along the long, winding road, uncertain of his destination, following Yang Yan's departure. A crow descended, transforming into a woman clad in a black cloak, her curvaceous form accentuated by the dark fabric, her slightly red lips exuding an alluring charm. You dare to show yourself? Are you not afraid of Yang Wang taking your head? An aged voice resonated, belonging to a figure draped in white, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the woman before him, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge that, of course, I am not afraid. After all, you are here, are you not? By the way, what are the goods I requested? Have you secured them? The woman caressed her cheek with a delicate white hand, addressing the man in white with a detached confidence. Seemingly unfazed by his warning, the goods have been handed over to your subordinates. But where is my daughter? The white-clad man's aura surged ominously, a palpable menace directed at the woman Dada. She is certainly safe. But I have something to show you. The black-cloaked woman smirked mischievously as a crow materialized in her hand, soaring into the distance, presumably to relay information. Moments later, it returned, her wicked grin growing wider. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a mirror appeared, reflecting an image of an injured girl, strangely adorned with white fox ears, furry paws, and several tails trailing behind her. Li Qingwei, why have you harmed my daughter? The white-clad man's voice trembled with rage. Oh, you dare to threaten me. The 31st chapter unfolds with a fury that is both impotent and overwhelming. The white-clad man's domain exploded forth, a radiant wooden sword materializing in his grasp, aimed at Li Qingwei, the pressure of king-level might pressing down upon her. Yet Li Qingwei stood resolute, her own purple aura unfurling, matching the white-clad man's power in an impasse. Old man, I advise you to temper your aura. Should others discover this, I assure you, your daughter will never return to her words. The white-clad man faltered momentarily, his aura receding. However, Li Qingwei's pressure remained, forcing him to kneel before her, only to retract his energy in defeat. Now, that's more like it. How obedient. Li Qingwei delicately lifted the white-clad man's chin with her slender fingers, scrutinizing his aged visage as though he were beneath her. Your daughter's bloodline is remarkably suited for the six-tailed demon fox. Her power will ascend to that of a demon soldier. The white-clad man's body quaked at her words, knowing that once injected with the half-beast serum, there was no turning back, and the torment of beastly souls would be hers to endure. Why must this happen? She is but a child. Spare her, and I shall willingly take the serum myself. His voice cracked with desperation, longing to trade his life for hers at awe. But what use is an old man nearing his end? Li Qingwei's laughter dripped with malice. Your daughter, however, inherits your talents. I revel in the prospect of such a genius. Only powerful half-beasts can thrive. Li Qingwei's words echoed like a devil's whisper, agitating the white-clad man's resolve. Though he longed to strike back, he felt utterly helpless. His strength could not shield his family. What good was such power? Continue gathering humans for me. I require more subject for my experiments. Should your goods fail to satisfy me, I assure you, your daughter will be displayed upon the walls of Linjiang City. Li Qingwei slightly turned the neck of the man in the white robe, allowing him to glimpse the location of the city walls of Linjiang. Nevertheless, the excitement gleaming in her eyes remained undiminished. Caw-caw, a cacophony of crows echoed through the AI. Li Qingwei gradually retreated. The moonlight enveloped her, and countless crows appeared in an instant, wrapping her within their midst. As the multitude of crows took flight, Li Qingwei vanished entirely from sight that won her. I am sorry, my dear. It is my fault. I will certainly rescue you, even at the cost of everything, including my own self. The man in the white robe struck the ground with great force until his fingers bled, yet he did not cease his relentless assault. Rainwater mingled with his blood, and his anguished cries reverberated throughout the heavens. The lightning above responded to his wails, and a torrential downpour ensued, completely shrouding his hunched form. Perhaps this was the only way to release the pent-up emotions within him. In a remote mountain far from Linjiang City, as the crows cawed, Crises, who was selecting subordinates, came to a halt, respectfully kneeling before the crows before him. "Welcome back, esteemed leader." Li Qingyue emerged slowly from the crows. Removing her black cloak, her purple hair cascading down, adding an enchanting allure to her dreamlike visage, Crises struggled to suppress the heat rising within him. "Crises, what brings you here? Has the cargo from the Li family arrived?" Li Qingyue inquired coolly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Before Crises could respond, Li Qingyue entered the grand hall, hidden deep within the vast mountains. Crises hastily followed, only speaking once Li Qingyue had taken her seat upon the throne. "The goods from the Li family have been delivered. I came to bring some subordinates with me to capture a few prodigies for experimentation." Qingyue lazily propped her chin on her hand. Observing Crises below, her interest fading instantly, she waved him away, signaling her desire for rest. Although Crises felt dissatisfaction brewing within him, he swiftly exited and closed the door behind him, ensuring no one would disturb their esteemed leader. Once I ascend as the Demon King, even you shall become my plaything. In essence, Crises was a true hybrid of demon and beast, while Li Qingyue was merely a beastmaster who had betrayed humanity, destined to be reduced to a mere toy in the end. Crises arrived at the cell housing the latest experimental beastmen, and the guards displayed a respectful demeanor upon seeing him, not daring to show any disrespect. "Are there any new specimens?" "Ideally, ones of moderate power, and preferably female." The bull-headed and horse-faced beings approached with obsequious smiles, introducing Crises to the latest products of their experiments. After surveying the area, Crises' interest was piqued by a six-tailed fox beastman lying on the ground. "Bring this girl out. Additionally, fetch the other beastmen I just selected. I intend to infuse them with a mental power curse." The bull-headed and horse-faced beings immediately sprang into action, with the bull-headed one unlocking the cell door. Crises gazed at the girl's youthful face, captivated by the allure of the six-tailed fox, realizing it would be effortless to capture Wang Fugue and his companions. Crises' hand opened slightly, and a swirl of purplish-black demonic energy materialized in his palm, which he then infused into the girl's forehead. As a black mark formed, the girl instantly awakened. "Master!" At that moment, the horse-faced being brought over the other selected beastmen. Crises cast the curse and retrieved some potions from a storage ring, handing them to the bull-headed and horse-faced beings before departing the main base of the Demon Heart sect with the beastmen in tow. "Wow, Lord Crises is indeed generous." The bull-headed and horse-faced beings praised him reverently, subsequently injecting the potions into their bodies. They were instantly enveloped in a euphoric sensation, their forms gradually enlarging as their powers slowly increased. The light drizzle gradually dissipated, and a full moon illuminated the sky, with a myriad of stars twinkling above, resembling a breathtaking celestial painting crafted by nature. In a cave, a faint glow emanated from a fire as Chunlan sat at the entrance, gazing at the starry sea above. Beside him, the Tianlan cat had already succumbed to slumber, curling up against Chunlan as it drifted into dreams. The cat's paws clung to Chunlan's arm. Its round face and lively ears were charming, while drool trickled from the corner of its mouth, as if it were lost in a delightful dream. Meow. Chapter 31. The Untapped Secret Realm. Chunlan watched the peacefully sleeping Tianlan cat with a hint of affection in his eyes. Wang Fugue and the others were still resting behind, adhering to a rotation system to ensure everyone remained well-rested. Not far from the cave, atop a tall tree, two figures clinked their cups, enjoying the wine from a gourd while conversing, occasionally casting glances toward Chunlan's cave to silently guard over everything. Ding, the Beastmaster's ring in Wang Fugue's hand emitted a chime, which he promptly silenced, relieved not to have awakened the others. He then smiled at Chunlan, who was still keeping watch at the entrance. "This guy is still the same. Thankfully, I sent alarm." Wang Fugue stood up, stretching lazily before cautiously approaching the cave and sitting beside Chunlan, unable to suppress a chuckle at Chunlan's drowsy demeanor. "All right, Lan kid, go get some rest. I'll take over from here." Upon hearing the voice, Chunlan instantly became alert, but relaxed upon recognizing Wang Fugue. Instead of retreating into the cave, he chose to sleep where he was, feeling secure with Wang Fugue on watch. Observing Chun Lan's tranquil slumber, Wang Fugue shook his head in amusement at his friend's consistency. He then retrieved a blanket from his storage ring and draped it over both Chun Lan and the cat. The Tyrannosaurus beast continued to rest undisturbed, as Wang Fugue kept watch alone through the night. Contemplating the distant future, one day, I too shall become a formidable being, driving all the demon races away. As the morning sun streamed into the cave, Chun Lan instinctively shielded his eyes from the light. Yawning and stretching before glancing at the still sleeping group, he then nudged the Tianlan cat awake. Meow, oh. The Tianlan cat rubbed its eyes and stood up, only to be promptly scooped up by Chun Lan. Nearby lay a spring that they had discovered while searching for a resting place the night before. However, darkness had fallen, prompting them to gather some wooden blocks and clear out a few goblins before settling down for the night. The pair washed themselves briefly by the spring, and Chun Lan collected some fruits to bring back. Upon returning to the cave, he found that everyone had already awakened and placed the fruits on the ground. Each person had brought some rations, but most preferred to eat the roasted rabbits or wild boars prepared by Chun Lan, highlighting the immense advantage of having a cook in the group. While the others enjoyed the fruits, the Tianlan cat ventured deeper into the cave, contemplating its desire to break through the stone walls. Rubbing its paws together, it raised the meteorite pickaxe in its hand and struck the wall with an impressive force. Meow. The tremendous noise startled Wang Fugue, who was about to eat a fruit, causing him to toss it into the air, only for it to be caught perfectly by the Tyrannosaurus beast, which promptly swallowed it. Roro, what on earth is happening? Did the cave collapse? Wang Fugue exclaimed in shock. Wu Junlin shrugged and replied helplessly, how could that be? I checked it last night. The walls are quite sturdy. Unless you have specialized miners to strike at the weak points, that smooth surface simply cannot be breached. At this point, Wu Junlin's gaze shifted toward Chun Lan, more specifically to the Tianlan cat. Where's the Tianlan cat? Why isn't it here? Chun Lan also realized the absence of the Tianlan cat at that moment and rushed inside, only to find no trace of it, just an impressive hole carved into the stone wall. A large opening, nearly half a person tall, had been perfectly created, with no cracks visible on the walls, as if crafted by nature's own hand. Yet it was the work of the Tianlan cat. Tianlan cat, where are you? Chun Lan bent down and crawled into the tunnel, which was incredibly narrow and mysterious in its construction, almost too well hidden. However, this scenario felt oddly familiar. It seemed reminiscent of the time he had obtained a goblin elder's spirit crystal. Where are you? Lan Kid, Wang Fugue, and a few others followed suit, gazing at the diminutive hole before them, and immediately called out, their voices echoing in the cavern, where they heard Chun Lan's response. The group exchanged glances, and without hesitation, entered the cave with their beloved beasts. Su Chiobai gently patted the head of the ice crystal bird, which promptly took flight, illuminating the path ahead for the others. Tianlan cat, where have you scampered off to? Chun Lan inquired, opening the eye of fate as he peered into the narrow passage, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Nevertheless, he marked the spot before continuing forward. As time passed, Chun Lan finally reached the innermost part of the passage, only to discover a world filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms beyond the radiant light, a faint yellow portal to a secret realm suspended above the flowerbed. The Tianlan cat curiously inspected this peculiar gateway, noting its unusual color in comparison to what it had previously encountered. Meow. Upon spotting Chun Lan's silhouette, the Tianlan cat waved its paw eagerly, prompting Chun Lan to leap down from the incline. Countless birds, startled by the commotion, took to the air in a flurry, while flowers swayed in the breeze and countless dandelions danced in the wind, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of fairyland. However, this idyllic realm was rather small, seemingly existing solely to house the secret portal. You rascal, if you run off again, I swear I'll give you a good thrashing. Chun Lan scolded, ruffling the Tianlan cat's fur in irritation. Yet as he met the cat's big, watery eyes, his anger dissipated entirely. After all, it was his cherished companion, and there was little else to be done. It appeared that the golden talent had been triggered once more. Last time it manifested as a spirit crystal, and this time as a portal to a secret realm. Who could fathom what might emerge next? It would be wise to steer clear of such caverns in the future, Just as Chunlan pondered these thoughts, Wang Fugui and the others arrived, their expressions filled with astonishment at the sight of the fairyland before them. A beauty they had never witnessed before. The flower fairy immediately soared into the air, dancing among the blossoms as the wind played a harmonious melody, crafting a perfect ambience. This must be an undeveloped secret realm portal, Lin Miaoka suggested, noting that typically, portals that had been explored displayed hues of blue or purple, while this one was unlike any they had ever seen. The group exchanged bewildered glances when, suddenly, a sturdy tree branch shot forth, ensnaring Wang Fugui's leg and yanking him inside. Chunlan rushed to grasp Wang Fugui's hand, but to no avail. Su Qiubai attempted to pull Chunlan back, yet they were swiftly drawn in together. "Damn it, this is absurd. Let's go," Wu Junlin declared, leading the way with the diamond bear right behind him. Lin Miaoka activated her beast-taming bracelet and sent a message to Lin Tian before also diving into the unknown. The secret realm, fraught with unknown risks, held no guarantee of fortune or misfortune. Yet, the youth was never lacking in adventurous courage and would never abandon his friends. Chapter 32. The perfect finale. Work is at stake. Perched atop a branch as thick as a palm, two figures lay sleeping while birds returned to their nests. Observing the two occupying their territory, the birds swiftly launched an attack, pecking at them with their sharp beaks. Chirp chirp, Wu Chao, irritated, swatted away the bird from his face. Realizing the sun had risen, he yawned and glanced toward a nearby cave, noticing no signs of movement and assuming the others were still asleep. Ugh, I'm so tired. I should check on those little rascals. Wu Lan leapt from the high tree to the ground, carefully using his mental force to cushion his landing silently, and slowly approached the cave. When he peeked inside, he was met with an empty space, leaving him utterly bewildered. "This is a disaster. I've lost the kids, and my job is at risk," Wu Lan exclaimed in despair, promptly awakening Secretary Wang from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes and preparing to rise, Secretary Wang was taken aback as Wu Lan zoomed in front of him, clutching his hand and lamenting frantically, "Don't worry. Let's search around," Secretary Wang reassured, and Wu Lan immediately dashed out. Scouring the outskirts of the beast forest, while Secretary Wang checked his beast-taming bracelet, noticing a message had been left for him. "Miaoka and the others have entered the secret realm within the cave. We must not allow anyone else to approach it. I've dispatched General Song to assist you, prioritizing the children's safety." Upon reading the message, Secretary Wang's expression turned grave as he summoned the clawbreaker eagle to circle overhead. Before entering the cave himself, gazing at the expertly crafted tunnel deep within, he felt a wave of confusion. Were any members of the tomb-raiding family among Chunlan's group? Meanwhile, Wu Lan conducted a frantic search outside. But upon finding no trace, he broke down in tears. "Wah, this is catastrophic. I'm out of job." The junior beast tamers training nearby watched Wu Lan's frantic antics with bewildered expressions, hastily distancing themselves from him. They feared that should he lose his temper, they would face dire consequences. "Wang Yuan, it's a disaster. I can't find anyone." Wu Lan rushed back, hoping Wang Yuan might have some clues, only to find him seated comfortably on the ground, munching on wild fruits left by Chun Lan's group, sipping from a flask of wine. "Wang Yuan, why aren't you worried at all? If Lord Lin finds out, we're both toast," Wu Lan fretted, desperate to drag Wang Yuan back into the search. "Relax, I've found them," Wang Yuan replied, showing Wu Lan the message on his beast-taming bracelet. Wu Lan, who had been on the verge of panic, instantly relaxed and sat down, grabbing Wang Yuan's wine to take a swig. "You rascal, why didn't you inform me? You're so inconsiderate," Wu Lan scolded, feeling a mix of relief and irritation. "I only just saw it, and then you disappeared," Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, popping a wild fruit into his mouth. To Wu Lan, this demeanor radiated an air of utter relaxation. "Nevertheless, I still feel uneasy that I must take a look inside." Just as Wu Lan attempted to rise, Wang Yuan stopped him. "I've already checked. The entire secret realm has been sealed off and cannot be accessed again. Don't fret, just drink. Let's wait for General Song to arrive. There's no use being anxious here. We should focus on guarding this place." Observing Wang Yuan's calm demeanor, Wu Lan sighed, realizing that despite being the elder, he was the one feeling the pressure. while Wang Yuan appeared unfazed, undoubtedly having honed his composure in the presence of prominent figures. Meanwhile, Chun Lan and his companions had arrived in another realm, a natural cave where a copper iron tower stood before them. The grand entrance of the tower radiated a dazzling light, seemingly beckoning them to enter. Welcome to the special secret realm of the Thousand Spirit Tower. Here, you can ascend the tower to acquire the resources you desire. Rewards include evolution materials, weapons, spiritual herbs, spirit crystals, and skills, which you may choose according to your needs. Notification 1. The strength of the beasts and phantoms will be tailored to match the challenger's abilities. The higher you ascend, the better the rewards. Notification 2. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, you may silently recite return to your original location. Notification 3. Each participant in the secret realm has only one chance to challenge. Once everyone has completed their trials, the ultimate gate will unlock. Chun Lan gazed at the blue panel before him, momentarily stunned. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the gaming worlds of his original realm. Who exactly was this Beastmaster? Was he perhaps another traveler like himself? Greetings. I apologize for bringing you here in this manner, but I am in dire need of your assistance. The spirit of a treant floated in the air. Bowing in apology, the initially irate Wang Fugue found his anger dissipating. Sincerity like this was hard to dismiss. And who might you be? Chun Lan inquired curiously, to which the treant promptly responded, I am the spirit of this tower. But my soul is imprisoned at the highest level. Only those who conquer the highest tier can claim ownership of this tower, and in doing so, I shall be freed to be participating in the trial. You will also receive reward from the tower, which are quite valuable. The treant's words brimmed with sincerity. It merely wished for someone to reach the top and liberate it, harboring no ulterior motives. Only a desire for freedom. Has no one ever come here before? Or has anyone conquered the highest level? Chun Lan asked with intrigue, discreetly activating the Eye of Fate to observe the treant's pure spirit, which put his mind at ease. However, as his gaze swept across the Thousand Spirit Tower, he sensed a faint trace of malevolent energy seeping from the ground, as if it were being suppressed by the tower itself. There have been visitors, but none have ever cleared the highest level. If you have not yet conquered the highest level, then I shall simply have to continue waiting. The tree's spirit lamented, a look of sorrow etched upon its face. Yet a flicker of urgency danced in its eyes, as if eager for Chun Lan and the others to hasten into the secret realm. Chun Lan turned his gaze towards Lin Miaoka, who shook her head in response, indicating that they could not establish contact with the outside world, thereby suggesting that they were in a secluded space. Lan Wazi, this must be a resource secret realm. Let us hasten to challenge the tower. Perhaps we might obtain some materials for the evolution of our beasts, Wang Fugue said, draping an arm over Chun Lan's shoulder with a grin. Chun Lan nodded in silence. The most prudent course of action was to complete the challenge swiftly and depart from this place. Everyone, please exercise caution. We are still unaware of the situation within the tower to be wide away. That tree spirit may pose some issues. We must keep our distance from the Qianling Tower upon our exit. Wang Fugue's expression turned to one of bewilderment upon hearing this, and he glanced back at the tree spirit, whose forced smile left him somewhat perplexed. I could too sense something amiss. Even a spirit artifact should not behave in such a manner. Su Qiubai expressed her concerns, having felt a wave of malice from the moment they arrived, though she had yet to discern its source. Now, apart from their small group, the only entity present was the tree spirit, making it difficult to dismiss the unease. It is akin to a treasure chest lying in wait. Would you find that normal? It surely harbors some ulterior motives. What are you all discussing? I'm a bit lost, Wu Junlin scratched his head, struggling to grasp their cryptic conversation. Suddenly, Chun Lan had an epiphany. A peculiar smile spreading across his face as he turned his attention towards the tree spirit. This glance proved significant, for the tree spirit began to perceive itself as the benevolent party, while Chun Lan and his companions appeared as brigands. Alas, this tree spirit is beyond redemption. Lan's smile has returned. Wang Fugue mumbled in resignation while covering his head. Chun Lan approached the tree spirit, adopting a standard false smile before rubbing his palms together, resembling a greedy little servant. Esteemed spirit artifact, might you provide us with some equipment? It could enhance our chances of success. The tree spirit, Regarding Chanlan as merely a child, did not take his words to heart, instead contemplating the matter. Even if it were to eliminate a few individuals, its own survival would be short-lived, leading to a necessary hibernation. It would be wiser to offer them some collected spirit crystals, for they might indeed succeed in conquering the Qianling Tower, thereby granting it freedom. At that point, it could dispose of them, retaining the spoils for itself. Truly, a win-win scenario. As this thought crossed its mind, the tree spirit's expression grew increasingly audacious, yet quickly masked it, feigning a look of distress. I possess a few items of equipment and spirit crystals, albeit in limited quantity. I hope you can reach the highest level. A thick branch suddenly soared through the air, laden with countless storage rings, and a multitude of equipment and spirit crystals were unceremoniously scattered across the ground, interspersed with a variety of miscellaneous items. This is clearly theft. Have you lost your mind while sleeping? Chunlan grumbled internally upon seeing the pile, yet his hands did not cease their movement. Wang Fugue and the others rushed over, eager to scavenge and feigning greed as they selected items suited to them. Though they had resources, it did not preclude them from taking advantage of freely given ones. Thank you, esteemed spirit artifact. I shall certainly reach the highest level and liberate you completely, Wu Junlin remarked, showering the spirit artifact with flattery, his eloquence surprising for one hailing from a martial family. Oh, these are merely trifles. Tidy them up and proceed with your challenges, the spirit artifact said, hands on its hips, feigning delight. Chunlan sifted through the heap of miscellaneous goods, collecting all the medicinal herbs, spirit crystals, and evolution materials, leaving behind only inferior equipment, most of which bore little efficacy. Then we shall depart, esteemed spirit artifact. We are grateful for your support, Chunlan replied respectfully with a cupped fist. As he approached the Qianling Tower, his hand brushed against the golden portal, and he stepped inside. Instantly, the scene transformed around him. Once all had entered, the tree spirit's green glow morphed into a sinister purple-black, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, radiating ominous flames. Little ones, strive hard. Do not let me down. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as these discarded garments. Reduced to ashes, a droplet of flame from the demon slowly descended upon the worthless equipment, igniting blue flames that consumed everything, as if it had never existed. Welcome to the first level of the Qianling Tower, comprising a total of 99 levels. Beasts are emerging. Beast tamers, prepare yourselves. Chunlan's gaze sharpened as he observed the interface before him. And soon, a goblin plummeted from the sky, landing directly in front of him. The Tianlan cat stood poised before Chunlan as the goblin raised a wooden club, launching an attack filled with murderous intent, as though slaying Chunlan would yield some reward. Meow. The Tianlan cat raised its iron pickaxe and collided with the goblin's wooden club, the disparity in weaponry resulting in the club splintering into two. Is the first level really this feeble? Chunlan scratched the back of his head, bemused. Name, Goblin Warrior level. Level 5 beast skills. None no wonder it was so weak. It was merely a low-level beast. As Chunlan finished speaking, the goblin was swiftly dispatched by the Tianlan cat, allowing them to ascend to the second level. Chunlan, feeling nonchalant, sat upon the ground, knowing that the monster's appearing could not withstand even a single strike from the Tianlan cat. Name, Tianlan Cat King, growing, growth level. Level 11 realm level. Elite special talent. Golden Miner, gold, beast skills, gigantification, phantom claw, royal domain, ninefold flying blades, cross impact, bond formation. Before entering, the Tianlan cat had already leveled up to elite during their monster hunting endeavors, while Wang Fugue and the others hovered around level 9 of the ordinary tier, likely to break into the elite level soon. In just a few days, it was evident that practical experience was the fastest route to improvement. Without sufficient life or death pressure, rapid advancement was unattainable. However, upon reaching the elite level, Chunlan discovered that leveling up had become increasingly difficult. Transitioning from level 9 ordinary to elite had cost him 5 or 6 spirit crystals, and reaching level 11 consumed around 10. The difficulty of advancement had escalated exponentially. Fortunately, he had just acquired a wealth of resources from that fellow. The spirit crystals included some of the red variety, alleviating his concerns about resources for the foreseeable future. Red spirit crystals were of high quality and could provide more spiritual energy to beasts. He wondered what further surprises this tower might hold, already anticipating the journey ahead. Welcome to the 20th level of the Qianling Tower. Defeating the monsters on this level grants you the opportunity to select a treasure chest. Just as the system announcement concluded, a demon wolf, exuding an aura of malevolence, appeared before Qianlan, its power reaching the level of a demon soldier, albeit at the initial tier. Finally, something interesting has arrived. Tianlan Cat, prepare for battle. The Tianlan Cat swung its iron pickaxe, as if playing with a stick, aiming directly at the demon wolf. However, just as it was about to strike, the demon wolf transformed into a shadow, lunging at Qianlan. Yet, Qianlan had already drawn his armor-piercing bow, aiming at the demon wolf. A smile creeping across his face that I've been waiting for you. Meet your end. Name, Demonized Wolf King level. Demon Soldier Tier 1 skills. Shadow step upon glimpsing the demon wolf's attribute panel. Qianlan had discreetly drawn his armor-piercing bow, realizing that the demon wolf possessed the skill. Shadow step as he witnessed the demonized wolf evade the Tianlan Cat's attack. Charging towards him, Qianlan was confident in his judgment. Whoosh! With a sudden sound, a sharp arrow shot forth in an instant, and the demonic wolf attempted to evade, yet was struck in the abdomen. The empty-handed Tianlan Cat was filled with indignation, vanishing in a blink and appearing in midair, emitting a cross-shaped flash before crashing down upon the demonic wolf. A tremendous surge of energy swiftly engulfed the wolf, leaving it no opportunity for resistance, resulting in an instantaneous demise. Congratulations on defeating the 20th-floor Guardian boss. Please select your reward. As the figure of the demonic wolf dissipated, the system announcement echoed once more. Faced with 5 chests laid out before him, Qianlan was momentarily lost in thought. Skills were certainly not lacking, and he had just acquired his equipment. But as for the elixirs reflecting on elixirs, Qianlan retrieved the recipe for the Tiankong Ichi water, with the key ingredient being a rare dual-birth flower aged 100,000 years, complemented by various spiritual elixirs aged a millennium. After a period of contemplation, Qianlan ultimately opted for the spiritual crystal, as given his current level, even acquiring the elixir would not yield one of such ancient lineage. The remaining auxiliary herbs had long been gathered thanks to Lin Tian, leaving only these primary ingredients lacking, which could no longer be deemed valuable yet inaccessible. In truth, they were simply non-existent within the secret realm. The only possible source was the treasure vaults of the 8 great cities, known to contain boundless treasures of the entire Tianlan continent. Opening the spiritual crystal chest for you now. Congratulations, you have obtained a flawless spiritual crystal of the demon general grade. Qianlan gazed at the orange crystal now in his hand, stunned. To think it was of demon general grade. Such a thing could easily obliterate him with a single strike. That I was hasty. Indeed, I was hasty. Qianlan had not anticipated acquiring such a high-quality spiritual crystal. As the name suggests, a flawless spiritual crystal embodies pure spiritual energy, unlike ordinary crystals which harbor blood essence and the lingering souls of beasts at the moment of their demise, with a considerable chance of unsuccessful absorption. Even if absorption succeeded, the energy obtained would be insufficient, which explains the fervent desire for flawless crystals among all. This particular crystal could allow even a Tianlan Cat to directly access level 1 upon reaching the general combat level. At this moment, the Tianlan Cat gazed longingly at the spiritual crystal in Qianlan's hand, drooling and eager to consume it. Qianlan, seeing this, chuckled helplessly, then produced 4 or 5 more spiritual crystals along with a braised fish to appease the Tianlan Cat's discontent. However, the feline understood that Qianlan surely had his own plans. The two continued to cooperate seamlessly, quickly arriving at the 39th floor, where they were met not with a single beast, but with a pack of demonic wolves. Perhaps due to the Tianlan Cat's level, the upper limit of the beasts had been constrained, yet the pressure upon them grew increasingly intense. These creatures were in an entirely different league compared to the previous demonic wolf. Qianlan recalled the tower climbing games from his past life, where the monsters were tailored to the challenger's actual strength. Although the level was the same, their combat power varied, all engaging in battles beyond their rank, with the outcome depending on individual performance. Tianlan Cat, unleash your full power. Meow ninefold flying blades. The Tianlong cat swung its meteorite pickaxe, summoning several sharp light blades around it, fiercely thrusting towards the pack of demonic wolves. After a period of combat, Chunlan discovered that aside from the constraints of bond formation and royal-level domain, the Tianlong cat could wield its other skills freely, while perhaps lacking the explosive combat power of a royal evolution. Defeating these lesser foes was a trivial task. As the flying blades continued to sweep through the wolves, the pack fell apart without any organized resistance, frantically unleashing skills as if they were free of cost. The lead wolf king emitted a reluctant roar. Had it not been for the suppression of the Qianling Tower, this cat would barely suffice for a mere snack. Congratulations on clearing the 39th floor. Prepare for the 40th level ahead. The IT seems that a treasure chest is awarded every 20 floors. I wonder what kind of adversary awaits this time. As the floor ascended slowly, it eventually halted, revealing a black and white panda, yet it appeared as a mere phantom. Visible yet untouchable. Name. Martial Way Panda level. Demon Soldier first segment skills. Taiji Fist, 10,000 Leaf Finger, Taiji Staff Technique, Yin Yang Fish Step Weight. Buddy, where did you acquire so many skills? Chunlan stared at the prompt panel from the secret realm, bewildered. Are you talking about me? The Martial Way Panda pointed to itself, inquiring curiously. This revelation startled both Chunlan and the Tianlong cat, causing them to retreat repeatedly. What the? This panda is speaking. What now? Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll just head back to sleep. The Martial Way Panda rubbed its round belly, having just been abruptly awakened by the Qianling Tower. Who dares to disguise themselves as a giant panda? Chunlan quickly assumed a combat stance, as did the Tianlong cat, both glaring at the Martial Way Panda. Welcome to the 40th floor of the Qianling Tower. Defeating the beast here will grant you the choice of a treasure chest. Chunlan looked at the system's prompt, utterly astonished. This panda was indeed the guardian beast of this floor, yet it exuded an odd aura. How about you just go back to sleep and let us pass? Chunlan proposed, causing the Martial Way Panda to blink in surprise and shake its head in resignation, indicating it had no such authority. This Qianling Tower, also known as the Tower of Living Beings, is a small world where we pets exist, governed by the spirit of Qianling, and cannot act on our own volition. You must defeat me to advance to the next level. There are no other means. Come on, let us fight. Show me the prowess of this generation of challengers. The Martial Way Panda took a stance for Taiji Fist. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram slowly emerging beneath its feet, its previously lethargic demeanor evaporating, replaced by a piercing gaze. Controlled by the spirit tool, it appears that the figure outside was nothing but a shoddy imitation. Although Chunlan had suspected the individual outside from the outset, it now seemed entirely counterfeit, that a genuine spirit tool could easily manipulate the process, allowing challengers to reach the top floor before liberating it. If not for the so-called spirit of Qianling, it must be a malevolent entity suppressed beneath the Qianling Tower. Chapter 35. Full of flaws. Guidance from the Martial Way Panda. General Song. We have finally awaited your arrival. Chunlan and the others were still within the secret realm, yet it had been sealed. Wang Yuan stood up quickly as the Song Yin army descended from the sky, promptly briefing him on the current situation. Upon hearing this, Song Yin was unhesitant, instructing Wang Yuan to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the location of the secret realm's entrance. Indeed, the secret realm was sealed. Lord Lin instructed that if the secret realm remained sealed, we would force our way through to see if we could tear it open. Song Yin also shared the information from Lin Tian with Wang Yuan, and solemn expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Meanwhile, the group led by Crises, having reached the beast forest, learned through the feedback from the beast that such a multitude of talents had arrived at the forest's outskirts, which rendered their expressions to reveal a wicked smile. Fortune seems to be turning my way today. Crises immediately ordered the six-tailed fox to masquerade as an injured maiden while they concealed themselves in the shadows, setting in motion a storm brewing in the depths of the beast forest. Inside the Qianling Tower, the Tianlong cat was already engaged in combat with the Martial Way Panda. Though termed a battle, it was more akin to a one-sided tutorial. Too slow, within the realm of the Martial Way Panda's Taiji diagram. Everything appeared to unfold in slow motion. Every movement of the Tianlong cat was anticipated, countered with skillful precision, yet without brute force, instead resembling an instructional session that a panda teacher, clutching a bamboo stick, guided the Tianlong cat, wielding the meteorite pickaxe. What should have been a powerful strike was rendered ineffective against the fluidity of Taiji. Quicken your pace, be precise with your strikes, and target the core. The martial way panda deftly evaded the Tianlong cat's attacks. Each strike of bamboo upon the feline's form inciting further agitation. Meow, the meteorite pickaxe enlarged instantly, sweeping horizontally. Just as the Tianlong cat thought it had landed a hit, the martial way panda leapt and perched securely atop the pickaxe, remaining perfectly balanced. All right, you may leave now. You've already lost. The martial way panda waved its bamboo stick dismissively, prepared to return to slumber, when suddenly an arrow sped towards it from behind, narrowly evaded in the next moment. Did you forget about me? The beast tamer is not solely defined by their companion beasts. The essence of the beast tamer themselves is also paramount. Upon hearing this, the martial Dao panda immediately held Chunlan in contempt, sneering coldly as he remarked, "You must understand one fundamental truth. Beneath the rank of king, all are but ants. Without attaining the king level, your physical prowess remains unenhanced, and your mental fortitude is pitifully weak. Why, then, should I regard you with any seriousness?" The martial Dao panda, producing a bamboo stick from seemingly nowhere, stuffed it into his mouth while propping himself against the wall, entirely dismissing Chunlan's presence. Chunlan chose not to respond. Instead, he sheathed his broken armor bow and drew forth a sea-grade battle knife, a cerulean blade gifted to him by Yang Yin, which he named the Tianlong blade. "Tianlong cat, let us charge forth together," Chunlan declared as he positioned himself beside the Tianlong cat, united in their combat. Meow, G.O. With the Tianlong blade gripped firmly in his hand, Chunlan lunged forward. Not only the Tianlong cat advanced, but Chunlan himself did as well. The Tianlong blade swung horizontally, prompting the martial Dao panda to leap onto the blade's edge, his expression laced with mockery as he regarded Chunlan. "The same move a second time will yield no results, meow." In an instant, the Tianlong cat leaped towards the martial Dao panda. Just as the latter prepared to evade, he found his movements inexplicably slowed, rendering him sluggish. The falling Iron Star pickaxe struck directly at the martial Dao panda's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Chunlan and the Tianlong cat exchanged a jubilant high-five, celebrating their strategic triumph. "How could this be? You are merely a mid-level beast tamer. How do you possess a domain?" In that fleeting moment of being ensnared by that force, the martial Dao panda felt himself enveloped within a domain. A power he had only sensed emanating from the master of the Thousand Spirits Tower, a being of king-level prowess and beyond. Do not underestimate humanity, lest you suffer greatly. This was the essence of Chunlan's progress. The upgrade and advancement of the Tianlong cat simultaneously bestowed benefits upon him. Perhaps it was due to his previous sudden ascension to king level that his mental fortitude had not fully reciprocated. Now he continued to receive spiritual reinforcement from the Tianlong Sea, a T.name. Chunlan race, human level, mid-level beast tamer, dual pool realm, beast taming talent, echo of fate, unique beast taming skills, eye of fate, king level domain, mental impact, bond formation quite intriguing. Now it remains to be seen whether you possess the requisite strength. The martial Dao panda's aura shifted dramatically as black and white colors gradually enveloped him, his speed accelerating as he materialized before Chunlan in an instant. The bamboo stick in his hand transformed into a cudgel, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Chunlan, all of which were deftly countered by the approaching Tianlong cat. The two exhibited a seamless synergy, communicating telepathically, constantly maneuvering to deplete the martial Dao panda's stamina. Too slow, meow. Pick up the pace, meow. Attack swiftly, strike accurately, target the core. Both Chunlan and the martial Dao panda comprehended the Tianlong cat's words, which nearly shattered the latter's resolve. You two ganging up is one thing, but to employ verbal assaults and mental pressure is truly inhumane. Though it seems the Tianlong cat is indeed not of human origin. The martial Dao panda found himself being relentlessly pushed back by the duo. Under the influence of Chunlan's king-level domain, his own strength was suppressed by nearly half, and his speed could not be adequately unleashed. Meanwhile, The Tianlong cat seemed to have absorbed the teachings of its mentor, exhibiting a markedly altered approach to combat, though attacking one's own instructor may be deemed somewhat unethical. How delightful to see you act so smug. Meow. The Tianlong cat, one paw on its hip and the other pointing at the martial Dao panda, began to issue a series of mocking meows. Chunlon affectionately ruffled the Tianlong cat's head, whispering something softly which caused the Tianlong cat's expression to shift. It then faced the martial Dao panda squarely, bowing its head and softly uttering, "Thank you, meow, for your guidance." Chunlon reciprocated with a gesture of respect. Initially, the martial Dao panda, upon recognizing the Tianlong cat's shortcomings, had chosen not to exploit its weaknesses. Instead, he had instructed it based on his own attributes, guiding the Tianlong cat to better utilize its inherent capabilities rather than relying solely on brute force. The martial Dao panda, who had been somewhat irked, felt his heart lighten upon witnessing the sincerity of their gratitude, realizing that his teachings had not been in vain. After spending so many years within the Thousand Spirits Tower, he finally encountered individuals of genuine interest. In no matter, I'll take a restful slumber now. Consider yourselves past. With a wave of his hand and a smile, the martial Dao panda slowly faded from view. Upon his defeat, it was clear that Chunlon and his companion had triumphed, rendering it unnecessary to vanquish the martial Dao panda. Congratulations on defeating the boss of the 40th floor. Please select your reward. Chapter 36, Spirit Herb. The revitalizing flower of 5,000 years before Chunlon hovered 5 chests, each adorned with inscriptions. Without hesitation, he chose the spirit herb, recalling that the first level had bestowed upon him a flawless spirit crystal of the demon general rank. Now, for the reward of the 40th floor, it surely cannot disappoint. At the very least, I expect something of 1,000 years' worth. This is my utmost hope, should the reward indeed be of 1,000 years. He speculated that the reward for the 60th floor would undoubtedly be a spirit herb of 10,000 years. The only uncertainty lay in whether he could procure the elusive yin-yang twin blossoms. Upon selecting the spirit herb, the chest burst open, radiating brilliance. Opening spirit herb chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the revitalizing flower of 5,000 years. The revitalizing flower can swiftly restore and replenish the sea of spirit, ensuring a period of saturation without depletion. Had a look of exhilaration illuminated Chunlan's face. With this, the reward for the 60th floor would surely elevate to that of a 10,000-year spirit herb. Yangshu's spirit herbs might even be gathered ahead of schedule. Although the probability was minuscule, a fervent flame ignited within Chunlan, steadily growing in intensity. If this revitalizing flower lives up to its description, then I can allow the Tianlong cat to linger at the king level for a while. The only uncertainty remained the duration of this respite, with his current status as a dual pool rel practitioner. This could serve as a trump card. Silently, Chunlan retrieved a box and carefully placed the revitalizing flower within, tapping the chest, recognizing this as potentially the key item for his entry into the top 16. Tianlong cat, let us proceed to greater heights. Meow. Oh. Meanwhile, Wu Junlin had been defeated and exited the Thousand Spirits Tower prematurely. The cumbersome diamond bear, faced with the agile martial Dao panda, was rendered incapable of combat. Moreover, the panda seemed to harbor some grudge, immediately unleashing a flurry of combination techniques that left the diamond bear utterly bewildered. Tai Chi Baba wave of formidable energy propelled the diamond bear away, casting them out and preventing re-entry. Tisich, that cat is far more entertaining to know. There's another one. Let us continue to bully. The martial Dao panda, brimming with vigor after having been subdued by Chunlan and the Tianlong cat, seized the opportunity to take on others. Lin Miaoka's ascent differed from that of the others. Her focus lay on assessing calmness in the face of crisis and decisive healing. She prioritized treatment amidst a throng, rapidly advancing through the floors. Having already reached the 50 tish, Fu Lin Miaoka wiped her brow as a small army awaited her treatment. Having delved into medical texts since childhood, she possessed a thorough understanding of various ailments. This ascent through the tower transformed her theoretical knowledge into practical experience, enabling her to achieve precision and speed in healing. Flower Fairy used status removal to eliminate poisoning. With a burst of pink light, the poison state of the apparition vanished instantly, However, external and internal injuries persisted, warranting further analysis. Following the principle of prioritizing life-saving measures before treating wounds based on severity was essential. Preserving the patient's life was the most fundamental tenet of a healer. One has already emerged. The loss must have occurred at the hands of the martial Dao Panda. The others had not yet exited, suggesting there remained hope, especially for that supportive beast tamer I am eagerly anticipating. Please do not let me down. The demon spirit observed Wu Junlin from the shadows, whispering to itself. For now, it was not yet suitable for it to reveal itself. Otherwise, who would arrange the demon beasts for them? Chunlan and the Tianlan cat carved their way through adversaries, discovering that aside from the key floor bosses, the rest were not overly formidable. The pressure posed by these magical beasts paled in comparison to that of the martial Dao Panda, who was genuinely terrifying. As the martial Dao Panda surveyed the ethereal screen before him, he noted that Su Qiubai and Wang Fugue were approaching the 40th floor. Upon witnessing the icy domain enveloping Su Qiubai, he was instantly reminded of a certain ostentatious individual, descendant of the Ice Emperor, such a high-purity bloodline. Ever since the Ice Emperor Su Mingtian forged a pact with the Phoenix clan, all subsequent companions could choose this path. Embarking on the path of the Ice Phoenix, a complete imperial journey. First, I shall check on the young lady, and then I will pay a visit to that rotund fellow, as Su Qiubai and Wang Fugue were making comparable progress. Both primarily honed their combat techniques by battling the magical beasts within the Tower of Thousand Spirits. In contrast, Wu Junlin took a more straightforward approach, bulldozing through with sheer force. However, for someone with a military background like Wu Junlin, the refinement of combat skills was not particularly necessary. Comparatively, his reward was similarly an orange flawless spirit crystal, which would significantly elevate the level of the diamond bear, proving to be the optimal outcome. Finally reaching the 40th floor, Su Qiubai pondered the whereabouts of Chunlan and the others. As he arrived at the 40th floor, he took a moment to catch his breath. The number of magical beasts had increased along the way, and so had the pressure. Yet under such stress, his combat prowess was rapidly escalating. Soon, with the system's prompt, the martial Dao Panda materialized before Su Qiubai, crossing its arms and observing him with keen interest. A panda? I assent that a national treasure? Su Qiubai felt somewhat dazed. He had rarely encountered such a pet, which was even rarer than elemental creatures. Ahem, little girl, even Su Mingtian wouldn't dare to speak so freely before me, the martial Dao Panda remarked. Momentarily at a loss for how to reprimand Su Qiubai, having forgotten the art of conversation after such a long time in seclusion. My grandfather. Su Qiubai quickly responded respectfully. I am Su Qiubai, a direct descendant of the Su family. Honored to meet you. The mysterious nature of this secret realm, compounded by the fact that this enigmatic panda recognized his grandfather, left Su Qiubai at a loss for words. Is Su Mingtian still alive? That pretentious fellow should still be kicking, right? The martial Dao Panda scratched its nose, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Su Qiubai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the martial Dao Panda spoke with such casualness. Wondering if the ancestor would be angered upon hearing why grandfather currently oversees the city lord of the desolate city, safeguarding the entire western desolation. However, recalling that Su Mingtian was always the last to appear during beast tides, making a grand entrance before annihilating them with a powerful move, Su Qiubai found it difficult to gauge Su Mingtian's temperament. It's good that he is alive. Now, little girl, unleash your full strength, and let me see what the offspring of the Ice Emperor is capable of. Regardless of whether you can defeat me, I shall grant you the reward from the 40th floor as a token of our meeting. Su Qiubai promptly clasped his hands together, then shifted his aura, drawing forth his ice sword and ice crystal bird, attacking with all his might. The piercing ice crystals shot towards the martial Dao Panda were deftly evaded as it sidestepped, even the long-range assault of the ice crystal bird failing to land a hit against its agile movements. Too slow. Your attacks need to be swifter. Meow, Chapter 37. 60 Floors. Fire Elemental Pet. Welcome to the 60 floors of the Tower of Thousand Spirits, where you shall face the former Tower Master, Yin Zhongluo. Based on your strength, Yin Zhongluo's phantom will be suppressed to an intermediate beast master level, while the fire elemental pet will be set to elite level 11. The phantom is being generated. May your challenge be fruitful. Chunlan's face immediately displayed a look of astonishment. The elemental spirits he had only seen in textbooks had suddenly become a reality. That was a fire elemental, a natural affinity being, with an incredibly high growth ceiling for beastmasters who contract elemental pets. The evolution of elements was incomparable to that of pets, often without any constraint, as Chunlan marveled. The figure before him took shape, with fiery red hair and clothing of the same hue. The figure revealed chiseled chest and abdominal muscles, yet his complexion was strikingly refined, a stark contrast to his physique. "I am Chunlan, honored to meet you, senior." Chunlan respectfully bowed. "You summoned me, young one." Your pet is Yin Zhonglo paused as he glimpsed the Tianlan cat, momentarily taken aback, then crouched down to affectionately rub the cat's face, as if verifying its authenticity. "Wow, a Tianlan cat. You're truly impressive, my brother, meow, still of imperial bloodline. No wonder you have already formed a fateful bond." Yin Zhonglo observed the golden mark atop the Tianlan cat's head, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation. Witnessing Yin Zhonglo's peculiar antics, Chunlan found himself bewildered, as this was far from the dignified demeanor he had anticipated from a master. "Young man, what year is it in the Beast Master calendar?" Yin Zhonglo inquired with curiosity. "It is the year 9983 in the Beast Master calendar." "Senior, are you still alive?" Chunlan promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhonglo exhibited a hint of urgency, responding, "How could a dignified imperial beastmaster like myself perish so swiftly? However, I am currently not on Tianlan continent. I am traveling abroad, but I recall leaving the Tower of Thousand Spirits here to suppress something, but it has been so long that I can hardly remember." Yin Zhonglo scratched his head, appearing somewhat perplexed and absent-minded, as he had not exercised his mind in quite some time. "Then, senior, does the tower contain the yin-yang twin flowers from 10,000 years ago?" Chunlan eagerly inquired. "The yin-yang twin flowers? Aren't those used for healing spiritual fractures? But I don't believe they are here. I remember the finest spiritual herb was a 10,000-year-old spiritual flower. The others are scarce." "All of which I have taken," Yin Zhonglo contemplated before giving a somewhat affirmative answer. Disappointment flickered across Chunlan's face. However, possessing a 10,000-year-old spiritual flower was still better than nothing, as its efficacy would far surpass that of a mere 1,000 years. "What? Is the artifact spirit not here? I recall that the spirit of the Tower of Thousand Spirits is still alive." Chunlan hastily relayed the events to Yin Zhonglo. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhonglo nodded, acknowledging that the Tower Challenge mode had been present since the inception of the Tower of Thousand Spirits. Each generation of artifact spirits was birthed from the division of the spirit of the tower. "Oh, I remember now. There was something called the Tree Demon King that provoked me, and I burned it to a fool with my fire element. Later, as I set out to travel, I decided to leave the Tower of Thousand Spirits behind as a means for future generations to participate." Chunlan realized why the magical aura was so faint. It turned out the Tree Demon King's spiritual energy had been continuously absorbed by the Tower of Thousand Spirits, maintaining its basic functionality. The Tree Demon King's strength must have diminished significantly. He could only wonder what its current state was. Chunlan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. If it truly reached the point of explosive combat, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. "Wait, why has your Tianlan cat evolved into a Tianlan cat king? Wasn't it just elite level?" Yin Zhonglo noticed something was amiss with the aura surrounding the Tianlan cat. Sensing an unusual leap in its power, his eyes shifted, gazing at a swirling mist behind Chunlan, falling into deep thought once more. "Perhaps this is destiny. Defeat me, and you shall obtain the right to use the Tower of Thousand Spirits." Becoming the next Tower Master, Chunlan was left bewildered. Wasn't the Tower of Thousand Spirits supposed to have 99 floors? Why did it seem to end at 60? Perhaps sensing Chunlan's confusion, Yin Zhonglo quickly clarified. Each Tower Master must defeat the previous one to obtain control of the Tower of Thousand Spirits. Everything will be shared with you, though it is said to have 99 floors. It is essentially 60 floors. The subsequent levels are either the Spiritual Herb Pavilion or the Armory, a chaotic mix. You can explore them at your leisure. The very top, the 100th floor, has another challenge. but it is merely the phantom left by the original spirit of the Tower of Thousand Spirits, which, to my knowledge, was left by the beast master god of Ur. Out of respect, I did not wish to disturb him. In truth, Yin Zhongluo had grown up listening to tales of the beast master god, too intimidated to approach. If he were to be stuck there, it would spell disaster for him. It's not that I can't fight. I am merely a respectful child of the elder. Chun Lan gathered his thoughts, realizing the influx of information was rather overwhelming. He had unexpectedly entered the secret realm that was the Tower of Thousand Spirits, left behind by the legendary beast master god. However, according to Yin Zhongluo, the Tower of Thousand Spirits was just one of many. Senior, then shall we? Chun Lan assumed a combat stance, signaling a challenge to see who was mightier. Fight, you little rascal have a king-level domain. I am restricted by the Tower of Thousand Spirits and can hardly unleash my full potential, Yin Zhongluo retorted angrily, unwilling to be bullied by this young one. Then let our pets battle. We shall observe from the sidelines, Chun Lan proposed once more. This time, Yin Zhongluo did not refuse but turned to the fire elemental. Fire brother, do you wish to fight? How about testing your mettle against the pets of the beast master god of Ur? Upon hearing the words, the fire element nodded, instantly brimming with combat fervor. The two fists collided, charging towards the Tianlan cat. Ah meow! The Tianlan cat raised a meteorite pickaxe in its hand and engaged in fierce combat with the fire element. Although the fire element's power was restrained, its myriad battle techniques remained unaffected. The seasoned combat experience allowed the Tianlan cat to momentarily find itself at a disadvantage. Instead of utilizing skills, the Tianlan cat continuously absorbed the fighting techniques of the fire element throughout the battle. Oh, this Tianlan cat is quite interesting. Has it been trained by the martial Dao Panda? Yin Zhongluo curiously inquired of Chun Lan. Upon seeing Chun Lan nod in response, he breathed a sigh of relief. Understanding from Chun Lan's gesture that the spirit of 1,000 spirits had not perished, but had transformed into another form to tease the tower challengers, he mused, if one day the demon race invades the Tianlan continent, what would you do? Chapter 38. We, beast masters, slay demons and protect Tianlan. Chun Lan, initially relaxed, suddenly grew solemn at the question posed by Yin Zhongluo, who had unexpectedly asked such a grave inquiry. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Yin Zhongluo and replied with seriousness, if that day truly comes, I shall eradicate every single demon. Even if it costs me my life. 1, I shall slay. 2, I shall slay. Not a single demon shall set foot on the Tianlan continent. Yin Zhongluo smiled slightly upon hearing this, patting Chun Lan's shoulder, filled with admiration for him. There were no flowery words or grandiose vows. Only a straightforward answer. This was what Yin Zhongluo appreciated. Well said, I admire your spirit. If a youth harbors lofty aspirations, let him claim the title of the finest in the world, Yin Zhongluo exclaimed with a sense of wonder. At that moment, the battle between the Tianlan cat and the fire element was drawing to a close. The two pet beasts had not unleashed their full power. Instead, they were sparring, continually honing their combat skills and rapidly accumulating battle experience. Meow, oh, ada, oh. Oh, the two pets joyfully clasped their paws, spinning in circles, exemplifying the saying that one does not truly know another until they have fought. Chun Lan. The path of a beast master is exceedingly long. Do not forget your initial dreams. Remember, if the sky were to fall, we tall ones will hold it up. You may grow without worry, should there be a chance. Seek me in the outer starry skies. The world knows me as Yin Zhongluo. With that, the figure of Yin Zhongluo gradually faded away, a fiery energy seemingly evaporating, vanishing from the spot. Yin Zhongluo. That day is not far off. I shall surely become the true god of beast masters. Chun Lan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze aflame with anticipation for that day. In the outer starry skies. The great wall floated above the sea of stars, countless armored soldiers standing atop its walls, guarding the splendid continent behind them. Zhongluo, what is the matter? Are you ready for battle? The demon race has spared no expense this time, sending 3 demon emperors at once. A young man wielding a spiritual sword remarked to Yin Zhongluo, as a sword soared forth, the momentum akin to the heavens themselves tilting, as if the stars were reversing. Have you encountered an interesting little fellow? You wouldn't believe what his pet beast is. There are not many beings that can pique the interest of the Flame Emperor. He seems to be quite remarkable indeed. However, this is not the time for idle chatter. We must intercept those three. 100,000 spiritual swords surged above the sea of stars, forming an impenetrable net that completely isolated the demon army. Emperor Yin, let us advance. Let us reduce this vile horde to ashes. A giant dragon engulfed in flames soared behind Yin Zhongluo, its terrifying aura instantly causing the demons to tremble in fear. Endless flames surged through the sword net, rampaging and burning upon the demon army, which was engulfed in a sea of fire. Everyone prepare for battle. We, beast masters, in the name of our beasts, shall guard every home and usher in an era of peace. Slay! Countless beast masters soared into the air, colliding with the oncoming demon army, their battle spirits soaring, and the feast of slaughter blossomed amidst the endless inferno, the sounds of carnage echoing throughout. Here, there was no tranquil existence. Only the brutality of war, a willingness to sacrifice everything to protect the Tianlan continent behind them. They could see this moment. The martial Dao Panda had arrived before Wang Fugui, gazing at the mechanical heart of the Tyrannosaurus beast with bewilderment. Astonished that the mechanical and dragon types could coexist within a single pet beast. Could this be the choice of destiny? After witnessing these individuals, a complete Beastmaster team had presented itself before him. Perhaps once they reached the king rank, they could form a team to hunt down demons above the king rank. Little fatty, you should take some time to lose weight. Look at how chubby you are. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui grew anxious and retorted, "Come on, you have a big belly too. Why don't you lose weight? My weight is of no concern to you, and this layer of fat provides exceptional defense." Okay, the martial Dao Panda chuckled, patting its own belly. Dare to challenge me? Wang Fugui and the Tyrannosaurus beast exchanged glances. The Tyrannosaurus beast swung its claws towards the martial Dao Panda, only for its attack to seem absorbed upon contact with the panda's belly, subsequently being flung back. What on earth? How did you train for this? Teach me, oh great master, Wang Fugui exclaimed, attempting to slide into a position to learn the martial Dao Panda's technique. The martial Dao Panda, upon hearing this, couldn't help but twitch its mouth. It had just been mocking him, and now he was kneeling. What a lack of limits. This move of mine, of course I can teach you, but oh wait, someone is calling. I must take my leave. Before the martial Dao Panda could finish speaking, it felt a summoning force, its figure vanishing in an instant. Hey, don't go. Am I left kneeling for nothing? When it reappeared, it was on the 60th floor, transformed into a spectral little panda. Upon seeing Chunlan before it, the panda seemed unsurprised, as if it had anticipated this moment. This time, the Tianlan cat also spotted the floating martial Dao Panda, immediately reaching out with its paw to grab it. Yet, the martial Dao Panda kept dodging, making it impossible for the Tianlan cat to land a hit. Meow, frustrated at not being able to catch the martial Dao Panda. The Tianlan cat leaped into the air, attempting to pounce, but instead crashed into the wall with a loud thud. Bang! The commotion drew Chunlan's attention, who was in the midst of contracting with the Tower of Thousand Spirits. Slowly opening his eyes, he could not help but laugh upon seeing the little panda's spectral form. I didn't expect you to be the spirit of 1,000 spirits, so you were just bullying me before. Claiming to be a pet of the Tower of Thousand Spirits? Chunlan chuckled in exasperation, realizing he had been thoroughly deceived. The reward for reaching the 60th floor was singular: the control over the Tower of Thousand Spirits. At that moment, the glowing small tower in Chunlan's hand represented the complete authority over the Tower of Thousand Spirits. I set it to automatic tower challenging mode before I went to sleep. And I didn't expect it to summon me back. The little panda sheepishly scratched its head, chuckling awkwardly. You were quite convincing before, though. You had quite the knack for scaring people, claiming to be under the control of the spirit of 1,000 spirits. I control myself, so what's the issue? Chunlan couldn't help but twitch his lips. All right, so that is how you want to play it. You're quite the master at wordplay. Anyway, since you're here, let us hurry inside. Chunlan, feeling somewhat helpless, knew the Tower of Thousand Spirits required the presence of a spirit, and the martial Dao Panda was that very spirit, which explained why it had been summoned so abruptly. With a resigned shrug, the marshal Dao panned a dove into the small tower, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. Spirit of 1,000 spirits, return to your place. Chapter 39. Wanna run? A backhanded suppression. The violet tower of 1,000 spirits emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, gradually shrinking and slowly embedding itself into Chunlan's forehead, entering the sea of consciousness. Let me see what my new home looks like. What the heck? 2 seas of consciousness. What is this? The martial Dao Panda, just emerging from the tower of 1,000 spirits, was met with a shocking sight, its expression shifting dramatically, eyes filled with disbelief. The tower of 1,000 spirits hovered steadily between the 2 seas of consciousness, a gentle light curtain floating above it as if to protect it. Hey, Chunlan, care to explain? The martial Dao Panda called out from within the sea of consciousness. Chunlan's spectral form projected into the scene, and upon seeing the panda's confusion, he could only shrug helplessly, saying, "Do you believe me if I say I woke up like this?" Observing Chunlan's demeanor did not suggest deception. Even the martial arts panda was left utterly astounded. If given the chance, it would relish a transformation as well. Turning from a spirit into a mythical beast would be delightful, indeed. With a flourish, the Kung Fu Panda has arrived. Oh ho ho ho, at that moment. Outside, due to the absorption of the Qianling Tower by Chunlan, the entire structure vanished in an instant, and Su Qiubai and the others were unexpectedly ejected. Ha ha ha, you have not disappointed me. I am finally free. You shall become my first feast in the grand slaughter of the Tianlan continent. Do you not feel immensely honored? Are there not countless questions swirling in your mind? Even as you remain unaware of my deception, a grotesque visage loomed in the air, cackling with a mocking tone, as if reveling in its own cunning, continuously deriding Wang Fugue and the others for their ignorance. Wait a moment, is this fellow a bit unhinged? Wang Fugue inquired, gesturing towards Su Qiubai and the others with a thumb. They have known from the very beginning, I must say, this act is rather glaringly poor. You claim to be a killer, yet you toss aside your storage ring without clearing the items? Even a fool could discern that these individuals were slain by you. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Chunlan descended from the Qianling Tower, and upon seeing the sinister face in the sky, his countenance grew cold. Was it you who released me? I can offer you a chance to become one of my kin. The grotesque visage approached Chunlan, initiating a face-to-face confrontation that compelled Chunlan to retreat repeatedly, with an air of calmness. Chunlan wiped his face with a hand, displaying a look of distaste, as if repulsed by the spittle spewed by this creature. Could you refrain from salivating while speaking? Chunlan responded with a hint of exasperation. The monstrous face froze momentarily, then erupted in fury. In the previously suppressed domain of the Qianling Tower, a vast void materialized. The moment of the demon's rage, a colossal black hand emerged from the void, followed by another. As the enraged demon entered the hand, its form gradually rising, revealing a massive tree-like face before the onlookers. Oh, you dare look down upon me, you wretches? The tree demon king glared at the group, feeling insulted, recalling how those greedy individuals had been dispatched one after another, their terrified expressions before death still bringing him joy. From the tree demon king's back, several stout branches, dark as night, reached towards Chunlan and his companions. The Tianlan cats quickly shielded their master. Just as the branches were about to strike Chunlan, he extended his hand, palm facing upward, and a miniature Qianling tower appeared, radiating dazzling brilliance that captivated the eye. The Qianling Tower? How is this possible? How could you become its master? The tree demon king roared in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity, unable to fathom that the Qianling Tower would recognize this child as its master. After all, the previous master had been a royal-level beast tamer, yet now it had devolved to a mere child. The flames of that day still haunted the tree demon king, a memory he could never shake. At its core, you still fail to comprehend the true essence of the Qianling Tower. Breaking free from constraints does not equate to freedom. Upon hearing this, the tree demon king struggled to escape. But a massive Qianling Tower descended upon him, pinning him down. Curse you, human! Release me! The tree demon king bellowed in rage, yet he could not break free from the tower's grip. His current strength was far too feeble, not even reaching the battle general level, rendering him incapable of overcoming the Qianling tower's suppression. Qianling, absorb all of its energy and store it within the tower. Following Qianlan's command, the surface of the Qianling tower surged with immense energy fluctuations, as countless energies were drawn from the tree demon king into the tower. Yan Zhongluo had employed a strategy akin to boiling a frog in warm water, primarily focusing on the tree demon king's recovery speed, opting not to kill him, but rather to have him continuously supply energy to the Qianling tower, awaiting the arrival of the next inheritor. Now that Chunlan had assumed control of the Qianling tower, all that belonged to the tree demon king was to be entirely stripped away. The tower's apex absorbed and purified all the energy. It erupted into a spectacle of energy beams that enveloped the Tianlan cats and the Tyrannosaurus beast. The pure energy flowed into their bodies. Though minimal, it laid a solid foundation for their next upgrade. How delightful, meow, roar, so warm, chew, oh, such pure energy, akin to pristine spirit crystals. The flower fairy exclaimed, being the only one among the 5 pets capable of human speech, holding a position of prominence. Why? Why must you treat me this way? When did you all realize something was amiss? The tree demon king gazed weakly at the group, yearning for revenge, yet powerless to act. Chunlan approached, squatting down slowly, regarding the tree demon king with a calm demeanor, then revealing a smile as he spoke. I perceive your issues from the very beginning. You inquire as to why I treat you thus. It is simply because humans and demons are inherently opposed. If a trove of treasures were to descend before you, would you take them or not? In Chunlan's eyes, the tree demon king's actions were riddled with flaws, easily detectable upon closer inspection. Yet if blinded by greed, one could hardly discern whether a bait or a genuine treasure lay before them. Alas, perhaps this is fate. The moment the tree demon king resigned to his fate, everyone relaxed, but soon a black dagger lunged toward Chunlan, only to be swiftly blocked by the sword he drew. Clang, the tree demon king, now too weak, could only attempt a final ambush, but it ended in failure. Initially considering the possibility of employing him as a guardian beast, it was clear now that he was far too insufferable. Since you wish for death so earnestly, I shall grant you your wish. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from my upbringing. After all, I typically respond to such matters with utmost compliance. Chapter 40. Conclusion of a Secret Realm. Rewards distributed. The Tianlan blade in Chunlan's hand plunged into the tree demon king's skull, followed by a wretched scream. The tree demon king perished. At that moment, the secret realm began to tremble. Countless fragments cascading downward as the ultimate gate slowly opened to the center of the realm. Congratulations to all beast tamers for completing the secret realm task. Rewards will be delivered shortly. The ultimate gate has opened, and the secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Please evacuate promptly. Run, Wang Fugue bellowed, retracting the Tyrannosaurus beast into the beast taming space, then sprinting towards the ultimate gate as countless stones fell from above. Even the briefest of distances proving obstructive. Diamond Bear, charge forth. A Wu, upon hearing Wu Junlin's command, Diamond Bear, filled with fury, pounded its chest, transforming into a whirlwind as it charged directly toward the ultimate gate, crushing the falling debris into dust. However, it failed to halt in time and dove head first into the ultimate gate, escaping the secret realm. Wang Fugue and the others followed closely behind, the ice crystal bird continuously unleashing ice crystals to demolish the falling rocks, while Chunlan stowed the Qianling tower, racing from another direction. The power of the Qianling tower gradually formed a protective barrier in the air, shielding Chunlan and the Tianlan cats, as the descending boulders were repelled upon impact, akin to colliding with a trampoline. However, the rebounding stones indeed exacerbated the collapse of the secret realm. The Qianling tower had previously stabilized the realm, but its removal by Chunlan was the catalyst for the impending disaster. Everything here would be reduced to dust, buried forever, providing a sense of peace for those who had ventured here before. The ground began to fissure, cracking incessantly, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Just then, the stone beneath Chunlan's feet split open, yet he managed to leap onto another rock. Lan Wazi, hurry! Wang Fugue called out anxiously. Perhaps due to the ultimate gate's presence, the surroundings remained intact. Without falling debris, Tianlong Cat, let us charge, meow, DB. In perfect synchrony, the duo leapt across the crumbling stones, dancing upon the edge of disaster. As the final collapse occurred, Chun Lan and the Tianlong Cat grasped Wang Fugue's hand. Pulling together to escape, as the group dissipated, the ultimate gate gradually vanished, and the entire secret realm transformed into nothingness, as if it had never existed. That was close. I nearly became a black-haired person delivering another black-haired person. As Chun Lan confronted the Tree Demon King, he found himself at the very edge of the secret realm, the farthest distance from the ultimate gate. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. The distribution of mission rewards would be coordinated based on everyone's progress in the tower. Suddenly, Wang Fugue was taken aback by the system announcement before him, bewildered by the fact that the secret realm system had seemingly emerged from within. That wasn't this supposed to exist solely within the secret realm? In truth, the secret realm system had always permeated the Tianlong continent, though it had remained confined to the secret realm for reasons unknown at this moment. Wang Yuan also jumped down to explain to the others, relieved to see that they were all unharmed. However, it was regrettable that the secret realm had collapsed. It appeared to be a one-time event. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly, initially hoping to acquire a secret realm for exploration, possibly reaping unforeseen rewards, but now it seemed a lost opportunity. Yet he pondered whether he would be severely beaten should he confront the warlord-level Yin Zhongluo, considering that Chun Lan had avoided conflict due to the presence of the Realm of Kings. General Song Shou observed discreetly for a while before departing. As his presence was no longer required, it was better not to reveal himself, allowing the children a more favorable trial environment. After all, having a half-step king-level figure trailing them could instill a false sense of security, given the powerful presence behind them. Wang Ge, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with Uncle Lin? Chun Lan questioned, perplexed. Typically, Wang Yuan accompanied Lin Tian to assist with various matters, yet he had appeared here instead. Was there something amiss? Chun Lan had not closely scrutinized the individuals behind him, only now realizing that the familiar aura emanated from Wang Yuan. This spoke volumes about Lin Tian's regard for them, entrusting Wang Yuan as their protector. Ahem, since you're all fine, I shall take my leave. By the way, the trial continues. The time is not yet up. Wang Yuan stated before gracefully leaping into the air, a giant eagle swiftly descending to land at his feet, after which he departed from the cave entrance. Congratulations on clearing the secret realm of Qianling. You have ascended 60 levels in the tower and received the highest reward. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, subduing the Qianling Tower. Distribution of task rewards follows. Congratulations on obtaining 6 elite-grade flawless spirit crystals. Congratulations on acquiring the Millennium Spiritual Herb, Wushuang Flower. Hidden task rewards distributed. 10,000-year spiritual cultivation herb. Wandawanko. Fantastic. Another flawless spirit crystal, though elite grade. It is perfectly suited for the tyrant beast. Wang Fugue exclaimed with joy as he held 4 flawless spirit crystals, promptly tossing one to the tyrant beast as a small token of reward. Compared to ordinary spirit crystals, flawless spirit crystals commanded a higher market value and were products of the secret realm, often in short supply. Even if someone listed them in the beast tamer marketplace, they would be snatched up almost instantaneously. Thus, everyone was quite in tune with the notion of exchanging flawless spirit crystals for various herbs or equipment to enhance overall combat capabilities. Ensuring the dual development of both beast tamers and their companions was paramount. Why do I only have 3? This is so unfair. Wu Junlin lamented, enviously eyeing Wang Fugue's 4 flawless spirit crystals. He suspected the reason for his lesser count was his failure to clear 40 levels, resulting in 1 less crystal. Miao Ku, why do you have 6 spirit crystals? Su Qiubai inquired, surprised by Lin Miaoka's 6 crystals. While she had only received 5 after being automatically ejected from the Qianling Tower upon reaching 50 levels, Lin Miaoka, feeling a bit intimidated, responded timidly, my tower climbing task was healing, so it was relatively simpler. Upon hearing this, everyone understood, while Qinlan's 6 spirit crystals elicited no surprise, given that he had cleared the tower and acquired the Qianling Tower, which was well-deserved. All right, everyone, let's take a moment to rest. Afterward, we shall head out again. Fuguei, share some snacks with everyone. Wang Fuguei's countenance shifted at those words, reluctantly retrieving snacks from his storage ring. To the astonishment of the others, he even produced roasted duck and meat. Wait, is that what a storage ring is for? I see now, I see now. Chapter 41. Wandawanko repeated forging and refining. Though they spoke thus, their hands and mouths were not in sync, particularly Wu Junlin, who, towering over the rest, grasped a chicken leg in one hand while shoving a roasted pig-esque trotter into his mouth with the other. The diamond bear, witnessing this scene, scratched its head in exasperation before picking up a jar of honey, opening it with its paw and delicately tasting it. The flavors made it shiver with delight. It was simply exquisite. Tianlong cat, here is some braised fish for you, Chunlan announced, presenting a plate of braised fish before the Tianlong cat. All of it was prepared by Grandma Kai. Given that time was paused within the storage ring, it would be a shame not to share the fish. Meow. Oh, the Tianlong cat eagerly seized a fish and devoured it. Relishing the familiar flavors, Grandma Kai's cooking was simply divine, and the cat felt a surge of happiness, evident in its beaming smile, as Chunlan indulged in the snacks pilfered from Wang Fuguei. He also perused the rewards he had just received. In addition to the 6 elite-grade flawless spirit crystals, he had acquired a unique spiritual herb. Wandawanko, spiritual herb. Wandawanko, age, 30,000 years, description, embodying the essence of relentless forging. Wandawanko can strike the sea of consciousness. Upon ingestion, it will deliver 1,000 strikes to the sea of consciousness, effectively expanding mental prowess. The more strikes experienced, the greater the enhancement, ideally consumed during the breakthrough to king-level beast tamer. Gazing at the system announcement, a glimmer of gold sparkled in Chunlan's eyes. Although it was not the spiritual herb for healing Yang Yin, it was the finest herb to bolster his own strength. Once he achieved the pinnacle of high-level beast tamer, he could utilize Wandawanko for his breakthrough, combining it with other mental enhancement herbs to amass sufficient mental power to cross the threshold into the realm of kings. As for the Millennium Wushuang flower, it served purely as a cultivation herb, yet it was perfectly adequate for Chunlan at this moment. Chunlan retrieved the Wushuang flower, its fiery red petals impressively large. Akin to having been scorched by flames, the IT felt cool upon entry, followed by an immediate surge of warmth, unleashing a torrent of formidable mental power. Chunlan hastily employed the beast tamer technique to guide this power into the sea of consciousness. This overwhelming force flooded in, raising the water level of the pond gradually on the parched earth. Numerous puddles began to form, slowly gathering together along the fissures until they coalesced into a vast pool. Connecting the 2 seas of consciousness, countless puddles merged into pools, and innumerable pools consolidated into a large basin of water. Each step required extensive accumulation of time. Haste could lead to detrimental harm to the sea of consciousness. Su Qiubai, sensing the fluctuations of Chunlan's mental power, took out the spiritual herb provided by her family, plucking a leaf and placing it in her mouth, beginning her own meditative practice. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a break? Why is everyone getting all worked up? Wang Fuguei exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the relentless drive of his companions. He was certain that one day he would be buried under the weight of their determination. Fortunately, he still had his good friend Wu Junlin. Surely he wasn't practicing as well. Yet when Wang Fuguei glanced back, he found Wu Junlin sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, diligently honing his mental power, the remnants of braised sauce lingering awkwardly at the corner of his mouth. Let them roll. I might as well perish under the pressure. Here, take this elite-grade flawless spirit crystal. Wang Fuguei tossed one to the tyrant beast, then quietly extracted the mental cultivation herb, clasping it in his hands. Eyes closed as he entered a state of meditation. Thus, the 5 of them silently immersed themselves in their training, wasting not a single moment. The Tianlong cat, observing Chunlan's focused practice, yawned before scampering over to the diamond bear. Lying beside it, meow, I need a moment to rest to regain strength for the next battle. The tyrant beast glanced at the resting Tianlong cat, then at the flawless spirit crystal in its hand, promptly popping it into its mouth before joining the Tianlong cat in slumber. Their training was of no concern to the tyrant beast. It simply desired to sleep. The Tyrannosaurus revealed a blissful smile. as the belly of the Iron Bear was exceedingly soft, quickly lulling it into a serene slumber. At that moment, Chunlan's spirit manifested in human form, sitting cross-legged upon the sea of consciousness. With the tower of 1,000 spirits hovering before him, continuously radiating shimmering lights, the unparalleled flower transformed into a fiery red elixir, flowing into Chunlan's forehead, causing the sea of consciousness to stir restlessly. This tumultuous essence turned the entire expanse into a blazing crimson ocean. As time elapsed, the spiritual elixir from the unparalleled flower was completely absorbed, and the sea of consciousness regained its tranquility. Reverting to a blue-violet hue, albeit now adorned with numerous large water pits, IT was certain that in due time, another pond-sized sea would emerge. These ponds intertwined, forming a vast waterhole, marking the next realm, Advanced Beastmaster. The Pond Realm, the legendary Millennium Spirit herb, lived up to its name. The nourishment it provided was far swifter than arduous cultivation. Chunlan couldn't help but lament, increasingly reflecting on how his previous rigorous training seemed rather futile. Indeed, cultivation cannot exist without resources, and resources depend on conflict and exploration. Only the powerful can acquire more resources, creating a perfect cycle. Chunlan clasped his hands together, and in an instant, everything within the tower of 1,000 spirits unfolded before him. Apart from the first 60 floors, which housed virtual combat chambers, the remaining 39 levels were designated for weaponry, spirit herbs, and the storage of spiritual crystals. However, those monsters were mere phantoms, mere documentary images transmitted from the tower. As his spirit immersed itself in this realm, Chunlan stood frozen, his previously joyful expression collapsing as he summoned the Martial Path Panda, pulling it closer and gently pressing its phantom face against his own. Asking kindly, "Dear National Treasure, could you enlighten me as to why there is not a single item within?" The once cheerful Martial Path Panda momentarily froze, before deflating and hastily explaining, "Many have partaken in the secret realms over the years, most of which have been sent out, and the remainder is needed to sustain the tower of 1,000 spirits. The energy from that tree demon king alone is insufficient. We can only extract some spirit herbs and spiritual crystals for energy. Moreover, the Martial Path Panda has been in slumber for decades, and the spirit herbs and crystals have been nearly depleted. With Chunlan and others having claimed some rewards, there is nothing left." Upon hearing this, Chunlan felt as if he had been struck down, initially believing there would be ample resources for future cultivation, only to realize that he still had much effort ahead of him. The road was long and arduous. Thankfully, the 10,000-year spirit flower remained. Otherwise, he would have been utterly devastated. To the center of the 99th floor of the Tower of 1,000 Spirits, a frosty blue treasure chest slowly unfolded, revealing the 10,000-year spirit flower nestled within. The flower, entirely ice blue, adorned with frost crystals, exuded a chilling aura, emanating an air of nobility, akin to a king among flowers. Chapter 42. The Crisis of the Night. Orc Pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had already set, its rays painting the figures of the group in crimson. Due to the peculiar nature of this zone, the sunset was tantalizingly close, enveloping Chunlan within its glow. He exhaled a breath of stale air, then rose to his feet, retrieving the Tianlan blade from his storage ring. As his fingers gently grazed the blade, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the shimmering light. A smile gracing his face. "Lao Gu, you have finally completed your training," Wang Fuge remarked with a hint of exasperation, gazing at Chunlan silhouetted against the sunset, momentarily awestruck by the stunning imagery. Su Qiubai stared at Chunlan in the sunset, her expression dazed, unaware of when her icy demeanor had flushed with warmth. She quickly turned her head away, though her heart raced, murmuring to herself, "How could I possibly have feelings for this guy? Impossible, absolutely impossible to at that moment." Wu Junlin set his Beastmaster ring aside and called out to everyone, "Everyone, let us take a group photo, marking the first snapshot of our Beastmaster team." Photos were often taken within the military, and given that this might be their last group photo, everyone eagerly gathered for the moment. The beloved beasts ceased their frolicking and ran towards the sunset. The Tianlan cat jumped onto Chunlan's shoulder, perching there confidently. Lin Miaoka pulled a blushing Su Qiubai along, and once they arranged themselves, they captured their inaugural photograph. Click! With the sound of the shutter, the Beastmaster ring emitted a flash, instantly imprinting their likenesses within, which were promptly printed as a photograph. This was the allure of the Beastmaster ring, a sense of relaxation brought about by technological prowess. In the photo, the Tianlan cat perched on Chunlan's shoulder, while Wang Fuge held the Tyrannosaurus beside him. Wu Junlin embraced the iron bear, exuding an air of camaraderie, while the bashful Lin Miaoka stood alongside the floating flower fairy. To Chunlan's right stood the slightly flushed Su Qiubai, with the ice crystal bird perched atop the Tianlan cat's head. Behind them, the sunset elongated their silhouettes, creating a scene of enchanting wonder. Each face radiated happiness. Even Lin Miaoka wore a subtle smile, while Su Qiubai's rare smile seemed to betray her anger. Her cheeks flushed as she stood intimately close to Chunlan. The blush upon the maiden's face spoke volumes, transcending any heartfelt confession that, "Oh, this photograph is splendid. I must keep it and print several copies." Wang Fugue exclaimed joyously, his face adorned with a gleeful expression, prompting Wu Junlin to print more copies. Ultimately, they had one photo of the people and pets together, ensuring that even the beloved beasts had their moment captured. Noticing Su Qiubai's rosy cheeks, Wang Fugue sensed a budding romance. Despite being single for 18 years himself, he at least recognized the signs of infatuation. "Here, Lan kid, these 2 photos are for you." Wang Fugue handed over 2 images to Chunlan, one of him and the other of the Tianlan cat, which erupted into laughter upon seeing its own likeness. "This cat truly is dashing." It tucked the photo away into the beast space, which was filled with various items, even a resting area, entirely transformed into a cozy cat den by the Tianlan cat. Although it often slept beside Chunlan, it sometimes retreated to the beast space for rest. The Tianlan cat carefully placed the photograph beneath its pillow, then checked it again for good measure before scampering out. As pets could freely enter and exit the beast space without needing their Beastmaster summons. "Let us go, Tianlan cat," Chunlan said, crouching down to wave at the feline, which hurried over, leaping onto his shoulder and meowing joyfully. As they stepped out of the rift, the group returned to their original cave, gazing at the devoured wild fruits, their expressions astonished. Fortunately, the embers still smoldered, flickering gently. "You rascal, where do you think you're running off to? Surrender your life, now." A voice from outside the cave immediately drew the attention of Chunlan and his companions, his face revealing a wary expression as they swiftly prepared for battle. Su Qiubai gently caressed the ice crystal bird's forehead, and it soared into the darkness. Due to the telepathic bond between pets and their beast masters, Su Qiubai was acutely aware of the situation outside. Soon, the ice crystal bird pinpointed the source of the voice, revealing a boy dragging his mutilated limbs, glancing back in terror as he struggled forward. Just then, a grotesque figure emerged from the shadows, a pig-headed creature, its mouth stained with fresh blood, as if it had just feasted on something repulsive. Its corpulent form only intensifying the boy's fear. "Look at how your companions were initially resistant. Now they revel in their strength. Your beloved pets have already been consumed by me. Only by becoming a half-beast will you find your true fate." Su Qiubai's expression turned icy upon witnessing this scene, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. She promptly shared the situation with the others. Chunlan, armed with his armor-piercing bow, rushed forth, judging by Su Qiubai's assessment. The half-beast before them appeared to be merely of elite strength, posing little threat to the Tianlan cat. Miaoka and Fatty, keep watch from the shadows and report on the half-beast's movements. Reinforcements should arrive shortly. In truth, Wang Yuan and the others had already spotted the pig-headed figure pursuing the limping boy from a nearby treetop. Wang Yuan whispered something to Wulan, who grinned widely and vanished from the treetop, charging swiftly towards the pig-headed creature. These despicable scoundrels dare to prey upon the practitioners of the beast forest. They truly have a death wish. It seems the Flame King has yet to instill fear in them. Yang Yan's actions in Linjiang City were undoubtedly known to Wang Yuan, which is precisely why he took action after Lin Tian's departure, unconstrained by any restrictions. After all, it would be quite unbecoming for someone whose strength was nearly royal to recklessly unleash their power in Linjiang City. This time, as Lin Tian ventured towards the wild city, all plans had been meticulously laid out. Yang Yin would handle the eradication of the half-beastmen and investigate the connections with the Leaf family, while Wang Yuan would accompany Qianlan and others for close protection, maintaining constant communication with Yang Yin and Lin Tian. The half-beastmen would serve as a practice target for Qianlan and his companions, as they would inevitably encounter more formidable foes in the future. Wang Yuan perched atop a tree, resting his chin on one hand. Watching the unfolding scene below with keen interest, he wondered how Qianlan would respond to a half-beastman of this caliber. "Qianlan, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall have to subject you to special training." Chapter 43. The Intensifying Crisis. Qianlan takes action. The pig-headed man kicked the young man before him to the ground. His face contorted in a grotesque smile as he reveled in the boy's terror. "But aren't you quite the runner? Run again." The pighead's foot pressed down on the boy's severed limb, eliciting a painful groan, while the boy desperately fumbled forward, seeking to escape the monster's clutches. "Oh dear," still wanting to flee. "Isn't it better to become a half-beast?" The pig-headed creature seized the boy by the neck, lifting him off the ground, its repulsive saliva nearly touching the boy's face. The creature's desire was unmistakably evident in its crimson eyes, as an insatiable urge seemed to compel it to bite down. Each act of slaughter and consumption augmented their power, and for such a convenient feast, the pig-headed man could not have been more pleased, if only most of the prey had not been snatched away by Lord Caruz. Otherwise, its strength would have soared even higher. Survival of the fittest. As long as my power surpasses that of Caruz, who knows who will prevail? Just as the pig-headed man opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth poised to bite down, an arrow pierced through its mouth, instantly transfixing it and propelling the creature backward with force. "Which fool dares to attack your esteemed pig lord?" Enraged, the pig-headed man yanked the arrow from its mouth. Such a wound was merely a minor injury to it. Given its formidable regenerative abilities, the IT swiftly locked onto the nearby bushes and charged forward, propelling itself with both hands and feet. However, upon reaching the bushes, it found them empty. Its keen sense of smell detected a peculiar scent behind it, prompting an immediate glance over its shoulder, only to discover that the severed-limbed boy had vanished, leaving behind only a trace of blood as evidence of his prior presence. Only a coward hiding in the shadows. Do you not have the guts to face your pig father in a duel? The pig-headed creature roared in frustration, having been denied its meal before it could indulge. A true humiliation. Species, pig-headed man, half-beast, realm, elite level rank. Level 15 skills. Frenzied bite, scent detection, wild charge through the eye of destiny. Qianlan had observed all the information regarding the pig-headed man, standing beside the recently rescued boy. The boy's face was lit up with excitement, profoundly grateful to Qianlan, though he dared not utter a sound. Given their similar ages, the boy thought that even if Qianlan was strong, he could not be excessively so. Moreover, he had yet to see any of Qianlan's summoned beasts, so he could only remain quietly in wait for the pig-headed man's departure. Yet reality unfolded unexpectedly for the boy. After relaying the information to Lin Miaoka, Qianlan swiftly withdrew the Tianlan blade and charged forward. The pig-headed man, now aware of Qianlan's movement, sneered, "Another fool seeking death? Who grants you the courage to challenge me?" Though infuriated, the pig-headed man felt a sense of delight at the prospect of a rare feast. As the Tianlan blade neared the pig-headed man, Tianlan cat emerged from the beastmaster space. Now, in its gigantic form, and with a single paw, it captured the pig-headed creature. Just as the pig-headed man attempted to struggle, it realized that the human before it had already plunged the blade into its skull. The pig-headed man began to resist, yet a powerful surge of psychic energy flowed into the Tianlan blade, instantly obliterating its brain matter. The pig-headed man's eyes became vacant, never having anticipated that its demise would be so effortless. Its expression frozen in shock. The emergence of the enlarged Tianlan cat incited a stir within the beastly forest, and the half-beastman allies took note of the commotion. The severed-limbed boy shouted to Qianlan in the distance, "Run! They are coming!" "That must be where the pig is chasing after," a leopard-headed man remarked, revealing a sinister smile as he vanished into the trees in an explosive burst of speed. Meanwhile, the human that had been torn apart began to contort, fur sprouting gradually. Just like the leopard-headed man before, its face morphed, limbs transformed, claws extending, and eyes turning a deep crimson as it swiftly pursued the scent of the leopard-headed man. Let me see where my little kitty is. Where's my adorable little kitty? At that moment, the leopard-headed man arrived at the site of the earlier battle, where only the corpse of the pig-headed man remained. Unfazed, the leopard-headed man placed his hand upon it, absorbing the pig-headed man's flesh and blood, converting it into pure energy that flowed into his own body, leaving only the deformed remnants of the human behind. Perhaps the pig-headed man would never have imagined that its body would be consumed by its own kin. The descent into darkness held no compassion, only insatiable greed. The leopard-headed man surveyed the stillness of the surrounding woods, refusing to relax. The being capable of dispatching the pig-headed man in a single blow could either have caught it off guard or possessed overwhelming strength, resulting in the pig-headed man's swift demise. Does my little kitty wish to play hide and seek with Uncle Leopard? The leopard-headed man chuckled wickedly, while the mutated half-beastman trailed behind him at his command. They dispersed rapidly, searching the vicinity. This moment, Chun-Lan and his companions had gathered together. Under Lin Miaoka's healing, the severed-limbed boy's bleeding had ceased, though his leg was beyond saving. Without a miraculous elixir for regeneration, he would be left permanently disabled. Thank you. These half-beastmen appeared out of nowhere and have already hunted down countless Beastmaster squads. The boy's voice trembled. This group specifically targets young Beastmaster teams. In a battle, general-level half-beastman was responsible for my uncle's tragic end. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. His teammates and uncle had perished at their hands, all their summoned beasts slaughtered and consumed, while humans were transformed into mindless slaves. Even within the half-beastmen, there existed a hierarchy. Those who voluntarily fell into depravity differed greatly from those infected, lacking any autonomy and merely acting as pawns for the infected. These infected beings resembled cannon fodder, easily obtainable and inexhaustible. Meanwhile, beings like Karuz were of a higher order, no longer mere half-beastmen, but possessing the dual lineage of demon and beast, their power vastly superior to ordinary half-beastmen. Such demons, like Karuz, were commonplace within the Demon Heart sect, while the so-called half-beastmen were more akin to experimental subjects and extraneous personnel. As for the fallen demon beastmasters, while they may not match the likes of Karuz, they held a higher status due to their formidable strength. Most who chose the path of depravity did so out of an inability to gather advancement materials or a lack of psychic talent, succumbing to temptation in their yearning for power. Chapter 44. Confrontation, a fierce battle. At this moment, the half-beastmen were gradually closing in on Chun-Lan and his companions, following the lingering scents in the air. Chun-Lan directed the severed-limbed boy toward the nearby cave. There are supplies we left behind. Once you enter, head deep inside. There lies a world apart. We will return. Chun-Lan earnestly assured the boy as he patted his shoulder. The impending battle would be brutal, and they could not afford to let their guard down due to the boy's presence. Only through complete commitment to the fight could they hope to minimize their losses. Seeing the resolute expressions on their faces, the boy felt a tightening in his chest, then knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. In that fleeting moment, he strode purposefully towards the direction indicated by Chun-Lan, not once looking back, that he understood that remaining there would only serve to hinder them. The arrival of the half-orcs was inevitable. Their choice to confront them here signified a resolute acceptance of their grim fate. Let us demonstrate our strength to this repugnant horde, Chun-Lan declared as he unsheathed the Tianlan blade and charged into the thick underbrush ahead, choosing this time to take the initiative. Now, the Beast Tamers team had all reached the elite level. Even the newly evolved Tyrannosaurus Rex had experienced a tremendous surge in power and had learned skills ingrained in its memory. Soon, the half-orcs clashed with Chun-Lan and his companions. Leading the charge, Chun-Lan watched as Tianlan Cat leapt from his shoulder, wielding the meteorite pickaxe to launch an attack against the half-orcs. A thunderous roar erupted from a massive leopard, reverberating through the monster forest as more and more half-orcs converge upon the scene, signaling the onset of a fierce battle. The metallic clang of the Tianlan blade, meeting the leopard's claws, ignited sparks in the air. Having honed his mastery over mental energy, Chun-Lan could now employ it for proactive assaults, enhancing the element of surprise in conjunction with his king-level domain. Employing a mental shockwave, he deflected the leopard's claws with the Tianlan blade, causing the half-orc to stagger. Seizing the moment, Tianlan cat struck with the pickaxe, piercing through its chest and delivering a fatal blow. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, having evolved into an elite form, had significantly increased in size and ferocity. Engaging fiercely with the half-orcs, whose original strength barely qualified them as novice beast tamers. Even as half-orcs, they had just barely broken through to the elite level, proving no match for the team. The diamond bear, now adorned in golden armor, bore resemblance to its previous incarnation but reflected more the evolutionary path dictated by Wu Junlin. The distinct characteristics of various evolutionary materials yielded different results. The golden armor withstood the leopard's claws, leaving only white scratches, unable to breach the diamond bear's defenses. Instead, the bear executed a powerful embrace, crashing the half-orc into a tree with overwhelming force, suppressing it to death. The ice crystal bird had transformed from the size of a sparrow to that of a goose, its diamond-shaped ice crystals now more lethal. Soaring through the air, it provided support, rendering the half-orcs incapable of landing a hit on it. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue and his companions radiated a unique glow of mental energy, deftly maneuvering with their ranged weapons. They had long mastered basic mental techniques, including those employed by Chun-Lan, while the mental shock had emerged automatically after Tianlan Cat's breakthrough to the king level. As the Tianlan blade pierced through the body of a half-orc, bright red blood splattered across Chun-Lan's face. However, he paid it no mind, his gaze cold as he continued to slaughter these half-orcs. Though these beings were manipulated, a half-orc was still a half-orc. Once a half-orc, always a half-orc. With hearts steeped in darkness, how could they transcend their limits and reclaim the light? Countless half-orcs surged forth from the thicket, their numbers swelling, and Chun-Lan felt an immense pressure. What had begun as a one-on-two skirmish had devolved into a one-sided brawl. Tianlan Cat. Meow. In an instant, Tianlan Cat began to spin, resembling a small top, its form expanding as the meteorite pickaxe grew to a giant size. With a pickaxe struck, half-orcs were sent flying, their efforts futile against the overwhelming might. Yet, the half-orcs persisted, clawing and biting at Tianlan Cat's form. Tyrannosaurus Rex rise. The Tyrannosaurus Rex climbed up Tianlan Cat's tail, swatting off half-orcs clinging to it. The ice crystal bird swooped in, raining down ice crystals like a torrential downpour, knocking the half-orcs from the sky. At this moment, a green light emanated from Tianlan Cat, gradually healing its wounds. The diamond bear leapt from Tianlan Cat's shoulder, smashing into the clustered half-orcs, scattering them. Chun-Lan and his companions began to fire their penetrating arrows, each aimed at the heart. One shot, one kill. The leopard-headed man arrived, surveying the scene of his pierced servants without a shred of pity. Instead, he unleashed the devouring power in his palm, reducing the half-orcs to mere bones. The pure energy causing his blood to surge. Such is the allure of power. I have finally broken through level 20. What will you do now? The leopard-headed man smiled wickedly at them. The elite level was divided into two stages, ordinary elite and high-tier elite. The latter referred to levels 20 to 30, and upon breaking through level 30, one would ascend to the rank of a war general, at which point a beast's power would undergo a seismic transformation. Some beasts would have already experienced their first evolution, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Reaching the king level would usher in an entirely new realm, but for Chun-Lan and his companions, such heights felt distant. Even the high-tier elite leopard-headed man exhibited pronounced changes in size and appearance, presenting an unknown challenge to Chun-Lan and his team. Tianlan Cat gazed at the leopard-headed man, whose body radiated a fierce bloodlust. With a swift motion, it struck with its massive paw, but as Tianlan Cat anticipated the leopard-headed man being sent flying, reality dealt a blow to its expectations. The leopard-headed man unleashed a sudden surge of power, his blood energy sharp, easily deflecting Tianlan Cat's attack, generating a wind barrier from the immense impact. The leopard-headed man shifted slightly, unharmed. Impressive strength, but alas, the disparity in power is insurmountable. Chapter 45. The king-level domain reveals its mighty smirk curled at the corner of the leopard-headed man's mouth as he gathered his right hand into a fist, launching a blood-infused attack directly at Tianlong Cat's paw. The tremendous force sent Tianlong Cat reeling, though it quickly regained its footing. Meow. Tianlong Cat struck again, this time the attack resembling a phantom, incredibly swift, with countless claw shadows obscuring the leopard-headed man's vision. Caught off guard, he absorbed several hits before being sent sprawling. Species: leopard-headed man, mutant, realm, elite, high tier, level 21 skills, rapid phantom, high-speed hunt, survival instinct, passive, blood energy eruption, temporary. Meow. Oh, the leopard-headed man slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his body before lowering himself, his fierce gaze lingering on Tianlong Cat, claws raking the ground as low growls escaped his throat. In that moment, the leopard-headed man's form became elusive, an invisible phantom materializing beside him, swiftly attacking from both sides. In the blink of an eye, his claws struck Tianlong Cat, inflicting a deep gash on its leg, crimson blood seeping forth. Tianlong Cat. Meow. Tianlong Cat winced in pain, the severity of its leg injury causing intense agony, while the leopard-headed man's figure dissipated once more, launching a relentless barrage of attacks from all directions. Countless strikes fell upon Tianlong Cat, the illusory assaults inflicting varying degrees of damage. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and Diamond Bear, witnessing Tianlong Cat's distress, charged at the phantoms below. Yet, to the leopard-headed man, their speed was woefully inadequate, slow enough for him to evade their attacks with ease. Pathetic. Practice more. You're even inferior to this wretched Tianlong Cat that I truly wonder how you train. In the leopard-headed man's mind, the growth of Tianlong Cat to such a level could not simply be attributed to talent, but rather immense luck. Otherwise, how could a creature that had been utterly ineffectual before reaching the king level inflict any harm upon him? The Diamond Bear pounded its chest in fury, managing to bind one phantom. But as it embraced the illusion, it vanished, only for the leopard-headed man's attack to follow, cracking the Diamond Bear's seemingly impervious armor. Licking his claw with a hint of mockery, the leopard-headed man remarked, "Interesting, but not enough." The phantoms of the leopard-headed man moved too swiftly for the others to discern which were real and which were illusions. The flower fairy tirelessly healed Tianlong Cat's wounds. Yet the sheer number of injuries made full recovery impossible in the moment. "Everyone disperse!" Su Qiubai shouted loudly at the crowd, causing them to retreat in an instant. Tianlong Cat also shrank back, led by Chunlong. The ice crystal bird hovered in the air, while Su Qiubai suddenly radiated a brilliant ice blue light, a phenomenon akin to a domain slowly unfurled, expanding rapidly and enveloping the leopard-headed man, along with the phantoms. He distinctly felt a restriction on his movements. "Ice crystal bird? Caw!" The ice crystal bird let out a piercing cry, then flapped its ice-blue wings, resonating with the blue bloodline power. Countless ice-blue crystals began to coalesce in the air, cascading down to the earth like a torrential storm. The leopard-headed man, constrained in his movements, found it difficult to evade these attacks effortlessly. Numerous phantoms were shattered until only one corporeal form remained. However, perhaps due to the bloodline power, Su Qiubai collapsed on the ground, and the domain power receded at that moment. Tianlong Cat, do you remember our battle against the martial Dao Panda? Yes, I do. The disparity in strength between us and the leopard-headed man is too vast now. Chunlong could only contemplate utilizing the control of the royal-level domain to slow down the leopard-headed man's speed, granting Tianlong Cat a chance for a decisive strike, much like when they took down the pig-headed man, striking while unprepared and targeting its weakness for a fatal blow. However, this also implied that Chunlong had to engage in close combat. With his current strength, he could not expand the domain to Su Qiubai's level, and could only fight at close quarters, releasing a small-scale royal-level domain. Even this domain fell short of those true royal-level beast tamers. There was a significant gap, yet it sufficed against the leopard-headed man. "Let us advance, Tianlong Cat." Meow. Chunlong brandished the Tianlong blade and charged towards the leopard-headed man at lightning speed, with Tianlong Cat following closely behind, wielding the meteorite pickaxe. Chunlong swung the Tianlong blade continuously, but each strike was deftly evaded by the leopard-headed man human. "Who has given you the audacity?" The leopard-headed man roared with laughter, viewing the seemingly insignificant Chunlong as akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. How could a mere human possess the strength to defeat a half-beast below royal level? Humanity is but a swarm of insects. The leopard-headed man seized the Tianlan blade with a single hand, his immense strength rendering Chunlan powerless to resist, even twisting his arm in another direction. That moment, Tianlan cat swung the meteorite pickaxe towards the leopard-headed man. But the leopard-headed man's other claw caught the pickaxe, coldly gazing at the pair. Then, with a surge of bloodlust, he sent both of them flying through the air. How dull and unamusing. Allow me to make you my sustenance. Perhaps I might even level up a few times. The leopard-headed man licked his claws, then grinned wickedly at the crowd. Yet, Chunlan charged once more. Observing the audacious human, the leopard-headed man swung his claws again. But this time, Chunlan secretly activated the domain, and in an instant, the speed of the claws slowed dramatically, transforming the leopard-headed man's demeanor from sinister to astonished. How is this possible? Tianlan cat, now is your chance. Cross impact. At Chunlan's shout, Tianlan cat leaped into the air, a golden cross blossoming above. The cat's figure descended like a meteor towards the positions of Chunlan and the leopard-headed man. The leopard-headed man attempted to flee, but found his speed diminished, while Chunlan's attack was already upon him. The moment their claws met, a powerful mental force repelled them, causing Chunlan to retreat with the rebound. The meteor then struck down, erupting with the radiance of a crimson cross. This strike landed squarely on the leopard-headed man's head, instantly knocking him unconscious, blood streaming from his wound. Chunlan approached, wielding the Tianlan blade, and plunged it into the back of his skull. The mental force rapidly enveloped the area, unleashing a power that obliterated his brain tissue entirely. Chapter 46. Huang Xuan's Gratitude. The arrival of the bait Chunlan collapsed onto the ground. The strain of forcibly activating the royal-level domain was immense. Lin Miaoka hurried over, producing a restorative elixir to rejuvenate his mental energy, catalyzing its infusion into Chunlan's mind. The desiccated sea of consciousness began to slowly recover, moisture nourishing it once more, significantly improving Chunlan's condition, and Lin Miaoka sighed in relief. Thank you, Miaoka. Chunlan expressed his gratitude. Gazing at Lin Miaoka, he finally understood why Lin Tian chose to pair with a support-type beast tamer. It was akin to having a cheat code within the team. The struggles between beast tamer squads often hinged on who could eliminate the opposing team first. However, with the assistance of a support-type beast tamer, not only could they heal their beasts, but they could also swiftly assess the conditions of the beast tamers. Could it be that Lin Miaoka is Lin Tian's illegitimate daughter? Yet, she bears no resemblance at all. Chunlan's mind conjured images of the two, yet they never quite aligned. This medical expertise was no simple matter. It was evident she was a disciple personally guided by Lin Tian. That it's all right. Captain, it's only natural. Lin Miaoka, seeing Chunlan's gratitude, became anxious and hastily waved her hands. After a brief respite, Chunlan began to search through the storage rings of the half-beasts, subsequently returning to the cave. High above in the treetops, Wang Yuan was sweating profusely. He had nearly intervened several times, but fortunately, Chunlan's strength was genuinely formidable. Yet, what was the nature of that incredible domain? Phew, at least all is well. I wonder how Wu Lan is faring. Wang Yuan murmured to himself. As long as these individuals faced no issues, it was the best outcome for him. Tianlan Cat and Chunlan truly had a knack for creating unexpected opportunities. A figure suddenly soared towards him, causing Wang Yuan's gaze to sharpen. But he soon relaxed, for it was Wu Lan. How goes the situation? It's manageable. I've dispatched dozens of half-beasts, mostly of high-tier elite rank. No sign of any war generals, though. Perhaps they are hiding elsewhere. Wu Lan wiped the blood from his blade, speaking leisurely as if slaughtering dozens of high-tier elites was merely routine for him. This was also why no half-beast had attacked the area where Chunlan and his group were situated. They had been blocked by Wu Lan and his beast, the Qingyun battle tiger, preventing any from advancing even a step. Let us report the situation to the higher-ups. Perhaps the Demon Heart sect is planning something significant. Wang Yuan stroked his chin, activating his beast tamer wristband. If the Demon Heart sect's intent was merely to eliminate human geniuses, they could be protected. However, if their goal was to incite a beast tide, the implications would be entirely different, with Lin Tian absent from Linjiang City, and Yang Yan's god of death strength being limited to a single eruption. If another Beast King were to emerge, Linjiang City would undoubtedly be trampled by both the Beast Clan and the Demon Heart sect. By the way, let us contact those fellows from Ripple City. That boy of theirs is with us, so have him retrieve him. The boy mentioned by Wu Lan was naturally the one with the severed limb, a descendant of the Huang family from Ripple City. However, Wu Lan had not encountered his guardian, likely a sign of dire circumstances that Wu Lan's actions were motivated by a desire to prevent any disruption to Chun Lan and the others' subsequent training. Although half-beasts roamed the beast forest, he and Wang Yuan could still contend against a half-step royal-level foe. They aimed to buy time for the children to retreat, should a Beast King intervene. Yang Yan would likely arrive in an instant, ready to flay the Beast King alive. Such was Yang Yan's tremendous power. Even if his strength had waned, the strength of the divine fire would ape was still near royal level. However, lacking Yang Yan's assistance would diminish its combat effectiveness, yet it would still easily handle a Beast King. Meanwhile, in the cavern, Chun Lan learned of the events through Huang Wei's account. The following hours passed without incident, and the group continued to take turns keeping watch until dawn broke. That a night without conversation led to the morning, when the group, just preparing to satiate their hunger, was greeted by the entrance of a middle-aged man. Huang Wei, upon witnessing this, hurriedly rushed over, tightly embracing the man. "Father, everyone was slaughtered by half-beasts, even uncle." As he spoke, Huang Wei broke down in tears, lamenting his lack of strength to protect his loved ones and having to rely on their protection. Huang Xuan gently patted Huang Wei's back, his heart stirred by the sight of his son, who had lost a leg, yet he refrained from showing his own emotions. After all, how could a father weep in front of his son? "Dad, let us go home. I want to enter the inheritance secret realm." Gazing into Huang Wei's resolute eyes, Huang Xuan let out a gentle sigh, subsequently nodding silently. Now, with Huang Wei having lost half a leg and his cherished beast devoured, he could only venture into the realm of inheritance in pursuit of a glimmer of hope for the future. "Esteemed friends, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. This token of appreciation is but a humble gesture," Huang Shan remarked politely, having discerned the distinct connections among the clan members since his arrival. The information sharing within the aristocratic families was remarkably tight-knit, in stark contrast to Chun Lan, who appeared rather ordinary. Yet behind him loomed two insurmountable mountains, his unassailable obstacles. With a flick of his mental prowess, the ring in Huang Xuan's hands swiftly soared before the group, landing in their palms, following a heartfelt expression of thanks. He took his leave. "Miaoka, everyone, thank you. When we meet again, I shall not waver." Though he had retreated this time, he vowed that in future encounters he would stand firm, even to the last moment, determined to carve a piece of flesh from his adversary. The head of the clan was indeed formidable, and the resources at hand were far from meager, as Wang Fugue beamed at the bounty within the storage ring. Yet, compared to Huang Wei's life, these external possessions held little significance for Huang Xuan. Resources could be replenished, but a son was irreplaceable. Chun Lan and the others tidied up before resuming their trials, progressively delving deeper. After all, they were all elite-level individuals, and the monsters on the periphery no longer posed a challenge. They sought something more exhilarating, akin to the high-tier elite they faced the previous night, and if they could truly collaborate to slay a high-tier elite, it would ensure their team's formidable combat prowess. Anyone out there? Please, help me." A girl clad in tattered garments writhed on the ground, her legs stained with fresh blood as wild beasts lurked menacingly nearby. Drawing closer, "Stay away. Get back," she cried desperately. The beasts, seemingly oblivious to her pleas, with their crimson eyes and drooling mouths, embodied an insatiable greed for the girl. "Damn it, who is the fool that abandoned this child here?" "Someone save her!" Wu Junlin exclaimed, unable to contain himself upon witnessing the scene. They had enlisted to protect those behind him, yet someone had callously tossed their own child into the den of beasts. How despicable! Chun Lan and the others exchanged glances, bemused at Wu Junlin's outburst. He had clearly disregarded Huang Wei's earlier words. The child was evidently a bait, a lure intended to annihilate their beast-taming squad. exploiting the girl to entice the beast-taming team into action, only to ambush them. Such was the nature of humanity. How can one bear to witness such suffering? Chunlan spoke slowly, his words tempering Wu Junlin's impulsiveness, compelling him to remain rooted in place. But that girl will be devoured by the beasts. If we do not save her, she is as good as dead. Wu Junlin protested, though he soon found himself caught in Chunlan's enigmatic smile. Shall we place a wager? Within 5 minutes, that girl will not perish. Indeed, the beast shall not harm her. Chunlan had already discerned the girl's true identity through the eye of fate. Even a pretender could not escape its scrutiny. Yet, the more he wielded this power, the more he sensed the inscrutable depths of fate, the all-seeing eye, the pre-evolved Tianlan cat. This power was a legacy from his parents, one he must wield with care. Wu Junlin fell into an unusual silence, as did the others. Chunlan's words struck them like a thunderclap. Lacking the insight of Chunlan, they could not perceive the girl's genuine identity, seeing only a pitiable child. Name, Yanling, half-beast, realm, elite level, 18 skills, charm, disguise, spirit, fox, fireball. Chunlan could not elucidate further. This was a secret, a code known only to him. The girl continued to wail. The beasts remained poised to pounce, yet they did not attack, perpetuating this unsettling cycle. This was no mere conspiracy. It was a blatant stratagem. The girl was under assault by beasts before their very eyes. Would they save her or turn a blind eye? Could they truly betray their own hearts? As time slipped away, the girl remained unharmed, leaving Wu Junlin and the others in astonishment. Had they acted impulsively moments ago, would it have brought catastrophic consequences to their team? Chunlan is a genius. I wonder what stroke of luck the Flame King has had. Why am I not so fortunate? Wang Yuan and Wu Lan observed each individual's demeanor closely. Wu Junlin was straightforward and sincere, yet prone to impulsiveness. Sometimes his actions lacked foresight. His forthrightness and honesty were typical among military personnel, where scheming was scarce and only the will to fight prevailed. Huang Wei's character was intriguing, though he often appeared frivolous. He possessed great attention to detail, perhaps a trait sharpened by his association with Chunlan, revealing a hint of cunning. Lin Miaoka's social anxiety and Su Qiubai's aloofness rendered their exchanges sparse. Yet their time together had gradually opened avenues of conversation. They were not incapable of dialogue. Rather, they struggled to communicate with others, understanding everything within but reluctant to voice it. As for Chunlan, he discerned the shadow of Lin Tian, cunning and resolute, yet fiercely loyal to friends, particularly toward beasts, a path he would tread far. Damn it, who abandoned this girl here? Quick, someone save her! Despite Chunlan and the others refraining from intervening, they inadvertently attracted another group. A boy named Ji Yuan, of similar age, wielding a battle blade that cleaved through several ordinary beasts with ease. Are you all right, little one? Ji Yuan's gentle smile emerged as he extended a hand to help the girl up. But upon locking eyes, a pink heart appeared in his gaze, rendering him motionless. It's charm, Wu Junlin exclaimed, recognizing the power of the foxkin, which explained the perfect disguise. Its allure was fundamental to their survival. The underbrush rustled violently as countless half-beasts surged forth, charging at Ji Yuan, while the beast-taming team behind him aimed to retrieve him. Ji Yuan, come back, his teammates shouted, one grasping his arm. Yet he remained unmoving, the pink heart in his eyes undiminished. The half-beast closed in, prompting the four to retaliate, while their guardian attempted to intervene, but was swiftly overwhelmed by a half-beast, none other than Karuz. Damn it. You wretched half-beasts, get away from me. Ji Yuan summoned his beast, the moonprint madwolf, sending Karuz flying, intent on rescuing his comrades. Yet Karuz clung to him tenaciously, an advanced beast tamer. I wonder how many levels I can gain from this. The king rank is within reach. Karuz laughed maniacally, his strength rapidly escalating after just a few days of hunting, fueled by the prowess of these talented individuals. Wu Lan, go assist. I've got this covered. Do not hold back, Wang Yuan urged, observing the chaotic battlefield. If Ji Yuan remained distracted by the beast-taming team's predicament, he would surely be caught off guard and ultimately slain. Wu Lan grinned, swiftly descending from above. summoning the azure cloud battle tiger to crush the foes below, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Damn humans, how dare you hide in the shadows? Karuz cursed, but had already signaled for reinforcements. Confident in his hidden cards, what did it matter if he faced an advanced beast tamer? Below the king rank, they were all mere ants. Chun-Lan sensed the commotion in the distant woods, indicating that a high-stakes battlefield had been unleashed. Everyone forward! The Tianlan cat surged ahead of Chun-Lan, confronting the advancing half-beasts, while Chun-Lan approached Yangling upon seeing him. Yangling recoiled in terror, as though she could not bear to face him. Yet, her pink eyes flickered, seeking to charm Chun-Lan, only to find herself transported to an empty realm, where two golden-slit pupils scrutinized her intently. In that moment, the demonic mark within her mental sea was obliterated. No, don't come any closer. I don't want to become a half-beast. Father, where are you? Please, save Linger. Chapter 48. The lifting of the brand, the bull-headed and horse-faced strike. Chun-Lan stared in astonishment at Yangling, who had suddenly transformed. Was this fellow not attempting to bewitch him? Why did he feel a headache coming on first? Upon Yangling's arrival at the Demon Heart sect, he had been altered into a half-beast, his consciousness branded with the mark of the demon race, thereby beginning to lose his free will. This was why Karuz could easily inscribe the mark when capturing half-beasts. This was a result of the experiments conducted by the Demon Heart sect. Such measures allowed for the rapid mass production of half-beasts to join forces with the beast race in their assaults on human cities, thereby gaining more opportunities for evolution. However, these advantages were reserved for the higher-ups. The ordinary half-beasts were merely cannon fodder that, of course, they could still devour beastmasters amidst the chaos, gaining a meager chance for advancement. In the Demon Heart sect, only the fittest survive. Without formidable strength, one lacks sufficient authority and may even fall victim to being devoured. One must prove their worth to ensure survival. Regardless, I shall first incapacitate him. Chun-Lan unleashed a mental shock, causing Yangling to faint. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan had also returned to normal, his face reflecting fear as he looked at Chun-Lan and the half-beast before him. Just when Ji Yuan was about to speak, Chun-Lan patted his shoulder and swiftly moved past him. First, eliminate the half-beasts. Expressions of gratitude can wait. The Ji Yuan paused for a moment, then silently nodded, summoning his beast to engage with the half-beast directly. Chun-Lan lifted Yangling and set him aside, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the girl, as if he had encountered her before. Miaoko, stay safe while you observe this girl. Chun-Lan smiled at Lin Miaoka, then gripped the Tianlan blade and plunged into the fray. The strength of the half-beast this time was not to be underestimated. Yet they had two Beastmaster teams on their side, which alleviated some of the pressure. Lan, have you dealt with it? Wang Fugue inquired softly upon Chun-Lan's arrival, to which Chun-Lan swiftly replied. Handled it. The golden vertical pupils unfurled instantaneously, revealing the half-beasts in their entirety within Chun-Lan's line of sight, with corresponding panels popping up. Species: Minotaur, half-beast. Realm: high-level elite level. 21 skills. Furious charge. Great axe slash. Battle intent. Species: horse-faced, half-beast. Realm: high-level elite level. 21 skills. Spinning kick, bloodthirsty bite, rapid spin. 2 high-level elites, while the rest were of lower tiers. Chun-Lan muttered to himself amid the battle. Yet these two seem to look down upon us. Or perhaps they are merely waiting for other half-beasts to perish. Upon their emergence, the bull-headed and horse-faced did not immediately attack, but rather observed the spectacle. Whenever a half-beast fell, they would unleash their devouring power, transforming it into bones, thereby gradually enhancing their own energy. Is this their way of underestimating us? Well, perhaps that is for the best. A wicked smile crept on Chun-Lan's face as he struck down a regular level monster with the Tianlan blade, then swiftly targeted its weakness to deliver the killing blow. Meanwhile, Karuz, besieged and feeling the mark on Yangling erased, was instantly enraged. He had been reprimanded by the sect leader for bringing Yangling out. If he lost her, it would be the end for him. Bullhead and horse-faced, you fools, hurry and eliminate them. Bring back the four-tailed fox. Karuz's furious voice echoed throughout the monster beast forest, startling the bullhead and horse-faced into action. Lord Karuz is furious. If we fail, we might not return, and could be devoured instead. This group of little brats is certainly racking up kills. The bullhead transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward and sending Ji Yuan flying. Along with his beast, the sword-bearer bear. Leave the bullhead to me. Junlin and the fatty. Restrain the horse-faced. Once I clear my hands, the rest continue to eliminate the half-beasts. Chunlan's expression turned cold upon witnessing the two high-level elites enter the fray. Yet having gained experience from his previous encounter with the leopard head, this battle seemed considerably simpler. Who gave you the audacity to face me alone? The bullhead's crimson eyes locked onto Chunlan. Nostrils flaring as if ready to devour him whole, Wu Junlin temporarily relied on the Iron Bear's defense to fend off the horse-face attacks. But the level disparity was too great. Even the Iron Bear could not endure for long. Raging Dragon Beast Go, Wang Fugue bow in hand, shot an arrow directly into the horse-face palm. Though it did not penetrate deeply, it created a momentary opening. The Raging Dragon Beast leaped over the Iron Bear, using its agility to harass the horse-faced. While the Iron Bear absorbed the brunt of the attacks, Wu Junlin and Wang Fugue used their arrows imbued with mental energy to relentlessly target the horse-faced's vulnerabilities. Especially Wang Fugue, who targeted its hidden weak spots, causing the horse-faced immense pain. You bastards! You filthy human scum deserve to die. The horse-faced roared furiously after being struck by several arrows, but the Raging Dragon Beast's assault followed closely. Delivering a slap to the horse-faced's face, this attack was not particularly powerful, but was extremely humiliating. In an instant, the horse-faced frantically pursued the Raging Dragon Beast, as if he would not rest until it was slain. Did you not previously act as if you were above us? Now you've devolved into a grotesque monster, and you now seek to return to your roots. Too late. Wang Fugue mocked decisively, as the Raging Dragon Beast level had now surpassed that of the elite tier, significantly enhancing its survival capabilities. Name: Raging Dragon Beast Growth Level, 10 Realm Level, Elite Special Talent, Mechanical Dragon Heart, Red, Beast Skills, Frenzied Claws, Dragon Roar. Name: Iron Bear Growth Level, 11 Realm Level, Elite Special Talent, Indomitable Heart. Orange, Beast Skills, Iron Fist of Fury. Iron Battle Armor, Passive. The dragon roar emitted by the Raging Dragon Beast had a momentary stunning effect, stemming from its bloodline suppression, making it perfectly suitable for the current battle. Roar. The horse-faced was briefly stunned, and the Raging Dragon Beast unleashed a furious claw attack, leaving the horse-faced stunned once again. This was the second time, and surely not the last. Is this your doing? Wu Junlin inquired, observing the scene as he approached Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue scratched his head awkwardly, not having anticipated that his casual remark would be taken seriously by the Raging Dragon Beast, which executed it with such proficiency. Rapid spin. A whirlwind suddenly enveloped the horse-faced, rendering its figure strange and elusive. The Iron Bear immediately employed a bear hug, forcibly restraining the horse-faced, preventing any movement as its golden armor was torn apart. Get away from me, you foul bear. Chapter 49. A Unified Effort. The emergence of a half-step demon king, the golden armor of the Iron Bear, was now a pitiful sight, marred by countless scratches, its brown fur soaked in blood. Though in pain, the Iron Bear persevered. Enough, Iron Bear, release it. Wu Junlin, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of heartache and implored the Iron Bear to let go of the horse-faced. Yet, the Iron Bear clung tightly, refusing to relinquish its grip, ensuring the horse-faced remained immobile. The horse-faced continued its relentless assault, yet its waist was firmly restrained, making it difficult to exert force while being harassed by several insects nearby. All of you, come here, get this filthy bear off me. The horse-faced shouted to the other half-beasts, who immediately rushed over, only to be thwarted by others, unable to approach even a fraction of that moment. The flower fairy also arrived, her healing powers radiating a gentle glow, a touch of green blossoming upon the Iron Bear, alleviating its injuries. Junlin, let's exhaust this wretched creature. Wang Fugue, bow in hand, shot another arrow that pierced the horse-faced's eye, inducing a cry of agony. Raging Dragon Beast, deliver a low blow. Upon hearing Wang Fugue's command, the horse-face felt a chill creeping below, seeing the Raging Dragon Beast wearing an eerie smile directed at it. With a resounding dragon roar, the horse-faced was once again stunned, as the raging dragon beast's claws glowed with a blinding red light, aiming directly below Dada. With a scream, Wang Fugue imagined he heard the sound of an egg cracking. At that moment, the iron bear released the horse-faced, which curled up on the ground, hands clutching its lower region, writhing in pain. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the other half-beasts, and even Wu Junlin and others exchanged glances, instinctively covering their own areas, fearing Wang Fugue's recklessness. What kind of gaze is that? Am I Wang Fugue, the sort of person who would do such a thing? Wang Fugue, feeling the peculiar gazes of the crowd, hastily defended himself, eager to vindicate his actions. Yet the onlookers promptly shook their heads and recoiled, leaving Wang Fugue in utter helplessness, in the distance. Wang Yuan observed this spectacle, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a lively character indeed. Although the positioning for attack was rather poor, the outcome was remarkably effective and brimming with potential, and I'm utterly crushed. You scoundrels perish. Ma Mian erupted in fury, attempting to hurl some curses, only to be met with the thunderous roar of the Tyrannosaurus beast directed at him. Seriously, buddy, don't you have any mana? Is the roar going to keep going? Ma Mian's mind twisted in turmoil. Yet being intimidated was another matter entirely. In mere seconds, the diamond bear sat squarely upon him, pinning Ma Mian to the ground. Fatty, strike at his head and strangle him with mental force. Chun Lan exclaimed urgently, sharing his insight on engaging in battles beyond one's level. The human brain and certain body parts are exceedingly fragile, and the same applies to demon beasts. Brain death is entirely distinct from physiological death. Thus, targeting the brain is the most effective method for surpassing levels in combat. Dare to focus elsewhere while fighting me, you human, and that foolish cat too. The bullhead snarled, swatting Chun Lan away with a mighty slap. The Tianlong cat once again manifested its colossal form, positioning itself to obstruct the bullhead. Meow. How dare you insult me? I am furious and shall crush you. With that, the gigantic meteorite lance hurtled towards the bullhead, an overwhelming pressure forcing it to dodge sideways, retaliating by charging at the Tianlong cat. The immense force instantly toppled the Tianlong cat, reverting it to its normal size. Bullhead, save me! These damn scoundrels treat us like nothing. Ma Mian cried in terror towards the bullhead, while Wang Fugue approached. Mian struggled to break free, but was firmly held down by the Tyrannosaurus beast and Diamond Bear, who intermittently used their roar to intimidate him. High-tier elite, then allow me to send you off with this C-grade battle knife. In an instant after Wang Fugue spoke, the fiery red battle knife was enveloped in mental force and plunged into Ma Mian's skull. The surging mental energy erupted at that moment, swiftly obliterating Ma Mian. Scoundrels, all of you shall perish. Upon witnessing his comrade's demise, the bullhead charged towards Ma Mian's position in a frenzy, prompting the crowd to hastily retreat. Little did they expect that in an instant, the bullhead would devour Ma Mian, absorbing all his energy and elevating his own power level. Good brother, I will avenge you. The bullhead grinned wickedly at the crowd, possessing innate immense strength that made Ma Mian's tactics ineffective against him. The onlookers were filled with dread. Indeed, there was no camaraderie among half-beastmen. Once humanity was transcended, their primal instincts became terrifyingly evident. Next, it shall be your turn. The beast tamer squad assembled, surrounding the bullhead. The diamond bear charged forward, utilizing its tremendous strength to withstand the bullhead, while the flower fairy infused healing energy and buffs. Holding its ground against the bullhead, the icy domain erupted from Su Qiubai, swiftly encasing the bullhead in ice, restricting its movements. In icy domain. You are from a Su family. The bullhead, astonished by the ice forming around its feet, attempted to break free but found itself surrounded. Tyrannosaurus beast, go for the sneak attack. With Wang Fugue's shout, the Tyrannosaurus beast executed a slide beneath the diamond bear, launching an assault on the bullhead. Under the ferocity of its claws, the bullhead's visage contorted with fear, its body weakening instantly. That moment, the Tianlong cat descended from above, a fiery red light streaking towards the bullhead, unleashing a radiant cross of light. releasing a tremendous force that sent Chunlan and others staggering backward. The bullhead collapsed to the ground, unconscious, as Chunlan approached to deliver the finishing blow. The Tianlan blade pierced its skull, swiftly extinguishing all remnants of life within. Everyone, splendid work. Chunlan, holding the bullhead spirit crystal, smiled at his companions, while Ji Yuan felt a surge of astonishment within. Could such a beast-tamer squad truly triumph? Perhaps their prowess was indeed sufficient to pass the preliminary rounds. Finally, we have collectively slain a high-tier elite. Wang Fugue rejoiced, confirming that his diligent efforts to refine the Tyrannosaurus beast skills were not in vain. The Tyrannosaurus beast strike was an absolute kill against demon beasts or half-beastmen below the king level. Upon reaching the king level, its flaws would be rectified, much like the critical spot of a snake, becoming invulnerable at the demon king level. Just as the group began to clear the remaining half-beastmen, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing them to cover their heads, with only Chunlan expanding his king-level domain to withstand the direct impact. A half-step demon king level. The beast clan truly has gone mad. What benefits had the demon heartsect promised them to mobilize a half-step king? Chapter 50. Below king level, all are ants. As Wulan remained in shock, Wang Yuan had already dialed the defense line of Linjiang, with General Song and Yang Yin hastily approaching. For now, they could only rely on them to buy time. Tiger King, have you forgotten the agreement with Linjiang? This time, you've crossed the line. Wulan admonished the approaching Demon King, reminding him of the pact that forbade the mobilization of forces above king level. Ha ha! What are you thinking? As long as there are sufficient benefits, even Demon Kings will intervene. Do you truly believe there are no Demon Kings orchestrating events behind the scenes? Lord Lion Tiger mocked, ridiculing their foolishness. The effects of devouring a life contract were known to the Beast Clan, but the implications of consuming an Imperial-level beast tamer were profoundly understood by the Demon Emperor. Such an influx of energy could propel the Demon Emperor towards semi-divine status. How could such a prospect not entice a Demon King? By the time Karuz arrived in the Demon Beast Forest, Chunlan had already become a bargaining chip, with a Demon King as his trump card. There were indeed Demon Kings aligned with the Demon Heart sect, as long as there were compelling benefits. Chunlan's path towards imperial status represented the greatest incentive, with Karuz exaggerating the narrative and considering no demon beast had ever consumed a life contract holder. He could spin any tale, and if it ultimately bore no fruit, he could merely claim the inaccuracies were on his part. Moreover, the fact that the Lion Tiger dispatched a half-step Demon King in the form of the Tiger King indicated his calculated approach. One could boast endlessly, but without concrete evidence. How could he personally intervene if the benefits were insufficient? Within Linjiang City, upon learning that Chunlan was targeted by a half-step Demon King, Yang Yan's king-level aura resonated throughout the city, propelling him towards the Demon Beast Forest at great speed, while the heads of prominent families followed in the wake of the Flame King. Even Li Yao Bin, the head of the Li family, was among them. Since they were all headed towards the Demon Beast Forest, it was time to unite against a common enemy, though the president of the Beast Tamer Association was absent. Whereabouts unknown. After sending the message, Wang Yuan released the rending claw battle eagle to soar through the skies, then immediately sprang into action, crushing all half-beastmen in his path. He turned to Chunlan, speaking earnestly, lead everyone in retreat to the previous secret realm. Just as Wang Yuan finished his sentence, another tiger roar pierced the air, directly targeting Chunlan. It cared not for anyone else, focusing solely on him. Meanwhile, Wulan and Ji Yuan returned, positioning themselves protectively before Chunlan and the others. Noodle Tiger, this time you've crossed the line. Do you know who you're trying to attack? Wang Yuan coldly regarded the Tiger King, calculating the time internally. Although he and Wulan could withstand for a while, they feared the Tiger King would unleash its full might, directly suppressing them with its king-level domain. Who says I can't strike? What of Lin Tian's people? The Noodle Tiger sneered, already aware of Lin Tian's absence from Linjiang City through Karuz's inquiries. Regardless, who among them lacked a king backing them? At worst, they would engage in battle and stir up a beast tide, testing their endurance against such pressure. Are you certain? A wicked smile crept onto Wang Yuan's face, causing the Noodle Tiger to hesitate, wondering if there was a power that transcended the king level behind Wang Yuan. Are you certain you dare to provoke the Flame King's people? After Wang Yuan posed this question, shock spread across the Noodle Tiger's face. The name of Yang Yin had swept through the entire West Wilderness following that battle. A time when it had not even reached half-step Demon King status. Yang Yin has been incapacitated. What are you hesitating for? Once the Linjiang forces arrive, it will all be over to— Let's see how you explain this to the Lion Tiger King. Cruz, growing impatient, marveled at the stupidity of the Beast clan, so easily deceived. Yang Yin was strong, but with the passage of time, his power had diminished to half-step king level, and soon, he might not even reach king level. There would only be one opportunity to unleash his power to defend Linjiang City. Consider whether Yang Yin is protecting Linjiang City or Chunlan when he employs such strength. Can we not scrutinize that? As Karuz spoke, the gaze of the Tiger King gradually became more menacing. Just as Karuz had indicated, Yang Yin would either reserve this power to protect Linjiang City or to safeguard Chunlan. The royal domain erupted in an instant, the immense pressure nearly causing Wang Yuan to collapse to the ground, while the weaker Wang Fugui and his companions simply could not withstand it, collapsing directly onto the ground. Damn it, even if I'm lying down, I want to kneel. Wu Junlin cursed angrily, his desire to enhance his strength reaching a fever pitch. Once he ascended to the royal level, he vowed to crush this group of scoundrels entirely. The rending claw warhawk and the wrathful hurricane. As the piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the sky, it confirmed Wang Yuan's previous thoughts, rather than being trapped alongside them. It was better to release the rending claw warhawk first. The sky began to change color, dark clouds gathering as a hurricane surged toward the scene, toppling nearby trees and leaving desolation in its wake. Have you already touched that threshold? Unfortunately, you shall die today. The Tiger King sensed the will of royalty emanating from the hurricane. Although this essence was not fully manifested, it was nonetheless perceptible. It might not be long before Wang Yuan becomes a half-step royal beastmaster, perhaps even soaring to greatness, but the specifics would depend on Wang Yuan's fortuitous encounters. The Tiger King's sharp claws, infused with the power of thunder, erupted forth, tearing through the hurricane, which had just been omnipotent, yet could not withstand even half a second in the Tiger King's presence. Beneath the royal level, all are but ants, including you. The Tiger King sneered at Wang Yuan, whose legs were instantly crushed by the overwhelming pressure, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Brother Yuan, Chunlan shouted, extending his hand, but was unable to rise due to the oppressive force. Even as his own royal domain flared, it was immediately suppressed. Wang Yuan looked at his blood-soaked legs, a wry smile escaping him. He never expected to find himself in this situation. However, Yang Yin and the others should be arriving soon. Wang Yuan, you beast, send your techniques my way. Wu Lan shouted at the Tiger King in a fit of rage, but the Tiger King merely glanced at him, unfazed, before launching a claw strike that instantly pierced through Wu Lan's body. Wu Lan gazed at his perforated chest, a bitter smile forming, and with his last ounce of strength, he bit down on the spirit fusion pill hidden within his teeth, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that propelled the strength of the Qingyun War Tiger to the brink of half-step royal level. Boys, watch closely. This is my final moment. That Wu Lan's body began to turn transparent, as if he might vanish at any moment, merging into the body of the Qingyun War Tiger. Old man, this will be our last battle. Let us set an example for these children. Roar. Chapter 51. The Binding of Bonds, Fleeting Moments of Glory. Madman. Absolutely a madman. The Tiger King roared in disbelief at the sight before him, for this human was willing to sacrifice himself to protect the children behind him. The spirit fusion pill forcibly elevated his strength, allowing for the binding of royal level, merging all his power with his beast, but this was only feasible at the royal level. Below that, it was akin to wagering one's life. Binding of bonds, fleeting moments of glory. What the youth cannot accomplish, let us old folks handle. If the heavens were to fall, we tall ones will bear the burden. None shall harm my cubs. The Qingyun flying tiger no longer roared in anger, but echoed Wu Lan's voice. Though these little ones had not been together long, their future was promising, and if anything were to happen to them, Wu Lan's heart would surely shatter. I possess a sword that can cleave through the clouds. Dare you accept? The Qingyun War Tiger spoke in unison with Wu Lan, its aura gradually shifting as countless golden swords hovered around, the Qingyun war tiger itself becoming a sharp blade. The path ahead is severed. The retreat is blocked. Ascending to the clouds, the world flourishes in the Tiger King's eyes. There was no longer a trace of disdain. His entire being erupted with an aura of intimidation, vibrant with the power of thunder, resembling a thunderous war god. Meanwhile, the Qingyun war tiger floated like an ethereal being, its demeanor incredibly light, moving with the heavens and the sword, for fleeting moments of glory are no mere saying. So this is the royal level. How fortunate it is to ascend to such heights. The Qingyun war tiger slowly shook its head as if it were human, its aura shifting and transforming, even reaching the royal level. With this sword, the might of royalty, can you, Tiger King, withstand it? As the words fell, myriad beams of sword light merged into one, with the Qingyun war tiger commanding the energy, absorbing all the sword light, transforming into a colossal sword that cleaved towards the Ramen tiger. Thunderous brilliance, the Ramen tiger crossed its arms, thunder tearing through, an endless torrent of lightning erupting forth, attempting to halt the oncoming sword light. Yet in an instant, its arms were severed. There is a saying, and you spoke truly. Beneath the royal level, all are but ants, and you, half-step demon king, are no exception. The sword light of Qingyun altered the very colors of the heavens, piercing through the heart of the Ramen tiger, leading to the demise of a generation's half-step demon king, while the heavens wept in torrential rain, as if mourning. Who dares to lay hands on my subordinates? Are you tired of living? The lion tiger king, enveloped in golden wings, slowly took flight, gazing down at the earth with a cold, intimidating gaze that Wu Lan attempted to respond, only to find his body slipping beyond his control, dissipating as the Qingyun war tiger and Wu Lan separated, transforming into specks of spiritual light, vanishing into the ether. Fleeting moments of glory, fleeting moments of glory. Wang Yuan pounded the ground in rage. Wu Lan, an elder of Linjiang City, had been present since before Lin Tian's arrival. Though his life had been uneventful, he had aspirations akin to the clouds. Now, he entered the royal sequence in his prime. There were no regrets in this life. These were the last words Wu Lan left through his spiritual energy, a consolation to not mourn his death, for he was merely a fleeting moment among the many. Caruz observed the unfolding scene. While somewhat unexpected, could Wang Yuan, merely of mid-tier strength, and a single epic truly stand against him? Behind him lurked the Lion Tiger King. The Lion Tiger King flapped its wings, soaring above the crowd, its gaze filled with an endless chill to have one's subordinates slain so easily, especially by a high-level beastmaster, was a profound humiliation. However, upon catching sight of Chunlan, a glimmer of delight flickered in its eyes. The one bound by fate was indeed extraordinary. That flickering golden path was a treasure in the Lion Tiger King's eyes. Little one, come with me, and I shall spare their lives, the Lion Tiger King coldly proclaimed, having no desire to expend effort, for striking here might attract the attention of other demon kings. It wouldn't be worth the risk of losing everything. Before Qinlan could respond, Wang Yuan interjected, seizing the opportunity. Impossible, you delusional fool. Qinlan will never accompany you. Qinlan gazed at Wang Yuan's retreating figure, fists clenched tightly. The half-step demon king had arrived. And so had the demon king. His strength remained woefully insufficient. Ants, do you presume to speak? The Lion Tiger King shot a cold glance, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Wang Yuan, causing him to spew crimson blood. His body nearly shattered. Damn it, Yang Yen is approaching, and this bastard is still stalling. Caruz cursed inwardly, realizing the intelligence of the beast race was indeed lacking. Utterly foolish, my lord, we should swiftly capture Qinlan. The people of Linjiang City are on their way. As soon as Caruz uttered these words, he felt as if his body had been locked down, instantly terrified into silence, fearing his head might roll at any moment. Damn, this stinking fool still dares to threaten me. With the mountains still standing, there's no need to fear a lack of firewood. I'll run first. Caruz quickly devised a plan, slowly retreating from the battlefield, unwilling to wait idly alongside this fool, risking total loss. Little one, what say you? If you are willing to surrender your imperial path, I shall spare them. The Lion Tiger King spoke again, its tone casual. For crushing Chunlan and the others was as simple as squashing ants. Chunlan slowly rose, stepping over the crowd, and placed Wang Yuan, who was half kneeling, behind him to be treated by Lin Yaoka. Chunlan, don't. Wang Yuan grasped Chunlan's hand, trying to dissuade him. He could no longer move, his inside shattered. Merely surviving was a miracle. Chunlan smiled at the others, the Tianlan cat having been stored in the beast space. And he began to strategize as he gazed at the distant Lion Tiger King. The spirit flower of 10,000 years, the resurrection flower of 5,000 years. Chunlan was prepared to gamble. To wager that the Tianlan cat, once evolved, could withstand the Lion Tiger King until Yang Yan's arrival. And even if his bones were shattered, he would never relinquish his imperial path to the Lion Tiger King. Chunlan approached the Lion Tiger King, slowly raising his hand and extending the universal gesture of defiance. Are you having a delusional daydream? I am your father. Initially, the Lion Tiger King was taken aback, but soon erupted in furious rage, for this human dared to mock it, treating it like a mere fool. Ant, are you seeking death? The claws of the Lion Tiger King expanded instantaneously, casting immense paw prints towards Chunlan. In a flash, Tianlan cat appeared before Chunlan, who gripped two spiritual medicinal herbs tightly in his hand, poised to swallow them. I at you who seeks death. Who granted you the audacity to harm my people? Who gave you the courage to threaten my life? Divine fire would ape? Crush it. Chapter 52. The Pillar of Heaven. The Demon Kings arise. The sky above the beast demon forest was stained crimson. As the divine fire would ape tore through the air, the staff in its hand swelling in size, directly blocking the Lion Tiger King's assault, IT then swiftly thrust upwards, pressing towards the Lion Tiger King. The Lion Tiger King instinctively evaded, narrowly escaping as tufts of fur were swept away. The impact of the staff felt like it could slice through steel. Hey, demon, where do you think you're running? Taste my staff. The divine fire would ape rushed towards the Lion Tiger King, the staff swirling rapidly in its grasp, catching the Lion Tiger King off guard, leaving it with no chance to retaliate. Ascending dragon slash, the staff erupted with flames. Launching the Lion Tiger King into the air, the divine fire would ape-position the staff before its chest, and instantly countless phantoms emerged, each wielding a staff, soaring towards the descending Lion Tiger King, strike after strike. Unrelenting in the air, the Lion Tiger King could only endure passively, its anguished cries echoing through the sky, drowning out all else. As the phantoms faded one by one, the divine fire would ape leapt into the air, the tip of the staff glowing red, and with a heavy swing, the Lion Tiger King's body was propelled deep into the earth. Meanwhile, Cruz, who had fled far away, felt an immense relief at his swiftness. Such reckless fools should certainly learn to negotiate better in the future, lest they fail to cover their tracks. He wondered if the leader would hold him accountable. Never mind, survival was paramount. Karuz spoke with trepidation. The thought of returning and facing possible reprimand dissuading him from going back. On another front, Chunlan and the others were also saved as the heads of several prominent families arrived in haste, quickly producing healing elixirs to sustain Wang Yuan's life, while the remainder would require a physician's care upon their return. The Lion Tiger King sought to locate Karuz, but found only emptiness. Indeed, the Demon Heart sect was filled with treachery, and it had been a mistake to heed Karuz's deceitful words that IT was too late now. He regretted ever listening to that fool Karuz. Damn it. Every member of the Demon Heart sect is indeed a villain. This statement proved true. Confronted by Yang Yan, the Lion Tiger King had lost its will to fight, only desiring to flee, yet escape was futile. As the divine fire would ape hovered above, eyes fixed upon it, ready to strike at any moment, Shaolan, are you all right? Uncle has come late. Yang Yan slowly descended, gently patting Chunlan's head with concern. Relieved to find no issues upon checking his mental state. Where's Wulan? Why is it only Wang Yuan left? Could it be? At this point, Yang Yan's expression darkened considerably, fully aware of his number one fan's character. Wu Shu. He sacrificed himself to save us. Chunlan replied with a slight tremor, his tone laced with anger, yet feeling powerless. Yang Yan's countenance darkened further, infuriated by the sight of the divine fire would ape. It was not I who killed Wulan. He chose to unleash his full power and perish alongside the Ramen tiger. The lion-tiger king felt a chill run down its spine under the intense scrutiny and formidable while bearing down upon it. Hastily retorting, "Divine fire would ape?" Yang Yin disregarded the lion-tiger king's explanation. "Without your command, the Ramen tiger would not dare to kill. That if you dare act, be prepared to face the consequences. Annihilating your entire clan would be justifiable." The divine fire would ape grinned widely, stretching its limbs, having been bored during this time, finally able to unleash its prowess. "Little tiger, I hope you can endure a while longer, or else I shall have no qualms about desecrating your corpse." As soon as the words left its mouth, the divine fire would ape transformed into a streak of fire, crashing down towards the ground, unleashing tremendous energy, yet all was effortlessly thwarted by the domain Yang Yin released. Like a gentle breeze, devoid of any threat. Observing the distant scene, Chun Lan's yearning to ascend to the king level intensified. Only at that level could one truly command respect, beneath the king level. All were mere ants. Countless strikes rained down upon the lion-tiger king, as the divine fire would ape not only refrain from killing it but sought to torment it, a blatant disregard for its very existence. How infuriating! The lion-tiger king, observing the slightly relaxed demeanor of the divine fire would ape, suddenly conceived a notion. As the next attack descended, its ribcage was shattered, yet paradoxically, its entire body was propelled outward. With a gust of wind, the lion-tiger king flapped its wings and hurriedly sought refuge among the other demon kings, hoping to find salvation. However, the divine fire would ape remained unhurried, idly cleaning its ears. "Foolish monkey, you dare not pursue me. What does strength matter if you are so dim-witted?" Just as the lion-tiger king reveled in its thoughts, a colossal pressure bore down upon it from behind, and upon glancing back, it beheld an enormous staff forming in the air. Uplifting staff, the heavens trembled in wrath, as the staff radiated an extraordinary golden light, crashing down upon the lion-tiger king like a celestial weapon descending from the skies. The lion-tiger king attempted to flee, yet the staff collided with its body, pinning it down, instantly piercing through the very fabric of existence. With a resounding explosion, the lion-tiger king's form disintegrated into a powdery substance, leaving only a pool of blood as testimony to its existence in this world. Despite being of king level, the lion-tiger king was but a trifling entity before the divine fire would ape, easily crushed beneath its might. Within the realm of kings, there were vast disparities, for the divine fire would ape. Had it not been for Yang Yan's grievous injuries and mental regression, it might have already ascended to the level of demon emperor. "Who dares to act wantonly in my beast demon forest, daring to slay my kin's demon king?" A thunderous voice reverberated through the cosmos. Soon, a multitude of figures surged forth, taking to the skies, including the elephant king, the eagle king, and the wolf king, while the other kings chose to remain hidden, as none wished to embroil themselves in conflict within another's territory. These four, who hailed each other as brothers, were left to contend with their own troubles. Yang Yan's staff suddenly manifested, identical to that of the divine fire would ape, as if ethereal wings fluttered behind him, standing tall in the air. The divine fire would ape, with the staff resting upon its shoulder, rubbed its nose, clearly dismissing the three demon kings before it. "And what of it if it is me? If you wish to fight, then let us, but if you dare not, cease your meaningless chatter. Your words are bothersome." Yang Yin planted the staff at his side, his gaze icy, for he sensed an ancient presence stirring, ready to rend the beast demon forest asunder. "You foul human, perish!" The eagle king's eyes brimmed with rage, flapping its wings, summoning fierce gales that tore through the heavens, seemingly intent on obliterating all in their path. "You initiated this conflict. Thus I shall not hold back." Divine fire would ape, prepare yourself. The divine fire would ape grinned with delight, reveling in the thrill of battle, for this excitement was reminiscent of their past. The world teetered on the brink of chaos. Chapter 53. The Tree Emperor strikes. The turmoil ceases. The colors of the heavens shifted abruptly as countless towering staffs pierced the sky, hurtling towards the demon kings below, as if intent on annihilating them all at once. Upon witnessing this scene, the Wolf King was struck with panic. This power surpassed their comprehension. Was this the third phase of enlightenment? Was this the Chi Tian realm? There was no way to resist it. The once proud Lion Tiger King, now a mere specter, felt a wave of dread wash over it. Is this something I can contest against? I was simply bludgeoned to death. The Demon Kings found themselves in a hellish scenario, their overwhelming strength extinguishing any will to resist. This was the Chi Tian realm. Enough, Yang Yin. Do not incite further bloodshed. Just as the staff was about to descend, a solitary leaf drifted down, causing countless strikes to vanish as if they had never existed. Yang Yin, witnessing this, understood who had intervened. Lord Tree, Demon Emperor. Yang Yin inclined his body respectfully, acknowledging the Tree Demon Emperor's neutrality, which favored no side, yet forbade any disturbance on its territory. Moreover, having received the Tree Demon Emperor's past kindness, Yang Yin promptly recalled the divine fire would ape, while the Demon Kings seized this opportunity to retreat, bowing their heads in gratitude for the Tree Demon Emperor's grace. Thank you, Lord Tree Demon Emperor. The Wolf King and the other Demon Kings chorused, before vanishing from sight, a rift in the spirit. Alas, I cannot save you. Saving you would cost me my own life. The Tree Demon Emperor observed Yang Yan's injuries, shaking its head in dismay. While it possessed the power to save Yang Yan, doing so would spell its own demise. That it is but a trifling matter. I am quite content as is. Yang Yan scratched his head nonchalantly and remarked, casting a glance at Chunlan below, he felt that his life had already reached a satisfying conclusion. Come visit me for a chat sometime. I won't be around for long. I in the heart of the beast forest. A colossal willow tree swayed gracefully, its ancient trunk a testament to the countless years it had endured. Perhaps at its venerable age, time had become inconsequential, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Surely, when the time comes, we shall raise a glass in celebration. Yang Yin replied with a smile, contemplating the irony of two beings on the brink of demise, one nearing the end of life, the other facing oblivion from the erosion of spirit. Perhaps this was the most fitting companionship. It would indeed be a pity not to share a drink together. Yang Yin descended slowly. He sighed at the sight of Wu Lan, who left nothing behind. He then turned to Wang Yuan and said, arrange a grand funeral for Wu Lan, since he has no family to carry his coffin. I shall bear that honor myself. In his heart, Yang Yin praised the old fellow. You've lived well. I shall assist as well. Wang Yuan said with a wry smile, raising his hand. Though I'm currently half incapacitated, I can still manage to move with a bit of medicine. I will join too. Chunlan stated, her expression grave, devoid of any smile. I will go as well. Chunlan, come quickly. She is transformed into a little fox. Lin Miaoka exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Yang Ling's astonishing metamorphosis. She had just been focused on Wang Yuan, and upon turning back, found Yang Ling had already become a small fox. Chunlan fell into a moment of contemplation. This individual was a half-beast, yet the familiar aura stirred memories of childhood, hazy and indistinct. Brother Lan, I can swim now. Come down and let us catch some fish. All right, let me show you how swift my hands are. Chunlan responded, her thoughts drifting to a particular incident when Wang Fugui had fallen into the river. Though it was not deep, his weight had caused him to sink, and it took a tremendous effort from Chunlan to pull him out. Let us take him back first. We can discuss the rest later, Chunlan said to Lin Miaoka, smiling, though her heart felt heavy. Once a fleeting childhood companion, now transformed into a half-beast. But who were her family? It seemed she had never seen little Ling's relatives. She always appeared alone. Chunlan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and resolved to leverage the influence of the prominent families to investigate. Surely, the information in Linjiang City would be accessible. With his trial concluded, children, it is time to return home, Yang Yin declared with a warm smile, a rare softness gleaming in his eyes. Oh ho! Off to home we go. We can enjoy Granny Kai's cooking. Is it truly that delicious? Absolutely, it is. Observing the cheerful banter, Chunlan felt a sense of resignation. Initially, it was meant to be just a meal with Tianlong Cat, but now it had turned into a collective feast with the entire beast taming squad. King Yin, thank you immensely for your rescue. I shall report this to the family head upon my return. Should you require anything, Do not hesitate to ask. Ji Yuan expressed his gratitude with a bow. Just ask. If it is within the Ji family's means, you shall have it, he continued, showcasing Ji Yuan's sincerity. Yang Yin waved his hand dismissively. Rescuing them had merely been a matter of convenience. However, he could procure some spiritual herbs or flawless spirit crystals for Qianlan, as the energy required for future advancements would only increase. Farewell, then. With that, Qianlan and her companions parted ways with Ji Yuan, swiftly soaring towards their respective cities. Crises, witnessing the absence of a grand battle, felt a surge of frustration, with the four-tailed fox gone and the lion-tiger king as an ally lost. What reason do I have to return? I might as well reincarnate, he lamented, fearing the consequences of returning empty-handed, knowing the possibility of being struck down by the leader was all too real. The rending claw warhawk soared through the skies, carrying the group towards Linjiang City as the setting sun painted the youth's faces with hues of crimson. Soon, they arrived back at Linjiang City. Let us go. Lan, we need to buy some ingredients. We can't take advantage of others, considering there's so many of us. Wang Fuguwei laughed heartily, draping an arm around Qianlan's shoulders. Wang Zhantian and the others exchanged glances. Offering a few words of caution before departing, Li Yaobin, who had been a bystander throughout, wore a smile that concealed a darker intent. That fool Crises has squandered a significant portion of the living forces of the Demon Heart sect, and they were at the level of demon kings, no less. He resolved to return and report the events, hoping to summon the demon sovereign. The creatures of the beast forest would surely harbor discontent. With sufficient incentives, a beast tide could be unleashed. With this thought, Li Yaobin devised a meticulous plan, eagerly flying home to begin his scheming. However, his first order of business was to lodge a complaint against Crises, detailing the events that transpired, including the fox's transformation. Upon learning that the fox was now in Qianlan's possession, a new wave of actions targeting her might very well be set in motion. Chapter 54. Feast, Feast, Meow, Frost, and Snow, Secret Realm. Granny Kai. Grandpa Zhang, we are back. I, Huan-san, have returned. Waha! At Wang Fuguwei's exuberant shout, everyone was taken aback, except for Qianlan and Yang Yin, who remained composed as if accustomed to such antics. Fuguwei has arrived. Little Lan must have come back too. Granny Kai, donned in an apron and seemingly preparing a meal, rushed out, her eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Qianlan as she enveloped her in a tight embrace. Granny, I'm fine. Look, I'm doing well. Qianlan gently patted her grandmother's back, knowing that Grandpa Zhang often went fishing, leaving Granny Kai to worry excessively when alone. However, seeing Qianlan return at last eased her worries. Everything was well. Her heart brimmed with joy upon seeing the small children arriving, especially when she laid eyes on Su Qiubai and Lin Miaoke. Her smile was radiant. These are my friends. Su Qiubai, Lin Miaoke, Wu Junlin. Qianlan introduced them one by one, as Granny Kai took Lin Miaoke by one hand and Su Qiubai by the other, leading them into the house, leaving the rest outside in a whirlwind of excitement. Granny, I bought a lot of ingredients. Let us cook together, Wang Fuguwei exclaimed, dragging in the freshly purchased chicken, duck, fish, and meat, only to be swiftly shooed out. Old man, little Yin has arrived. Go chat with him. You can drink a little less tonight. Granny Kai's words seemed to unlock a newfound joy in Grandpa Zhang, who immediately retrieved a jar of long-stored wine, buried underground for ages, uncertain of its condition. Meanwhile, several pets began frolicking around, chasing each other joyfully. As the aroma of wine wafted through the air, it seemed to entice the little creatures, who rushed over to gather around the wine jar. You little ones aren't of age yet. No drinking, Grandpa Zhang scolded, gently tapping each pet on the head, causing them to touch their heads in surprise. Tianlan cat. Meow, Tyrannosaurus beast. Roar, Diamond bear, Flower fairy, Ice crystal bird. Soon, under the leadership of Tianlan cat, the pets stormed into the kitchen, eager to witness Granny Kai's culinary prowess as she skillfully prepared dish after dish of delectable food. Tianlan cat perched at the edge of the stove, peeking with a pitiful expression, only to have Granny Kai pull out a lollipop and pop it into its mouth, gently stroking its head. Tianlan cat. Meow. The Tyrannosaurus beast managed to snag a treat, but, due to its large size, was met with Granny Kai's long-preserved royal honey, leaving it yearning. Diamond bear. I'm starving. The flower fairy and ice crystal bird only received one lollipop each, as their small sizes rendered them unable to finish more. Before long, as the dishes began to appear on the table one by one, the atmosphere became lively, reminiscent of a family reunion, even if it wasn't the new year, as long as the family was together. It was always a reunion meal. The absence of even one person would render it incomplete. Braised and steamed double delicacies. Grandma Kai presented a platter of fish before the Tianlan cat, upon which lay a braised fish and a steamed fish. Additionally, a larger fish graced the center of the dining table. Due to the number of attendees, a large stone table was hastily assembled on site, and when benches proved insufficient, stone slabs were ground to serve as makeshift seating. Aided by the swift assistance of the pets present, the Tianlan cat, with a delightful meow, eagerly stuffed a piece of braised fish into its mouth, a wave of bliss washing over its face. For it was indeed exceedingly delicious. Each pet had its own dish. Even the ice crystal bird enjoyed a joyous feast of specially prepared bean curd, perfectly suiting its palate, i.e. that moment. The little fox stirred from its slumber, shaking its head in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings, yet it felt a flicker of familiarity upon glancing at Chunlan. Gigi, Chunlan turned upon hearing the sound, his gaze landing on the adorably dazed little fox, sparking a contemplative moment. What do foxes eat again? Carnivores, perhaps. He promptly fetched a plate of white-cut chicken from the table and placed it before the little fox. Startled, the little fox instinctively recoiled, yet cautiously approached, drawn by Chunlan's benevolent smile. It tentatively pawed at the chicken, licked its paw, and upon discovering its delectable taste, hurriedly devoured it with gusto. After a satisfying meal, Yang Yin gathered Chunlan and the others together. The evening's libations had been moderate, as the Beast Tamer Championship was imminent, and every increment of strength counted. The Frost and Snow Secret Realm was about to commence. I secured your spots from Yang Tianyue, the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, where you can rapidly cultivate your spiritual energy. Currently, your pets have reached the elite level, yet most of their spiritual energy remains at the elementary stage, which is quite underwhelming. Particularly you, Wang Fugue. Your spiritual energy is truly disheartening. Have you seen how robust Chunlan's spiritual energy is? Have you been slacking during training? Wang Fugue, upon hearing this, shrugged helplessly. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to train, but rather that he felt drowsy the moment he began. What could he do? This Frost and Snow Secret Realm represented a remarkable opportunity. But the duration of training quotas available would depend on your capabilities. The Frost and Snow Secret Realm operates on a basis of equivalent exchange. The Frost and Snow Clan, as a naturally gifted spiritual energy race, possesses formidable abilities capable of killing unseen. However, they maintain amicable relations with humans, demons, and monsters alike, allowing all races entry. This is solely due to their intrinsic strength as an independent secret realm, protected by the royal-grade Frost and Snow Clan, which imposes restrictions on entry, permitting only those below the general level. The Frost and Snow Clan has experienced remarkably smooth growth, thus they have opened their doors. Anyone capable of defeating their younger generation earns the right to soak in a Frost and Snow Divine Lake, a pool formed from millennia-old spiritual herbs. Yang Yin, upon recounting this, felt a surge of excitement. However, as he was now at the semi-king level, he had only visited once before, spending merely a day there. Yet his spiritual energy had surged to the intermediate beast tamer level. During this period, I will intensify my training in spiritual energy techniques, and I will oversee your rigorous training with the devil over the course of a week. Anyone who dares to slack off will face the wrath of the divine fire, would Abe. Yang Yin declared with a smile, though to the others, his expression resembled that of a devilish grin. Wang Fugue felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This was undoubtedly aimed at him. Who could withstand a blow from the divine fire, would Abe? Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? My blissful, carefree existence was nearing its end. Chapter 55. Do not force what is not meant to be. Yang Yin, observing Wang Fugue's despondent expression, erupted in a laughter, relishing the moment, for such feelings were essential for effective training. So when do we begin? Wang Fugue inquired, raising his hand out of curiosity. They had just returned, and he had hoped to sleep in the next morning before treating himself to a hearty meal. Enjoying a leisurely day, Yang Yin paused momentarily, then a mischievous smile crept across his face, gradually morphing into something more sinister. Wang Fugui sensed an ominous premonition. It seems my plans for a leisurely morning are dashed. I'm going to be utterly exhausted. Sure enough, Yang Yin declared, training begins tomorrow morning at the Beast Tamer Academy. Assemble there. Huh. Wu Junlin was momentarily taken aback, having just been engaged in a honey-gathering contest with a diamond bear. Although rising early had become habitual, having spent so long outdoors, he yearned for a full day of rest. All right. Seeing your expressions, look, even the two little girls have no objections. We shall meet at the Beast Tamer Academy playground at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Do not be late. Latecomers shall face penalties. Hooray! Long live the Yang family leader. Love you to bits. Woohoo, we can sleep in tomorrow. Chunlan chuckled at the antics of the two lively characters, finding their absurdity amusing. So, everyone, Chunlan inquired curiously, raising his hand into the air. Wu Junlin and the others immediately joined him, stacking their hands atop Chunlan's, even their pets mimicking the gesture. Let us head home and rest. Wang Fugui led the charge, though he shouted back, Lanzi, I'll wake you for breakfast tomorrow. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in his arms looked utterly perplexed, having yet to bid a proper farewell. Wu Junlin and the others exchanged farewells with Chunlan before departing, leaving only Yang Yin and Chunlan. Xiaolan, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Some matters cannot be forced. What is not destined for you, do not pursue, Yang Yin remarked with a smile, perhaps feeling that fate had played a trick on him, as Chunlan's ambition was to triumph in the Beast Tamer Championship and rescue him. Chunlan shook his head resolutely, stating, I care not for fate. All I desire is you, the living you. Nothing else matters. For Chunlan, Yang Yin held a place of paramount importance in his life, second only to Grandma Kai and Grandpa Zhang, the ones who had nurtured him. Seeing Chunlan's earnest demeanor, Yang Yin stepped forward and affectionately tousled Chunlan's hair, then turned away, disappearing in an instant. Rest well. We have special training tomorrow. His words lingered in the air as Chunlan, with a smile, ruffled his tousled hair before cradling the Tianlan cat, which was clutching a lollipop, as he entered his bedroom. Not far away, Yang Yan's eyes misted over, as if veiled by a shroud of moisture, silently watching Chunlan's receding figure, his lips parting slightly, yet unsure of what to say. Once upon a time, Yang Yin had traversed this path alone, having endured countless peaks and valleys of joy and sorrow, with only Lin Tian remaining by his side. Now, another had joined him, Chunlan, having spent over a month in the monster beast forest. It had indeed been worthwhile. Chunlan murmured to the Tianlan cat before him, which had now also reached the elite level. Name. Tianlan Cat King, in growth level, level 13 realm level, elite special talent, golden miner, golden, pet skills, enlargement. Phantom Claw, royal domain, ninefold flying blades, cross impact, bonding. The Tianlan cat remained the highest level in the team, perhaps due to its evolution, as its leveling had accelerated. Now, aside from the level 13 Tianlan cat, the others stood at level 11, Flower Fairy and Diamond Bear, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Ice Crystal Bird seemed to consume resources disproportionately, possibly linked to their bloodlines. The Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed both mechanical and dragon bloodlines, while the Ice Crystal Bird bore the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, both having exceptionally high potential limits, as did the Golden Beast. However, once pets reached the elite level, leveling became a slow endeavor. This was not yet the time for evolution. Suitable evolution materials were still required, an arduous process that, of course, wealth could change matters, especially if one happened to possess the necessary resources. When the time for their evolution neared, they would rely on the insights from the Eye of Destiny to select the optimal evolution paths. Chunlan's Eye of Destiny could not only unveil information, but also discern the evolution routes for the pets. Though it was exceedingly complex, particularly for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was not merely an evolution path, but an extensive diagram of 3 massive evolution routes, present. Chunlan remained unaware of the immense value of these evolution paths, which would translate into wealth at the Beast Tamer Academy, providing reasons for individuals to spend extravagantly. While many possessed wealth, without the optimal evolution paths and materials, even leveling up would not yield perfect outcomes. The ideal evolution paths were not thoroughly developed, each one fervently sought after by beast tamers across the Tianlan continent. All beast masters select their companions based on the unique characteristics and prospective development paths of their pets. In addition to the primary evolution materials, there are also supplementary evolution materials to consider. IT is akin to deciding whether to orient a creature towards offense or defense, determining the lineage and evolution direction, all of which are intricately linked to the main evolution materials. Take, for instance, Wang Fugui's Tyrannosaurus. Whether it leans towards mechanical or dragon lineage requires the identification of its core items, namely the heart of the dragon and the heart of the machine. Should one choose to pursue both paths, then both materials are necessary. The supplementary evolution materials serve to perfect the creature. Naturally, one could opt for a purely aggressive route, maximizing offensive capabilities, yet most tend towards a more balanced perfection, rarely opting for extremes. Typically, beast masters distribute their points across offense, defense, evasion, and other attributes for a more harmonious outcome. However, each beast master is unique, with their own philosophies. There are those who pursue the extreme path of assassination. After all, the bond does not necessarily pertain to mythical beasts, as even spirits and weapons can form contracts. Yet, the evolutionary path of the Tianlan cat remains enigmatic, perhaps due to its unique talent, fate resonance, and auxiliary skill. Fate exchange. The pet directly evolves one level, subsequently evolving into a random form. It appears that the future evolution of the Tianlan cat is shrouded in mystery, but that is of little concern. As long as it remains a Tianlan cat, that is sufficient. Chunlan affectionately patted the Tianlan cat's head and smiled, to which it responded with a delighted meow. Chapter 56. Sending the hero home. Tomorrow morning, a funeral ceremony will be held for Wu Lan, sending the hero back to his homeland. Chunlan gazed at the message from Wang Yuan, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, several others who had just returned home also fell silent, eventually pulling their blankets over themselves and drifting off to sleep. Time to sleep? We have an early start tomorrow. Tianlan cat, Chunlan said, patting his blanket. The Tianlan cat immediately burrowed into the warmth. Emitting a blissful meow, the night passed in silence, save for the clear, melodious songs of a few birds perched on branches, echoing in the air. Knock, knock, knock. Rise and shine, lawn boy, the sun's warming your backside. A frantic knocking at the door jolted Chunlan awake. Looking out at the still dim sky, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was hardly dawn. How could anyone claim the sun was up? Just like his grandmother, who would let him sleep in. All right, I'm getting up. Coming out shortly, he called, pulling a grayish-white garment from the wardrobe and tying a white cloth around the waist of the Tianlan cat. Hurry up. We need to get going. Outside, the sky was overcast, with dark clouds looming ominously as if rain could fall at any moment. As the sound of the Suona began to play, the coffin was ceremoniously lifted. Yang Yin and Wang Yuan led the procession, with Chunlan and the others following silently behind, accompanied by soldiers from Linjiang City, who walked alongside in solemn solidarity. The group moved forward, and soon a light rain began to fall, droplets landing on Chunlan and the others' garments. Blending with the sound of the Suona, they soon arrived at a small hill adorned with vibrant flowers, complete with a table and wooden chairs, as if someone had once lived there. This was a place Wu Lan often frequented, enjoying a drink while taking in the beautiful scenery of Linjiang City. Yang Yin and Wang Yuan took up shovels and began to dig into the earth, revealing a rectangular pit before long. They lifted the coffin once more, placing it within, accompanied solely by a few items that belonged to Wu Lan. Wildflowers, collected by the soldiers from Linjiang, covered the coffin. Chunlan quietly took a handful of soil and sprinkled it atop the coffin. And as layers of earth were added, the ground quickly became leveled out. A stone tablet was brought forth, inscribed with Wu Lan's grave and adorned with 2 gilded lines. King-level Beastmaster and Qingyun's intent. Wu Lan, may your journey be smooth. I will safeguard Linjiang in your stead, Wang Yuan proclaimed, taking a cup of wine from a soldier, drinking deeply, then pouring the remainder on the ground, a gesture echoed by the other soldiers. As long as Wang Yuan stands, the city stands. As long as Guofu, Li Chang, stands, the city stands, The powerful declaration reverberated through Linjiang City, drawing the attention of many early risers who gazed in awe at the distant mountains. Standing still, their eyes fixed on the scene. Time passed, and eventually, the crowd began to disperse. Even Chun Lan and his companions were guided away by Yang Yin, leaving behind Wang Yuan and a few of Wu Lan's close friends. "Uncle Yang, what does Qing Yun's intent mean?" Chun Lan inquired curiously. That it seems Wu Lan comprehended this concept before breaking through to king level. Could it be that the requirements for king level advancement are particularly stringent? Yang Yin paused, contemplating, before leading them to the Beastmaster Academy, where breakfast awaited them, seemingly prepared in anticipation of their return. "Take a seat. You all hardly ate this morning, and it's filled with your favorites," Yang Yin said with a smile, scanning the group. Even Wang Fugue appeared bewildered, while Lin Miaoke seemed to grasp the situation, perhaps having been informed by someone knowledgeable, like that sly Lin Tian. Once a pet reaches the battle general level, it begins to cultivate a concept of intent, with each pet possessing both similarities and differences in their respective intents. To ascend to king level, one must achieve a perfect stage of intent, mastering it thoroughly. The battle general level is akin to a child who knows nothing, absorbing knowledge fervently upon grasping the concept of intent, growing steadily until they reach the passing mark. Beyond king level, the goal is to refine it to perfection. Yet these concepts may seem distant to you. Humans possess intent. Certainly. The path of the Beastmaster is a unique discipline, yet there are exceptional talents, such as those who forge contracts with spirit swords, practicing the sword path, or those who contract with spirits, following the ghost path. Each pet is distinct, with the ordinary path being that of the Beastmaster, while other paths require individual discovery and mastery. The Qingyun battle tiger's Qingyun intent took Wu Lan a century to comprehend, achieving enlightenment with a single strike before his demise. That I command the supreme path, transcending all existence, which demands immense courage. Hence, many fear me for this reason, Yang Yin explained. The others exchanged glances, pondering over his words. That fear. It seems more akin to having been on the receiving end of your wrath, they mused. For typical king-level practitioners, the Beastmaster path is a lifelong pursuit. Due to the groundwork laid by the Beast God, this path is already complete. Other paths require individual effort until one reaches the ultimate goal of divinity. However, the Beastmaster path cannot lead to divinity, as there can only be one God, and it appears that the Beast God has not perished, rendering this path a dead end. Of course, if one does not aspire to achieve divinity, reaching the Emperor level should not pose a significant challenge. Hearing this, Chun Lan's expression shifted. Emperor level. Such aspirations seemed unrealistic. The three essential elements for becoming king level are mental strength, evolution materials, and the power of intent. This is why those below king level are often regarded as insignificant. The disparity is immense, making king level a formidable threshold that has thwarted countless talents. Chun Lan reflected on his own experience with the king-level domain he had unleashed, realizing that aside from control, he had possessed nothing else. He lacked the most crucial element, intent. But what kind of intent should I pursue? He pondered. Fate, perhaps. As he contemplated this, he felt as though everything was preordained, and that this so-called fate was the greatest boon bestowed upon him. All right, enough of the theoretical discussions. Let's eat. Chapter 57. The Path of Invincibility, Mastering Time and Space. Just as Yang Yin was about to grasp a meat bun with his chopsticks, he discovered it had vanished. He looked at Wang Fugue, who was stuffing one in his mouth while clutching two more, momentarily bewildered, and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Am I truly that foolish to treat Wang Fatty to a meal? Yang Yin muttered in resignation. After swallowing, Wang Fugue posed his question. Can I pursue the path of invincibility? I shall be invincible in this world, not contending with heaven or anyone else, standing atop a stool. Wang Fugue struck a pose, prompting the Tyrannosaurus and Tianlong cat beside him to instinctively applaud, elevating Wang Fugue's spirits to the heavens. Ahem, pursuing the path of invincibility is indeed possible, and it is a powerful path indeed. However, the path of invincibility cannot be traversed through failure. A single defeat could lead to destruction of the Tao and the demise of one's being. It is not that Yang Yin wishes to discourage him. Typically, those who pursue the path of invincibility are heirs of imperial families, and success is never guaranteed. Only one individual from each generation can achieve this path, and that person must conquer all of their contemporaries. Thriving through combat. When one emerges as the strongest on the Tianlan continent, the path of invincibility will naturally take shape. This is one of the advantages of the invincible path, where invincibility among peers is merely a fundamental maneuver. What about me? What about me? Chunlan exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at Yang Yin. Yang Yin, upon hearing this, scratched his head and then looked at Chunlan with a mischievous grin. I almost forgot about you. Simply kill the Beastmaster and seize his path for yourself. After all, his pet is also a Tianlan cat. Upon hearing Yang Yin, Chunlan's expression darkened. Killing the Beastmaster was akin to digging one's own grave. Unless he sought his own demise. The highest growth level for a Tianlan cat is the Tianlan Cat King, which adheres to the essence of Tianlan, namely the path of beast mastery. Then let us eliminate the Beastmaster, Yang Yin proclaimed, rising with laughter, while Chunlan stood up expressionless, touching Yang Yin's forehead and then his own. Are you out of your mind? Chunlan inquired curiously. Huh? You crack me up? Truly remarkable, Brother Lan. Yang Yin replied, helplessly pushing Chunlan's hand away. Exasperated, I am not jesting. If you wish to follow this path, your only chance to become a deity lies in defeating him. Of course, you may choose another path. It is entirely up to you. However, the Tianlan cat is too versatile. So versatile that I am at a loss as to which path to recommend. Since the moment they discovered the Tianlan cat's future was shrouded in uncertainty. No one has been able to master the Tianlan cat, leading to the information available being limited to the Tianlan Cat King, with nothing beyond that. No worries, I believe in the Tianlan cat. Chunlan stated with a smile, addressing the Tianlan cat, which responded with its hands on its hips. Let us take it down. Chunlan, upon hearing this, felt helpless. After all, that was a cat of ancestral stature. Such thoughts verged on treachery against one's forebears. Perhaps the force of destiny does not arrive unexpectedly, but rather, everything has been predetermined. I have come to this world, destined to walk the path of fate. Yet, how does one grasp the ethereal nature of fate? Chunlan pondered within, having gleaned some insights from his identity, yet unable to confirm them. Wait until you reach the battle general level before you gradually comprehend. There is still time. You may grasp it now if you choose. For early understanding bears its own advantages, reinforcing your commitment to your chosen path. Do not flit from one path to another. If you do, you might as well await your demise. Yang Yin spoke bluntly. For this world is unforgiving, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Paths of greatness are ranked, and the top 50 paths possess strength that is in a league of its own. The 50 great paths, Heaven's transformation, the 49 of Earth's retreat, and the singular path of mankind, the pinnacle. The path of fate remains elusive, a realm beyond human comprehension. Those who grasp the essence of fate are often deemed mad. This refers specifically to a certain elder in Bishi City who dared to steal a treasure of the demon clan. Truly absurd. Very well, I wish to delve deeper into a few more paths. Let me select one that suits me, Wang Fugue said, rubbing his temples with resignation. Yang Yin felt a wave of frustration. Had his previous words fallen on deaf ears? Path of tyranny, path of frenzy? My Tyrannosaurus must be the strongest. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to its innate talent. Wang Fugue mused silently. Junlin, on the other hand, was unperturbed by his path of the diamond bear. He had always intended to pursue defense. I will stand here and let you strike. If you can breach my defense, then you are indeed formidable. She had never loved you. As long as it is not a mental attack, I will be fine. Junlin envisioned an epic confrontation in her mind, contemplating how she would be breached. Truly absurd at I, Junlin, a perennial singleton, shall resolutely remain unattached. Chapter 58. The commencement of mental strength training. After breakfast, Yang Yin led everyone to the battle arena, which had been meticulously arranged in advance, with numerous stout wooden stakes erected in the ground, accompanied by many instructors from the Beastmaster Academy. Hitting wooden stakes, too easy. Tyrannosaurus, charge forth and crush them. Yang Yin observed this lively creature directly controlling the royal domain over everyone, subsequently tossing several pets aside. Divine Fire would ape, practice with these pets, but do not go too hard, Yang Yin cautioned. Fearing the Divine Fire would ape might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow. That's a minor issue. I want to kill them. The Divine Fire would ape replied, reverting to its smaller form, the initial state of the Divine would ape. Listen up, kiddos. Let Monkey Bro show you how to brawl. The Divine would ape declared, shouldering the universe staff and calling out to the Tianlong cat and its companions. Thus commenced an unprecedented display of one-sided combat. As the Divine would ape pursued the 5 pets around the training ground, bullying the cat. Yang Yin laughed heartily at the scene, then turned to Qianlong and the others, stating, "Now, you can only engage in combat using mental strength. The wooden stakes before you represent your first challenge." After speaking, Yang Yin concentrated his mental energy, transforming it into a fine needle, which he hurled at the wooden stake, piercing it effortlessly to that all it takes. "Watch me." As Wang Fuguei prepared to demonstrate, he witnessed the wooden stake explode instantly, causing him to retreat in shock. "Guarantee you the one who wanted to come." "Go ahead," Qianlong teased, watching Wang Fuguei awkwardly pace in place, scratching his head occasionally while gazing skyward. "Did someone just speak?" "I don't think so." Wang Fuguei feigned ignorance, looking around at the others. Mental strength is not merely about release. It must be employed with agility. I have heard from Wang Yuan that you can already utilize mental strength for strangulation. This is the most basic of fundamentals. Yang Yin then demonstrated a variety of applications for mental strength, defensive barriers, materialization of mental constructs, and mental wings. Witnessing the fiery red wings extending from Yang Yin's back, Qianlong was momentarily taken aback. This is what you refer to as mental strength. Quite impressive indeed. All right, that's enough. We shall now commence rigorous training. Qianlong, you shall go first. Your mental strength is the strongest, Yang Yin declared, calling upon Qianlong as if a teacher selecting a student to answer a question, instilling dread in everyone present. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. Sometimes possessing strong mental strength isn't necessarily advantageous. Given this arrangement, he will undoubtedly be the last one, observing closely from behind to ensure a decisive strike. Fuguei, you're next. Now go do 100 push-ups. Yang Yan's indifferent gaze swept over, instantly terrifying Wang Fuguei to the point where his soul nearly departed, prompting him to hastily dash to a nearby open space to perform push-ups. Wu Junlin had initially intended to join the laughter, but fortunately restrained himself for a moment, or it would have been disastrous. The mental energy coalesced and transformed into fine needles, meticulously sculpted until they assumed the shape of needles. Following Yang Yan's instructions, Qianlong slowly raised his right hand, his mental sea also beginning to flow, spilling out chaotically into his palm. He focused on commanding them with his mental sea, guiding them according to his will, continuously refining and sculpting. "Control for me." Qianlong's inner cry resonated as his mental energy began to flow, forming a wooden stick, though not yet in the shape of a needle. Qianlong started to strip away some excess mental energy, each action executed with utmost precision, thereby subtly enhancing his control over at 0.99, 100. After completing his push-ups, Wang Fuguei immediately stood up to observe Qianlong's operation. Su Qiubai and others had already begun to mimic him, with Lin Miaoka being the most adept. Having been taught by Lin Tian in her childhood to utilize mental energy for therapeutic purposes, her control over it was the strongest among them. As she gradually stripped away excess, her mental energy morphed into a thick steel needle, far surpassing Yang Yan's embroidery needle in caliber. The next step required infusing the needle with volatile mental energy, a process that demanded stability. Otherwise, the needle could explode at any moment. Qianlong was momentarily dumbfounded by the comparison to missile construction, shaping the exterior and then filling it with fuel while ensuring it would not detonate until the designated moment. Under Qianlong's guidance, a strand of mental energy slowly entered the interior of the mental needle, this particular energy being especially volatile. The moment of contact caused Qianlong's mental needle to shatter. The others following his practice also experienced similar explosions, leaving them bewildered. Why is this so difficult? It's all right. It's usually like this on the first try. Take your time. Follow my mental energy. Yang Yin grasped Qianlong's right hand, his mental energy taking control of the energy Chunlan had summoned. With each layer of analysis, Chunlan felt Yang Yan's formidable presence. The so-called volatile mental energy precisely entered a minuscule aperture. And even as it launched, Chunlan could still sense the connection. Explode. Chunlan clenched his fist, and the mental needle detonated instantaneously, a look of comprehension dawning on his face as he began to experiment further. However, without Yang Yan's assistance, each step was fraught with difficulty and caution, compelling Chunlan to proceed methodically and continuously refine his technique. "Come on, little fatty, it's your turn." Yang Yan beckoned to Wang Fugue with a grin, reminiscent of a trafficker, which caused Wang Fugue's face to pale with fear as he approached. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard Yang Yan's instruction: "You're the target with your eyes closed. Now open them." Wang Fugue was on the verge of tears, questioning why Yang Yan was so kind to Chunlan, suspecting some ulterior motive, even if they were as close as father and son. This felt excessive. Wang Fugue's palm slowly unfurled, his mental energy flowing and beginning to take shape, albeit as a stick with a slightly pointed end and the rest being round. Wang Fugue chuckled awkwardly at the sight, then intensified his control, following Yang Yan's step-by-step guidance to gradually shape the stick into a needle form, albeit a very unappealing one. "Start infusing it now, but be careful," to Yang Yan's words. Wang Fugue jolted and proceeded with the next step. Yet, the moment he introduced the volatile mental energy, Yang Yan had already anticipated the outcome, but refrained from intervening, knowing that only through failure could one find motivation. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Wang Fugue faced yet another failure, a sense of dejection washing over him. "That it's all right, don't rush. Follow my lead, step by step, and no one is perfect. Failure is the norm. The best approach is to face it bravely." Chapter 59. Growing Proficiency, the Mental Spear. Wang Fugue took a deep breath upon hearing this, retreating to train alongside Chunlan. Truthfully, he had not anticipated the difficulty of mastering mental energy. Perhaps he had initially not considered using it in combat. Focusing solely on beast taming. "Fatty, how's it going? Realize it's tough?" It's fine, let's encourage each other." Chunlan smiled at Wang Fugue, his mental energy continuing to coalesce in his palm. Boosting morale was the duty of a leader. The atmosphere of a team was exceedingly important, especially since they would soon participate in a beast tamer competition that let's cheer on together. Wang Fugue responded with a smile. Yang Yan observed the two with a satisfied grin, realizing that this was what camaraderie looked like. Those other fellows were likely scattered across the world now, never to meet again in this lifetime. In Yang Yan's mind, the silhouettes of 4 individuals emerged: a tall black tower, 2 agile young women, and a handsome man wielding a long spear, though only their shadows remained. Not even their features of Wu Junlin. "It's your turn." Yang Yan summoned Wu Junlin. Unlike Wang Fugue's lively spirit, Wu Junlin was constrained by rules, meticulously following Yang Yan's instructions step by step. Although the final result was still an explosion, the needle he sculpted was the most refined among the 3. "Thank you, Uncle Yang. I'm heading over to train now." Yang Yan continued to guide Wu Junlin through the experience. This was akin to a master leading a disciple. Only through constant practice could one achieve perfect mastery of their abilities, seeing Wu Junlin's respectful demeanor. Yang Yan couldn't help but smile lightly, surprised to find a little admirer here. After all, when Yang Yan reached the pinnacle of his realm, he had faced many talented individuals from prestigious families, often feeling quite isolated until he met his current team. "What is going on today? Why am I reminiscing so much?" Yang Yan muttered helplessly, a hint of sadness glimmering in his eyes. Everyone had departed. Even the captain left to protect him. Shaking his head, Yang Yan resumed guiding Su Qiubai in his practice. Perhaps due to the observational learning, Su Qiubai had begun to take shape, but an excess of volatile mental energy could still lead to explosions. The damage inflicted by this technique was entirely dependent on the amount of volatile mental energy infused. "Watch closely. I will show you the earth wave." As soon as Yang Yan finished speaking, Chunlan halted his mental energy coalescence, and the 5 of them focused intently on Yang Yan, eager to witness the complete form of the technique. Mental Spear. Yang Yan leapt into the air. rapidly condensing his mental energy in his hands until it formed the shape of a spear, which he hurled into the sky. Upon reaching its target, an explosion erupted mid-air, with flickers of divine flames and thunder reverberating. "Wow, that's a super weapon of mass destruction," Wang Fugue exclaimed, his jaw dropping. His family possessed some technological weaponry capable of causing devastating explosions in small areas, serving as a means of protection for their merchant convoy. "All right, everyone, continue practicing. Being able to master this today is already quite impressive," Yang Yin replied with a smile, then proceeded to guide Lin Miaoka through the technique, compared to Chenlan and the others. Lin Miaoka appeared remarkably adept. This guy, Tianzi, has hidden a great deal. It was widely known that the eldest daughter of the Lin family inherited their ancestral bloodline and tamed beasts, boasting unparalleled combat prowess. Yet, few were aware of the second daughter's equally high potential, which had remained unnoticed. This a family inheritance. If I were to ascend to the imperial level, I could also establish something new. But for now, I'll pass. Yang Yin retrieved a jade gourd from his storage ring and conjured a reclining chair to relax on while observing everyone hone their mental energy, occasionally offering guidance as time flew by. In the meantime, the Tianlan cat had already begun employing combined tactics. After some unsuccessful solo attempts against the divine wood ape, they decisively opted for a group assault. However, the results remained a one-sided thrashing, as the divine wood ape's combat experience was far too rich, allowing it to predict the Tianlan cat's next moves. "This is infuriating, meow." Nevertheless, unbeknownst to the Tianlan cat, during the process of receiving blows, its own attack patterns were gradually evolving, learning from the divine wood ape's combat methods, no longer attacking recklessly, but rather considering the ape's next landing point on Chenlan's side. Tangible progress had been made. He had successfully integrated a trace of mental energy into his spear. Having taken the step, the subsequent stages required gradual layering, continuously enhancing his mastery over mental energy to, "Oh-ho, nothing is too difficult before me." Wang Fugue exclaimed joyfully, brandishing the small wooden stick in his hand that had not exploded. However, upon seeing the needle in Chenlan's grasp, he felt an immediate sense of imbalance. Why was the shape so vastly different? Upon further examination of Wu Junlin, it became apparent that he was merely wielding a small stick, which alleviated any concerns. Instantly, a wave of joy washed over me. As for Su Qiubai and Lin Miaoka, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging with them. Their profound backgrounds were formidable, and they were already attempting to coalesce the spiritual spear that Yang Yin wielded. The rules of the Beast Tamer Championship dictate that if one side falls, the other is declared the victor, with no explicit prohibition against directly attacking the beast tamers themselves. Consequently, the championship evolved into a 2v2 format, pitting beast tamer against beast tamer and their respective beasts against each other. Should one participant succumb, conventional wisdom suggests that a comeback is highly improbable. However, various factors must be considered, as there is always the potential for an underdog to make a surprising impact, now that everyone has mastered the basics. The next subject is the mental barrier. One aspect is offense, while the other is defense, foundational skills that every beast tamer must master. The remainder is reliant on one's intellect to devise a unique mental technique suited to their own spiritual energy. Now, direct your strongest mental spear towards me. Yang Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Chenlan and the others exchanged glances before commencing to unleash their mental energy to forge their mental spears. Wang Fugue, in a fit of resignation, transformed his weapon into a colossal axe, which, while not as intricate as a needle, was far from aesthetically pleasing. 0.5 mental energy attacks surged towards Yang Yin, and as they approached, a shadowy protective shield gradually manifested around him. The clash of mental energies ignited sparks, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the mental barrier remained unscathed, with Yang Yin still standing effortlessly, hands behind his back, as if he had barely broken a sweat. Goodness, someone is using hacks. I must report this. Chapter 60. The Tower of Thousand Spirits, invincible among peers. Wang Fugue, witnessing this spectacle, found his jaw dropping in disbelief and exclaimed, instantly darkening Yang Yan's expression. A mental manifestation in the form of a giant mallet came crashing down towards Wang Fugui's head, prompting the others to hastily retreat. Wang Fugui, in a panic, attempted to flee. But the mallet relentlessly pursued him. I was wrong. Uncle Yang, help me, brothers, Wang Fugui shouted as he ran. Chunlan unsheathed the Tianlan blade, infused it with mental energy, and leapt into the air, executing a crescent slash that intercepted the mallet, causing it to shatter into fragments. Yang Yin had initially been toying with them, and thus had not infused much mental energy into the attack. "O Lan, my child, how deeply moved I am, though my son may be unrefined. His longevity rivals that of a turtle. Enough." The group once more gathered before Yang Yin, this time prepared to combine their efforts, as the mental barrier required the intertwining of their mental energies. Beginning as fine threads, they gradually coalesced into a net until every gap was filled, creating a seamless mental barrier. What is there to learn from this? With me, the little panda, here, invincibility and defense at the same level is assured. Chunlan mused, dismissing the mental barrier as unnecessary. After all, the Tower of Thousand Spirits itself served as a spiritual defense artifact, offering protection nearly equivalent to that of the mental barrier, and it could safeguard Chunlan's sea of consciousness from external threats. However, one cannot rely solely on the Tower of Thousand Spirits. You know, it is a glutton for resources. Each use requires an exorbitant amount of spirit crystals to maintain basic functionality, too costly to sustain. Chunlan lamented, aware that the spiritual herbs left by Yin Chonlu had already been depleted by the tower. He did not consider himself wealthier than an imperial-level beast tamer. This time, it was the little panda that fell silent. The resource consumption of the Tower of Thousand Spirits was indeed a significant concern. Its inherent mechanisms could not be altered, and resources must be continuously fed into it. Only by locating the tower's true essence could one rectify it, transforming it into a genuine combat artifact. Nonetheless, its foundational functions remained intact. When external forces threatened the sea of consciousness, the tower would activate its protective mechanism, enveloping the mental realm. Once Chunlan ascended to the rank of a royal beast tamer, he would be able to wield the tower's powers with finesse. Observe closely. Once you have mastered this, you may unleash it directly. For now, as novices, it is best to progress gradually, Yang Yin instructed as mental energy threads began to materialize around him, weaving together to form an expansive net that enveloped him. As the threads interlinked, all gaps were sealed, resulting in a flawless circular formation. This process is actually simpler than a mental spear. Once you grasp the concept of the spear, the subsequent tasks will become increasingly straightforward. The key lies in your mastery over mental energy. For instance, while both Chunlan and Wang Fugui possess equally potent mental energies, Chunlan's control is superior, thus determining the victor in this encounter. Of course, this was not an absolute. Adaptability in battle is crucial. While Wang Fugui may be a jester, his mind is quite unpredictable, and he may devise an unconventional strategy. Wang Fugui's lips twitched upon hearing this. Is that a compliment or an insult? What do you mean by, though a jester, his mind is quite unpredictable? What is the distinction? Aren't you implying I'm eccentric? All right, that concludes the explanation. Now let us begin practicing. We're starting already. I feel like I've been thrust back into school. Oh, the unpleasantries of college life, Chunlan mused, feeling as if Yang Yan's teaching style mirrored that of a university professor. Scribbling on a blackboard and then expecting everyone to solve problems independently. With his mind unprepared, he began to mimic Yang Yan's instructions, weaving threads of mental energy according to his will, quickly forming a square cloth, reminiscent of weaving fabric. "Hey, Lan, test the defensive capabilities," Wang Fugui exclaimed, hurling a war hammer towards the freshly woven cloth. Chunlan quickly steadied himself, directing his mental energy towards the cloth. However, upon impact, it shattered immediately, as the cloth was still incomplete and riddled with countless tiny holes. The war hammer continued its advance toward Chunlan, only to vanish in an instant, as if it had evaporated into thin air. "Hey, where's my hammer? How did it disappear?" Wang Fugui scratched his head in confusion, having felt the hammer's presence moments ago, only to find it gone. Yang Yin, not far off, had released the mental energy that obliterated the attack. Continue, everyone. You may engage one another, but be sure to hold back, Yang Yin instructed, then reclined on his lounge chair, sipping his drink, while his mental energy expanded, occasionally observing the unfolding events. Wang Fugui soon understood why his attack had vanished. It had been consumed by Yang Yin. Such was the prowess of a royal-level beast tamer. His strikes were undetectable and overwhelmingly powerful. Roar! The harmonious training of Chunlan transformed into a battle, while the beasts engaged in their own combat, which evolved into a more tranquil exchange. Exhausted, the beasts sprawled on the ground, nestled together, their eyes devoid of vitality. Goodness, this monkey is such a model! Roar! Agreed. No more fighting. Meanwhile, Chunlan's training continued. Uncertain how much time had passed, the sun began to set, and in their fervent practice, they had forgotten to eat in the blink of an eye. The day had come to an end, and they had grasped the fundamentals of the mental barrier. Wow, how swiftly time flies. Yet this sunset is breathtaking, Chunlan remarked, seated on the ground with his chin resting on his hand, gazing at the splendid hues of the setting sun. Tianlan cat. Chunlan felt around for the Tianlan cat, only to turn and witness a shocking sight. 6 beasts were divided into 2 groups, 3 per team, engaged in a game of poker. The Tianlan cat sported a white strip of paper on its forehead, while the Shimu monkey wore a smug grin, exuding confidence in the card game. Dealing with these little rascals requires no intellect. I can easily breach their psychological defenses. The strip on the Tianlan cat's head is proof of that. Royal flush! I win. Come on, stick the paper on. The Shimu monkey triumphantly revealed a winning hand, causing the Tianlan cat to erupt in frustration, tossing its card to the ground. That I'm not playing anymore. This is unfair. Boo-hoo. The Tianlan cat scurried over to Chunlan, burying its head in his embrace, resembling a wronged little spouse. Fear not. It was merely a game. Once we grow stronger, we shall turn the tables. Chapter 61. Fleeting moments. The crisis and shadows. A week passed in the blink of an eye, marked by an eerie tranquility. Nothing of significance transpired, merely the monotony of rigorous training, repeated ad infinitum until perfection was achieved. Within the eastern mountain range of the demonic beast forest near Linjiang City, figures gathered in a cave, the air thick with an acrid scent of blood. Countless half-beast corpses littered the ground. Recently slain, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if unable to comprehend their impending demise, but a pack of useless wretches, incapable of accomplishing even the simplest tasks. Is it truly so difficult to kill Chunlan and capture a mere fox? Karuz berated mercilessly, while behind him, Li Qingyue toyed with her hair, her gaze imbued with a chilling aloofness, her delicate fingers stained with fresh blood, indicating that the half-beasts on the ground had fallen to her hand. Upon hearing Karuz's words, the remaining half-beasts felt a wave of dread wash over them. Having just witnessed Li Qingyue's ruthless efficiency, she killed without a flicker of remorse, clearly uninterested in their explanations, merely executing them all. Enough of your petty theatrics. You merely wish to spare them, Li Qingyue remarked coolly, fully aware that Karuz was performing for her benefit. Despite the disparity in their statuses, Karuz, being a pure-blooded demon lineage, was not one to be easily dismissed. To her words, Karuz shuddered slightly, then turned with a respectful gesture towards Li Qingyue, acknowledging her. These creatures still held some utility. Should Li Qingyue eliminate them all, he would be left without any pawns in Linjiang City, rendering him vulnerable to humiliation. Do not forget to express gratitude for the master's mercy. He admonished the gathered half-beasts, who quickly bowed their heads, murmuring their thanks in disarray. Thank you, master, for sparing us. Li Qingyue raised her eyes slightly, as if sensing someone's approach, then gestured for the others to withdraw. Though Karuz harbored suspicions, he nonetheless led the group away. Once he closed the door, his demeanor shifted entirely. This madwoman seeks only to drain my strength, he cursed vehemently. Chunlan was always accompanied by Yang Yin, and sending the half-beast to kill Chunlan and reclaim the four-tailed fox was tantamount to courting death. Thus, upon receiving the order, Karuz feigned death, knowing that a few fallen half-beasts were a small price to pay. After all, his own life was not at stake. The outcome of the day was merely a mutual scheming between the two. In the game of chess, it is always the pawns that perish, not the players. "Boss, what shall we do next?" A creature with a tiger's head approached cautiously, eyeing Karuz. Yet he received only a cold glare in return. As a spray of blood erupted, the tiger-headed creature looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, where his crimson heart pulsated in Karuz's grip before being crushed to a pulp. Karuz savored the blood on his hands, a hint of pleasure crossing his face. While the blood of half-beasts lacked the exquisite richness of human blood, it was still a rare delicacy. The remaining half-beasts, witnessing this gruesome display, hurriedly retreated, aware that this was a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak, devoid of humanity and solely governed by power. Karuz cast a cold glance back at the door before silently departing. The pale moonlight streaming through the cave's ceiling, illuminating the crimson blood pooling on the ground, slowly seeping into the earth, as if consumed by it. That you've arrived. Have you had the chance to take action? Li Qingyue inquired lightly, regarding the figure clad in white. The group led by Karuz was indeed worthless. It was far more agreeable to wield those under her control. Karuz would not hesitate to sacrifice half-beasts. Caring little for their lives, the formerly chaotic ground now appeared remarkably clean, as if it had been meticulously tidied. All traces of the half-beast corpses and blood had vanished, leaving behind only a reflective liquid whose nature remained uncertain. Yang Yin has been by Chunlan's side, leaving no opportunity for us, he remarked. However, the frost and snow secret realm is about to commence. You should grasp my meaning, the figure in white responded, his aura shifting to that of a true monarch, which explained why Li Qingyue refrained from insulting him as she had done previously. The rank of a monarch was not to be trifled with. She dared not gamble on whether he might decide to extinguish her life in a fit of rage. Indeed, there are slots for the demon race in the frost and snow secret realm. But to hunt down Chunlan, we require the core demon faction. After all, that little one is a life contract, Li Qingyue mused, analyzing the intricate web of interests. If the benefits were substantial enough, convincing the core demon faction would pose no challenge. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Ling had already been rescued, that if they could reclaim her, it would equate to seizing a monarch's lifeblood, facilitating an effortless infiltration of the Beast Tamer Guild. This endeavor was undoubtedly profitable, yet required haste. She needed to act before they discovered the truth. The added leverage of the life contract suggested it was time to consult with the Demon Emperor. An alliance with the Beast Clan could also be forged, weaving an expansive net to ensnare both Chunlan and Yangling, leaving them with no avenue of escape. As Li Qingyue's thoughts crystallized, a glimmer of determination illuminated her eyes. Should this plan succeed, she could demand treasures for a final breakthrough. The day when she would ascend to the rank of monarch was not far off. The figure in white observed Li Qingyue's contemplation without interruption, instead scanning the structure of the Demon Heart sect. Upon probing the depths of the earth with his mental energy, he sensed resistance. To withstand the will of a monarch, at the very least, indicated the presence of another monarch. It was astonishing that the Demon Heart sect had remained undiscovered for so long, shrouded beneath the influence of a monarch's will. Revealing a semblance of hidden essence, I understand the situation. I require comprehensive information on Chunlan and his companions, including their levels and skills, Li Qingyue stated coldly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Unable to contain her elation, the figure in white paused momentarily before responding. I agree, but I must see my daughter first. Otherwise, our discussion is moot. You should know that I am not negotiating with you. You may attempt to see if you can withstand the Demon King's pressure and kill me within the Demon Heart sect, she retorted, unfazed by his assertiveness. The figure's dominance was anticipated by Li Qingyue. A mere test of his resolve. For gathering information, she had far better pawns at her disposal, such as the Li family of Linjiang City. Yet, the white-clad man had surprisingly detected the presence of the hidden Night Demon King beneath the earth. An unexpected revelation for her, as she remained oblivious to the nature of his cherished beast, which embodied the opposing forces of light and darkness. Then go, that I shall assign this task to others. Contact me only if necessary. Chapter 62. The spirit of the cooking utensil. His sensing heart, Li Qingyue waved her hand dismissively, signaling for the figure in white to depart. Allowing him to see her daughter was tantamount to courting disaster. Not to mention, even if Yangling were present, She would not grant him such a privilege. The white-clad figure contemplated whether he could withstand the Demon King's pressure to eliminate Li Qingwei. The same logic applied to rescuing Yang Ling, an endeavor far simpler than extinguishing Li Qingwei's life. The figure fell silent for a moment before vanishing from sight. During his probing, he had found no trace of Yang Ling's presence. Today, he had intended to leverage his immense power to suppress and reclaim Yang Ling, yet it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. This old fool indeed harbors such intentions. Thankfully, I had foreseen this. Li Qingwei murmured to herself, a hint of trepidation washing over her. Should the white-clad figure unleash his full might, the ensuing clash could expose the location of the Demon Heart sect, prompting swift reinforcements from Linjiang City, leading to utter ruin. Now, to find Yao Bin. I wonder what my dear brother is up to. My precious nephew has been slain. It would be unbearable if Chunlan does not pay with his life. Li Qingwei mused, her gaze laced with a hint of ruthlessness, before vanishing from her throne, slipping into the shadows of Linjiang City under the cover of night. As darkness receded, dawn approached. The sun gradually ascended in the east, banishing all shadows and illuminating the entirety of the Tianlan continent. Fatty, rise and shine. It's time to gather at the city gate. Chunlan banged fervently on Wang Fugui's bedroom door, a reversal of their usual roles. As Wang Fugui had previously roused Chunlan from slumber, truly a topsy-turvy world. Had it not been for the exhausting training these past few days, I would not be so sluggish, Wang Fugui grumbled from beneath the covers. Yet he promptly rose. Today they were bound for Bishi City, for the portal to the Frost and Snow Secret Realm was nearest to there, while Linjiang City lacked any such entrance. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming, I'm putting on my pants. I can't just go out in the nude. Wang Fugui, upon hearing the vehement knocking at the door, instantly lost his temper and responded loudly. Chunlan, stroking his nose, mused about how intense this fellow's morning grumpiness was, wondering why he had never noticed it before. Just as Chunlan was contemplating, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Wang Fugui, who gazed at him with a look of deep grievance, resembling a wronged little wife. Good morning, Meow, Tianlan cat chirped cheerfully, waving its paw at Wang Fugui. Shall we go? Have you eaten yet? Wang Fugui took a deep breath to regain his composure and promptly inquired about Chunlan, adding that if he hadn't eaten, he would have someone in the household prepare another meal. Chunlan shook his head. In his effort to ambush Wang Fugui, he had dragged along the still sleepy Tianlan cat without even having breakfast. W.C. Lon kid, do you even have a conscience? Disturbing me without having eaten is just inhumane, Wang Fugui retorted angrily, though a hint of helplessness lingered in his voice, recalling how he had previously been the one bringing breakfast to Chunlan to disrupt him. Young master, is your breakfast prepared for the trip to young master Chunlan's residence? Just as they reached the hall, a subordinate approached, seemingly new and unacquainted with Chunlan. Hearing this, Chunlan's face darkened. So, this was the reason Wang Fugui could arrive so early. He had a cheat code, it seemed. Ahem, no need for that. You may leave. Just set the breakfast on the table. We'll eat at home today. Wang Fugui waved his hand, blushing slightly as he led Chunlan toward the dining room, feeling a tad embarrassed about the earlier encounter. Should we prepare a fish for Tianlan cat? Wang Fugui inquired curiously. Chunlan paused momentarily, questioning whether it was feasible. Qing Shu, have someone bring up a fish, preferably fresh. Soon, they had recruited a chef-like beastmaster, and when Chunlan pondered about the nature of this beastmaster's contracted pet, he asked, what do you think it could be? A spatula or perhaps a pot? Not knowing what else to say, Chunlan randomly guessed, hoping for luck. Indeed, it was a spatula. He believed it possessed a spirit, and thus the contract was successful. Initially, he had contracted a typical pet, but it perished during a beast tide, twist of fate. He later became a chef and successfully contracted once more. Wang Fugui recounted animatedly, recalling how he had been just as shocked as Chunlan when he first learned of it. Leaving him in stitches, Chunlan remained silent, pondering the notion of a spatula having a spirit. If you don't contract it, who will? What a bizarre idea. I can only commend its audacity, he eventually said, silently giving a thumbs up. After a simple meal, the two departed, making their way towards the city gate. where a vehicle was already arranged, albeit with Wang Zhantian waiting nearby. Son, do not act recklessly in the frost and snow secret realm. Prioritize your safety, Wang Zhantian advised, attempting to say more, but ultimately opted for a hug instead. Father, careful! You'll suffocate me, Wang Fugue gasped, his corpulent form nearly distorted by the embrace. Qianlan now understood from whom Wang Fugue had learned this hugging style. Truly, like father, like son, even their embraces are strikingly similar. Once released, Wang Fugue took a breath and patted his clothes. It's fine, Dad. Your son is not merely a foolish brat prone to tantrums. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Fugue and Qianlan boarded the vehicle. Quickly arriving at the city gate, as Yu Qiubai and others were already present, and a little fox emerged from the Beastmaster space. Although Qianlan was puzzled as to why the little fox, not his contracted pet, could enter the Beastmaster space. It was indeed peculiar. Upon emerging, it settled on Qianlan's shoulder and resumed its peaceful slumber. That you're here. We've been waiting for you. This time, two esteemed figures are guiding us. Wu Junlin greeted them with a wave, joined by Yang Yin and Yang Tianyue, the president of the Beastmaster Association, having ascended to the rank of king-level Beastmaster. Yang Tianyue stood beside a mystical white deer radiating a gentle glow. Now that we're all here, let us embark. We can discuss matters on the way, Yang Tianyue said with a calm smile, producing a whistle that summoned a giant blue bird from afar. This was the standard mode of transportation for Beastmasters, capable of being summoned with the Beastmaster whistle, swift enough to rival the speed of the rending claw war eagle. The little fox on Qianlan's shoulder seemed to sense something, tilting its head to gaze curiously at the elderly man before it, captivated by his amiable demeanor. Yang Tianyue, noticing the gaze, momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure, guiding everyone onto the back of the bluebird. That fox is Yang Ling. Chapter 63. Yang Tianyue's confusion. Welcome back, Flame King. Yang Tianyue couldn't fathom why this thought crossed his mind, but the fox's tail and that expression mirrored Yang Ling's so closely. The feeling emanating from the depths of his heart made his hands tremble slightly. Fortunately, he was at the front, allowing the tears in his eyes to mingle with the wind. That it truly is Yang Ling. But why is she here? Why is she beside Qianlan? These questions perplexed Yang Tianyue, who was unaware of the exact circumstances surrounding Qianlan's venture into the monster beast forest, as his breakthrough coincided with that time. All he knew was that Qianlan and his companions had faced an attack from the half-beasts, resulting in the appearance of a king-level figure. Could it be? Did those fiends take Yang Ling to the monster beast forest? But why is she transformed into a beastly form? At the very least, she should maintain a half-beast appearance. Yang Tianyue wrestled with these confounding thoughts. Yet a sense of joy bubbled within him. After all, Yang Ling had been rescued, and he was no longer bound by the constraints of that old witch, Li Qingyue, the angelic visage with a serpent's heart. Qianlan is destined for greatness. Aligning with fate guarantees success. Yang Tianyue sensed he had grasped an elusive truth. A boy from the slums, surrounded by heirs from prominent families, all of whom had been cast aside. Perhaps one day they would rewrite history, and Yang Ling's beastification dilemma would find resolution through Qianlan. This intuition, ignited upon his ascension to king level, left Yang Tianyue feeling as if he were on the cusp of a revelation, yet unable to articulate it. Lan kid, why did you bring the little fox along? Wang Fugue, bemused, gazed at the little fox perched on Qianlan's shoulder, recalling that it had not been present during breakfast. It followed on its own. I haven't found Yang Ling's family yet. Perhaps she is a pitiful orphan, Qianlan replied, his voice tinged with anger as he recounted how that wretched cult had transformed innocent souls into half-beasts, deserving of their demise. Upon hearing Yang Ling's name, Yang Tianyue paused, realizing that the entire city of Linjiang was unaware of sheltering a little girl in the wild. He had no family, no support. The only kin he cherished was Yang Ling, whom he raised as his own daughter. Yet, how did Qianlan know about her? Could have been during the time spent in the slums. Wang Fugue sighed softly, lamenting how the members of the Demon Heart cult treated humans without a shred of humanity, abducting the slum dwellers for experiments, turning them into half-beasts, all while exerting control over their minds. Yang Yin observed Yang Tanyue's fluctuating emotions, feeling perplexed by the old man's intensity whenever Yang Ling was mentioned. While Chenlan and the others might not perceive it, Yang Yin could distinctly sense the emotional turmoil within Yang Tianyue. Could it be Yang Ling and Yang Tianyue? Are they not related? No wonder this old man rarely stayed in Linjiang City, often venturing out on errands. He must have been searching for his daughter. Yang Yin speculated, piecing together the clues. Yet he understood that Yang Tianyue's reluctance to acknowledge Yang Ling suggested deeper concerns. Specifically, how to restore her to her original form in Tianlan continent. Half-beasts were abhorred. If discovered, they faced relentless pursuit. There had been instances where individuals, out of compassion, sheltered half-beasts, only to find their heads mounted on walls, their possessions seized, and their families transformed into half-beasts. Consequently, public sentiment towards half-beasts had shifted dramatically. Perhaps her family had compelling reasons for their absence. If they knew Yang Ling was here, they would surely be overjoyed, Yang Yin mused as he glanced at the little fox with a gentle smile. Approaching, he patted the little fox's head, and, upon noticing something, a smile spread across his face. Though he was unaware of the specifics, the controlling mark of the demon race on the little fox had vanished. The mark that had permeated the sea of consciousness had indeed disappeared. It seemed that Chenlan was shrouded in many secrets. At that moment, let us entrust the little fox to myself and President Yang. You may rest assured and enter the secret realm, Yang Yin stated, addressing both Chenlan and Yang Tianyue. Chenlan paused for a moment upon hearing this. He had intended to store the fox in the beast-taming space, but leaving it outside would suffice as well, that if there were any news from Yang Ling, he could be contacted without delay. Yet he wondered whether her family could accept her current state. Chirp the azure bird emitted a melodious call, prompting everyone to turn their gaze to in the distance. The outline of the city wall gradually materialized, with 3 gilded characters visible from afar. Bihue City, we have arrived. The azure bird swooped down gracefully, landing steadily before the city gate. Before entering Bihue City, one must undergo an identity verification. Although Yang Tianyue and Yang Yin were exempt from this process, they could not forcibly bring Chenlan and the others inside. Ladies and gentlemen, ahead lies Bihue City. Please submit to identity verification. Should you refuse, kindly depart on your own. Even before they had landed, the sound of soldiers' calls echoed from the city wall. As the azure bird descended, Yang Tianyue gently stroked its head, after which the bird unfurled its wings and took flight. Chenlan, cradling the Tianlan cat, approached the city gate to prepare for the identity verification, which relied on electronic checks to ascertain whether any explosive factors existed within one's body, thereby determining if one was a half-beast. Upon transforming into a half-beast, a human's body undergoes significant alterations, leading to drastic changes in structure and blood composition, which in turn affect personality, known as the existence of explosive factors. These factors can enhance a half-beast strength, but simultaneously render them into grotesque forms. If one cannot control these explosive factors, they risk becoming mindless monsters, subject to the whims of others. Check away. Meow. The Tianlan cat stood with its paws on its hips before the guarding soldiers, a faint confidence gracing its features. The soldiers smiled slightly at the sight, reaching out to pat the Tianlan cat on the head. A special electronic mirror appeared in their hands, akin to a device used for checking a mobile phone, yet it was a beautifully crafted blue chip. As it scanned the Tianlan cat, the internal structure of its body became vividly apparent. One by one, they underwent the checks, passing through the passage. Yang Yin and Yang Tianyue followed slowly behind. Upon seeing Yang Yin, the guarding soldiers froze in place, tears welling in their eyes. Attention, everyone! Welcome back, Lord Yin Wang. Chapter 64. The Welcome of the Han Family. The Han Family. Han Feng. The soldiers immediately stood at attention, lifting their hands slowly, their gazes fervent as they looked at Yang Yin. The soldiers atop the wall felt a tremor in their hearts. Regardless of their previous tasks, they turned to face Yang Yin, their respect for him evident in their eyes. Welcome back, Lord Yin Wang, to Bihue City. Now, everyone, there is no need for such formality. I have merely come for a brief visit. Yang Yin responded with a slight bow, Yet a bittersweet smile crossed his face since the battle at Bihue Abyss. He had not set foot in this city, which held so many regrets. Here lay the remains of his fallen comrades, as well as the remnants of his once glorious past. After that fateful day, Yang Yin had never returned, but this time he was here to ensure the safety of Chun Lan and his companions, which had left a lingering shadow of sorrow and helplessness upon his face. Not at all a burden, the soldiers shouted in unison. Among them were youthful faces. Yang Yin had not only saved Bihue City, but had also protected their younger selves, those who were unable to fight. Chun Lan turned back to gaze at the helplessness on Yang Yan's face, his heart yearning to uncover the secrets of this city. He wished to understand Yang Yan's past, just as Yang Yan had always safeguarded him. And he too longed to alleviate Yang Yan's burdens. "Brother Chun, you've arrived just in time," that a familiar voice suddenly called out, and upon turning back, Chun Lan was astonished to find Han Feng standing there. Having not anticipated his arrival, it seemed he had timed his arrival perfectly, as if he had calculated it. Beside him, Han Jing and numerous elders of the Han family stood in formation, their presence significant. All of this was in anticipation of Chun Lan's arrival. Han Feng had disregarded opposition to come here, eager to welcome Chun Lan to the Han family, for he sensed a surge of destiny emanating from him, a sixth sense bestowed by the Fate Mouse. "Han Jing, what on earth is happening? Upon returning, you've already dealt with Han Junshan and others, and now you wish to welcome esteemed guests." An elder of the Han family approached curiously, aware that the completion of the Fate Mouse's essence had been confirmed by the Elder Council. Han Feng had officially taken charge of the Han family, and though he was still a mid-level beast tamer, the confidence he derived from the Fate Mouse was undeniable. Han Jing shook his head. Expressing ignorance, he had served under the first-generation head of the family, Han Feng's father, and had witnessed the terrifying power of fate, thus supporting all of Han Feng's endeavors. "Brother Han, I never expected to encounter you again before the Beast Tamer Championship begins." Chun Lan replied with a smile. The Tianlan cat, nearby, was particularly delighted, gazing at the convoy from the Han family, practically floating with joy. "Meow, meow, meow." The Tianlan cat tugged at Chun Lan's clothing, pointing at a vehicle adorned with cat-themed decorations. Excitedly mewing, "Esteemed guests, please stay at my Han family tonight, and we shall venture together to participate in the Frost and Snow Secret Realm tomorrow," Han Jing said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Yang Tianyue found himself somewhat perplexed. The Han family of Yihue, rising through the powers of destiny, was treating Chun Lan with such reverence. Indeed, there was an immeasurable force surrounding Chun Lan. Perhaps the recovery of Linger was within reach. As thoughts of this filled Yang Tianyue's mind, he felt immense joy. He had scoured countless texts, but found no solution. Perhaps sometimes fate surpasses human calculations. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. "Ha ha! I had no desire to stay in a hotel." Yang Yin laughed heartily, stepping into one of the vehicles. The Elder Council immediately surrounded him, each wearing broad smiles, inviting Yang Yin into their carriage. Yang Yin's influence in Bihue City was akin to that of a deity, and within the Han family, he was revered as a god, having saved them from ruin. Without Yang Yan's relentless protection, the Han family would have long turned to ashes. Fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. Although many royal-level beast tamers had perished, the theft of the Demon Clan's treasures had led to their decline. And for years, no beast tides had arisen. Even the external battlefront remained advantageous. In contrast to Chun Lan, the elders of the Han family had come primarily due to Yang Yin. Esteemed guests are approaching from afar. The Han family will extend the highest honors in their welcome. Han Feng stated from his position as head of the family, observing the elders below, through the calculations of the Fate Mouse. Han Feng sensed an immense wave of fortune approaching from Linjiang City, leading him to suspect that Chun Lan was en route. The subsequent revelations regarding the Frost and Snow Secret Realm only confirmed Han Feng's suspicions. The essence of the Fate Mouse was entirely supplemented by Chun Lan, though the means of achieving this remained a mystery. The enigma surrounding Chun Lan was undeniable. Thus, Han Feng raised this matter during the meeting. Initially, the elders opposed it unanimously, but upon learning of the Fate Mouse's sensing abilities, they fell silent and eventually decided to come. However, upon seeing Yang Yin, all discontent vanished in an instant. Esteemed guest, this is the guardian deity of the Han family. A veritable father figure. The power of the Fate Mouse remained exceptionally formidable. It seemed prudent to remain closely aligned with the head of the family moving forward. The Han family, like any prominent lineage, was not entirely united. The existence of factions was inevitable. Moreover, the death of the previous head had caused significant upheaval, and Han Feng had been sent to a border town by Han Yin, fortuitously encountering Chunlan. Perhaps everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Han Yin. Brother Chun, esteemed guests, please. Han Feng ushered Chunlan and his companions into the vehicle. As the convoy departed, news spread rapidly throughout Bihue City. For Yang Yin had returned. The city erupted in celebration. Even the city lord set aside commands for a city-wide festivity. Due to the impending frost and snow secret realm, excitement had already enveloped Bihue City. The arrival of Yang Yin ignited this fervor to unprecedented heights. Han Feng, you've truly outdone yourself. If my father were to discover my actions, he would undoubtedly strip me of my privileges. Wang Fugue remarked enviously, gazing at the convoy trailing behind. You are all saviors of Han Feng. It is only fitting that I extend such hospitality. Han Feng waved his hand and smiled in response. While the driver, Han Jing, also revealed a charming smile, it was only now that they expressed their astonishment. Once they arrived at the Han residence, there would be ample opportunity for them to be surprised. At this moment, the Han family had already laid out a grand banquet, with all the chefs and servants bustling about, solely to attend to the imminent arrival of Chunlan and others. Han Feng had even specially invited chefs and wines from the Xianlu, renowned for its exquisite brews, all meticulously prepared for Chunlan's sake. Everyone, get to work. The head of the Han family is about to return with guests. And if the dishes are not up to standard, I expect you all to resign immediately. Chapter 65. The technologically advanced by Shui City as Chunlan sat in the car, gazing out at the scenery. She found herself momentarily entranced. Perhaps outside, there were merely lengthy city walls, but delving deeper revealed a veritable metropolis of technology. Even in Lingjiang City, such splendor could only be found in its central district, whereas Baishui City boasted a plethora of technologically advanced structures even in its outskirts that my goodness, it truly deserves to be among the top 8 cities. It is incomparable to Lingjiang City. Wang Fugue remarked enviously, stroking his chin. Among the many cities, aside from the 8 major cities, there existed the upper 8 cities, middle 8 cities, and lower 8 cities, with the entire Taomlan continent divided into 4 regions: West Wilderness, North Plain, South Sea, and Eastland. Each pair of major cities in the central area collaborated, extending their influence outward, alongside numerous unnamed smaller cities that were emerging players. Lingjiang, situated in the lower tier of the West Wilderness, remained at the bottom, yet with a royal figure overseeing it. It had yet to fall out of the West Wilderness entirely. The elevation of a city required not only internal prosperity, but also the convergence of elite combatants. Take Baishui City, for instance. Besides the Han family, other prominent clans had royal ancestors stationed there, and naturally, the city lord was of royal status, vastly superior to Lingjiang, which boasted but a solitary royal presence. However, now there were 2 royal figures, along with the esteemed president of the Beast Tamer Guild, Yang Tianyue, who was also a royal beast tamer. Han Feng, aside from Baishui City, are there other entrances to the Frost and Snow Secret Realm? Chunlan inquired curiously, wondering if only Baishui City served as the point of entry, which would mean that upon the opening of the Frost and Snow Secret Realm tomorrow, people from the entire West Wilderness would converge here. Indeed, there are many. As far as I know, every city above the upper 8 has its own independent entrance to the secret realm. Moreover, those prodigies under the full moon would surely not be inclined to gather here for the secret realm trials. Han Feng chuckled helplessly. In the middle 8 cities, aside from Baishui, there are a few others such as Fenghua that have secret realms. The rest do not, but will congregate in these middle cities to enter the Frost and Snow secret realm together. Chunlan smiled faintly upon hearing this. Just as Lingjiang had come to Baishui City, others would naturally follow suit. When the time came to enter the Frost and Snow secret realm, it would be a competition among the talents of the entire West Wilderness, and she would need to exert herself diligently. Although she might not break through to become a high-level beast tamer, steady progress was essential. Chunlan had already reached the intermediate beast tamer level in the monster beast forest, yet the leap to advanced beast tamer was considerable, especially since she possessed a dual spiritual C, making the training process all the more arduous. Were it not for the foundation provided by the 10,000-year-old spirit flower, her advancement might have been even more challenging. The spiritual energy contained within that flower could potentially shatter her spiritual C. Yet it had fortuitously replenished her spiritual C's depletion and laid a solid groundwork. I could see that moment. The car came to a halt. Before Han Jing could exit, members of the Han family approached to open the car door, warmly welcoming Han Feng. "Welcome to the Han family, everyone." Han Feng gestured graciously, and behind him stood a villa exuding a sense of technological grandeur, sprawling over several thousand acres. Truly magnificent. I now have serious doubts about humanity's evolution process. Considering Lingjiang City was left behind, Wang Fuge mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The disparity was indeed staggering. It was as if one were in the heavens while the other lingered in the depths. What about the so-called 8 major cities? If they surpass this, I fear my imagination may be insufficient. Lin Miaoka chuckled lightly, then replied with a gentle smile, "It is not quite so. Each city's funding is allocated by the major city for construction, development, or grassroots support as each city sees fit. Naturally, well-off cities receive higher funding, while Lingjiang, being a lower 8 city, would find it wasteful to spend its funds on renovating residences. Most of that money has been directed by Uncle Lin towards grassroots development, which is why the slums in Lingjiang have long since disappeared, though a few nostalgic individuals remain reluctant to leave that in due time. Uncle Lin will likely address the slum issue, since you choose not to leave. I shall simply renovate." Lin Miaoka's words stirred a ripple of emotion among the crowd. Indeed, those from the major city possessed a broader perspective, while Chunlan and her companions were entirely unfamiliar with such matters of construction. For Lin Miaoka, however, this was essential knowledge. Should her elder sister take charge in the future, she would need to assist in managing the family business, making such topics mandatory learning. I wonder if grandmother will be pleased to hear this news. After all, no one needs to leave, Chunlan mused aloud. Following Han Feng, Chunlan and her companions navigated through the expansive courtyard until they finally arrived at the banquet hall. The table was laden with an array of dishes, clearly a testament to Han Feng's efforts. "Everyone, please do not hold back. Eat well and rest afterward. We have the Frost and Snow Secret Realm to attend to tomorrow," Han Feng said with a smile, taking a seat beside Chunlan, seizing the opportunity to grow closer to her. "Meow, so much delicious food. I love to eat." The Tianlan cat's eyes sparkled at the sight of the various fish dishes laid out before them, though it could only look longingly at Chunlan, unable to reach out with its paws. Noticing this, Chunlan gently patted the Tianlan cat's head and placed several fish before it. The Tianlan cat eagerly dug in, showing no hesitation in treating itself as a guest. The others, too, followed their pet's lead, selecting some dishes, aware that the food suitable for their beast was limited, especially for the ice crystal bird and flower fairy, the latter of whom directly absorbed the essence of plants for nourishment, utterly unaware of what to eat. Come, come, Lord Yin Wang, I raise my glass to you in gratitude for your life-saving grace from years past." Why bring up the past? It dampens the mood. Let us drink. Though some voiced such sentiments, respect gleamed in everyone's eyes. The old wounds of Yang Yin caused unease throughout the Han family, as the materials required were both scarce and exorbitantly priced. Even selling the entire Han family would not suffice to procure them. Guilt lingered in their hearts, and with each cup of wine, they sought solace, though the feeling never truly dissipated. Yang Tianyue sat silently nearby, quietly enjoying his meal, yet his gaze frequently flickered toward the small fox not far away, absent-mindedly picking at peanuts, perhaps sensing Yang Tianyue's attention. The little fox curiously approached, feeling warmth emanating from this amiable old man, though it could not quite recall when such warmth had first appeared. The little fox tilted its head, blinking its eyes adorably. Yang Tianyue instinctively raised his hand, affectionately stroking the little fox's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Little Ling, your father will surely avenge you against those despicable demonic heart sect members. Chapter 66. The Night's Sorrows. Chun Lan's companionship. After finishing their meal, Chun Lan and the others departed the grand hall, casting a glance at the still drinking Yang Yin, revealing their helplessness. Come, let me show you to your rooms. Here, let Lord Yin and the elders enjoy their drinks at their leisure. They have long wished for a night of revelry with him, Han Feng remarked, observing the drunken elders with a sense of resignation, as the pressures from the Bai, Shui, Yuan battle still lingered. Chun Lan took in her surroundings, reflecting on whether the world would be free of sorrow if there were no demon races or demonic heart sect. As night quietly descended, stars adorned the dark sky. A bright moon illuminating the scene, a subtle sense of solitude permeating the A.I.R.B. Shui city buzzed with life, its streets ablaze with lights, warmly welcoming visitors from across the region. Woohoo! What a lively atmosphere. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. How can you sleep at this age? Wang Fugue exclaimed, shoving Chun Lan and Han Feng out into the night. The others exchanged smiles and followed suit. Heading outside, firecrackers exploded in the night, while beautiful fireworks illuminated the sky, lighting up every face. Wang Fugue had purchased an abundance of snacks, a chicken leg hanging from his mouth, making it seem as if he hadn't eaten enough earlier. Seeing the resentful look on Han Feng's face, Chun Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's just how he is. He often skips meals just to snack. Han Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words, surprised by the existence of such a person. Subsequently, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Under Han Feng's guidance, the group strolled through the entirety of Bishui City, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the city. Gazing at the fireworks blooming in the sky, they felt this was truly the perfect moment, surrounded by friends. The fireworks are truly beautiful. I wish I could preserve this moment forever, Chun Lan remarked. Momentarily lost in thought, her eyes filled with joy and longing as she reached out her hand, as if to grasp it all. Wu Junlin had aptly set up the Beast Master wristband on a stand. And after initiating the countdown, he hurried back to join the others. Everyone, look at the camera, say cheese. Wu Junlin's words caught everyone off guard, even Wang Fugue, who had a large chicken leg stuffed in his mouth. Yet it was a genuine scene, with everyone gazing at the camera, albeit with varied expressions. Tianlan Cat, startled, leaped onto Chun Lan, nervously watching the camera, leaving Chun Lan slightly bewildered. Whoa, Wang Fugue attempted to speak, only to realize his mouth was still full. Hastily swallowing, Junlin, could we retake that? I was just eating, Wang Fugue said with exasperation, while Wu Junlin pretended not to hear and began printing the photos, dividing them into 12 copies, with the original tucked into a photo album he had just purchased. The album was labeled Linjiang Beast Master Team. Chun Lan, Wang Fugue, Wu Junlin, Su Bai, Lim Yaoka, Tianlan Cat, Tyrannosaurus, King Kong Bear, Ice Crystal Bird, Flower Fairy. This time there were 12 copies, as Han Feng and Ming Shu were also present, naturally deserving their share. I'll be honest. I'm starting to envy you all. Envious of your little team, Han Feng said, his expression shifting as he regarded the group in his world, rife with deceit. The pressure of assuming the role of family head at such a young age was immense, compounded by the psychological battles with cunning old foxes. What are you thinking, Han Feng? Aren't you one of our friends too? We're in this together, Wang Fugue replied earnestly, then began pestering Wu Junlin to retake the photo. But Wu Junlin deftly evaded his attempts. Junlin, I beg you, let's take another one. This photo is truly unflattering. Wang Fugue exclaimed in despair, lamenting the potential ruin of his reputation. Fugue, I actually think this one is quite good. Shut up. All right. Chun Lan helplessly rubbed her nose, looking at the photo. Although Tianlan Cat was fluffed up, it still eagerly brought the photo into the Beastmaster space, recognizing these as their cherished memories that needed to be treasured. All right, let's retake it, Wang Fugue shouted, and everyone rearranged themselves for another shot, this time capturing a much more normal photograph. Wu Junlin rubbed his chin and handed the original to Wang Fugue, believing it was inferior to the first. Which one do you all prefer? This one or the earlier one? Wu Junlin asked as he held up the photos for everyone to see. The earlier one. They all exclaimed in unison, leaving Wang Fugue utterly speechless. Su Qiubai observed his own expression in the photo. Though it was one of shock, it suited him perfectly, while Chun Lan and the fluffed-up Tianlan cat appeared exceedingly adorable beside him as dusk settled. The group returned to the Han family home, where Chun Lan spotted Yang Yin, who was tipsy and muttering incoherently while drinking. Han Feng, do you have any hangover soup? Chun Lan snatched the wine gourd from Yang Yin and placed it on a nearby chair. Yes, I'll have someone fetch it right away, Han Feng replied, momentarily taken aback before summoning a servant to bring the hangover soup that, in truth, for someone of Yang Yan's caliber, he could easily sober up at will without needing any soup. Everyone, please head back. I'll stay here with Uncle Yang for a while, Chun Lan said, smiling at the group. Wang Fugui seemed to sense something and promptly led the way in leaving. Even Han Feng quietly followed suit. Not long after, the servant brought the hangover soup, only to find that the family head and the others had vanished, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he placed the soup down and waited quietly, hoping they would return soon. Yang Yin led Qianlan to a remote mountain far from Bishui City, where 4 peculiar gravestones stood, appearing quite odd, as they seemed to lack professional craftsmanship. Yet, there was nothing beneath them. Only the gravestones that Yang Yin had painstakingly carved himself with a hammer. Cheng Feng, Kuang Yu, Exenhua, Exenyin, Xiao Yinzi has come to see you, Yang Yin said, unable to contain his emotions any longer. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he covered it with his hands, his body trembling uncontrollably, in that moment. All his pent-up feelings erupted. He had held back for so many years. But now he no longer wished to endure, nor could he. Chun Lan watched Yang Yin before her own hand shaking as she opened her mouth to speak, only to witness a miraculous sight unfold before her. 4 ethereal figures gradually materialized, one reaching out to gently stroke Yang Yan's head, offering a tender smile, while a man resembling a dark tower stood silently beside him, guarding him. The 2 twin girls sat beside Yang Yin, attempting to wipe away his tears that, if only longing had a voice, let reach the underworld, piercing through the world. Chapter 67. The Demon Clan Genius, the Frost and Snow Little Prince's escape in a shadowy abyss deep underground. Black wisteria vines entwined around the rocky walls, their vibrant blossoms resembling fresh blood, appearing strikingly red. The flowers continually extended downward, penetrating into the depths, where a radiant mandrake flower garden thrived, whispering like a devil's murmur, leading souls toward rebirth. Lord Mo Yin, the Beast Clan has truly invested heavily this time. They require Chun Lan's life, and you shall gain the support of the 3 kings of the demon beasts. Li Qingyue's ethereal voice echoed in the abyss, as if conveying a message to someone, yet the entire chasm revealed no presence of another soul, leaving one to wonder who she was addressing. Thud, thud, a strange sound reverberated, and at the abyss's deepest point, a boy clad in black armor sat upon a throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest, as if in deep contemplation. Who exactly is this Chun Lan? The support of 3 demon kings is crucial for me. Across the entire Tianlan continent, there were numerous demon lords arriving, each striving to establish remarkable achievements, eager for the day they might return to the demon world and ascend to kingship. If only I could play this bigger, the Frost and Snow secret realm. Mo Yin mused, a rare, sinister smile gracing his face, a black demonic mark appearing upon it, rendering the smile utterly terrifying. Li Qingyue. You have performed admirably in this matter. Whatever king-level materials you require, the demon clan shall provide. But now, I need you to do one more thing. Spread the word to all demon lords. If they are interested, let them come. Whoever secures Chun Lan's corpse will gain the support of the 3 demon kings. Mo Yan's voice reached Li Qingyue's ears, first bringing her joy, followed by a look of confusion on her face. Why would he bestow such a grand achievement upon other lords? If they were to eliminate all the human geniuses in the Frost and Snow secret realm, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous rewards. Li Qingyue felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning, and could only bow in gratitude before retreating. Thank you, Lord Mo Yin. I am willing to serve you. As Li Qingyue departed, Mo Yin slowly rose, walking into the blood-red flower garden, gazing at the moon above the abyss, his eyes revealing unmistakable ambition. What I desire is not merely the human geniuses. I also want all my brothers to perish. Mo Yin let out a maniacal laugh, aware that competition among the demon clan was exceptionally fierce, especially given the multitude of lords born in this generation due to the clan's reproductive capabilities, leading to a scarcity of resources that, in such circumstances, only through slaughter could better outcomes be achieved, and the internecine strife among the demon clan was utterly ruthless. Who cared about identities? Even the closest of kin were expendable if it meant acquiring formidable power. All must die. Chunlan, the path to imperial power is far too precious to be given to the Beast clan. I wonder if I might advance further. The aura emanating from Mo Yin is nothing short of the pinnacle of elite prowess. In preparation for the Frost and Snow secret realm, he has deliberately restrained his cultivation from advancing, and he is not alone in this endeavor. The Beast clan has similarly held back. The Beast clan, endowed with a naturally robust physique, unfortunately possesses a rather frail mental fortitude. Thus, this Frost and Snow secret realm serves as an opportunity to rectify their inherent shortcomings. In contrast, the Demon clan stands on equal footing with the Human clan, if not surpassing it, boasting a harmonious cultivation of both mental and physical strengths, which culminates in unparalleled combat capabilities. Several princes of the Demon clan have suppressed their progression to the rank of battle general, awaiting this very moment, while others eye the more distant Beast Tamer Championship as a stage to truly showcase their worth. Within the Frost and Snow secret realm, a multitude of white castles rise majestically upon the mountains. Interspersed with vast pools brimming with numerous spiritual herbs, the mental energy radiating from these herbs illuminates the entire realm as if it were aglow. The young prince has run off again. Everyone, quick! Search for him! The day before the opening of the Frost and Snow secret realm cannot afford any mishaps. Ethereal beings, akin to snow spirits, flit through the air, diligently seeking the small prince. Your Highness. Stop playing hide-and-seek and come out, calls one, while another echoes, Your Highness! Your Highness! Yet despite their fervent cries, the young prince remains concealed within a dense thicket, camouflaged by the snow and cloaked in innate magic to mask his presence. What fun is there in the castle? The outside world is far more liberating. He had overheard a servant mention that tomorrow not only the Beast clan, but also the Demon and Human clans would arrive. And it was simply too exciting. His eyes twinkled with childlike delight, but one must not underestimate him. His mental prowess has already reached the pool stage, despite not having undergone formal training. This is the inherent advantage of the Frost and Snow clan, blessed with formidable mental talent that accompanies them throughout their lives. Once they embark on cultivation, they advance even further. However, the Frost and Snow clan is not malevolent. They are a neutral race, yet their strength intimidates all. We do not provoke others unless provoked ourselves. Should one offend us, we shall retaliate. This motto encapsulates the Frost and Snow clan's principles that, in the past, they had indeed faced provocations from the Demon clan, who sought to seize the spiritual pool for themselves. Yet those who dared enter were swiftly obliterated by an overwhelming mental force, reduced to mere remnants. Currently, the king of the Frost and Snow clan lies in a deep slumber, while the Elder Council diligently manages the entrances to various secret realms, preparing to welcome outsiders. This is also the moment when the castles stand most vacant, allowing Shuang Ling to sneak out amid the chaos. Why should I remain confined within the castle like a caged bird? It may be cozy, but it offers no freedom that I wish to play with my snowman friends. Shuang Ling glides into the depths of the forest, trailing a stream of lively snowflakes that shimmer with an enchanting glow, akin to guiding lights. The path he follows leads to an entrance of a secret realm, opposite which lies the city of Azure Waters. After failing to locate the young prince, the Frost and Snow attendants hurriedly reported to the elders. The elders, though anxious, remained focused on stabilizing the various spatial passages, unable to spare any attention. They were on the brink of awakening the slumbering king, a process that must be reserved for dire necessity. He required rest to be ready for his impending breakthrough. Amid the elders' mounting anxiety, the king's thoughts quietly resonated within their minds, transmitted swiftly through mental energy. He has his own destiny. Let him be. Upon receiving this message, The elders exhaled in relief, yet a new concern arose. What had stirred the king from his slumber? Chapter 68. Creating enemies everywhere. Entering the frost and snow secret realm as the first rays of dawn bathed the earth in golden light. The slumbering city of azure waters gradually awakened, its once quiet streets beginning to bustle with activity. Filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, freshly steamed buns, come and taste our delicious meat buns. Warm soy milk freshly pressed from the finest soybeans. Please enjoy. Anyone in need of lamb-filled buns? Hot and fresh out of the steamer. At this moment, Wang Fugui had arrived at Chunlan's doorstep, just as the door swung open to reveal Chunlan, who yawned and regarded Wang Fugui with curiosity. Fatty, what brings you here? Up so early. At that moment, Tianlan Cat emerged, looking rather lethargic, sporting a tiny sleeping cap that made it appear exceedingly adorable. Roar, roar, roar meow. The Tianlan Cat was whisked away by the Tyrannosaurus beast, evidently having discovered something amusing. Chunlan stepped aside to splash cold water on his face, hoping to shake off his drowsiness. Fugui, Brother Lan, you're both awake. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat. Han Feng called out cheerfully as he entered the room. Chunlan resided in a villa, a testament to the Han family's wealth and generosity, providing the finest accommodations even for guests. Time to eat. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Skipping a meal makes one anxious. Wang Fugui patted his belly and draped an arm around Han Feng's shoulder as they exited together. Turning back, Chunlan noticed that Yang Yan on the second floor had yet to awaken. So he decided to join Han Feng and the others for breakfast. After they departed, Yang Yan drew back the curtains, feeling utterly embarrassed about having cried in front of a child the previous night. He sensed that his once great image was tarnished. Unbeknownst to him, in Chunlan's heart, Yang Yan's stature had only grown more formidable, as his deep sense of loyalty had touched Chunlan profoundly. Ah, time to wake up? I still need to send the kids to the secret realm. Yang Yan resolutely cleansed himself with mental energy, instantly revitalizing his senses. The discomfort from the previous night's indulgence vanished in an instant. After Chunlan and the others had finished breakfast, they waited outside for a while until Yang Yan and Yang Tianyue emerged, with a little fox nestled in Yang Tianyue's arms, since the little fox's family had yet to be found. And Yang Tianyue had taken a liking to it. Chunlan chose not to reclaim it. Where else could be more comfortable than in the embrace of a royal beast tamer? Yet, this was merely Chunlan's inner thought. After all, a lowly half-beast could hardly pose a threat in Yang Tianyue's capable hands, and Chunlan remained wary of the little fox. Yang Tianyue gazed appreciatively at Chunlan. During his inspection the previous night, he sensed that Yang Ling bore no marks of the demon clan. Rather, they seemed to have been eradicated, indicating that Yang Ling was free from control and had gained the right to survive. All right, everyone follow me. The entrance to the secret realm is at the Beast Tamer Guild. Han Zheng announced before leading the group to the vehicle. Before long, they arrived at the Beast Tamer Guild, which bore a striking resemblance to the city of Linjiang. As Yang Tianyue stepped out, he spotted a plump old man lingering at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Yang Tianyue approach, the old man hurried over, as if they were acquainted. Old Yang, you finally arrived. You promised to come and chat with me last night, but you didn't show up. Has our bond faded? Wu Qian remarked with a hint of reproach in his gaze. Originally, Yang Tianyue had planned for them to stay at the Beast Tamer Guild, but upon entering the city, he found himself entirely intercepted by Han's family, leaving him no choice but to accompany Yang Ling and inadvertently leave his old friend Wu Qian in a bit of a bind. It was merely an invitation from head Han. That's why I couldn't make it. But from today until the Frost and Snow secret realm concludes, you can chat to your heart's content, that I assure you. I am at your service, Yang Tianyue replied with great joy, as little Ling was now safe, and he had reconnected with an old friend while achieving his own advancement to the royal level, a series of joyous events that one could hardly hope to encounter again in a lifetime. Wow, there are so many people, Wang Fugui exclaimed, astonished as he surveyed the crowd. Chunlan stepped out, glancing around and feeling a strange sensation, as if these individuals were all staring intently at them. Their gazes unsettling. If they were merely competitors, it would be one thing, but their expression suggested an underlying grudge, as if they owed them money. Ahem, Would you all like to wear masks before entering the Frost and Snow Secret Realm? Yang Yin suggested, noting that the hostile glances from the crowd stemmed from their association with him. In the past, he had single-handedly opposed numerous prestigious families, naturally inciting their ire. If you can't beat the old, you can at least bully the young. Yang Tianyue chuckled at the comment, acknowledging Yang Yan's prowess. He then addressed the crowd. No need to worry. Once we enter the secret realm, you are all united as one. Inside, there are only 4 factions: humans, demons, beasts, and the Frost and Snow clan. These folks won't resort to underhanded tactics, but there's no harm in facing them head-on. It's merely a chance to sharpen our skills. Just like back in the day when the Flame King stood alone against them, it's time to showcase your strength and earn their respect. Yang Tianyue stroked his beard and spoke softly, his words imbued with unwavering confidence in Chunlan and his companions. These young individuals were growing at a pace rivaling that of the most exceptional geniuses. With sufficient diligence, even pigs could soar. Haha, since they refuse to yield, we shall compel them to submit. Wu Junlin rubbed his fists in anticipation, the combat instincts within him poised to erupt, eager for battle. Calm down, Junlin. Let us not resort to violence. Chunlan chuckled, patting Wu Junlin on the shoulder. Boom! The secret realm is now open. All beast masters of senior rank and below should verify their eligibility to enter, declared Wu Qian, his voice resonating with regal authority. Serving as a warning, betrayal against humanity would not be tolerated. Han Feng, let us proceed. You shall accompany us. Chunlan smiled at Han Feng beside him. Although the leader of the Han family was not Han Feng, he was in a uniquely special position. Thus he had been designated to join Chunlan, which was also Han Feng's own choice. Following the Han family would hinder the leader's performance. It was wiser to embrace the tides of destiny and seek opportunities suited to himself. Very well, I shall scout the way for you, Han Feng replied with a smile. Let us enter. Everyone, follow closely. Chapter 69, Frost and Snow Regulations. Spiritual Spring. Chunlan stepped into the secret realm alongside the Tianlan cat, instantly vanishing from sight. Wang Fugue and the others followed closely, entering the Frost and Snow secret realm. How beautiful! Snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky, with snow-covered castles standing majestically atop the mountains. The sun and moon illuminated the starry sky, while snow fairies fluttered around Chunlan, snowflakes gently settling upon his hair. The Tianlan cat joyfully pawed at the snow, as if it had never witnessed such a scene before. Wang Fugue and the others emerged behind him, awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before them. The beauty they beheld far surpassed any depiction in photographs or books, allowing them to grasp the profound significance of this magnificent landscape. Welcome to the Frost and Snow Secret Realm. I'm an elder of the Frost and Snow clan. You may call me Shuang Lu. Shuang Lu floated in the air, appearing somewhat humanoid yet distinctly different, his entire form enveloped in white. Even his hair and beard creating an odd impression. This time, the regulations of the Frost and Snow Secret Realm will be altered, and no longer shall we engage in battles of mental prowess. Instead, countless flags adorned with snowflake emblems will be placed throughout the Frost and Snow Forest. Those who retrieve a flag may enter the spiritual spring. Each flag allows for 1 hour of cultivation within the spiritual spring, and this time there will be no upper limit. Success will depend solely on your abilities. The spiritual spring has recently been replenished with spiritual herbs. While combat is permitted within the Frost and Snow Secret Realm, killing is strictly forbidden. The geniuses of my Frost and Snow clan will also be amongst you, vying for the rights to the flags. Ultimately, how many you obtain will depend on your own skill. As Shuang Lu's words resonated, Chunlan immediately sensed a palpable tension among the group. The shift from combat to flag retrieval had disrupted everyone's previous training strategies. This signified that mental strength was no longer paramount. They would still rely on their beasts for battle. They faced not only the threat of the Demon Clan, but also the Beast Clan's assaults. Yet while killing was prohibited, preserving one's life remained a possibility. Soon, murmurs of unrest spread through the crowd, and individuals began to drift away from the main group. With their departure, the once cohesive team started to fragment and scatter. Chunlan, observing Shuang Lu before him, chose not to leave. Although somewhat perplexed, he offered a slight bow in gratitude for Shuang Lu's guidance, then led the others in a swift direction. Wang Fugue and the others, somewhat bewildered by Chen Lan's actions, also expressed their thanks in turn before following him into the frost and snow forest a few miles north. Even in the snow-covered expanse, signs of life persist. Shuang Lu remarked softly, his voice perfectly pitched for the ears of the assembled. Chen Lan exchanged glances with his companions, then swiftly shifted their position, racing toward the north. Observing their movement, a subtle smile graced Shuang Lu's face, interpreting it as a small gesture of respect from Chen Lan and his friends. Uncertain about the reasoning behind the rule change, Shuang Lu pondered, aware that such competition would only heighten the intensity of the contest. Alas, I must seek out the young prince. Should he encounter the nefarious demon clan, I worry what schemes may unfold. The demon clan had also arrived, with the demonic flames having spread the word to all under its banner. This time, the influx of demons was unprecedented, having expended considerable resources to secure a place in the frost and snow secret realm, allowing more of their subordinates to enter. Demon Yin observed the frenzied demons with a wicked smile. Let them fight. In the end, I shall be the one to reap the rewards. He orchestrated the chaos like a chess player, with no opponents in sight. All were merely his pawns, maneuvered at his whim. Unbeknownst to him, a far larger game board loomed overhead, ensnaring even Demon Yin within its grasp. Lan Gu, can we trust that old man with the white beard? Everything here is just a sea of white snow. How are we to find anything? Wang Fugue scratched his head, gazing at the surrounding whiteness, utterly perplexed. Were it not for the frost and snow secret realm's peculiar nature, where the sun and moon perpetually shone, distinguishing directions would indeed be impossible. Chen Lan calculated their position, realizing they had indeed arrived, but the blinding snow obscured everything, leaving them reliant on vague perceptions. Han Feng cast Chen Lan a curious glance before releasing the Fate Mouse. The creature's power soon manifested, initiating a prediction of fortunes and misfortunes. Moments later, the Fate Mouse pointed toward a nearby hillside to the east, and Han Feng immediately understood, leading the group toward it. The item is over here, Wang Fugue exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as they quickly discovered the first flag, firmly buried beneath the snow that IT must be deeper in. Without the Fate Mouse, we would never have found this. Wow, this mouse is incredibly useful, Wu Junlin remarked, stroking his chin in admiration. With this little guy guiding us, we are sure to succeed. Han Feng, hearing this, smirked slightly, then replied with a hint of resignation. The Fate Mouse's ability has a cool-down period. For the next few hours, it cannot predict again, leaving us only with our basic instincts. Meanwhile, Chen Lan activated the Eye of Fate, the golden hue flashing momentarily, yet the Fate Mouse sensed it, squeak, squeak, in the realm unveiled by the Eye of Fate. The once blanketed snow world transformed dramatically, allowing Chen Lan to perceive the forest's original layout through the frost. This what intuition feels like. He mused inwardly, marveling at the profound insight. The powerful instinct of fate guided Chen Lan to begin moving, while the Fate Mouse nestled close to Han Feng, reveling in the overflow of fate energy. Han Feng, astonished, noticed that the cooldown was rapidly diminishing. Soon to restore fully, he realized why the Fate Mouse had been so animated. It was in the presence of its kind. Chen Lan, who exactly are you? How do you possess such enigmatic power? Han Feng pondered, recognizing that this extraordinary force could only stem from the highest realm of fate, as embodied by the Fate Mouse. Everyone, follow my lead. I shall guide the way, Chen Lan declared, sprinting ahead. Initially, he had anticipated a difficult search, but the Eye of Fate had indeed granted him an advantage. With this help, he might even surpass the senior beast master threshold within the frost and snow secret realm. With the Eye of Fate directing them, they soon collected several frost and snow flags, leaving their companions in awe of this remarkable feat. Lan Hua, how did you accomplish this? Speak up. Are you using some sort of cheat? Chen Lan shrugged in exasperation, gesturing to himself. Perhaps this is merely intuition. Wang Fugue scoffed, expressing disbelief. You must be cheating. Continuing onward, Chen Lan led the group, aiming to gather as many flags as possible within the limited time, ensuring they could soak in the spiritual spring for longer. Chapter 70. The true battle has just begun. As they delved deeper into the frost and snow forest, the number of flags increased, as did the throngs of people, creating a cacophony of clashes. Although the rules forbade killing, they certainly didn't prohibit inflicting injuries. There's a flag ahead. Let us grab it and go without delay. Qianlan turned to the crowd and remarked, "Any skirmish that transpires here will undoubtedly attract the attention of others. If that occurs, chaos will ensue, and we shall be overwhelmed." Wang Fugui and his companions nodded in agreement. As Qianlan paused momentarily on the tree trunk, the others swiftly assumed a combat stance, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Qianlan brushed aside the snowflakes on the pine tree and discovered two frost banners nestled deep within. Indeed, the deeper he ventured, the more banners he uncovered. Found them. Retreat. Qianlan had scarcely uttered the words when a sharp arrow was shot directly at them, only to be obliterated by the ice crystals conjured by the ice crystal bird, disintegrating into nothingness mid-air. Apologies, but these banners were first discovered by our goblin warriors. Upon hearing this, Qianlan furrowed his brow, observing the goblin warriors gradually encircling them, prompting him to leap down. My friends. It seems that avoiding conflict is no longer an option. That a devilish smile crept onto Qianlan's otherwise stoic face. Wang Fugui and Wu Junlin mirrored his excitement, particularly Wang Fugui, who, following Yang Yan's previous advice, had delved into the study of the frenzied combat state, transforming him into a fiercely combative individual, ever closer to comprehending its essence. I've been itching to engage. Isn't that right, tyrant beast? Roar. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Fugui brandished his battle axe and charged directly at the recently ambushed goblin archers, recognizing that to level the playing field against the goblins, the archers must be dealt with first. Qianlan surveyed the vicinity and discerned that the strongest among them appeared to be merely elite level, around level 15, indicating they were merely one of the goblin squad's. Name. Goblin warrior, core bloodline, growth level, level 15 realm level, elite B skills, goblin's roar, goblin summon, fury, /Tianlan cat. Qianlan's command resonated, and the Tianlan cat instantly understood whom it was meant for, raising its meteorite pickaxe to target the strongest goblin warrior. The clash of weapons momentarily stunned the Tianlan cat, sending it reeling back. Indeed, they are formidable. It seems those who have arrived are not to be underestimated. Friends, do not let your guard down. They are no ordinary goblins. The tyrant beast was already feeling the pressure. These goblins were on an entirely different level than those encountered in the beast forest, exhibiting remarkable combat proficiency, even using their bodies to shield the goblin archers. Ice Crystal Bird, provide support. The Ice Crystal Bird began its aerial assault, relentlessly pressuring the goblin archers and preventing them from attacking, though its own offensive capabilities were significantly hampered. The Diamond Bear bore the brunt of multiple goblin warriors' attacks, its powerful defense rendering their assaults ineffective. The Flower Fairy flitted about, continuously buffing and healing, while Han Feng could only rely on his mental energy to enhance the arrows, as the combat prowess of the mouse was negligible. Tianlan cat. Let us strike together. Qianlan's mental energy erupted instantaneously, manifesting a colossal mental energy spear that radiated terrifying thunderous power, a culmination of the berserk factor he had finally mastered through arduous training. Thunder Spear. Qianlan hurled it towards the goblin warriors, the immense mental energy exploding with ferocity, shattering their formation, while the Tianlan cat, clutching its meteorite pickaxe, swiftly pursued, incapacitating the goblin warrior, leaving it to struggle futilely on the ground. Upon sustaining grievous injuries, a peculiar rule ejected it from the secret realm, vanishing in place. During the time spent battling alongside the divine wood ape, the Tianlan cat had entirely discarded ineffective attacks, targeting only the enemy's vulnerabilities. Experienced the fruits of my 7 days and nights of diligent training. Wang Fugui raised his hands, conjuring a massive warhammer that exploded the obstructing goblin warriors, sending a flurry of snowflakes cascading down. The tyrant beast's claws glimmered ominously as they pierced through the goblin warrior, expelling it from the frosty secret realm. Subsequently, it approached the goblin archers, preparing for combat, its claws crackling menacingly, as if to convey the message, "Will you leave willingly, or shall I force you out?" The goblin archer, possessing a keen sense of self-preservation, promptly shot an arrow into its own thigh, instantaneously ejecting itself from the frosty secret realm. With the number of goblin warriors dwindling, the pressure on the group lessened, allowing them to begin eliminating the remaining goblins. The coordination of their summoned beasts reached its zenith, a testament to their recent training, leaving Han Feng utterly astounded. Regrettably, my mouse lacks any combat prowess, but I shall surely participate in the Beast Tamer Championship. The ice crystal bird flapped its wings, conjuring a storm of ice crystals that rained down upon the goblins, inflicting severe injuries and ejecting them from the secret realm. With all the goblins eliminated, Chun Lan and his companions secured the frost banners they had left behind. Although only 2, it was still a commendable achievement. For the ensuing battles, we must conserve our mental energy and activate our mental barriers. While our summoned beasts may not be directly ejected upon injury, our own injuries may lead to that fate. This seems to be governed by certain rules. Such regulations evidently prohibited slaughter, leaving one to ponder the nature of the entity capable of wielding such power, capable of dictating the rules of a realm. Everyone, take a moment to recuperate before we continue. The battles ahead will only intensify. The frosty secret realm typically allowed for a mere day's duration. Once the time elapsed, some would be ejected, while those remaining would secure spots in the spiritual essence pool. This alteration in rules, however, did not specify the precise duration for remaining, potentially ensnaring individuals in an endless cycle of combat. With competition escalating as time progressed, as Chun Lan perched atop a branch, he surveyed the battles erupting all around, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. Although the slaughter was prohibited, the atmosphere had devolved into one of unbridled conflict, rendering it a frenzied battleground where all participants would be driven to madness. Have you located Chun Lan's whereabouts? Not yet. The entire frosty forest is engulfed in battles for banners. Chaos reigns supreme. What are those frosty clan scoundrels plotting? Chapter 71. The participant is confused. The bystander sees clearly. The battles within the frosty secret realm raged fiercely, while outside the realm, tranquility reigned. Any injured individuals ejected would receive the finest medical care. Swiftly recovering, an offering from the Beast Tamer Guild. Upon hearing of the change in rules, Yang Tianyue felt a jolt within, exchanging a knowing glance with Yang Yen, as if tacitly agreeing with each other's thoughts. Someone is on the path to becoming an emperor within the frosty secret realm. This notion struck them with profound astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Frosty Lord would take such a step after years of silence. The key to becoming an emperor lay in the comprehension of essence, transforming that essence into laws, and selecting a suitable domain for oneself, where one could present their grand work as the protagonist. The ejection of those severely injured was undoubtedly not a matter of advocating peace or halting violence. Rather, it was the most effective means of ensuring tranquility. Rest assured, the path to becoming an emperor will remain undisturbed. Chun Lan and the others will be safe. Yang Tianyue reassured Yang Yin with a gentle pat on the shoulder. While he may not possess Yang Yan's formidable strength, his extensive knowledge rendered him well-informed, having perused a majority of the Beast Tamer Guild's literature. He even entertained nascent ideas about higher realms. Yang Yin shook his head helplessly, perhaps overthinking the situation. He sensed that those who interacted with Chun Lan were inevitably drawn into the fray. Their once ordinary lives transformed, himself included. Atop a castle within the frosty secret realm, a human clad in a white robe no longer resembled a frosty elf. Rather, they appeared as a human who had undergone a cleansing. Their skin as pristine as that of an infant, and their snow-white hair reminiscent of a celestial being. Before them lay an entire map of the frosty secret realm, surveying the world with imperial authority, expelling all severely injured individuals to preserve their lives, while the radiance surrounding them gradually intensified, as if gathering something. Meanwhile, Chun Lan and his companions had lost count of how many waves of enemies they had repelled. The blood on their faces yet to dry. Lin Miaoka's contributions had reached their zenith, continuously healing the injuries of their summoned beasts, ensuring their invincibility. Miaoka, we owe you a great debt this time. Without you, we would have been doomed long ago. Wu Junlin smiled at Lin Miaoka, who was tending to his wounds, and she shyly replied, "It's nothing. This is what I ought to do." Subsequently, the flower fairy was summoned to completely stabilize Wu Junlin's injuries. Linwazi, we cannot engage in battle like this. If we continue in this manner, we shall exhaust ourselves before the time has even elapsed. The banners we have already gathered are sufficient for half a day's cultivation. As Uncle Yang put it, securing half a day's training time is already a remarkable stroke of fortune. Wang Fugue, observing Chunlan's wounds, couldn't help but exclaim that had Chunlan not intervened when the beast tribe attacked him, he would have been eliminated by now. Gazing at the claw marks on Chunlan's back, even Lin Miaoka, who had come to apply medicine, felt her hands tremble slightly. Indeed, it is prudent to consider a change in strategy. However, for now, let us rest in place for a while. His feeling the intense pain radiating from his back, Chunlan inhaled sharply, while Tianlan Cat, sensing his suffering, scurried into his embrace, wishing to offer him a touch of warmth. It's nothing, Tianlan Cat, merely minor wounds to Su Chiobai, resting against a pine tree nearby, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing Chunlan's words. How could such a large wound not hurt? That foul tiger should have been dealt with just now. After swiftly healing Chunlan's injuries, Lin Miaoka wrapped them up, and Chunlan donned his coat. The weather truly is chilling. Everyone, gather around and place your banners together. Chunlan sat upright, and the rest approached, taking out their frost and snow banners. After counting the number of banners, astonishment flickered across their faces. 40 frost and snow banners. More than I had anticipated. The two previous waves alone had dropped over 10 each. Their collection speed is certainly on par with ours. Wu Junlin smiled as he distributed some banners, noting that despite the perilous previous wave, they had managed to acquire 14 frost and snow banners. On average, it seems each person has gathered about half a day's worth. Most of the banners in the forest should have been located by now if we wish to secure a full day's training time. We must confront others, Wang Fugue and the others, observing Chunlan's resolute demeanor, contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow his lead, as the subsequent battles might very well lead to casualties. Our sole objective is for everyone to survive and endure the cleansing of the spirit spring, that we must ensure our own safety. Chunlan had compelling reasons to win. He could not afford to miss any opportunity for power enhancement. He must maximize his strength and participate in the Beastmaster competition in peak condition, aiming to break into the top 16 and heal Yang Yan. All right, let's strive together. Wang Fugue extended his hand. Smiling at the group, and Chunlan and the others placed their hands atop one another, their gazes meeting with fervor. Let's go. At this moment, Chunlan chose to alter his strategy, even if they did not set out. Others would inevitably pass by. Thus, it would be wiser to prepare an ambush for a decisive strike. Chiobai, what do you think? A group is approaching from the east. They appear to be from the demon clan. Su Chiobai's words were accompanied by an expression of shock. They had previously encountered the beast tribe and other human teams, but this was their first encounter with the demon clan. Have we not yet located Chunlan? Where on earth could that wretched fellow be hiding? He is worth the opportunity of 3 demon kings, more than enough to level a small city, the leading demon prince remarked with exasperation. During their journey, not a single trace had been spotted, let alone any human figures. The status of a demon prince is entirely contingent upon military merit. How many cities have you destroyed? How many top human talents have you slain? That is the essence of true achievements. When these military exploits convert into resources, the strength of the demon prince will ascend rapidly. Linwazi, when did you offend the demon clan? Why are they after you? Wang Fugue looked at Chunlan, bewildered, and the others mirrored his confusion. Chunlan himself was equally perplexed. When had he stirred up trouble? He was certain he had. A wicked smile suddenly graced Chunlan's silent face as a brilliant idea struck him. I will lure them out. You all set up the traps here to that moment. Chunlan wore an expression that conveyed you know what I mean. Chapter 72. Did the rabbit bait fall into the wolf's den? Wang Fugue rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. Indeed, whenever Chunlan smiled like that, it always spelled trouble, and this time he had ensnared himself as well. I see their banners. There must be at least 15. Undeniably brazen, Wu Junlin observed the nearby demon team, their so-called frost and snow banners brazenly displayed on their shoulders, as if they cared not at all. Chunlan promptly delegated command to Hanfeng. whose team spirit he deemed the strongest, though regrettably, their team was already at full capacity. Otherwise, he would have welcomed him aboard. Observing Chunlan advancing alone, Han Feng recognized the necessity of organizing their formations. Determining who would stand where and when to strike, these plans rapidly coalesced in his mind, shaped by the terrain. Good heavens, why is it that, despite being human, your mind operates so effectively, as Uncle Yang would say? Those who play with tactics are always devious. Wang Fugue chuckled, soon joining in on the preparations. The advancing demon team halted suddenly as an arrow appeared before them. Might one of my esteemed friends reveal themselves? Hiding in the shadows hardly qualifies one as a hero. Remarkably, even the mighty demon prince failed to detect Chunlan's presence, for Chunlan's mental acuity far surpassed theirs, rendering him invisible while concealed. Name: Ammonian race, demon clan level, low tier demon soldier, pool realm special talent, abundant vitality beast master skills, dark claw, grip of the demon god, 7 steps of the demon god, demon fist my word. This attribute panel is genuinely opulent, Chunlan mused, regarding the leading demon prince, whose mental realm matched his own, yet whose combat prowess was comparable to Tianlong Cat's, all concentrated within a single demon. No wonder the demon clan has always been a formidable foe. In the dual cultivation of mental and physical prowess, they hold a distinct advantage over both the beast tribe and human armies. Abundant vitality, the descendant of the demon emperor, endowed with naturally potent mental strength, exhibiting a rapid recovery rate and superior control compared to others of the same realm. This is indeed intriguing. The other demon strengths were generally inferior to that of this demon prince, yet they looked as if they had never engaged in battle. The reason for this remained elusive. Chunlan pondered the fact that both humans and beasts were reluctant to engage in protracted battles with the demon clan, as the time wasted was excessive. Even if they were fortunate enough to kill a few, they would inevitably suffer severe injuries themselves, unless they overwhelmingly outclassed their opponents. Otherwise, they could expect no rewards. Ammonian, sensing the ongoing silence, grew perplexed. Was someone attacking without revealing themselves? Could there be treasures ahead? Everyone, follow me. Let us investigate what lies ahead. Just as the demon team prepared to move, Chunlan's arrow flew once more, striking a demon on the shoulder and piercing through that moment. Ammonian detected the arrow's origin, and his claw transformed into an enormous appendage, resembling a deep abyssal claw, obliterating the trees surrounding Chunlan's position. Who dares to attack from the shadows? Chunlan stepped forth before the demon team, leaving Tianlong Cat with Han Feng, for the cat was their main offensive force, and the trap would be incomplete without it. My prince, this is Chun. Before the nearby demon could finish speaking, Ammonian interrupted, clearly recognizing who stood before him. Chunlan, how arduous our search for you has been. What emboldens you to ambush our entire demon team alone? Or have your comrades already been eliminated? Ammonian's thoughts were filled with the notion that so many demons pursuing Chunlan, yet he still survived, must have been the most fortunate outcome. As for his team members, they were likely long gone. Chunlan remained silent, then grinned, the thunder spear in his hand coalescing instantaneously, powerful mental energy surging into it as he thrust it into the center of the demon team. Activate the mental barrier. The explosion of mental thunder from the thunder spear forced everyone to defend themselves, while Ammonian's eyes gleamed with a thirst for battle. No wonder the 3 demon kings sought to hunt down Chunlan. This mental energy was overwhelmingly potent. As the thunderstorm subsided, Chunlan's figure had vanished from sight, leaving only a faint silhouette behind. Everyone pursue him. Whoever captures Chunlan shall be granted an opportunity to join the demon clan's defense squad. The words of Ammonian naturally stirred the hearts of the surrounding demon kin. The demon guard squad was directly under the command of the demon king, and entering their ranks would provide substantial training opportunities. Moreover, Ammonian's proclamation was a clear indication of his lineage, being the offspring of a being of demon king caliber, not to mention his enchanting ancestor who had yet to fall. The demon kin were fully energized as they pursued Chunlan, who, upon realizing the achievement of his objective, relentlessly wielded the thunder spear to disrupt the state of Ammonian and his ilk, driven by a singular purpose: to confound This fellow could not possibly possess such an abundance of mental energy. Surely, he must be under the influence of some stimulant to be able to unleash such a barrage repeatedly. Onyin could vividly imagine the scenario of Chunlan exhausting his mental energy and being captured. And even with a beast companion, it would matter little, for he alone could bring him down. Cat King Tianlan, achoo, who is barking like a dog, I shall crush it with a single paw. Come on, he's about to tire. Chunlan relied on strengthened arrows to continuously strike at the demon kin, trailing Emonyin as for Emonyin. Chunlan had no intention of depleting his energy. He merely needed to restrain him with the diamond bear, while systematically eliminating the other demon kin. Thunder Spear, with both hands, Chunlan concentrated on forming the Thunder Spear. Despite his formidable mental strength, he could not endure such expenditure without the aid of mental recovery potions. Otherwise, he would have long since been drained. The massive thunder roared across the snowfield, and Chunlan's figure vanished entirely from Emonyen's view, though the direction of his last presence did not escape Emonyen's scrutiny. Out of mental energy, are we hiding away, you say? Then I shall indulge in a delightful game of cat and mouse. As Emonyen and his demon squad continued their advance, they arrived at the valley where Chunlan had last disappeared, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You wish to hide in the valley and play hide-and-seek with me? Apologies, but this is my forte. Emonyen stepped into the clearing, surrounded by trees and the barren valley, their location a vast expanse of snow, where a single drop of crimson blood marred the pristine white. Leading into the valley, it was the blood that had dripped from Chunlan's back, the rapid movement having reopened his wounds, leaving a trail. The mouse has left a mark. How intriguing, Emonyen exclaimed, his excitement palpable that I can hardly wait to capture you. Chapter 73. Encirclement, Thunder Unleashed. Emonyen delicately tasted a snowball stained with blood, a sinister smile gracing his features as he led his subordinates into the valley. Su Qiubai watched Chunlan's bloodied back with deep concern, but he dared not utter a word. Even the slightest sound could jeopardize their ambush. The blood had soaked through his garments, and in the biting wind and snow. Chunlan felt the pain intensifying in his back, gritting his teeth to persevere, for soon Emonyen and his group would step into the designated encirclement. Your Highness, I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. Is it not too quiet here? Upon hearing this, Emonyen raised an eyebrow, extending his mental energy, but detecting no fluctuations, save for Chunlan, whose mental energy was barely sufficient to sustain himself. If you are being hunted and have sought refuge in the valley, would you dare to make a sound and expose your position? Chunlan was now on the brink, and if they could locate him, this frosty expedition would yield the greatest reward. With this thought, a gleeful smile spread across Emonyen's face. He was eager to capture Chunlan, then indulge in the spiritual pools of the frosty secret realm, perhaps enhancing his mental energy further. A true win-win scenario. The moment Emonyen and his demon squad entered the valley, it felt as though they had stepped into a natural trap. Thunder Spear. The five of Chunlan conjured their thunder spears and hurled them forth, enveloping the demon squad in a pentagram formation, akin to an encirclement array, the unleashed wrath of thunder forming a cohesive barrier that confined the demon kin in place. Emonyen's visage contorted into one of terror as Wang Fugue summoned an enormous thunder hammer above them, while all the beast companions gathered outside, poised for Wang Fugue's lethal strike. Thunder Hammer. The mighty thunder hammer crashed down upon the thunder, unleashing a blinding surge of lightning that scattered the demon kin, some being deemed too gravely injured to continue. Automatically disqualified. Tianlan cat. Intercept the demon prince. Meow. The Tianlan cat darted forward, rapidly growing in size before seizing Emonyen and smashing him into the ground with fervor. The cat's claws began to blur, accelerating the onslaught, and the pit Emonyen was creating deepened. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast and Ice Crystal Bird joined the fray, clearing the remnants, while the Diamond Bear charged ferociously against a robust demon kin, letting out a thunderous roar that sent the demon crashing against the wall. Several arrows imbued with mental energy whizzed past the Diamond Bear's ear, embedding themselves into the demon kin's body, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head, immediately eliminating it, leaving its survival uncertain. You bunch of bastards. Die. The captured Moyen erupted in a brilliant crimson light, sending the Tianlong cat flying, his aura doubling in intensity, as though he had ascended to a higher echelon. Onyen's claws transformed into colossal hands, sweeping towards the Tyrannosaurus beast and its companions. But the diamond bear, radiating a dazzling aura, withstood the overwhelming blow. Tyrannosaurus, clear the riffraff first, quickly, Wang Fugue urged, and the Tyrannosaurus let out a fierce roar, its claws slicing sharply towards the remaining demonkin. With the ice crystal bird following suit, the Tianlong cat regained its footing, conjuring countless flying blades around it, launching an onslaught towards Monyen, the overwhelming force compelling Monyen to retract his dark claws and execute the demon god's 7 steps. Maneuvering through the blades with an uncanny grace, through the flower garden, not a petal touches me. Perhaps it was indeed like this. The Tianlong cat, witnessing Monyen evade, surged forward again, employing its illusory cat claw, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes that left Monyen struggling to defend himself. How is this possible? It is merely a Tianlong cat. Monyen's mind reeled in shock. He had perused the data on humans, and a creature like the Tianlong cat, classified as F grade, was typically discarded by any beastmaster. Yet now, it was overpowering him, its aura not a whit weaker than his own. Meanwhile, Chunlan, under Lin Miaoka's healing, had regained some energy and was swiftly closing in on Monyen, his domain erupting in that instant, stalling Monyen's movements. This is a domain. Who are you, and how do you possess domain power? Monyen's mind raced. Previously, while reviewing Chunlan's information, there had been no indication of any lineage, merely a child from the slums. Yet now, he was striking back fiercely. Not only was he an orphan, but he also wielded domain power, and the Tianlong cat was exceptionally formidable. This was hardly the profile of someone emerging from slum. Moyen, Li Qingwei, you have deceived me. Moyen roared in frustration as the Tianlong cat soared into the air, its figure vanishing, but soon after, a brilliant cross of light erupted. Chunlan retreated swiftly, with the Tianlong cat's attack following closely behind. Cross impact. The Tianlong cat and Chunlan bellowed in unison, their connection reaching its zenith at that moment. As Chunlan felt his mental energy surge into the Tianlong cat's body, that a tremendous explosion resounded, and Monyen's figure dissipated from the scene, presumably deemed gravely injured and eliminated, while the remaining demonkin, under the relentless assault of the Tyrannosaurus and its companions, stood no chance of retaliation, being besieged by the trio. This is the end. It appears that Prince Monyen will be the first demon prince to be eliminated. The last remaining demonkin let out an anguished roar, only to be sent flying by the Tyrannosaurus's mighty blow, disappearing into the void. Wow, there are 23 frosty banners. This haul is tremendous that Wu Junlin collected the scattered frosty banners from the ground. Unfazed by the bloodstains, his joy palpable. Coupled with the previous 40 banners, they now boasted a total of 63.63 banners, evenly divided among 6 individuals, means each person can cultivate for approximately 10 hours. Exceeding our expectations significantly. Wow, I relish this sensation of plunder. Let us continue. The thought of each person cultivating for 24 hours was exhilarating. Upon hearing Wang Fugue's fanciful notions, Chunlan could only helplessly press a hand to his forehead. With 24 hours remaining, 6 individuals required a total of 144 banners, and they had a considerable distance yet to cover. Moreover, they remained oblivious to when the activities within the Frost and Snow secret realm would cease. The competition for the Frost and Snow banners had only 12 hours left. Everyone was urged to prepare themselves. In Chapter 74, the besieged team of the desolate city, sounds reverberated throughout the Frost and Snow forest, emanating from the elders of the Frost and Snow clan. After a fleeting silence, a more ferocious battle erupted. Flames of war raged everywhere. Despite the night sky's beauty, the sparks of conflict constantly influenced the crowd, particularly as the countdown loomed, akin to a death knell. Those who had failed to secure enough banners began to band together, targeting the isolated. The fighting not only persisted but intensified above the Frost and Snow. The young man clad in white had gathered an impressive aura about him that, in stark contrast to his air of equality, the frost and snow forest was engulfed in an unending thirst for slaughter. These scoundrels, they just helped us, and now they choose to besiege us, a young man with thick brows and large eyes muttered, flanked by 4 others, one of whom, a berserker ape, let out a furious roar from his shoulder. Let us retreat. Otherwise, more will converge upon us, the team leader, Su Qiuhuan, stated calmly, leading his companions forward with urgency. The crystalline birds above, wielding their icy powers, continuously harassed their pursuers, while beside them, the rending claw eagles did the same, launching wooden spikes at the enemy. Their path led straight into the valley where Chun Lan and his group resided, and their relentless pursuers were, in fact, human, drawn by the large number of frost and snow banners Su Qiuhuan possessed, spoils recently seized from the demon and beast clans. The envious lot sought to rally others to attack him. Sinew had the transplant seeds to delay their pursuit. Su Qiuhuan quickly instructed a tall man beside him. Gao Sinew placed a trant on his shoulder, releasing countless seeds onto the ground. In an instant, numerous flowering vines sprouted, ensnaring their pursuers tightly. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest team in the desolate city, one noted, as the number of pursuers dwindled slightly. Though some continued to follow, Su Qiuhuan remained unwilling to linger in battle. No one knew the whereabouts of the demon and beast clans. If the infighting among humans was discovered, they might face annihilation. My compatriots, surely we do not need to resort to this. A voice from behind called out. Hand over some of your frost and snow banners, and we shall let you go. Su Qiuhuan's expression turned icy upon hearing their words. This greedy lot represented only a fraction of humanity, and nearly 20 pursued them. Others, witnessing the scene, began to retreat in fear. The strength of these individuals varied, yet united, they formed a formidable force. Instead of targeting the demon and beast clans, they turned against their own kin, leaving Su Qiuhuan feeling exasperated. There's a valley ahead. Let us take refuge there, Su Qiuhuan softly advised those around him. Immediately, they unleashed their full firepower, scattering and vanishing from sight. Lan, those are teams from other cities. Should we not eliminate them? Wang Fugui mused, observing the newcomers, clearly having just emerged from battle, their strength likely diminished. Chun Lan shook his head at this, instructing everyone to retreat. Lin Miaoka's gaze fell upon a particular red figure, her expression revealing a complex recognition. After retreating into the valley, Wang Fugui and his companions left the area for Su Qiuhuan's team. Those searching here discovered the remnants of battle on the ground. The aftermath of Chun Lan's previous skirmish with the demonic thought. They hastily chose to withdraw. There are other beast tamer teams here. Their strength is undoubtedly formidable. Seeing others depart, their pursuers also reluctantly retreated. Lacking a target, the 20-strong team, which had coalesced out of self-interest, naturally dispersed. Thank you for your gracious retreat. Su Qiuhuan discerned traces of Chun Lan's group from the remnants, grateful they had not taken advantage of his predicament. Their decision to leave this valley for him to recuperate was met with his sincere gratitude, though he felt he could not repay them adequately. Lin Miaoxin noticed the green light scattered across the ground, her eyes flickering with recognition. As if recalling something, the falling green lights brimmed with information for her, conjuring memories of a little girl playing behind her. Miaoka, Miaoxin, what troubles you? Gao Sinew inquired, sensing her unease. Hastily seeking to ascertain if Lin Miaoxin bore any injuries. After a moment of silence, Lin Miaoxin smiled and replied, I am fine, just a bit fatigued. Su Qiuhuan glanced at the group, then declared, Everyone, let us take a moment to regroup and rest. We shall set out again shortly. Those outside likely will not dare to enter. Leaning against a pine tree, Lin Miaoxin rested while Su Qiuhuan examined the traces of battle. The overwhelming power of thunder and the ethereal flames indicated a fierce confrontation had erupted here, one that had been decisively won, with the other side trapped and ruthlessly eliminated. This force was the result of several individuals acting in concert. However, the crimson aura bore resemblance to the demon clan's secret arts, which forcibly augmented power, yet they had been swiftly eradicated, as no remnants of the demon clan's strength lingered, as if subdued by some unknown force. as the captain of the Desolate City team and the legitimate heir of the Su family. Su Qiuhuan possessed a profound understanding of combat, and within moments, he had pieced together much of what had transpired. If they were to encounter a similar situation, would they have any chance of escape? Su Qiuhuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. If surrounded in an instant, without the formidable physiques of the demon and beast clans, they would be swiftly eliminated, possibly without a chance to react. Those individuals were likely from the Desolate City team. I spotted my sister among them. Lin Miaoka spoke up, capturing the attention of Su Qiuhuan, who paused in surprise if it were indeed the Desolate City team. Then her so-called brother must be among them as well. Goodness, if we take down the Desolate City team, how much would we gain? Wang Fugui pondered, fixated on the frost and snow banners, certain there were plenty to be had. Considering they had attracted such a throng of attackers. Chun Lan shot a disapproving glance at Wang Fugui, whose avaricious nature was becoming increasingly evident. The captain of the Desolate City team was Su Qiuhuan, the ice crystal bird, followed by Lin Miaoxin, the rending claw eagle, Yan Yantan, the berserker ape, Wu Xiang, the Xian armor turtle, and Gao Xinyu, the treant. Had Lin Miaoka remained in the Desolate City, she would likely have assumed the role of the auxiliary beast tamer. Though the reasons for her presence in this remote city of Linjiang remained unclear, in Chapter 75, the Demon Clan unites. Commencing the purge, the rending claw eagle was indeed the contracted beast of the Lin family. Yet Lin Miaoka unexpectedly transformed into an auxiliary beast tamer, a turn of events even her family had not foreseen. Without the rending claw eagle, Lin Miaoka gradually found herself marginalized. Then, a man entered her life, Lin Tian, who ascended to the rank of king and, with assertive determination, extricated Lin Miaoka from her family. If your Lin family refuses to nurture her, then I, Lin Tian, shall do so myself. Lin Miaoka chose to live alongside Lin Tian. Striving to enhance her strength, she immersed herself in all of Lin Tian's tomes, mastering his medical knowledge and becoming an even more promising healer than he. Lin Tian's rending claw war eagle remained by her side, a testament to their bloodline connection. Should the rending claw eagle evolve further, it would transform into the sky-flying bird, an embodiment of the Lin family's foundation, a powerful aerial beast with unparalleled speed and attack prowess, bestowing the Lin family with an unmatched status. Miaoka, who says an auxiliary beast tamer cannot ascend to emperorship. Since everyone looks down upon you, you must crush them, hitting them where it hurts. Lin Tian had come here partly due to the Lin family's aristocratic attitudes. Having grown weary of the family's ways, he opted to manage a city independently, relishing a carefree life here, especially with his best friend Yang Yan by his side. Lin Miaoka's brief silence cast a heavy atmosphere, prompting Chun Lan to rise and approach her, offering a comforting pat on her shoulder. They are merely the Desolate City team. We may not be inferior to them. Miaoka, you are the soul of our entire team, and you should not be afraid. Others covet an auxiliary beast tamer like you. We have truly struck gold. Chun Lan's words brought a smile to Lin Miaoka's face, while Wu Junlin also stepped forward at that moment, gently placing his hand on Lin Miaoka's head in a tender gesture. It's all right. If the sky falls, I, Wu Junlin, shall shield you. And I too. Wang Fugui and Han Feng chimed in, raising their hands with cheerful smiles. Su Qiubai approached, his gaze toward Lin Miaoka filled with complex emotions. Perhaps it was their shared experiences that fostered such empathy between them. Su Qiubai embraced Lin Miaoka gently, softly patting her back. It's fine. What, the Wasteland Squad? We are not afraid. Let's not forget, we have Chun Lan. Su Qiubai's words caused Lin Miaoka's brows to twitch slightly. She realized she was not alone. She had teammates. Uncle Lin Tian and the fierce war eagle watching over her. From the very beginning, she had never been solitary. Countless individuals stood guard before and behind her. Chun Lan chuckled, scratching his head, although he was unsure why Su Qiubai said such things. It seemed there was indeed no flaw in his reasoning. He was, after all, a quintessential anomaly in this world, an entity akin to a bug. Everyone, let us continue our journey. Our goal is to cultivate in the spirit pool for a day. All right, the group exclaimed, their hands raised in excitement as they embarked once more on the quest for the frost and snow banner under Chun Lan's leadership. That in the valley, Lin Miaoxin stared vacantly at the flecks of green light dancing on the snow, unable to comprehend her family's actions. Why was an auxiliary beastmaster so disregarded? At that moment, she felt too feeble, lacking any voice to assert herself. Miaoka, once I take control of the family, I will expel all those old fossils from the center of power. Then, I will bring you home. The green light fluttered in the wind, illuminating Lin Miaoxin's face, which blossomed with a radiant smile. She had a younger sister, a sister worth protecting, a delightful little shadow. Where on earth has that Chunlan fellow disappeared to? Have any of you encountered him? Encountered? Not a trace, not even a hair. Wavamonyin, why haven't we seen him? Surely he hasn't been eliminated. There were still 12 hours remaining. The demon princes chose to gather together. A total of 5 demon princes had arrived, accompanied by countless demon squads, including the eliminated Mo Yin, and the elusive Mo-Yin is also absent. They all seem to be playing hide-and-seek. One remarked, "What now? Chunlan is nowhere to be found. What else can we do? If we can't find him, let us first unite with the beast clans and eliminate the human race. We shall see if Chunlan dares not show himself then." A demon prince with long purple hair grinned wickedly, his face adorned with purple demonic patterns, giving him an exceptionally alluring appearance. O Qing, I find your suggestion rather appealing. Once we have eliminated the humans, we will together expel the beast clans, thus achieving a dual victory. The speaker was Mo Zhou, his face marked with pale, blue demonic patterns, while his hair was a deep black, presenting a somewhat peculiar look. Nevertheless, the demon clan maintained a uniform aesthetic, and they were all strikingly handsome, albeit slightly marred by the patterns on their faces. Mo Zhou, you truly live up to your lineage as a descendant of the gluttonous demons. Ever greedy, but I admire that. Mo Guang chuckled, his forehead marked by a black demonic pattern, appearing quite normal compared to the vibrant colors of the others. The group quickly reached a consensus and began organizing the demon squads, collaborating with the beast clans to launch a joint assault on the human race, determined to achieve a swift victory. The demon clans slowly formed a coalition. The atmosphere in Frost and Snow Forest shifted dramatically, resembling the eve of a grand battle, the aura of slaughter peaking at that moment, while the ethereal figure in white robes reached the pinnacle of its power. Just one more step, and my path shall be forged. The figure in white murmured, a glimmer of excitement flashing in their eyes. The power of destiny flows and rages. I can almost hear the call from equality. My path, my laws, are on the verge of complete formation. The figure spoke in enigmatic phrases, yet the momentum had coalesced. Only the final moment of battle remained. Those who persisted would not only gain all resources, but also witness the path to the Frost and Snow Lord's ascension. Wu Lan, another 10 Frost and Snow banners. It's truly exhilarating to battle the beast clans, Wang Fugue exclaimed excitedly, picking up a banner from the ground. Just after they departed the valley, they quickly encountered a Tiger Clan squad. And without any verbal exchange, they clashed, swiftly overwhelming the Tiger Clan team. This moment. Their training in the Monster Beast Forest and under Yang Yan's guidance transformed all their efforts into strength. This was their most formidable state, their prime, 73 banners collected. Let us press on, for our destination remains distant, Chunlan said with a smile, and the group set forth once more, unaware that a formidable force was slowly gathering in Frost and Snow Forest. The disunited human race was destined to suffer a devastating blow. Chapter 76. The Crisis of the Human Race. Unity is strength. Run. The demon and beast clans have allied. Spread the word, or the entire human population in Frost and Snow Forest shall perish. A youth found himself pinned down by Mo Guang, while a fleeing girl, witnessing this scene, could not help but shed tears, desperately fleeing to relay the message. Moments earlier, the demon clans successfully united with the beast clans and divided into several large battalions to commence their massacre of the human race within Frost and Snow Forest. The youth squad was encircled the instant they encountered Mo Guang. All members swiftly subdued and cast out of the Frost and Snow secret realm. The youth remained behind due to Mo Guang's playful whims. But in a bid to allow Yang Qingxiao to escape, Qin Hai exerted all his strength to seize a fleeting opportunity. You think you can escape? In that instant, a member of the Tiger Clan appeared before Yang Qingxiao, completely sealing off her retreat. Despair washed over her as Qin Hai's efforts to create an opportunity were utterly thwarted. Damn it, Qin Hai roared in fury, witnessing Yang Qingxiao being lifted by a Tiger Clan member. Its claws tightly gripping her throat, he struggled to break free, but was firmly restrained by Mo Guang. Mo Guang wore a maniacal grin, the trap he had laid out being executed flawlessly. The notion of escape was utterly impossible. It was merely one of Mo Guang's little tricks to give someone hope. Only to extinguish it with one's own hands was simply too exquisite. Did you think I would let you go to send a warning? You are adorably naive, Mo Guang remarked, pressing down forcefully with his foot. However, in that instant, Qin Hai was assessed to be facing a life-threatening situation and was automatically ejected from the peril. Annoying mechanisms. The Frost and Snow Lord is truly bothersome. Were it not for the Frost and Snow Lord's innate powerful mental prowess, even the Demon Emperor would falter, unless the Demon Emperor were dispatched. Which is utterly impossible. Placing the Demon Emperor in Tianlan continent is akin to digging in the earth on a dragon's head. They would likely be intercepted and besieged right above the star domain. Even they had arrived with multiple Demon Emperors under heavy escort, the remnants of their power left on Tianlan continent. Meanwhile, the strong of Tianlan considered several princes as mere stepping stones, and thus would not annihilate them completely. As they developed over the years, they remained hidden, daunted by the prospect of exposure, while the so-called Frost and Snow secret realm had cost the Demon Clan a fortune to obtain, aimed at enhancing the strength of the Demon Princes. Each resource transfer consumed vast amounts of resources, and thoroughly breaching the Tianlan continent was exceedingly arduous. Battles erupted daily in the star domain, and penetrating human defenses was a formidable challenge, unless the demon god were to emerge. Yet the demon god had not been seen since sustaining injuries a millennium ago, remaining in a state of recovery. The demon and human races had entered a protracted tug-of-war lasting 10,000 years. All thanks to the Beastmaster god of Ur. It was perplexing why the competition rules had been altered this time. Mo Guang felt as if he had been ensnared, becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Tiger Vanguard, enough of this. Incapacitate her, Mo Guang said, observing the Tiger Vanguard still tormenting Yang Qingxiao, urging him to conclude the matter swiftly. Ice Crystal Bird, Ice Storm. The domain of ice surged forth in an instant, enveloping the vast expanse of magic within its grasp. Arriving at the scene were Su Qiuhuan and his companions, who, upon sensing the fierce battle, hastened to provide assistance, although they had previously been pursued. The adversaries before them were not the same. The terrifying ice domain instantaneously ensnared everyone's feet in a frozen grip, and coupled with the unique terrain of the Frost and Snow secret realm. Su Qiuhuan's ice domain was akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. Ice crystal birds soared into the sky, while countless ice shards coalesced above, cascading down like a torrential downpour. The berserker ape delivered a powerful punch, sending the tiger vanguard flying, while Yang Qingxiao found herself ensnared by a descending raven-claw eagle, which whisked her away to safety. The tree spirit radiated a healing light, beginning the process of mending Yang Qingxiao's wounds. Quickly summon help. The demon and beast clans have formed an alliance. We must act swiftly, Yang Qingxiao exclaimed, her voice strained with urgency as she grasped Gao Sinyu's arm, tears welling in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, across various locations in the Frost and Snow forest, numerous humans were being expelled from a secret realm. Gao Sinyu paused momentarily, then swiftly retrieved a signal flare from her storage ring, launching it into the sky, where it erupted into a burst of crimson fireworks. There were 3 such flares, with the red one being of utmost significance, signaling a grave crisis for humanity. Unfortunately, the flares from Yang Qingxiao and her companions were obliterated by Mo Guang, leaving them with no opportunity to signal for aid, a fate that was mirrored in many other locations. As the red fireworks illuminated the night, an increasing number of flares burst forth in the sky, and all present deduced that a dire situation was unfolding within the Frost and Snow forest, indicating yet another alliance between the demon and beast clans, a scenario that had become all too familiar. However, this time, the unity exhibited was unexpectedly profound. In the past, there had only been one prince allied with a single race. Now, all princes and all beast clans had joined forces. Yet, the absence of Mo Yin was conspicuous, as he was currently in pursuit of a small creature. Capturing this creature would grant him the leverage to negotiate with the Lord of Frost and Snow. Chunlan, upon witnessing the crimson fireworks, turned his gaze towards Wang Fugue, who promptly ignited a signal flare, sending it soaring into the heavens. These flares had been prepared by the Beastmaster Guild to avert unforeseen calamities. The group of Chunlan swiftly made their way to the location of the nearest flare's eruption to render assistance. As the human presence in the beast forest began to mobilize rapidly to confront the united front of the demon and beast clans, the grand spectacle unfolding in the frost and snow forest had reached its zenith. With the atmosphere thick with the scent of bloodshed, every passing second saw another individual expelled from the fray, as this magnificent performance continued to unfold amidst the fireworks, saturated with violence and gore that enveloped the entire frost and snow forest. How despicable, overwhelming the few with the many, isn't it? Damn them. Wang Fugue and his companions had arrived beside a nearby squad, witnessing their comrades being ganged up on, igniting a surge of fury within him as he brandished his thunderhammer and charged into the fray. Tianlon Cat, now, meow, support has arrived. Everyone, hold on. The counterattack commenced in earnest. Although the humans often quarreled over resources, in the face of overwhelming odds, they united as one, standing resolutely against external threats. This was the unwavering principle of humanity. Su Qiuhuan, have you grown so weak during our time apart? The reinforcements for Su Qiuhuan were indeed those who had previously pursued them. However, after a jest, they plunged headlong into the battlefield, leaving all past grievances behind. Perhaps future conflicts would arise, but not at this moment. Seeing the pressure alleviate with the arrival of reinforcements, Zhang Yintian felt his fighting spirit reignite, propelling him forward as he launched a fierce assault on the nearby beast clan. Consider yourself fortunate. We'll forget about the earlier pursuit. Chapter 77. The Ultimate Battle. Encounter with Mo Yin. Curse it. There are more humans than I anticipated. We must eradicate them. Mo Guang seethed, taken aback by the unfolding scene. Had he known, he would have eliminated that individual at the outset. The adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter rang true in this moment. Humanity had always possessed the majority of slots within the Frost and Snow secret realm. And now, gathered together, they far surpassed the combined forces of the Demon and Beast clans. After all, the Demon clan was an invasive species, their share of slots pitifully scarce. This was primarily due to the past, when the Demon clan sought to covet the Frost and Snow clan's spiritual secrets, only to be thwarted and decimated by formidable opponents, leading to a cessation of hostilities. The Lord of Frost and Snow had personally intervened, expelling all demons, and for a considerable time thereafter, they had been barred from entering the Frost and Snow secret realm. The current incursion was only made possible due to the considerable sacrifices made by the demon princes, who had persuaded their followers to offer substantial benefits to the Lord of Frost and Snow in exchange for a handful of slots. Demon Prince, I take great pleasure in challenging the strong. Su Qiuhuan stood before Mo Guang, wielding a sword of ice, as ice crystal birds swooped in for an assault while he initiated his offensive on the ground. The combined might forced Mo Guang to struggle to maintain his footing. You are the offspring of that ancient wretch, the Ice Emperor. Eliminating you would be quite the boon. Mo Guang, upon sensing the aura emanating from Su Qiuhuan, instantly recognized him as a descendant of the Ice Emperor. Su Mingtian, and likely a direct heir. What he had thought to be a distant relative turned out to be a legitimate scion, and putting an end to Su Qiuhuan would yield even greater rewards than slaying Chunlan, given his esteemed lineage. Indeed, all heirs of the emperors were marked as prime targets within the Demon clan, for the purpose of ensuring their line would cease to exist. That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. Su Qiuhuan advanced once more, his ice sword radiating an aura of chilling brilliance, as if seeking to engulf Mo Guang. In response, Mo Guang unleashed a surge of blood energy, doubling his strength, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Chunlan had begun to wrap things up, as they were not facing a main force, but merely a small detachment comprised of demons and some elephant clan members, devoid of any core figures from the demon or beast clans. Tianlong Cat, cross impact. Chunlan leaped onto the back of Tianlong Cat, channeling his powerful mental energy into its form. Tianlong Cat leapt into the air, vanishing from sight, only to reappear as a colossal fire meteor. Under Chunlan's mental protection, Tianlong Cat soared higher than ever, having evolved into the Tianlong Cat King, albeit in a form that was not yet fully realized. Nevertheless, with Chunlan's enhancement, it became increasingly formidable. In a swift descent, the duo crashed to the ground, unleashing a brilliant crimson light that culminated in a thunderous explosion, effectively clearing away the last of the demons and temporarily alleviating the danger in that area. Thank you, everyone. Let us proceed to rescue the others. The leader expressed his gratitude towards the group, then directed them regarding the situation nearby. Endless warfare raged on within the frost and snow forest, and all they could do was offer support wherever possible. That moment, the frost and snow forest had descended into chaos. The demon's initial strategy to encircle humanity in alliance with the Beast Clan had backfired due to Mo Guang's oversight, igniting a fervor among all humans who rallied to the battlefield. Even the Beast Masters, who had just been embroiled in a dispute over a flag, set aside their differences and rushed towards the eruption of the red fireworks. As the entire conflict spiraled into an intricate dance of combat, radiating brilliant light in the aftermath. Very well, let us part ways here. Until we meet again. Chunlan turned, clasping his hands in farewell, as he and Wang Fugue sped off in one direction while the rescued Beastmasters dashed off in the opposite direction. Ha! Where do you think you're going? Stop right there and offer your life to the Demon Clan. At that moment, Mo Yin relentlessly pursued the frost and snow elf before him, the very same small prince who had escaped from the frost and snow castle, the heir to the Lord of Frost and Snow. All frost and snow elves had retreated from the forest at the command of their lord, leaving the others no choice but to cease hostilities, perhaps fearing the repercussions of entangling their kin in this conflict. You villain, I merely came out to play. Why must you slay the great bear and pursue me? The frost and snow prince bellowed in indignation, having just enjoyed a delightful romp with a frost bear, only to have that joy cut short by Mo Yin's sudden and brutal attack. As the frost and snow prince brandished a treasure, his speed surged dramatically. Yin felt a pang of regret. Capturing the frost and snow prince would grant him access to all those treasures and spiritual herbs. The Lord of Frost and Snow had truly overestimated the situation, adorning the young prince with such riches. Perhaps fearing he would struggle to escape, that it was merely in the way, so it deserved its fate. But fret not. I will not kill you. Instead, I shall capture you and negotiate terms with your father. On the face of Mo Yin, an expression of exhilaration blossomed. Originally engaged in the collection of frost snow banners, upon noticing the signal of the demonic race's assembly, it refrained from departing and instead continued its pursuit of the banners. All of this was meticulously orchestrated within Mo Yin's grand design. The demonic race's hunt for the human genius would inevitably provoke a counterattack from humanity, and at that juncture, the beast race would also join the fray. It was precisely when they were utterly exhausted that Mo Yin would seize the opportunity to conclude its plans. However, it did not anticipate the unyielding resolve of the demonic prince, who directly allied with the beast race. Although the process diverged, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. While Mo Yin awaited the result, it unexpectedly encountered the frost snow prince frolicking with an ice bear, amplifying the delight in its heart. Could it be that I am the child of destiny? Mo Yin felt an overwhelming joy, for it bore a fragment of the power of the Demon Emperor. Even if it could not withstand the Frost Snow Lord's assault, it could momentarily extricate itself. As long as it captured the Frost Snow Prince, the power expended would be replenished by the Demon Emperor, along with countless accolades. Is this a member of the Frost Snow Elves? I thought they had all retreated. Why is there a lone one here? Chunlan gazed ahead at the Frost Snow Elf and the demonic race, momentarily bewildered, but quickly concealed his presence. This is no ordinary Frost Snow Elf. This is royalty, Lin Miaoka exclaimed, her voice trembling at the sight of the Frost Snow insignia upon the elf's head. How dare the demonic race target royalty? Do they not fear the Frost Snow Lord's wrath, which could annihilate all demons? Chapter 78. The battle is about to erupt. Rescue. Upon hearing Lin Miaoka's words, Chunlan and the others were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes towards Chunlan, awaiting orders from their captain on whether to fight or flee to rescue. Chunlan declared, and in an instant, everyone sprang into action. Wang Fuguei conjured a thunder warhammer and hurled it towards Mo Yin. However, Mo Yin was exceptionally swift, evading to the side, sustaining minimal injury, yet the rhythm of battle had been disrupted. The frost snow elf took refuge behind Chunlan, fearfully observing Mo Yin, who, upon spotting Chunlan, was filled with excitement. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? First, the frost snow elf, and now Chunlan. This is sheer ecstasy. Chunlan, since you have thrown yourself into the fray, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing Mo Yan's arrogant words, Chunlan was momentarily dumbfounded. Why does this demon seek to kill him? Has he violated some celestial law, inciting such madness from the demonic race? Could it be that his secret has been uncovered? The only secret Chunlan harbored was his unique talent, fate resonance, a secret he had not disclosed to anyone except Tianlan Cat, as it had already utilized the power of fate to achieve early evolution, subsequently transitioning to random evolution, which was of little consequence. The three Beast Kings are eagerly anticipating your head. Mo Yan's words jolted Chunlan into realization. The Beast King killed by Yang Yin was accompanied by three others of the same rank, suggesting they had ordered the demonic race to hunt Chunlan. The incentives must be substantial to provoke such fervor among the demons. And you think you can do this alone? What qualifies you to threaten our captain? Wang Fuguei sneered at Mo Yin. However, in the next moment, Mo Yin flashed a wicked smile, slightly raising a hand, from which emerged several figures of the demonic race from the shadows, resembling a fully formed squad. By heavens, they can hide within shadows. That's utterly perverse. Wang Fuguei exclaimed in astonishment, then concentrated once more on his thunder warhammer, determined to strike first regardless of the number of foes. Raging Dragon Beast, let us charge. Roaring, the raging dragon beast lunged with its claws towards one of the demons, while the diamond bear rushed forward to block the attack. Chunlan faced Mo Yin, embodying the essence of a king confronting a king, a general facing a general. I am truly curious to uncover the secrets that have garnered the favor of the Flame King. Mo Yin revealed a disdainful smile, channeling demonic energy into a battle blade, while Chunlan drew forth the Tianlan blade. Both weapons clashed with immense force, as Tianlan Cat swiftly joined in, and together, they besieged Mo Yin. Chunlan's formidable mental energy enveloped the Tianlan blade, startling Mo Yin. Such potent mental energy could only be rivaled by the likes of the demon spirit. This was proving increasingly intriguing. The blood energy emanating from Mo Yin erupted, and simultaneously, the other demons also unleashed their bloodlust. Chunlan's group immediately felt the pressure mount. Without the element of surprise, facing the enemy head-on proved to be a tremendous strain. The healing powers and buffs from the Flower Fairy continuously bolstered their endurance, while the Frost Snow Elf, hiding beside Han Feng, observed the fierce battle, launching numerous beams of light into the fray. By heavens, an A-grade warhammer! What of your warhammer? I, the Diamond Bear, am fully equipped with a complete set of beast gear. Wang Fuguei marveled at the weapon in his hand, while Wu Junlin did not receive the beams of light. Instead, the Diamond Bear was bestowed with a suit of armor, its defensive capabilities soaring, allowing it to withstand the attacks of the demonic race. Upon Su Qiubai, an icy bow adorned with the frost snow insignia materialized, evidently a weapon exclusive to the Frost Snow clan. Lin Miaoka received a healing ring, doubling the healing power shared among the group, accelerating the recovery rate. The Frost Snow royalty, this affluent. Are they seeking a son-in-law? I wish to be adopted. What nonsense! The Frost Snow royalty typically follows a single-parent lineage, predominantly male, and no wonder they are so wealthy. It seems the royal Frost Snow Lord has bestowed all unnecessary items upon this young prince. An A-grade warhammer, I wouldn't dare to dream. Moreover, it is a weapon imbued with a special essence, the Frost Snow Essence, presumably designed to assist the Frost Snow Prince in better harnessing its power. Observing his single blade transformed into dual blades, Chunlan was momentarily stunned, then initiated a flurry of slashing attacks. His strikes rained down upon Mo Yin like a tempest, causing the latter's eyes to blaze with envy at the A-grade blade, which should have belonged to it, but was now granted to these individuals by the Frost Snow Prince. Hanfeng wielded a massive shield, protecting the Frost Snow Elf behind him, serving as a steadfast guardian. Perfectly equipped to shield the Frost Snow Elf, the tide of battle shifted once again. This time, it was the demon race that faltered under the pressure. Wang Fugui unleashed the Frost Snow essence within his warhammer, amplifying the power of his thunderhammer, which scattered the demonic squad. Following that, the raging dragon beast commenced its assault, striking with precision, each attack meticulously calculated. Oh, roar! Strange sounds erupted from the demon squad, who curled upon the ground as if suffering grievous injuries, writhing in agony. Yet the torment was far from over, as Wang Fugui's thunderhammer descended once more, propelling several demons out of the secret realm. The dwindling numbers sent beads of sweat down Mo Yan's brow, as it sensed that this time they were in for a serious predicament. Simultaneously, reinforcements from other locations arrived, launching an assault against the demons and beasts. Even those expelled from the secret realm would contribute their share of strength. Under the relentless onslaught of this formidable force, the demonic and beast races gradually began to crumble, their numbers dwindling until only a handful remained. Everyone, charge with me, and annihilate these wretched scoundrels. Zhang Yuntian, weapon in hand, led the charge as countless humans consolidated their formidable mental energy, rushing toward their last hope. The demon and beast races, uniting their strengths, summoned immense power, leading to a fierce clash that shook the entire beast forest. After the upheaval, most entities, human, demonic, and beast, were expelled from the secret realm, leaving only a few behind. Zhang Yuntian managed to survive thanks to a treasured artifact, his aura faint but recoverable with time. Chunlan, prepare to meet your demise. Mo Yin unleashed its most potent strike, aiming to eliminate Chunlan directly, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Tianlan Cat and Chunlan surged forth in a flash of light toward Mo Yin, their powers clashing intensely, waves of energy spilling forth, causing the surrounding pine trees to sway precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 79. Ascension, Frost Snow Emperor. A golden and crimson wave of tremendous force clashed with one another, neither side willing to give an inch, for both Mo Yin and Chunlan understood that this strike would determine the victor. Thus, they poured every ounce of strength into unleashing their mightiest abilities. A spiraling shockwave erupted, and the crowd shielded themselves with their hands. As the swirling snowflakes danced like a tempest between the two forces, the power of the storm unfurling. Meow. Chunlan and Tianlan Cat, with their final strength, charged towards the demon flame. The two forces shattered into a magnificent explosion, sending Chunlan and Tianlan Cat hurtling backward, while the demon flame experienced a similar fate. This moment. However, the forms of the two began to gradually dissipate, as if they were being forcibly expelled. Meanwhile, the figure in white robes atop the frost and snow closed his eyes, operating in accordance with the principle of equality. Thus, Chunlan and the demon flame were not immediately cast out, as the dense power of the law enveloped the white-robed man, resembling an immortal who had attained enlightenment. Chunlan's legs had nearly vanished, and his upper body also began to fade away, mirroring the plight of the demon flame. Wang Fugui and the others watched in anxious desperation. Why had they gathered the frost and snow banners, if not to jointly immerse themselves in the spiritual pool? Lanhua, Chunlan, if I cannot obtain the resources of the frost and snow secret realm, then you shall not have them either. The demon flame laughed at Chun that moment. The flower fairy flew to Chunlan's side, unleashing a surge of healing power. Chunlan's injuries began to mend, and his dissipating form slowly started to restore, as if a flaw in the judgment had been rectified, observing his body revert to its original state. A faint smile emerged on Chunlan's otherwise silent face. Even he had not anticipated such an outcome. Just as the demon flame was about to retrieve a healing elixir from his storage ring, he discovered that his hand had already dissipated, leaving only the part above his chest. No. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Chunlan, wait for the 100 Cities battle. We shall meet again. The demon flame screamed at Chunlan. His face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. However, the power of the law was irreversible. He could not escape and was instead hurled away. The instant the demon flame was expelled, the power of the law completed a full cycle, and the aura of the white-robed man surged to its peak. The clouds above parted completely, and a terrifying golden light burst forth from the white-robed man, piercing through the heavens and the earth, as if connecting with the river of time, revealing a mysterious great river in the sky, exuding an overwhelming might. Ladies and gentlemen, today I ascend the path of the Emperor, and you shall all be mere spectators. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd in the frost and snow forest looked up in unison, beholding a man clad in white robes, his ethereal white hair resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With each step he took, the entire world trembled. This is the king. The king is about to ascend. From this day forth, our frost and snow clan shall also be an imperial lineage, and all will possess the power of imperial blood. The elders of the Frost and Snow clan finally comprehended why the Frost and Snow Lord had altered the competition rules and allowed the young prince to act freely. Everything had been anticipated, all leading to this moment of ascension to the path of the Emperor. Countless phantoms appeared in the sky, the eliminated individuals, including the demon flame, among them. However, seeing the joy on the faces of the similarly eliminated demon flame and others brought him delight. Even if he was the first to be eliminated, it mattered not, for all the demon clan princes had been cast out, that a golden staircase materialized before the Frost and Snow Lord, who ascended step by step until he reached the pinnacle. Sitting upon the throne as if being crowned, the power of the law descended upon him, enveloping him entirely, completing the principle of equality. Boom! The sound of a great bell reverberated through the sky, ringing once, twice, 999 times, with the final chime lingering in silence. The Frost and Snow Lord appeared somewhat bewildered, curiously gazing towards the heavens, which had descended into chaos. The imperial beings of both the human and demon races had assembled here, vying for the Frost and Snow Lord's path of the Emperor, while the human race sought to protect it. This path of the Emperor not only manifested within the Frost and Snow secret realm, but also in the outer starry skies, for it was the place closest to the river of time. Every individual from Tianlan continent ascending to the imperial level would face extermination by the demon clan, and each ascension would incite a battle between humans and demons. Chunlan, observing the suspended Frost and Snow Lord, felt a twinge of confusion. He activated the Eye of Destiny, seeking to unravel the mysteries before him. However, upon gazing, he was met with a flurry of question marks. Name: Frost and Snow Emperor. An ascension, growth level. Realm level. Special talent. Law power. Beast skills. This series of question marks left Chunlan dumbfounded. Perhaps this was the chasm of power that rendered him unable to perceive the template of an imperial-level powerhouse. As he looked on, he was drawn into the outer star sea, witnessing the battle between humans and demons, the starry sea shattering, countless planets fracturing. This was merely an appetizer. You of the Tianlan continent wish to ascend to the imperial level. Do we, the demon clan, consent? That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. This sword in my hand shall not permit it. Flame King, the human emperor banner descends, and myriad heroic spirits move with me to protect the path of the emperor. The top-tier human powerhouses appeared radiant, while the Frost and Snow Lord also turned towards Chunlan. When Chunlan gazed upon the path of the Emperor in the outer starry sky with the Eye of Destiny, he was left in awe. The path of the Emperor within the Frost and Snow secret realm was but a miniature version, lacking its true brilliance. The power of destiny seemed to be summoned, accelerating the flow of the river of time, as the surging waves once more struck the world's bell. Boom! The final chime rang out, sending shockwaves through the heavens and the earth. The human powerhouses erupted in laughter, while the demon powerhouses seethed with anger, forced to retreat. The strength of the human race had gradually grown, no longer the helpless child they once were. Equality. It is my sole principle. I have seen equality. The Frost and Snow Lord proclaimed slowly, the golden light emanating from him illuminating the entire frost and snow secret realm. All those watching were bathed in the baptism of the imperial ascension, with the Frost and Snow clan reaping the greatest benefits. The bloodline of the imperial clan had been established, and future generations, with diligent cultivation, would ultimately reach the imperial level. Damn it, another imperial level human has emerged. The human race's strength will soon erase all disparities. When will the demon god awaken? These feeble humans could be extinguished with a mere gesture. Chapter 80. Spiritual Pool, Special Treatment Equality Principle. Quite intriguing. The Frost and Snow Lord of the neutral faction has now seemingly aligned completely with the human race. Countless imperial-level beast masters of the human race surged forth, determined to guard the path of the emperor that sparkled from Tianlan continent. Although initially uncertain of its specific owner, upon witnessing the final principle, the human powerhouses understood everything, including the law power of the newcomer. The imperial level was equivalent to having taken the final step, with the next ascent leading to the ethereal realm of the divine. During the ascension to the imperial level, everything resembled a grand theater, where the strong could naturally comprehend the laws from the fluctuations. However, any targeted actions now bore no effect. Even the demon clan found themselves helpless to target him. One would have to act at the royal level, continuously shattering his resolve, causing his cultivated laws to spiral in reverse, ultimately preventing ascension to the imperial level. Who will go down to engage with a new imperial level? I have no time. I'm off. The Ice Emperor is not in Tianlan continent. Let him handle it. Indeed. Heroes often share similar views, Su Ming Tian. So, am I just a part of your play? At this moment, Chunlan's gaze was abruptly drawn back. He felt an overwhelming fatigue from his spirit. As if something had been completely drained, the radiance of the imperial descent floated around Chunlan, entering his body, and a warm sensation swiftly spread throughout him, healing his injuries completely and restoring his spirit to a state of fullness. Wow, this radiance can actually heal injuries. My wounds are slowly mending, Wang Fugue exclaimed, feeling the golden light enter his body, the warm sensation eliciting a comforting sound from him. Chunlan observed the gradual healing of the injuries on others. While he himself had recovered in an instant, he looked up once more at the Frost and Snow Emperor, who was smiling at him, and then his entire figure vanished into the horizon. Those who have obtained the Frost and Snow banners may soak in the spiritual pool for a day. The voice of the Frost and Snow Elder began to resound, gradually spreading throughout the entire Frost and Snow forest. Chunlan remained puzzled by that smile, but was soon enveloped by Wang Fugue, who hugged him tightly, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. "Let go, you're going to strangle me," Chunlan exclaimed. Pulling away from Wang Fugue's grip, taking a deep breath to regain his composure, "I almost lost my life." Wang Fugue awkwardly scratched his head beside him, despite it not being their first encounter. He couldn't help himself. Then, glancing at Wu Junlin, their eyes met, and they both recognized the excitement reflected within each other. They embraced tightly, akin to long-lost brothers, while their beasts joyfully joined hands and spun in circles. Although they had not collected enough Frost and Snow banners, their luck had not been in vain. Chunlan sat gently on the snow-covered ground, a faint smile gracing his lips, even with the addition of the Frost and Snow banner of magic flame. There were only a little over 80, a far cry from the requisite 140-4. It seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune this time. "Dear friends, this way please." The speaker was none other than an elder of the Frost and Snow clan, come to gather the scattered Beastmaster teams and lead them to the spiritual spirit pool. The elder's smile had not faded since the King's breakthrough, which had significantly enhanced his own power. "Old Lu," Chunlan greeted with a slight bow, smiling as he recognized the elder who had first informed them of the rules within the Frost and Snow secret realm. It was a pleasant surprise to encounter him again. "Little one, do you still remember me?" Frosttower expressed mild surprise at Chunlan's recognition. Previously, those who had entered the Frost and Snow secret realm were all of esteemed status, their eyes solely fixated on the spiritual spirit pool, showing not the slightest respect for their guides. Therefore, when he first witnessed Chunlan and his companions salute respectfully, Frosttower had discreetly offered Chunlan a small hint, guiding them to locate the first Frost and Snow banner. "Come, I shall lead you to the spiritual spirit pool, Frost Tower said with a smile and a wave of his hand. A powerful mental force manifested, forming a white cloud that gently lifted the group. Under Frost Tower's guidance, they made their way towards the Frost and Snow Castle. Your Highness, this time you must sincerely apologize, Frost Tower remarked with a knowing smile, glancing at the Frost and Snow Prince who was hiding behind Chunlan. This was not the first time the young prince had ventured out, and he often faced punishment from the king. Yet he never seemed to learn his lesson. Given the danger this time, had it not been for Chunlan and his companion's rescue, the little one would have been in grave peril. Frostyu peeked out, sticking out his tongue, which only deepened Frost Tower's exasperation. Old Lu, what about these weapons? Chunlan inquired, producing the weapons that Frostyu had previously given him, as did Wang Fuge and the others. For these were not their possessions, and this set of A-grade battle soldiers was indeed quite precious. Those were given by His Highness the Prince. What right do I have to take them back? Frost Tower replied with a resigned smile. The status of Frostyu, being second only to the king, meant that anything he gifted naturally belonged to Chunlan and the others. Frost Tower would not dare reclaim them. It asks nothing, just some trifling items. Consider them gifts for saving me, Frostyu said, patting Chunlan on the shoulder with a smile. Chunlan, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose, surprised at how rewarding saving the young prince could be. Truly, he was the sole heir. Frost Tower's mouth twitched at the thought of the A-grade battle soldiers, lamenting how many contribution points he would need to exchange for them from the Frost and Snow treasury, only to see them gifted away so readily by the young prince. Below is the spiritual spirit pool. This is your designated area. I shall return for you in a day. Thank you, Elder Lu. Frost Tower pointed towards the pool with a smile, gently lowering Chunlan and the others into it. They expressed their gratitude with a bow, and Frost Tower waved them off before departing with Frostyu. My goodness, such a vast expanse of spiritual spirit pool, just for the 6 of us, and oh wonder it is the Frost and Snow clan. Such extravagance. The pool beneath them was indeed of pond-like proportions. Dotted with countless spiritual herbs, the energy emanating from the water had coalesced into a tangible form, floating in the air. Wang Fugue, intrigued, touched the water's edge, marveling at its depth, unaware that Chunlan had stealthily approached from behind. A mischievous grin on his face. Down you go. With a swift kick, Chunlan sent Wang Fugue tumbling into the pool. Wang Fugue floundered momentarily, soon realizing the water was not deep. Meanwhile, Tianlan cat rubbed its paws gleefully, eyeing the Tyrannosaurus beast nearby. Meow. The Tianlan cat pushed the Tyrannosaurus beast into the pool as well, startling it, but the Tyrannosaurus seized the opportunity to grab the Tianlan cat's foot and pull it in as well. Roar. Though pet beasts do not require spiritual energy cultivation, with so many spiritual herbs in the pool, even a brief soak could yield unexpected benefits. Chapter 81. The Ice Phoenix descends, celebrations across the 100 cities. In Baishui City, Yang Yin and the others were still immersed in the reverberations of the bell, witnessing an immortal-like figure ascend the path of emperors, achieving imperial status with an unmatched aura. Their hearts ablaze with excitement. Especially resonant was the declaration, "Equality is my only law. I have seen equality. The law, a perfect embodiment of power." Yang Yin felt a surge of exhilaration. Should he elevate to the royal level, his essence would transform into the power of law, a metamorphosis long anticipated. Though his mental capacity had been waning, he awaited the final dance that would pierce through the entire demon race. Regrettably, he could not sustain himself much longer. If possible, he yearned to witness the vibrant spectacle of Tianlan continent. Free from the threats of external races, it would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation in the absence of emperors. The royal level was the pinnacle within the vast Tianlan continent. The royal level was akin to the heavens, and with the supreme law at his command, Yang Yin would radiate in his final dazzling glory, a wish he had long held in his heart. Suddenly, a phoenix cry echoed through the heavens, as an ice phoenix soared across the sky, seemingly in celebration, having traversed from the ruined city, passing through 100 cities, all joining in this historical moment of commemoration. Today, the Frost and Snow Emperor ascends to imperial status, a great boon for our human race. The path ahead is long, but our predecessors will tread the winds. Let us all strive together. Assuming Tian stood atop the ice phoenix, gliding over by Shui City, en route to the next city, ready to carry this message throughout the entire Tianlan continent. For him, it was merely a matter of minutes. Such was the power of imperial status. Should he choose silence, the Ice Phoenix would soar even faster. Congratulations to the Frost and Snow Emperor on achieving imperial status. Yang Tianyue affectionately patted the little fox's head, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. He then glanced at Yang Yan, as if to affirm his previous sentiments. The ascension to imperial status could only bode well for Chunlan and the others at this stage. All who needed to be eliminated had been, leaving only those prepared to reap the benefits of the spiritual spirit pool. Indeed, Chunlan and his companions had already entered the pool, showcasing the wisdom of the old relics. I wonder if Chunlan will manage to break through to the advanced Beastmaster this time. Yang Yin chuckled, patting Yang Tanyue's shoulder with a hint of helplessness that he couldn't help but reflect on Chunlan's journey, which had spanned just over a month, from his initial breakthrough to junior Beastmaster. He rapidly ascended to intermediate Beastmaster. Yet, breaking through to advanced Beastmaster represented a significant hurdle. Without a stroke of fortune, it was indeed challenging, especially considering he possessed 2 Cs of spirit, should the Frost and Snow Emperor grant even the slightest favor. Chunlan's breakthrough would be assured. Even if he does not succeed, the Beastmaster tournament will provide ample opportunity for refinement, making breakthrough a natural progression. Yang Tianyue asserted confidently, expressing great faith in Chunlan, a novice who had already brought forth countless wonders. The Tianlan cat, as a pet beast, possessed formidable spiritual energy and mysterious powers, all of which were merely manifestations of Chunlan's unintentional prowess. It was precisely due to this that Yang Tianyue felt an overwhelming sense of dread concerning Chunlan's potential. The Su family, the Wu family, the Lin family, the top-tier pet beast, the Tyrannosaurus, and the fabled Tianlan cat of the Beastmaster god, along with the Han family's fateful mouse. All these factors combined had endowed Chunlan with significant leverage, paving a better path for his future. Yet, unbeknownst to Yang Tianyue, the journey to imperial ascension was already being manipulated from the shadows, and the Frost and Snow Prince along with the Frost and Snow Emperor had crossed paths with Chunlan before. The road ahead would only grow smoother. The support of imperial status outweighed all, and even Yang Yan's advancement to royal level would echo this truth. The imperial level would only fall under extreme duress, for it embodied the power of law. Within the Frost and Snow secret realm, Frosty floated before the Frost and Snow Emperor, the playful demeanor that once adorned his face now replaced with trepidation, fearing that his father might wield the whip against him. After all, the imperial level could very well end him with a single strike. Having once been so arrogant before Chunlan and Frost Tower, he now stood in stark silence. Yet his father's face bore a persistent smile, radiating joy. Was no wonder Elder Tower had hastily brought him here after seeing Chunlan off. "Father, I promise I shall never be so reckless again." Frostu timidly gazed up at Frostling Tian. Frostling Tian paused at his words, then smiled silently, beckoning Frosty closer, gently stroking his head. A hint of reluctance glimmering in his eyes. "You, no matter how mischievous you may have been in the past, I have always approached it with the intent of teaching you a lesson. I fear that one day I may leave, and you would be unable to protect the entire Frost and Snow secret realm. I estimate that my departure is imminent. I shall leave behind a projection to assist you. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Beyond the imperial level lies an endless sea of stars. This time, having accepted the favor of the human race, our Frost and Snow clan shall also establish a diplomatic relationship with them." Frostling Tian had conveyed numerous words of wisdom, yet Frostyu's eyes had begun to blur, rendering her unable to comprehend her father's words, for he was on the verge of departure. What Frostyu had anticipated as punishment never materialized. Instead, it was the impending farewell of her father. Unable to bear it any longer, Frostyu suddenly threw herself into Frostling Tian's embrace, cherishing the last warmth emanating from him that moment. Frostling Tian had fully transformed into human form, his snow-white hair and frost-marked visage perhaps serving as the final testament of the Frost and Snow clan. though he could also revert to his original form. Woo woo woo. Ewer does not wish for father to leave. A flicker of reluctance passed through Frostling Tion's eyes as he gazed at Frostyu in his arms. However, having achieved the Imperial level, leaving the Frost and Snow secret realm and departing from Tianlong continent had become an inevitable conclusion that he still needed to strive for the future of the little one in his embrace, ensuring the stability of the Frost and Snow clan. Fear not, Ewer, you can contact me anytime. I will always be by your side, Frostling Tian gently reassured, tenderly stroking Frostyu's back. The affection in his eyes radiated outward. As the lineage of the Frost and Snow clan fostered an immense love for Frostyu, Frostyu refrained from speaking further, tightly embracing Frostling Tian, wishing to etch this final memory into her heart. Neither spoke. The father and daughter remained frozen in this moment, unwilling to let go if it were not for the demonic race. If there were no brutal beast tribes or foreign invasions, the human race would be robust enough, and those outsiders would not dare act so audaciously that a flicker of anger ignited in Frostling Tian's eyes. How could he bear to leave when Frosty was still so young? It would rob her of her childhood, a notion unbearable for him as a father. One day, I shall stand before millions of demons and slay them. I will expel all outsiders from the borders of Tianlong continent. Protect the little home. Safeguard the greater community. Chapter 82. The Tower of 1,000 Spirits demonstrates its might. Pure mental energy. Chunlan and the others had all entered the spiritual pool, preparing for a day of cultivation. That moment, the Tower of 1,000 Spirits suddenly emerged in Chunlan's mind. To be precise, it was the awakening of the little panda. Such rich mental energy. This time, I can have my fill. The little panda's eyes sparkled with excitement as it gazed at the pool of spiritual energy, eagerly diving in to commence its bath, showcasing its graceful swimming style. However, it quickly noticed that everyone was watching it. Instinctively, the little panda covered its lower half, only to realize it was a spiritual entity adorned in clothing, and thus, it promptly released its paws, awkwardly scratching the back of its head with a sheepish grin in response to the onlookers. Chunlan, let me tell you, first maintain the basic energy supply for the Tower of 1,000 Spirits that I can help purify your mental energy, allowing you all to absorb it better. Chunlan understood what the Tower of 1,000 Spirits meant. However, he had only used it for his own cultivation and never anticipated it could be shared with others. This would maximize the utility of the vast pool, for how could one possibly absorb it all in a single day? Are you serious? Don't deceive me, Chunlan said earnestly, pointing at the little panda. This resource was not solely his. It belonged to everyone. Seeing the little panda nod, he shared the news with the group, and they all agreed. The spiritual pool was essentially crafted using a plethora of spiritual herbs combined with the Frost and Snow clan's unique methods. Absorbing these herbs would inherently produce impurities. And even the Frost and Snow clan's refining methods were not exempt. Since the Tower of 1,000 Spirits possessed such capabilities, it was worth a try. It might even expedite their absorption process. I have no objections that I trust you, Lon. The little panda, encouraged, felt a surge of motivation. Chunlan, seeing everyone in agreement, playfully patted the little panda's backside. The little panda shot Chunlan a resentful glance before diving into the Tower of 1,000 Spirits. Instantly, the tower expanded, growing to the size of a grand tree, hovering above the spiritual pool. The dense mental energy surged into the base of the tower, which appeared to be activated, emanating a blue-purple glow akin to a galaxy of stars. 6 beams of light erupted from the tower's tip, conjuring a profound sea of mental energy above the heads of the assembly, as the Tower of 1,000 Spirits continued to absorb. The energy only increased while the Tianlong cats opted to lounge nearby in the bath, as the mental energy held little value for their cultivation. How blissful! Hoo-hoo! Wang Fugui absorbed the energy from the mental sea, his eyes gleaming. This was akin to the pure power he had once stripped from the tree Demon King during his trial in the tower, entirely devoid of impurities. The faces of the crowd displayed astonishment. Even Han Feng was taken aback. Everyone, let us cultivate. We only have one day. With that, Chunlan gently closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. The others followed suit, and the mental sea began to churn. forming a massive vortex beneath the Tower of 1,000 Spirits. This feels incredible. We've finally filled our reserves. As the mental energy was purified, it was also being continuously stored within the tower. The overflow from the spiritual pool was so excessive that it could accommodate not just 6 intermediate beast masters, but even 20 more. Thus, the little panda eagerly absorbed the energy, planning to distribute it later. Unbeknownst to Qianlan, who had plunged into deep cultivation, the opportunity to encounter the spiritual pool was rare. It was sheer luck that he had coincidentally arrived during the opening of the Frost and Snow Secret Realm. He felt compelled to work harder, for this was a unique privilege belonging to the Western Wilderness. Not far from where Qianlan was cultivating, there lay another spiritual pool, within which 30 human cultivators, including Su Qiuhuan, occupied their positions, immersing themselves in their own practice. Compared to the luxurious individual chambers on Qianlan's side, this area felt considerably cramped, yet was entirely sufficient for each person's cultivation needs, an embodiment of the Frost and Snow clan's opulence. Numerous such spiritual pools existed near the Frost and Snow Castle, all crafted from resources exchanged with humans, beasts, and demons. Given the scale of the project, it was essential to pair it with the Frost and Snow clan's specialized refining methods. Hence, all parties benefited, except for the demons, who were courting disaster. Just as Qianlan and the others were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, the portal to the Frost and Snow Secret Realm suddenly swung open, and an ice phoenix soared in, heading straight for the highest point of the Frost and Snow Castle, where Frostling Tian was present. Frost Emperor, I extend my congratulations once more, Su Ming Tian greeted. Your praise is unwarranted. It is merely fortuitous, Frostling Tian replied, as he and Su Ming Tian swiftly engaged in conversation. Both had arrived with intent. Frostling Tian sought to gather more information about the Star Domain battlefield, while Su Ming Tian bore the human leader suggestions to discuss the relationship between the Frost and Snow clan and the human race. After all, many of the Frost and Snow clan's mental techniques were beyond the capabilities of beast masters. If they could exchange resources for such knowledge, it would be immensely beneficial for the entire Tianlan continent. This must be Frostu, the young prince of Frost and Snow. Indeed, consider this a gift from Uncle Su. With a flick of his hand, Su Ming Tian conjured an ice-blue lotus, embodying the essence of the ice phoenix. In critical moments, it could serve as a life-saving boon, imbued with the power of rebirth, enhancing one's strength. Do not forget to express your gratitude to the Ice Emperor, Frostling Tian prompted, noticing Frost use momentary daze that a smile illuminated his face, for such a grand gift had dispelled any lingering concerns. Nothing was more precious than an item of rebirth, even if one were to lose all cultivation. So long as life was preserved, it mattered more than anything else. Thank you, Ice Emperor, Frosty replied respectfully, her hands clasped in gratitude. However, before she could bow, Su Ming Tian used his mental energy to lift her, directly infusing the rebirth flower into Frost-Yu's body. In an instant, she transformed into an egg, cradled by the ice-blue lotus flower beneath. Frostling Tian understood and gestured for Su Ming Tian to follow him outside. This infusion of rebirth energy created an opportunity for the two to forge a deeper bond. As an imperial-level figure like Su Ming Tian naturally sought to cultivate connections, as he gazed at the expansive frost and snow forest, he couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite artistry of nature. The Ice Emperor's legacy continues. 2 individuals have already gained the opportunity to cultivate in the spiritual pool. Chapter 83. Qianlan's fortuitous encounter, breaking through to advanced Beastmaster. Upon hearing this, Su Ming Tian chuckled softly. From a moment he entered, he sensed the aura of bloodlines, yet he did not anticipate that, aside from Su Qiuhuan, another individual from the Qiu generation would also have entered the fold. It must be a younger talent from a collateral branch of some city. With such prodigious youth, they could indeed summon their kin back. Within the imperial clans, there are similarly many, and the talents are relatively comparable. Resources can only be obtained through competition and strife. Failure to compete results in exclusion from the core hierarchy, relegating one to the periphery of other cities, far removed from the ruinous city. This is the harsh reality among the imperial families. Point one should not presume that the conflicts among mortals are brutal. The competition among imperial clans is far more ruthless and unforgiving than one might imagine. The Su family exemplifies this, as does the Lin family, while the Wu family engages in military trials, where the strongest becomes the current head of the family, allowing all branches and the main family to participate, leading to even greater intensity. The younger generation strives for glory. As elders, our duty is merely to safeguard them. Shuang Lingtian paused momentarily upon hearing this, then smiled faintly. There exists a notable distinction between Su Qiuhuan and Su Qiubai. The former bears the mark of nirvana, a gift from Su Mingtian, while Su Qiubai appears akin to a discarded pawn. Yet he has stood before the Ice Emperor of the Su family. Lingtian has come with a mission as well, primarily concerning the secret techniques of the Shuangxue clan, which hold great utility for the human race. Might it be possible to exchange some resources for them? Certainly. Even without an exchange, I shall ensure to bring some along. Without the protection of many imperial-level figures, how could one safely break through to the imperial level? Perhaps the path to imperiality has already been shattered by the nefarious minions of the demon race. What is the current state of the starry seas beyond the realm? Shuang Lingtian's inquiry caused Su Mingtian's expression to stiffen momentarily, followed by a resigned shake of his head. The situation in the outer starry seas appears far from optimistic. Presently, the circumstances beyond the realm are exceedingly complex. Although the number of human imperial figures has increased, so too has the number of demons, and the disparity in numbers can never be fully reconciled. Though the human leaders have vanquished several demon emperors with their unparalleled might, without ascension to divinity, it remains impossible to quell this chaos. Alas, Shuang Lingtian sighed softly at this, but the moment his gaze lifted, it was imbued with unwavering resolve. As pioneers, they naturally bear the duty to protect the Tianlan continent. I shall also venture to the outer starry seas, allowing the demon race to witness the spirit of my Shuangxue clan. The demons are bound to go mad. The Mind Demon Emperor has always relied on his formidable mental prowess to provoke others. This time, encountering you is akin to a fragile egg colliding with a boulder. Thus, the two imperial figures engaged in their casual discourse, observing the training of the younger generation below while exchanging lighthearted banter. Appearing remarkably unpretentious, devoid of any semblance of imperial airs. Although the Qinling Tower loomed above Chunlan and the others, the two imperial figures paid it no mind, having encountered the Qinling Tower before. In the past, Yin Zhongluo had not hesitated to wield it as a weapon against others, a memory that Su Mingtian recalled vividly, especially when Yin Zhongluo had almost struck him, all the while grinning mischievously. "Oh dear, I nearly struck you by mistake. My apologies." The mere thought of that fool, Yin Zhongluo, left Su Mingtian somewhat speechless. However, he too was an imperial figure on rotation, with one imperial figure stepping down every decade to safeguard the Tianlan continent. Those from noble families remained within their clans, while the reclusive elders wandered freely. Chunlan's sea of consciousness had grown exceedingly abundant, beginning to coalesce into a pool of water as countless ponds interconnected, merging into a singular expanse, with myriad paths continuously intertwining. It is imminent, just a moment away. He shall soon break through to the advanced Beastmaster rank. At this juncture, they had been training for nearly a day, and the two imperial figures had been conversing for the better part of that time. One day for imperial figures is but the blink of an eye, while Shuang Lingtian awaited, anticipating the opportune moment. The nirvana state of Shuangyu is likely to persist for another month. One merely needs to ensure its protection. When shall we depart? Perhaps we should wait until they complete their training. Su Mingtian inquired curiously of Shuang Lingtian, who occasionally glanced at Chunlan below, noticing that indeed, Chunlan was on the verge of breaking through to the advanced Beastmaster rank, his mental prowess evidently twice that of an ordinary individual. This fellow possesses 2 seas of consciousness, an advanced Beastmaster. Goodness, has this world gone mad? Or have I? Su Mingtian exclaimed in bewilderment, having encountered numerous prodigies, yet none quite as extraordinary as Chunlan. It has only been a little over a month. How did he achieve this? He contracted and immediately broke through to the primary Beastmaster rank. Within a month reached the intermediate rank, and now is poised to ascend to the advanced rank altogether. It has barely been 2 months. It seems today as Beastmaster competition shall be intriguing indeed. Should he fail to break through, his pace is simply too rapid. Su Tian shook his head as he observed Qianlan's state. The latter's progress was far too swift, lacking sufficient time to refine his mental prowess. Although his technique appeared remarkably refined, the time for honing was evidently insufficient at this moment, within Qianlan's sea of consciousness. He sought to breach the barrier of the advanced Beastmaster rank, yet despite his efforts, he found himself unable to do so. Did a flicker of confusion cross his eyes? Was his mental prowess not strong enough? Or was there another reason? Child, your rate of advancement is excessively rapid, resulting in your sea of consciousness being unable to adapt to the current state. You must continuously refine your mental prowess. You can now sense the superficiality within yourself, which is the reason for your inability to break through. A mysterious voice resonated, causing Qianlan to pause momentarily. Then he too felt the insubstantiality of his sea of consciousness. Though the dual seas of consciousness grant him an accelerated training pace and storage capacity, relying heavily on the mental pools for cultivation has led to a state of insubstantiality. Upon realizing this, Qianlan ceased his attempts to break through and instead began to solidify his mental prowess. These are the secret techniques of my Shuangxue clan for cultivating mental prowess, which can better enhance your abilities. The voice echoed once more, this time accompanied by a stream of light that surged directly into Qianlan's forehead. Countless mental techniques materialized in his mind, leaving him utterly astounded. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Every sip and morsel in this world is preordained. The ethereal voice returned, prompting Qianlan to bow respectfully towards the endless expanse of starry seas, though unaware of the identity of the speaker. He was certain it belonged to someone of the Shuangxue clan, albeit one who seemed reluctant to reveal themselves. Qianlan expanded his sea of consciousness, utilizing the unique properties of the mental pool to absorb the mental techniques. A white radiance swiftly enveloped his entire being, and a hazy mark of frost and snow appeared on his back, akin to a seal. Chapter 84. The Shuangxue Secret Realm concludes. Return. Let us depart. The matters here have been concluded, Shuangling stated with ease. Initially, he had considered aiding Qianlan his breakthrough to the advanced Beastmaster rank, but upon reflecting on the fact that he had only been training for 2 months, he dismissed that thought. Forcibly augmenting one's mental prowess would not yield combat strength commensurate with it. Assuming Tian cast a glance at Qianlan, then shook his head and left the scene. He found Qianlan inscrutable, like a swirling mist that obscured all, yet the young girl from the Su family provided a fortuitous connection for them. Come, I shall escort you to the battlefield of the Star Domain, Su Mingtian said with a smile, then took a step forward, causing the portal to the secret realm to open instantly, revealing a scene reminiscent of a starry sea. Shuangling cast a reluctant glance toward Shuangyu before resolutely stepping through. Shuangxue Forest, my home. Farewell, Shuangling uttered with a solitary phrase, as snowflakes began to swirl throughout the entirety of Shuangxue Forest, as if bidding him farewell. All things in the world possess spirit, sensing the melancholic aura permeating the air. The time for the mental pool's cultivation has concluded. Please follow me as we depart. Shuang Lu reappeared above Qianlan and the others, gently calling out to rouse them from their meditative state. Forcing a disruption in their cultivation could inflict irreversible harm. Thus he merely sought to awaken them gently one by one. Qianlan and the others emerged from their deep state of cultivation, as if the Qianling Tower had absorbed its fill, retreating into Qianlan's sea of consciousness. Shuang Lu observed the waning mental pool with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet he refrained from commenting. Time is but a day. How much one can take is a matter of personal ability, and he would not interfere, even if one possessed the capability to extract the entire mental pool. It would be rare for anyone to act so unscrupulously. The Tianlan cat lay lazily on the shore, feigning death, with the other beasts doing likewise, as the duration of Qianlan's training had been excessively lengthy. Having grown weary of play, the beasts opted to slumber, and upon awakening, found Qianlan still engaged in his training. Thus they began to feign death on the ground. Tianlan cat, Let us go, meow. Oh, at last. Ivy awakened, meow. I was about to die from boredom. Tianlong cat gently patted its belly before rising to its feet, promptly leaping onto Chunlan's shoulder, while the other cherished beasts returned to their respective master sides. Upon witnessing this scene, Shuang Lu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the human race, who are blessed with such admirable companions, partners that accompany them throughout their lives. Alas, the Shuangxue clan is a unique race, bound to cultivate only their mental prowess. Now that they have unlocked the imperial bloodline, they are destined to grow even stronger in the future, as long as they follow the Shuang Emperor towards unparalleled strength. In an instant, a portal to a secret realm materialized before the gathered crowd, leading to the entrance of Bihue City. Chunlan and his companions bid farewell to Shuang Lu in succession before departing from the Shuangxue secret realm. Throughout the entire Shuangxue secret realm, such portals were being opened, allowing everyone to leave. Once all had exited, the Shuangxue forest returned to its former clamor, and the elders of Shuang Lu released all the beasts. As for the previously slain frost bear, its body had long vanished, as though it had never existed. Perhaps only Shuang Lingtian knew the origins of that frost bear. Was it a protector, or perhaps a guide intended to lead Shuang Yu to meet Qinlan? Everything seemed so coincidental, as if it had been meticulously orchestrated from the very beginning that we're back. Upon stepping through the portal, Chunlan spotted the eagerly waiting Yang Yin and Yang Tianyue at that moment. Yang Tianyue was still cradling a small fox, which had already fallen asleep, comforted by the familiar scent of kin. Chunlan lunged into Yang Yan's embrace, holding him tightly, while Tianlong cat mirrored his actions, wrapping its large paws around Yang Yan's neck, effectively ensnaring him. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter at the amusing sight, as Yang Yin found himself in a rather comical predicament. With a touch of helplessness, Yang Yin lifted Tianlong cat off him, placing it gently on the ground as one would a child, before tenderly ruffling Chunlan's hair. Everything well in the secret realm? Did any fools bully you? Uncle Yang, there truly were some. That group of demons chased after Chunlan like fools, though I have no idea when Chunlan provoked them to these words. Yang Yan's demeanor shifted instantly, but he refrained from acting out, considering the presence of everyone. There was still a need to clean up the mess. He refused to believe that the demons of Linjiang City could not be eradicated. It seemed that the demons in Linjiang City could be wiped out in one fell swoop, that a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Tianyue's eyes. Now that Yangling was safe, it was indeed time to cleanse the demons first. As for reverting to their original forms, it would be wiser to place hope in Chunlan rather than the demons. Moreover, during Chunlan and the others' time in the secret realm, Yang Yin had inquired about the little fox, and Yang Tianyue had divulged everything. When Yang Yin learned that a living person had been transformed into a beast, his fury was uncontrollable. This time, the demons were truly doomed, as for Yang Tianyue's actions. He was aware of his own sins, so after eliminating the remnants of the demons in Linjiang City, he would head to the military department to engage in battle, rather than cowering in the rear. Wallowing in self-reproach, it was better to fight fiercely and take down a few more demons and beasts. With Yangling already rescued, he had fewer ties to worry about. That it's fine, Uncle Yang. Just wait for me to return from the Beast Tamer Championship. All right, Chunlan had initially intended to keep this matter to himself, not wanting Yang Yin to worry unnecessarily. Every time Yang Yin exerted himself, it inflicted harm upon himself, and Chunlan wished for him to refrain from taking action. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback by Chunlan's words, but then a gentle expression graced his face. The Beast Tamer Championship would commence in just 2 weeks after the conclusion of the Shuangxue secret realm. Time was indeed fleeting. Then, when you return from the Beast Tamer Championship, I shall seek them out to settle the score. Yang Yin affectionately tousled Chunlan's hair, wishing to alleviate his worries. It was decided to hold off on confronting the demons of Linjiang City for the time being. However, Chunlan and the others did not intend to return to Linjiang City, but rather to recuperate in Bihue City for a while before heading directly to the Desolate City. After all, the Desolate City was quite distant, requiring a lengthy journey, and Bihue City served as a vital transportation hub. Let's depart, everyone. It is time to return home. I could see that moment. The vehicle from the Han family arrived, and everyone boarded. A grand feast awaited them at the Han residence, as the last beneficiaries of the Shuangxua's secret realm had all trained for a day. Meanwhile, Han Feng was the only one left behind from the Han family, which was of utmost significance. The other members of the Han family had already been ejected from the secret realm during their clashes with the demons and beasts, never having encountered Han Feng throughout the ordeal. Chapter 85. Journey to the Desolate City. Lin Tian's return 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chun Lan continued to refine his mental strength and informed Yang Yan of his progress. Yang Yan then began to teach Chun Lan a method for honing his mental prowess, known as the 100 refinements in his steel technique, by condensing his mental strength into a mental hammer. He would treat his mental sea as a steel ingot, continuously hammering it. The forces involved were reciprocal. Whether forming the war hammer or the steel ingot, the mental strength would be compressed and refined, achieving perfection. However, this method also caused Chun Lan's mental strength to regress rather than progress. Fortunately, the Qinling Tower contained ample spiritual liquid for replenishment, allowing for rapid recovery. Over these 2 weeks, Chun Lan refined his mental strength to its peak, nearing a breakthrough to become a high-level beast tamer. The cherished beasts continued to advance under the guidance of the divine wood ape. The 5 little ones were now capable of teaming up against the divine wood ape. The divine wood ape had also unlocked its state of wood-fire battle ape, resuming its rigorous training regimen to enhance the beast's teamwork and cohesion. Under such high-pressure conditions, complemented by an abundance of pure spirit crystals, the beasts made rapid progress. Tianlong Cat had reached level 18. Marking a significant transformation during this period. Nevertheless, the primary focus of the Shuangxua's secret realm remained the metamorphosis of beast tamers. Name: Chun Lan race. Human level. Peak intermediate beast tamer, double pool realm, beast taming talent. Echo of destiny. Unique, beast taming skills. Eye of destiny. King level domain, mental shock, bond conjunction, 100 refinements into steel, mental spear, mental barrier, Shuangxu secret method. Name: Tianlong Cat King. Growing, growth level. Level 18 realm level. Elite special talent. Golden miner, golden, beast skills. Enlargement. Meatball impact, phantom meow, claw, king level domain, 9-fold flying blade, cross impact, bond conjunction. Chun Lan had comprehended numerous mental secret techniques, and Tianlong Cat had also mastered a new skill during its battles with the divine wood ape. This skill, when paired with enlargement, could send the diamond bear flying, inflicting devastating area damage that was often impossible to withstand. Others also experienced various advancements. All had attained the intermediate beast tamer status, though their progress varied. Leading the charge was still Chun Lan, followed closely by Lin Yaoke, Wu Junlin, and the others. The cherished beast progressed alongside them, with the Flower Fairy and Diamond Bear, both at level 16. While the Tyrannosaurus and Ice Crystal Bird reached level 15, this pace was remarkably swift, especially considering they had only trained for 2 months. The rapid upgrade was primarily due to the pure spirit crystals provided. Of course, if they had solely relied on pure spirit crystals for training, Tianlong Cat would likely have already surpassed level 20. However, according to Yang Yan, it was crucial to restrain the beast's breakthroughs, ensuring their combat power remained on par with their levels, allowing them to unleash combat prowess far exceeding their ranks. In later battles, this strategy would yield greater energy in combat. The notion of being invincible among the same ranks stemmed from this principle. Within the same realm, the one with the greater combat strength emerged victorious. If the disparity in combat power was too significant, the difference in levels would prove inconsequential, becoming a burden instead. However, if they were to directly elevate to level 30 and break through to become a battle general, that would be an entirely different matter. Even the weakest battle general could effortlessly suppress Tianlong Cat and its companions. This issue was not merely a matter of combat strength, but rather the distinction in the beast's ascension. Yet, these prodigies would not resort to such methods, as doing so would squander a beast's innate talent, making it exceedingly challenging to regain combat strength in the future. Therefore, the restraint must begin from the outset. Such combat strength would ultimately prove to be stronger. Much like the divine wood ape transforming into the wood fire battle ape, and then the divine fire wood ape, Yang Yin would impose restraint at each level of ascension. Resulting in the divine fire would ape's formidable combat strength. Invincibility within the same realm had long become a foundation, enabling it to rival even slightly weaker royal-level opponents. This was also somewhat related to the concept of the supreme realm. Tomorrow, they would depart from Bihue City. It was truly hard to part with it. Qianlan lay on the grass, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, reflecting on the past days, although it was not as warm as home. The advantages of an intermediate city were undeniable. With the support of the Han family, their lives had been quite comfortable. They could indulge in whatever they desired. Wang Fugue had gained about 2 pounds, much to his dismay when weighing himself, leading him to embark on a frantic diet, resorting to eating grass to lose weight. Desolate city. I'm back. Are you ready? Su Qiubai gazed towards the east, where the desolate city lay. Her eyes glinting with a fierce determination. She intended to demonstrate to the so-called clan members the true essence of talent they had chosen. She, Su Qiubai, was equally formidable. Lin Miaoka rested her chin on one hand, staring blankly at the setting sun, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the sunset. Drawing closer to Bishi City, a soaring giant eagle flew towards the sunset. Atop which stood a person it was the claw war eagle. Lin Miaoka sprang to her feet in excitement, waving fervently in the direction of the approaching figure. Lin Tian, atop the giant eagle, seemed to have spotted Lin Miaoka as well, and he swooped down. The eagle diving directly into the Han family estate. The Han family, initially on high alert for an ambush, readied for battle until Han Zheng intervened. The claw war eagle was a hallmark beast of a prominent family, and the Lin clan's bloodline had long been intertwined with the celestial flying birds, of which the claw war eagle was a lower tier. Uncle Lin, you have arrived. Lin Tian leaped off the back of the claw war eagle, and Lin Miaoka dashed into his embrace, her face lighting up with joy. The claw war eagle emitted a triumphant screech, then shrank in size, landing gently on Lin Miaoka's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling her cheek. How have you fared during this time? It must have been well. Lin Tian gently stroked Lin Miaoka's head, inquiring tenderly of the tea that moment. Members of the Han family approached Lin Tian, greeting him, while the elder council grew increasingly astonished by Han Feng's prowess. Was Linjiang City truly a mere lower-tier city? Bishi City had only a handful of noteworthy figures, and it was anticipated that this year's Beastmaster competition would alter the city's status. Yes, the lord of Linjiang City. Lin Tian would undoubtedly be rewarded, and should he break through to the royal level, it would elevate the city's standing, potentially propelling it into the ranks of top-tier cities. The emperor has arrived. I shall leave the rest to you. Yang Yin and I shall take our leave now. Tea that moment. Yang Yin approached, clapping Lin Tian on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Linjiang City could not be left without guardians. Relying solely on the major families was unwise. If the demon and beast tribes invaded, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. The best course of action was for Yang Yin and Yang Tianyue to return and assess the situation. Uncle Yang, you are heading back? Do refrain from acting recklessly. Qianlan cautioned lightly. Yang Yin scratched his head, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by the young one. Regardless, he felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Grandfather Yin, do keep an eye on Uncle Yang. If he makes a move, contact me through the Beastmaster's ring, and I shall summon Sister Qinyao to teach him a lesson. Qianlan remarked, playfully lifting the Beastmaster's ring beside her. The incident of Sister Qinyao chastising Yang Yin with a rolling pin after he drunkenly rambled was still fresh in their memories. Yang Yin, somewhat resigned, ruffled Qianlan's hair and earnestly said, "You must prioritize your safety. Even if there are no complications, I am determined to secure a place among the top 16. Very well, I shall await your return. Remember to convey my regards to grandfather and grandmother. I will return home after a while, so they should take good care of themselves and not fret over me." Qianlan replied with a smile, though she harbored some concern for Grandma Kai. Grandfather Zhang was more composed, but Grandma Kai occasionally let her imagination run wild. Meow, oh, Tianlan cat scampered over, clutching a crayon drawing depicting their mealtime, featuring Grandfather Zhang, Grandma Kai, Qianlan, Yang Yin, and the fish-eating Tianlan cat. Yang Yan's eyes glistened with moisture as he gently patted Tianlan cat's head. placing the drawing into his storage ring. He then followed Yang Tianyue as they made their way back to Linjiang City, where Yang Tianyue summoned a flying beast and took off, leaving the Han family and Bishi City behind. Uncle Yang, safe travels. Yang Yin smiled and waved back at the small figures below who were bidding him farewell. Turning away, he found his eyes had grown misty, the view before him becoming somewhat obscured. Perhaps this was the final bond he would leave behind, the location of the Demon Heart cult outside Linjiang City. The throne was no longer occupied by Li Qingyue, but by Mo Yin, who had come in preparation for the upcoming Beastmaster competition. Your Highness, this is a beast transformed from a human. You may directly forge a contract with it, just as humans do with the Beast Clan. The Demon Heart cult's experiments had ultimately reached this juncture, no longer satisfied with mere half-beasts. They sought to completely transform humans into beasts. Allowing for contracts with the Demon Clan, rather than a contract, it was more akin to unilateral control. Mo Yin, in order to participate in the Beastmaster Grand Tournament, had to resort to such measures. To conceal his aura, he had brought with him a treasured artifact of the Demon Clan, enabling him to mask his presence and blend seamlessly among true humans, provided he exhibited human combat techniques. Li Qingyue, you have performed admirably this time. Here are the evolution materials. You know what to do. To rare smile graced Mo Yan's typically stoic face as a contract magic pattern appeared on his hand. The steel tooth beast presented by Li Qingyue was entirely under his control. He could eliminate it with a mere thought. Thank you, Your Highness Mo Yin. I shall ensure that the Demon Clan is well served. Li Qingyue beamed at the storage ring Mo Yin had tossed to the ground, delighted to finally possess royal-level evolution materials. She could ascend to the royal level and make Linjiang City pay dearly. By the way, a Demon Emperor will visit shortly. I have expended some resources to request his assistance. At that time, you will join forces with the 3 Beast Kings to unleash a beast tide and swallow Linjiang City whole. According to current intelligence, aside from the heads of the 3 major families, who were half-step royal levels, Lin Tian was absent from Linjiang City, while Yang Yin and Yang Tianyue were en route back. Should you break through to the royal level, with 4 royal level and 1 emperor level, if Linjiang City cannot be breached, I demand your heads. Mo Yin had naturally prepared for both contingencies. The Demon Emperor was a safety net. He feared Yang Yan's overwhelming strength might annihilate the 4 royal levels, rendering the endeavor futile. This time, he was determined to obliterate Linjiang City and make Chunlan experience the anguish of losing loved ones. Chunlan, our battle has only just begun. I shall torment you piece by piece. With the assistance of the Demon Emperor, Linjiang City would undoubtedly fall. Very well. I shall leave this to you. I must make haste to the desolate city, as I have to rendezvous with a few others. Mo Yin was indeed collaborating with other Demon Clan princes in a small team, hunting down human geniuses as the highest honor as for the Ice Emperor of the desolate city. He was currently absent from Tianlan continent, leaving the strongest in the desolate city to be the royal level. This was also why the Demon Clan dared to send princes into the desolate city. At that moment, the Star Domain battlefield had presented opportunities. Even Emperor-level figures sought to gain a share, as they too needed to ascend. However, the treasures available at that time would provide only minimal enhancement. Only the products of the Star Sea and the power of laws were of utmost importance, for only by continuously devouring other laws could they refine their own law powers and bolster their strength. Farewell, noble prince of the Demon Clan. Crises invites several Beast Kings for a discussion. I am on the verge of breaking through to the royal level. After Mo Yin departed, Li Qingyue resumed her high and mighty demeanor, commanding Crises to summon the Beast Kings. Her foremost priority was to advance, absorbing the magical creature beneath the Demon Heart cult, thereby gaining a significant edge in her royal level ascent, coupled with unparalleled magical prowess. In truth, Yang Tianyue had not sensed a complete Demon Clan entity, but rather the heart of a greedy Demon Clan. This was the heart of a deceased Demon King, capable of extracting blood and corpses to release pure spiritual power. This heart was intended for Li Qingyue's royal level ascension, yet she initially resisted becoming an abominable monster. Forcibly absorbing this heart would transform her into a monstrosity, but if approached as a royal level being, she could convert the heart into pure energy, thereby empowering herself significantly and surging ahead of newcomers to the royal level. Caruz left the grand hall of the Demon Heart cult, his eyes clouded with envy. The moment he stepped outside, darkness enveloped him as he summoned the ox-headed and horse-faced beings he had already antagonized the three beast kings, and approaching them now could result in his immediate demise. Li Qingyue was undoubtedly aware of this. She was about to ascend to royal level and was purging dissenters. Such a venomous woman. What a pity about that beautiful visage, Caruz muttered to himself, pondering how he might enhance his strength or perhaps flee Linjiang City for another. This place had become Li Qingyue's domain, and Caruz could no longer hope to challenge her authority, perhaps when she had yet to achieve royal level. He might have had a chance. Now, however, all hope was lost. The world is vast. There shall always be a place for me. Caruz, Chapter 87. Securing a place among the top 16. The clawed eagle soared majestically through the sky, illuminated by the resplendent full moon, its pure white light casting a gentle glow upon the gathered crowd. For the first time, Chunlan felt the moon was within reach, due to the long journey to the ruined city. Lin Tian had set out early with the group. Accompanying them was also the contingent from the Azure Water City, which boasted a royal-grade griffin as their flying beast, possessing formidable combat prowess. Yet lacking the speed of the clawed eagle, which ranked as the mightiest of aerial creatures. The drawing of lots for the upcoming competition in the ruined city was scheduled for tomorrow, with the matches commencing the day after. This year's competition format remained unchanged, with individual and team events taking place simultaneously in the morning and afternoon, undoubtedly heightening the pressure. Initially, there would be a preliminary elimination round, followed by the determination of the top 8, who would then compete based on their rankings. Lin Tian's prior visit to the ruined city was not solely for duty. It was primarily to ascertain any modifications to the competition format and rewards, so he could relay this information back to them. Almost all city lords had gathered, recognizing the significance of this contest for the younger generation, as it reflected the depth of talent within a city and would influence future distribution ratios. This year, the rewards had increased. The top 16 participants would each receive evolution materials or healing herbs, while the top 3 would gain access to select any treasure from the ruined city's vault and have an audience with its lord, allowing them to pose any queries they might have. The rewards for the team events mirrored those of the individual competition, with the added benefit that the top 16 teams would automatically form Beastmaster squads, officially recognized by the Beastmaster Guild, granting them direct entry into the guild. The monsters and beasts they defeated could be transformed into points, which could then be exchanged for favored items. Lin Tian, seated atop the eagle's back, recounted the rules of the Beastmaster competition and its slight adjustments in rewards, emphasizing the importance of the team event rewards, as squads recognized by the Beastmaster Guild were typically above the rank of Battle General, affording them the opportunity to accumulate points in advance. This was also an experiment by the Grand Beastmaster Guild, contemplating the reduction of the rank requirements for Beastmaster squads, though this was still under trial, as those not yet reaching the Battle General level were still significantly weaker. That Wu Qian interjected, explaining that this competition served as a pilot project. If successful, it would lower the requirements, enabling more individuals to form teams to hunt the beast and demon tribes. Chunlan nodded in understanding, but was nonetheless apprehensive about the current strength of the prodigies from the major cities, a concern that lingered in his mind, that he simply wished to secure a position among the top 16 to provide Yang Yin with a glimmer of hope. Can we play dirty? For instance, have some monkeys steal the tower? Wang Fugue suggested, proposing that if possible, his Tyrannosaurus's combat effectiveness would dramatically increase, as such a skill would surely cause distress to any onlooker. Lin Tian grimaced at his words, then playfully struck Wang Fugue's head with his fist, retorting, "Who taught you that? Do you truly wish for Wang Zhantian to create a new account?" However, after taking a deep breath, Lin Tian conceded, "Sure, the rule for the Beastmaster competition are not strictly enforced. Any attack from a Beastmaster or their beast is permissible, but the use of external items is prohibited. By external items, I refer to pills, spiritual herbs, or manuals that enhance one's strength." This restriction was implemented following the previous competition, where participants resorted to blood-burning secret techniques, sacrificing their lifespans for victory, prompting the establishment of rules to prevent such practices. aimed at safeguarding the futures of all involved. To jeopardize one's future for a mere competition is indeed unworthy. Hence, these regulations were set to protect the talents from each city and ensure the continuity of the younger generation in safeguarding the Tianlong continent. Ah, splendid. I hereby declare that I have already reserved a spot in the top 16 for the individual competition, Wang Fugue declared, rising with bravado, while his Tyrannosaurus mirrored his stance, standing with its hands on its hips, exuding an air of arrogance, akin to a cow flying an airplane. Truly impressive. Chunlon covered his forehead upon hearing this, hoping to avoid encountering Wang Fugue during the individual competition, as he certainly did not wish for his fate to be compromised. Engaging with Wang Fugue held little value, as he had already discerned his tactics and strengths. Should he secure a place among the top 16, careful consideration of the subsequent path was essential. Evolution materials suitable for the battle general rank were relatively easier to obtain, typically chosen from the royal tier onwards. Of course, for those with ample resources, the imperial tier could be selected, as the paths for prodigies from major cities had long been established, featuring optimal evolution routes and materials. Participation in the Beastmaster competition was primarily for mental fortitude and to discover one's own essence. Moreover, some aspired to vanquish all prodigies across the Tianlong continent, achieving an invincible state of mind, making them unparalleled within their tier, able to challenge those beyond their rank effortlessly. You are not like them. My minimum expectation for you is to secure a position in the top 16. Beyond that, I hold no further demands at AS for how far you advance from there. That is entirely up to you. Point one requirement remains. The top 16, the team competition is even better, as all participants will receive evolution materials as a collective reward. But it is undoubtedly more challenging compared to the individual event. Lin Tian reiterated, emphasizing that the disparities in their backgrounds led to differences in training resources. Some were born into wealth, wielding boundless resources for cultivation, while others emerged from humble beginnings, where even the finest resources paled in comparison to the ordinary possessions of others. The principle of survival of the fittest in this world had not changed. Only through immense strength would one earn respect. No one cared about your wealth. They only acknowledged your power, which was fundamental to navigating the Tianlong continent. Each person has their fate, as predetermined by the heavens. Everyone possesses their own script, and every path chosen must be walked by oneself. Do not lament past paths. Do not fret over future roads. Focus on the present, for that is of utmost importance. We all possess different choices. The specifics of the future are no longer the priority. What matters most is who you are now. After Lin Tian concluded, he regarded the group with a smile. Chunlon and the others exchanged glances, and smiles broke out upon their faces. Currently, they were together, but their futures remained uncertain. War could claim lives, or they might venture far away. The specifics were not their concern at this moment. Their singular goal was to secure a spot among the top 16 in the Beastmaster competition. Chapter 88. The 8 Major Cities. The ruined city. Lin Tian's words plunged the assembly into contemplation. The so-called guide, much like Lin Tian, imparted wisdom. Yet the journey beyond the doorway was one they must undertake themselves, rather than merely imitating others. Each individual was the protagonist of their own narrative. In this world, you are unique, while others play supporting roles. Regardless of one's strength, if you allow the success of others to sadden you, it merely indicates that your inner resilience is insufficient. If you cannot defeat this supporting character today, what prevents you from overcoming them next time? If you fall short again, persist until the day you conquer them, for you are the protagonist. To all the prodigies from the Tianlong continent, I eagerly await your arrival. Chunlon declared, his gaze fixed firmly upon the distant moon, his fists clenched tightly. Chunlon possessed an undeniable reason to win. Thus, he would not falter in his quest for a place among the top 16. As the clawed eagle glided through the moonlight, the group gathered together, gradually succumbing to slumber. Perhaps the earlier excitement had subsided, leaving them utterly fatigued. Thankfully, the warmth of the clawed eagle's feathers enveloped them, providing comfort akin to a cozy bed. Onward, young ones, Lin Tian murmured, smiling at the sleeping figures. He and Wu Qian shared a drink, reminiscing about the past. Although they had only just met, where there was drink, there were stories. Such was the simplicity of life. Sleep could come at any time, but companions to converse with were a rare treasure. As the moon descended, the sun began to rise from the eastern horizon, casting a soft light that gradually brightened the sky. The sun had yet to fully emerge, but the cityscape visible in the distance drew ever closer. However, this was not the ruined city, but rather the Beacon Fire City. Above Beacon Fire City, a magnificent white crane adorned with crimson feathers called out to Lin Tian, who in turn responded with a cry from the clawed eagle. Their signals intertwined, marking the commencement of their journey. In fact, last night, other city teams had begun to converge, all heading towards a ruined city. Lin Tian, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly, Yin Wei exclaimed, rushing towards Lin Tian for an embrace, only to be deftly evaded, eliciting an eye roll from Lin Tian. That longing I sense, or do you merely seek a fight? Lin Tian replied, exasperated by this battle-crazed individual who seemed restless without conflict. Reminiscent of Wu Junlin in some ways. That your son? Why does he resemble you? Just as rotund, Lin Tian remarked, noticing Yin Wei's son, Yin Peng, standing behind him, completely mirroring his father's physique and surpassing Wang Fugue in girth by a considerable margin. This is my son, Yin Peng. Come, greet Uncle Lin, Yin Wei instructed. Greetings, Uncle Lin, Yin Peng called out, and immediately joined the others in play. It was not out of disrespect. Rather, it is customary for the younger generation to behave so in the presence of their elders. And being shy is quite natural. If it weren't for Yin Wei calling him, he likely would have continued to feign indifference. Wai's son possesses remarkable talent. The Qinya Xiong, inheriting his father's gift. His pet beast has already reached level 16. You all from Fenghua City. Is this the strength of the upper 8 cities? Lin Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Had he been led astray by Qianlan, or was he mistaken? He distinctly remembered that the Tianlan cat had already reached level 18, while other pet beasts were also at levels 15 or 16. Indeed. My son is the captain, and this time they're guaranteed a position in the top 16. It's a pity that the Frost and Snow Secret Realm was eliminated early. Otherwise, their strength could have advanced further, Yin Wei remarked with a hint of regret. Yet he was quite confident in his son, Yin Peng. This is your team. It looks impressive. The Tianlan cat must be the pet beast contracted in Linjiang, right? Currently, it is regarded as the strongest contender by major cities, given it belongs to that esteemed individual. Yin Wei expressed his envy, acknowledging that while Tianlan cats as pet beasts are not uncommon, they seldom last long. However, this particular Tianlan cat seems rather extraordinary. Absolutely, it is bound to win. I have faith in them, Lin Tian remarked with a smile, patting Yin Wei on the shoulder as they conversed. They continued on their journey, needing to report to the wild city and draw lots, as well as arrange accommodations. Lin Tian had no worries, although he had long departed from the Lin family. His own enterprises continued to flourish within, particularly a king-level tavern, which enjoyed the protection of the Lin family, making it unassailable. As the sun rose completely, the Tianlan cat, blinded by the sunlight, sought refuge in Chunlan's embrace. Attempting to escape the brightness, Chunlan, awakened by the commotion in his arms, looked up to behold a breathtaking sunrise, resembling a celestial wonder. Meow, the Tianlan cat, kneaded in Chunlan's arms, its dazed appearance incredibly endearing. Chunlan could not resist stroking its head, then placed it beside the King Kong bear, stretching lazily to invigorate himself. Upon noticing several flying pet beasts around him, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of such a squad overnight, evidently all heading to the Wild City to participate in the Beastmaster Championship. Chunlan activated his Eye of Destiny to observe the situation of the individual's present name. Qinya Xiong growth level, level 16 realm level, elite special talent, green forest expert, orange, pet skills, Qinya dart, ghostly shadow, battle fist, King Kong finger. Name, Yin Peng race, human level, intermediate beastmaster talent, unmatched battle intent, orange, beastmaster skills, spirit sword, mental barrier, fiery secret technique, fiery dance. This was the strongest individual Chunlan had discovered in his survey, and he appeared to be the captain of a small team. The other pet beasts under Yin Peng's command were mostly at level 16 or perhaps one level lower at 15. Comparable in strength to Wang Fugue and his companions, successfully maintaining their position in the first echelon. Chunlan's prowess surpassed that of others, including the Tianlan cat, having undergone a royal-level evolution. If its data panel were not superior, it would render the evolution pointless. Chunlan's dual spiritual seas were similarly impressive, though he wondered how the geniuses of the 8 major cities fared. As Chunlan pondered, they arrived at the Wild City, an imposing giant city hovering in midair, leaving Chunlan utterly astounded. This was undeniably a marvel of technological ascension. This colossal city floated in the sky, a sight so outrageous that it seemed to defy belief. Each edge was flanked by 2 smaller defensive cities, with soldiers patrolling the skies aboard flying vehicles. By golly, this is not a product of any ordinary era. Linjiang City resembled an ancient fortress, while Bishui's city embodied the modernity of 2048. And the Wild City represented an ascension of technology, as if it had transcended all existing advances and existed solely in the realm of fantasy. Such a technological marvel could scarcely be captured in film. Ha ha! I felt the same way when I first beheld this giant city. Chapter 89. The bustling giant city, beast evolution masters. Lin Tian observed the astonishment on Chunlan's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was indeed rare to astonish this fellow. Let us rouse everyone. We're preparing to enter the city, he said with a smile, directing the claw eagle towards the city gates. All individuals entering the Wild City would automatically pass through checks, so they merely needed to fly in. Inside the city, flying pet beasts were permitted to soar freely, making it a veritable paradise for both humans and their beasts. In Linjiang City, it was not uncommon to see beastmasters walking their pet beasts along the streets. However, in the Wild City, pet beasts were everywhere. Perhaps the vendors were even pet beasts, the chefs too, and the waitstaff as well. This exemplified the boundless inclusiveness of the main city. Fatty, wake up, we've arrived. Chunlan called out, rousing everyone one by one. Wang Fuge was left dumbfounded upon seeing the giant city, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, and quickly turned to Chunlan, exclaiming, "Woe Lan, am I still dreaming? This is the Wild City. Isn't it thrilling?" Wu Junlin and Wang Fugue, upon hearing this, were equally flabbergasted. The disparity between the main city and a border town was indeed staggering. They soon caught up with Lin Tian, and as they passed through the portal, they sensed a wave of mental energy scanning them, swiftly allowing their entry. Su Qiubai and Lin Miaoka appeared much more composed. Having come from this city, they recognized its prosperity, yet beneath that prosperity lay fierce competition, not merely the struggles of the world, but also among various taverns and restaurants vying to promote their flagship products. The main venue for the Beastmaster Championship was located in the Wild City, further stimulating its economic activity. As soon as Chunlan entered, Lin Tian dove down, landing directly on the ground, with the claw eagle quickly shrinking to perch on his shoulder. "Follow me. Let us explore the Wild City of your dreams." Lin Tian gestured grandly, with bustling streets and towering skyscrapers behind him, a multitude of taverns brimming with both technological allure and an ancient mystique. The Tianlan cat, upon seeing the throngs of pet beasts surrounding it, began to meow joyfully, thrilled by the sheer number of companions. Meanwhile, onlookers gazed in amazement at the Tianlan cat, perched by Chunlan's side. Goodness, are there still Tianlan cats around? Perhaps they merely keep them as pets. Not as battle beasts, don't forget. Having a contract beast means having a Tianlan cat. The Tianlan cat, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, quickly scurried onto Chunlan's shoulder, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Chunlan gently stroked its head, surprised by the immense influence of a contract beast, even in the main city. Such is the power of a contract. It makes the journey of a beast master significantly more accessible.